Many children, many blessings, multiple heroines leveling up, invincible, pretending to be weak to catch the strong. High martial arts. In the world of high martial arts, many children bring many blessings. The school beauty senior happily receives twins. Chapter 1. The arrival of the system. Lin Xie, your comprehensive evaluation for the college entrance examination has been generated. Genetic potential, 5. Mental acuity, 59. Physical fitness, 50. Overall assessment, unsatisfactory. Conclusion, does not meet the admission standards of the Taurus 0755 star system, public martial arts university. According to the Graduation Pathway Act, you have the following two options. 1. Apply to a private university, with expenses borne by yourself. 2. Accept the graduation placement from the star system government, effective immediately. Take your time to consider this at home, or discuss it with your family. Lin Xie exited the homeroom teacher's office, letting out a deep sigh. With a mere 5 of genetic potential developed, he fell significantly short of the public university's minimum threshold of 7. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary individual. He had once believed that traversing into the era of interstellar martial arts would allow him to cultivate and carve out an extraordinary life as a martial artist. Yet, faced with mediocre talent and a failed martial arts entrance examination, he was informed that he had graduated in this age of martial prowess. Failing the entrance exam essentially severed his ties with martial arts. Unless he opted for private university, but Lin Xie's family lacked the means for such an endeavor. Upon returning home, his father sighed deeply and rasped, "We simply cannot afford this. You have 3 younger siblings who also need to pursue their education." Lin Xie couldn't help but interject, "But their high school education is free." His mother interrupted, "Xie, there's nothing wrong with accepting a placement. Just look at your second and fourth brothers. They graduated high school and took government placements, which provided them with decent partners. Now, they each have 3 children, and their childbirth allowances exceed their salaries. Life is stable for them." Lin Xie was at a loss for words. Indeed, his second and fourth brothers had stable jobs as farm managers. Though labeled as managers, they were essentially modern-day farmers, operating machines for planting and harvesting. In this agricultural region, that was the most common path for ordinary individuals. Yet Lin Xie refused to resign himself to such a predetermined fate, where life became a monotonous cycle of farming, marriage, child-rearing, and collecting subsidies until death. His parents had already brought 10 children into the world, and they were still continuing. Lin Xie was the 7th child. What would happen when the 11th was born? Would they name him Lin 11 or Lin 11 Lang? As a traveler from Huaxia, he could not accept such a life. In this era flourishing with martial arts, he yearned to explore the world, to cultivate martial arts and attend a martial arts university. This was a vista he had never encountered. He held on to a flicker of hope that perhaps he could ascend to become a martial artist in university. That would herald a different life. It was said that upon becoming a martial artist, one could join the interstellar pioneering teams and become a frontiersman. The Taurus 0755 star system had once been a desolate star system, but it was only after the first wave of pioneers arrived 5 centuries ago that it began to flourish into its current state. Even the lowest-ranked martial artists among those pioneers had become the heads of prominent families, governing their territories akin to local emperors, their names etched into the annals of 0755 star system's history. Lin Xie naturally aspired for such an opportunity. Even if it meant taking out a loan to attend a private university, he was determined to try. The Galactic Empire encouraged those who failed the college entrance examination to pursue private university loans. The application fee was 100,000 credit points, with an annual fee of 100,000 credit points thereafter. Although the chances of ascending to become a martial artist in private universities were slim, official data indicated that only 10 of private university students successfully graduated as martial artists. This figure was still significantly higher than the 0.79 success rate of those who accepted government placements. The cost ranged from 500,000 to 1 million credit points. Seeing his indecision, his father could not help but add, "Isn't the neighbor's 5th son a private university graduate? He practiced some swift wind kick, yet still couldn't graduate. Now he's delivering packages for Hummingbird Express." The fundamental law of the empire stipulates that the rights of adult citizens to make choices are sacred and inviolable, and parents have no authority to intervene. This is not merely a matter of human rights. It exists to facilitate each component to swiftly detach from their original family and integrate into the societal machinery. Upon completion of the college entrance examination, childbirth subsidies cease, and parental responsibilities come to an end. This is precisely why parents merely offer guidance. Lin Xie sighed and said, "All right, I'll give it some thought." His parents were not entirely wrong that if he could not ascend to become a martial artist and remained merely a prospective one, he would only be slightly more formidable than an ordinary person. He might even fare worse than an average individual. Graduating from a private university meant he would lose the government placement. Without connections, he would only be left with employment in enterprises, where the most common positions were security guards, couriers, and delivery personnel. That night, Lin Xie lay in bed, gazing at the virtual nightscape outside the window. Should he choose to accept the status quo or dare to take on nearly $1 million in debt? At that moment, a grand mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Host detected to have reached the age of 18, binding the multitude of offspring system. Binding successful. The more offspring you propagate, the stronger your lineage. The quantity and quality of your descendants will directly enhance your own abilities. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be, after 18 years of being single, the system had finally arrived? The more descendants, the stronger the bloodline. The quantity and quality of offspring will directly enhance the host. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be, after 18 years of being single, the system has finally arrived? Chapter 2. Blessings of Progeny. Lin Xie confirmed repeatedly that the system had indeed arrived. After some exploration, he began to comprehend the essence of this system, enhancing one's strength through procreation. The mightier the partner, the stronger the offspring, and thus, the greater the augmentation to oneself. The more children one has, the more enhancements one receives. With a fervent spirit, Lin Xie clenched his fists, exhilarated as he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned a multitude of women surrounding him, each cradling not one, not two, but an abundance of children. Husband, father. The following morning, as his younger siblings departed for school, Lin Xie sat at the breakfast table with his parents. Xie, have you made your decision? Lin father's voice was slightly hoarse, prepared for the worst, ready to utter the supportive phrase, "We stand by your choice." The times had changed. Parents no longer held the authority to dictate their children's paths. According to the Empire's fundamental laws, obstructing a child's choice was a crime punishable by imprisonment, unless one was a martial artist. Thus, all they could do was offer their blessings. Lin Xie pulled out a chair and calmly declared, "Dad, Mom, I've decided. I will not attend private university. I choose to accept the graduation placement." Lin mother abruptly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with surprise and joy. "Really? Xie, have you truly come to this conclusion?" A long-forgotten smile graced Lin father's face. Lin mother beamed, "Wonderful. This is the right choice. The placement is stable, and the government ensures everything is well arranged. This is the path to a fulfilling life." In their eyes, their son had finally matured, not allowing the elusive dreams of martial prowess to cloud his judgment. Accepting the placement meant a stable job, a compatible partner, and a steady stream of child-rearing allowances. Ordinary individuals ought to follow the trajectory of an ordinary life. That was the essence of happiness. Let us confirm this on the personal terminal. The sooner we handle it, the better the partner you can choose. Lin mother urged. Nodding, Lin Xie activated the personal terminal on his wrist. The moment he clicked on Graduation Placement Application, the placement process commenced. Citizen Lin Xie, Identity ID. Do you accept the graduation placement? Yes. The system is matching your position based on your comprehensive evaluation. Matching successful. Placement position, Farm Administrator, Grain Zone 16, Farm 939. Position description. This role aims to operate and monitor semi-automated agricultural production systems, ensuring the healthy growth of crops, such as high-energy nutritional grains, specialty economic crops, medicinal herbs, etc., within the designated responsibility area, along with periodic maintenance and efficient harvesting. You are required to ensure the daily operation of agricultural machinery, make preliminary judgments on basic faults, report them, and assist in maintaining the ecological stability of the farm, providing reliable food and essential supplies for the citizens of the galaxy. Lin Xie shook his head in resignation. It was indeed the most common position. Like his second and fourth brothers, he too became a farm administrator. That's a good position. Lin mother smiled. Though the work may be tough, the holidays are long, allowing for more time with family and children. Lin Xie shrugged. A farmer was a farmer. He accepted the placement, not primarily concerned with job arrangements, but rather with the subsequent arrangement regarding a partner. Position confirmed. Partner matching is in progress. A matching pool has been generated. Please choose from the following 3 candidates for the first round of meeting negotiations. 3 female avatars and profiles materialized on the screen. Candidate A, Li, age, 20, education, public high school graduate, comprehensive evaluation, ordinary debt status, none, matching fee, 0 credit points, description, general disposition, strong family values. Aligns with expectations of family life. Candidate B. Wang Fong. Age: 20. Education: public high school graduate. Comprehensive evaluation: ordinary. Debt status: none. Matching fee: 0 credit points. Description: lively and cheerful, strong family values. Aligns with expectations of family life. Candidate C. By Mushi. Age: 28. Education: 3rd Private Martial Arts Academy of the Grain Zone, not graduated. Status: aspiring martial artist. Comprehensive evaluation: excellent. Debt status: tuition loan totaling 900,000, requiring the male partner to share half upon matching, i.e., 450,000 credit points. Matching fee: 0 credit points. Description: possesses martial arts foundation. Strong desire for procreation. Lin father and Lin mother leaned into view, their faces lighting up upon seeing the first two options. Both Li and Wang Fong are quite nice. Yes, they are both 20, an ideal age for childbearing. However, upon noticing Lin Xie selecting the third option, they hurriedly interjected. Xie, don't make hasty decisions. Lin Xie merely shook his head. I think it's worth discussing further. Bai Mushi may be beautiful, but she carries a debt of 900,000. Son, are you out of your mind? His mother exclaimed in shock and confusion. Do you understand what 900,000 means? Your monthly salary is only 3,000 credit points. Even if you don't eat or drink, it will take you 30 years to repay. His father could not contain his frustration either. Don't be swayed by the notion of sharing the burden. Once you become a family, that 900,000 will undoubtedly be a collective responsibility. Moreover, she is already 28, a full 8 years past the prime age for childbearing. She is still an aspiring martial artist. How can you control her? They argued. Such women are burdensome in the matching market. You'd be crazy to choose her. Listen to your mother. Those aspiring martial artists from private universities are often ambitious. She won't find contentment in a simple life with you. She'll seek every means to extract money from you to support her training. In the end, she may not even become a true martial artist, and your lives will be utterly disarrayed. It's far better to find a 20-year-old girl and lead a stable life of childbearing. In their eyes, Lin Xie's choice was 100-fold more foolish than attending private university. That would at least be a debt solely his. Now, he was willingly shouldering the immense burden of a stranger's financial liability. Hearing his parents' concerns made Lin Xie hesitate momentarily. His initial attraction to Bai Mushi stemmed from the blessings of progeny system. A stronger maternal figure would yield higher quality and quantity of offspring, thereby granting him greater augmentation. This rationale had driven him towards selecting Bai Mushi. However, the debt of 900,000 was undeniably a significant obstacle. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that once a partner was chosen, it could not be altered unless he became a martial artist, at which point he could select again. Opting for Bai Mushi seemed to offer Lin Xie a better chance of fulfilling the goals of the progeny system, overshadowing the allure of her beauty. Chapter 3. Bai Mushi. Lin Xie remained resolute. Despite his parents' earnest pleas and exasperation, he calmly insisted on proceeding with the first round of discussions with Bai Mushi. Should it prove unsuitable, they could always reassess later. Seeing that he had made up his mind, his parents could only sigh in resignation as they watched him step out the door. The meeting was set on the 13th floor of the administrative building in the Grain Zone, a space specifically designed for partner matching discussions. The meeting room was modestly sized, furnished simply, and bore an air of coldness. A metallic long table, 2 chairs, and a terminal providing drinking water were the only furnishings. Lin Xie arrived first and had scarcely settled into his seat when the door to the conference room swung open. A tall figure strode in. Lin Xie looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Bai Mushi resembled her photographs, even more exquisite and photogenic in person. Dressed in a pristine white t-shirt and deep blue athletic shorts, with sneakers on her feet, her long, straight legs shimmered with a radiant health that could not be obscured. Her physique was well-proportioned and exuded a sense of strength, devoid of any excess flesh, brimming with youthful vitality. Her unadorned face featured delicate features, and her skin appeared more refined and translucent than that of the girls in his class. In terms of both appearance and physique, she was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Xie couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Indeed, she was a prospective martial artist. Years of training had endowed her with exceptional physical qualities and a vigorous metabolism. It was said that upon becoming a true martial artist, a person's genetic makeup would be significantly enhanced, granting them a remarkably prolonged vitality, making one appear youthful even at 50 or 60 years of age. Though Bai Mushi was merely a prospective martial artist, she appeared far younger than her actual age of 28. As Lin Xie scrutinized Bai Mushi, she too was examining the young man before her. He appeared youthful, almost boyish. His eyes sparkled, yet the appraising gaze he cast upon her unsettled her. Indeed, she disliked such looks from men, as if she were an object being evaluated for its worth. However, circumstances were beyond her control. She had exhausted her funds for further studies at the martial arts university, and her family had ceased to support her, believing she had squandered too many resources and urging her to settle down. According to imperial law, a citizen like her, unable to repay student loans and lacking familial support, faced dire consequences if she did not accept a partner match, ultimately leading to enforced labor until debts were settled. A life like that was more terrifying than death itself. Thus, accepting the government's arrangement for a partner match was her sole path forward. The two exchanged silent glances for a moment, an awkward tension hanging in the air. Ultimately, Baimushi broke the silence, her voice cool and somewhat detached. You must have reviewed my information. The debt of 900,000 credit points must be shared. I am 28, 10 years your senior. I have but one request. After marriage, I wish to continue my training and strive for the martial artist realm. Her words were straightforward, devoid of any circumlocution, laying her conditions bare. This marked her 9th attempt at a partner match. The previous 8 men had been deterred by her stipulations. There was no alternative. She believed that with another 3 to 5 years of training, she could undoubtedly break through to the martial artist realm. Yet, at this critical juncture, she found herself without funds, and her family was unsupportive. She could not afford to accrue more debt. The only solution was a partner match, but she was unwilling to relinquish her martial arts aspirations. Upon hearing Baimushi's words, Lin Xie frowned. Are you suggesting that I should support your studies at a private university that costs 100,000 a year? Lin Xie found this laughable. His salary was 3,000 a month, equating to 36,000 a year. Even without expenses, he could not sustain such a financial burden. Baimushi nodded, stating, I understand that the starting salary for fresh graduates is not high. My notion of support is contingent upon financial feasibility. For instance, if we were to have 3 children, that would entail an annual subsidy of 54,000, with my own contribution of 30,000, and your support of 16,000 would suffice. She then added, I have already applied for a 5-year interest-free period on my 900,000 debt. Lin Xie was left dumbfounded by her assertion. Such a resolute commitment to martial arts? Seeing him silent, Baimushi rose, saying, If you disagree, then there's no need for further discussion. She was prepared to seek the next candidate. If 9 had failed, surely there would be success with 19 or 29. This wretched world. However, in the next moment, Lin Xie raised his head and said, Is that it? I did not say it was unacceptable. Baimushi paused, quickly taking her seat again. Lin Xie regarded the stunning woman before him and calmly inquired, I heard you mention, for instance, having 3 or 4 children, and your resume indicates a strong desire for childbirth. Are you serious? Baimushi's ears flushed with color as she gritted her teeth and replied, Yes. I am ready to bear children. She had resolved to embrace her reality. Men in prestigious positions could promise a comfortable life, but would not allow her to continue training. Meanwhile, men in ordinary roles could only offer support through child subsidies, as their combined incomes wouldn't suffice for private university tuition. As Baimushi had conveyed earlier, she was prepared. Having 3 children would likely enable her to resume her martial arts journey in about 3 years, perhaps even sooner. For instance, with 1 child, the state would provide a subsidy of 18,000, and if the couple saved 80,000 a year, they would be nearly there. Lin Xie tapped the table. Deep in thought, it appeared Baimushi's desire for childbirth was quite fervent. This was precisely what he sought. All right, Lin Xie decisively uttered. He looked at Baimushi and added, I adore children. The more, the better. He gazed at her with an unprecedented seriousness. Can you give birth? Baimushi's cheeks instantly flushed with a hint of embarrassment and indignation, mingled with surprise. Biting her lip, she retorted coldly, As long as sufficient resources are provided to maintain my physical condition, childbirth is not an issue for me. How many do you wish to have? Lin Xie extended a single finger. Baimushi furrowed her brow. 10? Lin Xie shook his head. A football team? Lin Xie began slowly, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As many as we can until we can no longer bear any more. The phrase as many as we can until we can no longer bear any more resonated in Baimushi's mind like thunder. She abruptly lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. A whirlwind of emotions, shame, astonishment, absurdity, swirled within her, rendering her refined cheeks crimson. She had encountered greedy men and those with unreasonable demands. But she had never met someone who so calmly and matter-of-factly presented childbirth as an unending task. A football team? That was already the limit of her imagination. As many as we can until we can no longer bear any more. What did he take her for? Mushi's chest heaved. Her pride as a prospective martial artist feeling profoundly trampled. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure and re-evaluate Lin Xie before her. His gaze was clear, as if he were outlining the terms of a business contract, disturbingly calm. He was serious. A wild thought surged within her. Perhaps this was the most stable arrangement. A man with an almost obsessive desire for progeny, and a woman willing to sacrifice everything for resources to enhance her training. Though their goals diverged, they had bizarrely reached a consensus regarding childbirth. The more children, the greater the subsidies. For her, this meant more resources for training and a faster path to the martial artist realm. For him, it was the fulfillment of his desire for offspring. It was a starkly transactional arrangement. Having grasped this notion, Mushi's tense body relaxed. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Xie's eyes. Her voice still icy, but now devoid of the earlier wariness. Very well, but I have conditions as well. Speak, he replied. Lin Xie gazed calmly at her, seemingly having anticipated her agreement. First, all maternity benefits shall be under my discretion, utilized for my cultivation. Your salary, after household expenses, should also contribute to my support as much as possible. Agreed. Lin Xie nodded without hesitation. Mushi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a swift acquiescence from him. She continued, Second, you must not interfere with my training. I require independent space and time for my practice. Agreed. Lin Xie nodded again, indicating that one of the 2 bedrooms at home could be transformed into her training area. Thirdly, Mushi looked at him. Until we become truly married, you cannot touch me. Lin Xie chuckled softly. Miss Bai, I believe you have misunderstood something. We are not engaged in a romantic relationship. We are executing an agreement. The essence of this agreement is procreation. Therefore, there is no process of becoming a true couple. We are united solely for this purpose. As for when to commence, let us begin tonight. The sooner you conceive, the sooner you will receive the benefits, will you not? His words struck like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of Mushi's illusions and reservations. Indeed, what was she still hoping for? She looked at Lin Xie's outstretched hand, clean and elongated, with distinct knuckles. After a prolonged silence, she finally extended her hand, and they exchanged a gentle handshake. Deal. Their hands parted almost instantly. The subsequent procedures transpired with astonishing swiftness. They confirmed their matching intention on their personal terminals, and the system promptly generated an electronic partner agreement. They inscribed their names on the document, and their identities were instantly synchronized with the citizen database. Citizen Lin Xie and Citizen Mushi, partnership officially established. Housing allocation successful. Housing address, Grain District 16. Sunflower Garden Building B, Apartment 1314. Key permissions have been sent to both personal terminals. May your lives be joyful and contribute to the prosperity of the empire. Upon returning home, Lin's parents, upon seeing Mushi beside their son and hearing that Lin Xie had confirmed their partnership, could only extend their blessings. While Mushi went to the restroom, Lin's mother pulled Lin Xie aside. My dear, how could you be so foolish? 900,000 in debt. Are you pushing yourself into the fire? Lin Xie could only say what they wanted to hear. We have already discussed it. We will have children immediately. And her desire for childbirth is quite strong. After all, once they moved out, his parents could no longer interfere. This was merely to stabilize their emotions for the time being. Lin's father sighed heavily. However, upon hearing Mushi's willingness to have children right away, without a wedding, and preferring simplicity, it eased their worries somewhat. It appeared she was indeed a woman willing to lead a life together. Lin Xie certainly could not disclose that Mushi wished to continue her cultivation. Such matters were merely agreements between him and Mushi. Witnessing this, Lin's parents could only sigh. But now that the decision was made, there was no turning back. Their anger could not alter the situation. Lin's mother softly cautioned, Xie, you must be prudent in your expenditures. That 900,000 is not a trivial sum. Also, she is not young anymore. You must act quickly regarding the children. Have a few more to secure additional maternity benefits, which would alleviate some burdens. Chapter 5. From tonight on, after Lin Xie introduced Mushi to his parents, he decided to dine with them and his 3 younger siblings the following day. Subsequently, they would move into their new home and begin their life as partners. The decision to forego a wedding and keep things simple was initiated by Mushi. As for his parents, they had long since lost hope, especially after he rejected their arrangements, chose to pursue the path of martial arts, and selected a farm manager as his partner. They had clearly stated they would no longer concern themselves with him. Thus, The meeting could be omitted, according to Bai Mushi's perspective. Lin Xie silently agreed. This was preferable, sparing them unnecessary troubles and social obligations. He had little interest in intricate interpersonal relationships. Now, with the system in place, his goal was clearer, to fulfill the task of procreation. The more children, the better. The next day, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi took Lin's parents, along with their still studying siblings, to a restaurant in the commercial district for a simple family meal. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat somber. Lin's parents wore stiff smiles while the younger siblings curiously scrutinized the suddenly appearing sister-in-law. After the meal, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi went directly to their government-assigned housing at Grain District 16, Sunflower Garden Building B, Apartment 1314. This was a standard two-bedroom apartment, approximately 50 square meters, with simple decor and standard furnishings. For a young couple just starting a family, it was a commendable beginning. Most importantly, the government's public rental housing cost only 800 credit points a month. Bai Mushi voluntarily chose the smaller bedroom, suggesting that the larger one be reserved for him. Lin Xie understood her intention to convert the larger room into a training space, and he did not oppose. After tidying up their belongings, dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. After a simple dinner, they each completed their evening routines. The apartment only contained one double bed in the master bedroom. When Bai Mushi emerged from the bathroom clad in a slightly loose silk nightgown, her damp hair framing her face, she found Lin Xie already seated at the edge of the bed, causing her steps to falter momentarily. Under the soft light, her cheeks flushed with a shyness distinct from her usual cold and resolute demeanor. Although she had mentally prepared herself and appeared resolute during negotiations, at this moment, a 28-year-old woman with no prior romantic experience inevitably felt nervous and awkward. She lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her voice barely above a whisper, I. Lin Xie observed her. This resilient woman, who seemed unyielding before others, now resembled a startled little rabbit. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unperturbed. After all, such a beautiful woman had been unattainable in his past life. In this life, her partnership was largely a consequence of her burdensome debts and her request to continue cultivating. Lin Xie happened to require a partner willing to bear children without limit. Their needs aligned perfectly. This was a mutually beneficial transaction, yet the stakes were symmetrically balanced. He gazed at Bai Mushi's rare display of shyness under the light. Her damp black hair clung to her smooth forehead, and the silk nightgown accentuated her graceful figure, while the air was filled with the fresh scent of her bath. Lin Xie took a deep breath, suppressing the flutter of emotions within, and endeavored to make his voice sound calm and natural. It's quite late. Let us sleep. Upon hearing his words, Bai Mushi's body slightly trembled as she raised her head, her gaze complex as it met his. She softly replied, her voice remaining barely audible. The atmosphere in the room turned even more delicate due to this simple exchange. Outside, the virtual night scene remained dazzling, yet at this moment, both of their attentions were elsewhere. Lin Xie took the initiative, lifting a corner of the blanket and lying down, positioning himself towards the edge of the bed to leave ample space. Bai Mushi hesitated for a few seconds before slowly approaching the bedside, gently lifting the blanket on the opposite side and cautiously lying down. A distance separated them, yet they could distinctly feel each other's breaths and heartbeats. Silence enveloped the room. Lin Xie could sense the rigidity of Bai Mushi's body, as well as the faint perspiration forming in the palm of his hand. He was acutely aware that the agreement would take effect from this evening. He needed a child, and she required resources. Clearing his throat, Lin Xie broke the silence. His voice slightly hoarse. Let us retire early. I must report to the farm tomorrow. He wished to say something to lighten the atmosphere, yet it seemed to have the opposite effect, amplifying the awkwardness instead. Bai Mushi remained silent, her body seeming to tense further. With his eyes closed, Lin Xie's mind involuntarily wandered back to the resolute demeanor Bai Mushi had displayed during their negotiations earlier that day, a stark contrast to her current shyness. He understood that for a proud potential warrior, making such a choice must entail inner turmoil and suffering. As for himself, being a sojourner from another realm, he too had embarked on an uncertain path, driven by the elusive quest of the system. After a considerable time, just as Lin Xie thought Bai Mushi had fallen asleep, her soft voice, laced with a tremor and a resigned determination, reached his ears. Lin Xie, did you not say it would start tonight? He opened his eyes abruptly and turned his head. In the dim light, he saw Bai Mushi looking at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, shyness, unease, and a flicker of boldness. She bit her lower lip, seemingly having mustered all her strength to utter those words. Witnessing her bashful demeanor made Lin Xie's heart skip a beat. Chapter 6. Efforts are not enough. Upon hearing Bai Mushi's words, Lin Xie noticed her cheeks flush a deep crimson, even the roots of her ears blushing. The air was thick with her post-bath fragrance, mingled with a hint of palpable tension. With the woman being so proactive, how could the man falter? Lin Xie took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and turned toward her. He could feel her body taut, like a bowstring drawn tight. Bai Mushi. Lin Xie's voice was somewhat dry as he extended his hand, gently clasping the one she had laid upon the blanket. Her hand was cool to the touch, trembling slightly. Bai Mushi did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows in the gloom, revealing her inner turmoil. Soon, Bai Mushi curled up under the covers, turning her back to him. Lin Xie lay beside her, contemplating whether to say something, when suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Newbie benefits have been distributed. Please check. Host. Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 515. Physical ability, 51. Mental capacity, 59. Spiritual energy, 9. Martial arts, 128. Set of calisthenics. Partner, Bai Mushi. Affection level, 50. Offspring, none. Lin Xie felt an overwhelming joy. What were the newbie benefits? Newbie benefits, 1. Host genetic potential increased by 1. 2. The chance of partner Bai Mushi conceiving within 10 attempts is raised to 100, limited to first conception. In the next moment, Lin Xie felt a faint yet distinct warmth surge within him, coursing through his limbs. The despondency from his prior academic failure dissipated, and his body felt lighter. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 615. Physical ability, 55. Mental capacity, 62. Spiritual energy, 10. Martial arts, 128. Set of calisthenics, level 1. Partner, Bai Mushi. Affection level, 50. Offspring, none. His genetic potential had truly increased. In this era where martial arts flourished, genetic potential was the core measure of a person's martial aptitude. It represented the limits of one's bodily cell's capacity for evolution. According to the Galactic Empire's standard martial rating system, an ordinary person's genetic potential typically fluctuated between 1 and 5. Through cultivation, one could enhance their genetic potential. When a person's genetic potential surpasses the critical threshold of 7, they become eligible to challenge the realm of warriors, earning the title of a potential warrior. This was also the fundamental reason for Lin Xie's academic failure, as he was deemed unqualified. Once genetic potential successfully breaks through the milestone of 10, it signifies a transformative leap, officially entering the ranks of true warriors. Becoming a real warrior would significantly enhance physical fitness, mental strength, and even longevity. This was not merely a transition in the realm of life, but also a substantial elevation in social standing. Physical and mental attributes were the tangible manifestations of genetic potential in actual combat and training. Physical ability encompassed strength, speed, endurance, and recovery, while mental capacity pertained to perception, willpower, concentration, and subtle manipulation of energy. Though both were crucial, they ultimately hinged on the upper limits set by genetic potential. The higher the genetic potential, the greater the potential for growth in physical and mental capabilities. As for the final attribute, spiritual energy, Lin Xie furrowed his brow. He searched his memories for the concept of spiritual energy. The martial knowledge acquired over the years seemed to lack any mention of this term. It was likely a hidden attribute or a concept only encountered at higher levels. Lin Xie vaguely sensed that this attribute was of great importance. For in the system's arrangement of attributes, it stood alongside strength and mental capacity, suggesting it was not merely an ancillary aspect. Yet, he currently could not grasp its specific function. The system indicated that there was still room for improvement in the 3 attributes following genetic potential of 615, including physical ability, mental capacity, and spiritual energy. Lin Xie felt a clear transformation occurring within him. The heaviness and fatigue he had previously experienced had now given way to a newfound lightness, and his spirit soared with exhilaration. Every cell seemed to pulsate with vitality, yearning for release. Lin Xie was eager to test his strength immediately, to discover the extent of his capabilities. However, as it was already late at night, public testing points were long closed, and community testing points required advance reservations during the day. He stifled his excitement and redirected his focus to another reward from the system. Bai Mushi's conception chance raised to 100 within 10 attempts. His gaze involuntarily turned toward Bai Mushi, who remained curled away from him, her body slightly tucked, her breathing seemingly even and steady, as if she had already drifted into slumber. Now, With the system providing such a clear guarantee of success within 10 attempts, what was there to hesitate about? Lin Xia was not a selfish individual. This was also Bai Mushi's desire. With this thought, his lingering concerns evaporated in an instant. He gently adjusted his position, tentatively wrapping his arm around her. Bai Mushi's body stiffened noticeably, her breathing momentarily becoming erratic. What are you doing? Lin Xia understood, yet did not withdraw his arm. Rather, he drew closer. Mushi, he whispered, his tone carrying an undeniable insistence. Bai Mushi trembled slightly. Chapter 7. Bai Mushi's conception. The night stretched on, seemingly endless. Outside, the virtual nightscape continued to flicker tirelessly, casting an ambiguous glow. The following is omitted for brevity. After an indeterminate period, the virtual night outside appeared to take on a layer of fatigue. There will be opportunities ahead. There is no need to rush. Just as Lin Xia was about to speak, perhaps suggesting a brief respite or a continuation of their efforts tomorrow, he noticed that Bai Mushi, who had previously kept her eyes tightly shut, had opened them at some point. Her strikingly beautiful, cool gaze now shimmered with a hint of moisture, casting a captivating look upon him, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy hue that had intensified from their earlier fervor. Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. In the next instant, Bai Mushi's actions widened his eyes in astonishment. A faint, yet unmistakably assertive smile graced her lips as she propped herself up lightly and executed a swift roll, reversing their positions effortlessly. Bai Mushi. Lin Xia. He observed the glint in Bai Mushi's eyes, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. At that moment, Lin Xia suddenly recalled that she was a quasi-martial artist. Although his attributes had recently seen an enhancement, Bai Mushi had spent years honing her martial skills. Her physical prowess and endurance far surpassed his novice capabilities. His current attributes hovered around 60, while a quasi-martial artist's attributes ranged between 70 and 100. Lin Xia couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating the 6 remaining attempts he needed to fulfill his goal, thinking it would take several days. Now it appeared that Bai Mushi had other plans in mind. Gazing into the fierce determination in her eyes and her undeniable stance, Lin Xia felt a surge of adrenaline wash over him, even as a dull ache began to manifest in his lower back. Was he to be drained completely? The bittersweet troubles of happiness seemed to arrive too swiftly. Let us leave it at this for today, she said softly, her tone laced with empathy yet tinged with a hint of pride in her physical advantage. Lin Xia opened his eyes, his breath still uneven. Stealing a glance at the system panel in his mind, he noted, Partner Bai Mushi's pregnancy progress, 90. Just one more step. Thinking of the immense benefits from activating the system and the potential rewards that awaited, a new vigor welled up from deep within him. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he resolutely declared, No, let us go again. Bai Mushi's eyes widened in disbelief, her sparkling gaze reflecting astonishment. She could sense his fatigue. He had appeared utterly spent moments before. Are you sure you can manage this? She asked, a mix of concern and an unexpected admiration for his indomitable spirit coloring her voice. Perhaps we should call it a night. I could make you some soup tomorrow to replenish your strength. The mere mention of soup caused Bai Mushi's cheeks to flush. When had she ever considered making soup for a man? Yet, now that she was his partner, a wife in essence, preparing soup seemed rather trivial. Though Lin Xia was somewhat of a delicate fellow, his determination and perseverance this evening had left her with newfound respect for him. Particularly his tenacity in not yielding until he achieved his goals stirred an inexplicable admiration within her. Surely, she had not chosen the wrong man. As Bai Mushi pondered this, Lin Xia had already flipped over once again, reclaiming the initiative. Startled by his sudden movement, Bai Mushi exclaimed, You're going again? Congratulations, host. Partner Bai Mushi is now pregnant. Reward, randomly unlocked martial arts training privileges. The first level of the 128 set of calisthenics training privileges unlocked. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 010. Lin Xia was momentarily stunned, mentally querying, what does this training privilege entail? The system's prompt immediately elucidated the purpose of the martial arts training privileges. Lin Xia quickly grasped the significance. This unlocking of training privileges meant he could now view his training progress through the system panel. Previously, his practice of the 128 set of calisthenics had been akin to a blind man trying to feel an elephant. He had no idea if he was practicing correctly, whether it was effective, or when he might advance. Now, the system clearly indicated 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 010. This meant that if he practiced this calisthenics set just 10 more times, he would directly advance to level 2. Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, a storm of emotions surging within him. 10 times. This was utterly outrageous. The 128th set of calisthenics had been promoted by the Galactic Empire for over a millennium, refined through 128 revisions, and was claimed to be the most universal, foundational beginner martial arts technique. It required no consideration of the practitioner's physical differences and demanded no complex supplementary conditions. Anyone could practice it, though the speed of training was relatively slow. Its safety and stability made it the most widespread foundational method for discovering martial talent within the empire. Lin Xie had practiced this set for a full decade since elementary school, yet he had remained stuck at level 1, unable to make any progress. This was one of the primary reasons for his low scores in genetic potential and physical fitness assessments during his college entrance examinations. Now, the system revealed that he only needed to practice 10 more times to break through the 10-year stagnation. This remarkable system was simply extraordinary. Lin Xie felt an indescribable blend of excitement and regret. If only this system had appeared a year earlier. No, even just 6 months earlier. His entrance examination scores would undoubtedly have been far superior, allowing him admission into a public martial arts university, or perhaps even more. Realizing this, Lin Xie could no longer concern himself with his fatigue. A powerful yearning surged within him. He sprang from the bed, his feet landing firmly on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi, languid and alluring in bed, had been preparing to commend Lin Xie for his remarkable perseverance. However, upon witnessing his sudden action and the next moment when he began performing the very familiar 128th set of calisthenics with meticulous precision in their bedroom, she was left utterly dumbfounded. His body was indeed exhausted to the utmost. His stamina had long been depleted. Each movement appeared laborious, and the once smooth calisthenics routine was now executed awkwardly, even distorted, far from the standard form. Bai Muxi furrowed her brow, filled with confusion. What on earth was this man doing? Calisthenics? In this day and age, who practiced such an outdated routine? Having worked part-time for 8 years during her university studies, most of her experience involved tutoring children in martial arts. Even among affluent families, many had ceased practicing this routine long ago. Simply put, its cost-effectiveness was too low. For instance, the version of the 8 treasures technique revised by the Taurus Martial Arts Bureau was favored by middle-class families, and under the guidance of a teacher, it could yield over a 10% increase in efficiency. In the long run, for many students, the difference was monumental. Moreover, given his current state, it seemed impossible for him to endure another session. Yet, Lin Xie appeared to have entered a state of complete oblivion, gritting his teeth, and, driven by sheer willpower, he persisted through the entire set of calisthenics. As the final action concluded, Lin Xie came to a halt, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Gasping for breath as sweat cascaded down his body like a stream, he promptly checked the system panel in his mind. Level 1 of the 128th set of radio calisthenics, 110. It was accomplished. It truly counted as a valid training session. A surge of joy flooded Lin Xie's heart. Despite his body feeling on the verge of disintegration, his spirit soared with exhilaration. However, this exhilaration did not sustain him for long. His physical limits had been reached, and as the tension in his nerves relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue engulfed him. Thud! Lin Xie had no time to explain anything to Bai Muxi before darkness enveloped him, and he fell straight back onto the bed with a muffled thud, instantly drifting into a deep slumber. Hey, Lin Xie, you haven't showered yet. You smell awful, you filthy man. Bai Muxi expressed her disdain, yet upon witnessing his deep sleep, she extended her delicate, fair fingers to gently brush aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead, her gaze complex and shimmering. Sigh, Bai Muxi exhaled softly, observing Lin Xie's serene face, her expression filled with perplexity. This man was truly beyond her comprehension. What on earth was going on? After a long pause, Bai Muxi sighed again, silently resolving to prepare a nourishing soup the following day. The next day, Lin Xie awoke to the alluring aroma of food wafting through the air. The scent boldly invaded his nostrils, enticing his already ravenous stomach. He groggily opened his eyes, greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. No, it was the ceiling of his new home. The hangover-like headache and the sensation of being completely drained reminded him of his struggles and fervor from the previous night. Awake? A voice, cool yet tinged with a barely perceptible warmth, reached his ears. Lin Xie turned his head to see Bai Muxi carefully emerging from the modest kitchen, holding a clay pot. She wore a simple cotton dress, her long hair casually tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and exquisite profile. Morning light streamed through the window, casting a gentle halo around her, softening her usual sharp demeanor with a touch of warmth befitting a devoted wife. Particularly, her focused and earnest expression captivated Lin Xie, leaving him momentarily spellbound. This is delightful, Lin Xie thought as he struggled to sit up, watching Bai Mushi place the clay pot on the dining table. The enticing aroma growing stronger. Bai Mushi did not glance at him, merely serving herself a bowl of soup, her tone unembellished. Come over and drink the soup. You exerted yourself greatly last night. Hearing this, Lin Xie's face flushed. The events of the previous night came rushing back. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and threw off the covers to get out of bed. As he steadied himself, he felt his legs wobble, and a wave of soreness radiated from his waist. Lin Xie grimaced, realizing the vast difference in stamina between a martial artist and an ordinary person was not trivial. Bai Mushi observed this all, a hint of a smile playing on her lips before she quickly resumed her usual cool demeanor. With a slight frown, she said in a tone laced with disdain, "Hurry and shower. You smell terrible." Instantly embarrassed, Lin Xie lowered his head and sniffed himself. The mingling scents of last night's sweat and something indescribable were indeed unpleasant. He quickly replied, all right, I'm going right now," and dashed into the bathroom. Living in a new house was indeed refreshing. Although this government-allotted housing was modest, it was fully equipped. Most importantly, he no longer had to queue for the solitary bathroom with his parents and 3 younger siblings as he did at home. Hot water gushed from the shower head, washing away his fatigue and grime, gradually clearing his muddled thoughts. Soon, Lin Xie finished his ablutions, wrapping a towel around his waist as he emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his damp hair. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the previous night and a slight enhancement in his attributes, his physique appeared slightly more defined than before. While not yet muscular, the outline of some abdominal muscles could be discerned on his flat stomach, exuding the vitality unique to a young man. Bai Mushi sat at the dining table, instinctively looking up at the sound. When her gaze fell upon Lin Xie's subtly defined abs, her breath caught, and her cheeks flushed crimson, as if ignited by fire. She hurriedly averted her eyes, her heart racing uncontrollably, her ears growing warm. Has this man always had such an admirable physique? How had she never noticed before? No, she had never had the chance to. Bai Mushi bit her lip, striving to regain her composure. Lin Xie remained oblivious to her fleeting moment of awkwardness as he walked directly to the table and sat down. Gazing into the bowl filled with creamy soup that appeared to contain unrecognizable herbs and chunks of meat, he inhaled the enticing aroma. He picked up a spoon and cautiously tasted it. The delicious broth exploded on his palate, a warm wave flowing down his throat and spreading throughout his body, dissipating his fatigue and soreness. This is exquisite, Lin Xie exclaimed, genuinely surprised by the delightful flavor of the soup. Bai Mushi, hearing his praise, felt a flicker of joy sparkle in her eyes, though her tone remained composed. This is the nourishing soup, made from the bones and flesh of low-level exotic beasts and several warming herbs. It is beneficial for recovering energy. If you exert yourself like last night again, you can drink more. Her voice trailed off, lowering slightly as a blush crept onto her face. Lin Xie sensed her concern woven into her words, warming his heart. He raised his head, gazing earnestly at Bai Mushi. Thank you, Mushi. Bai Mushi, feeling slightly uncomfortable under his gaze, averted her eyes and softly replied, What are you thanking me for? We are partners. This is only natural. Her voice was soft, yet Lin Xie heard her clearly. Partner. He silently repeated the word in his heart, a peculiar sensation blossoming within him. He chose not to elaborate further, focusing instead on savoring his soup. After finishing a bowl of hot soup, Lin Xie felt a significant reduction in his fatigue, his strength returning. He looked at Bai Mushi, noticing she was also sipping her soup, her blush still lingering on her cheeks. Bai Mushi sensed Lin Xie's gaze fixed on her face, causing her to pause mid-sip. She raised her head to meet his eyes, awkwardly inquiring, Is there something on my face? With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Lin Xie replied, his gaze warm and attentive, You look truly beautiful. Such simple words rippled through Bai Mushi's heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating waves of emotion. In an instant, Bai Mushi's cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red, akin to a ripe apple, her ears blushing as well. She shot Lin Xie an exasperated glare, her tone carrying a touch of annoyance. You smooth talker. Despite her words, a subtle glimmer of joy and shyness danced in her eyes. What woman does not relish compliments? Especially in this ambiguous morning atmosphere, coming from her partner. To mask her embarrassment, Bai Mushi hastily shifted the topic, adopting a serious expression as she urged, Hurry and eat. Finish quickly and get to work. Today is your first day, don't be late. Lin Xie nodded with a smile, and then asked, What about you? Do you have any plans for today? Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi's eyes flickered momentarily, her movements pausing slightly. She set down the bowl of soup in her hands, hesitating for a moment before speaking in a tone tinged with uncertainty. I might be pregnant. This morning, the automatic detection function of my personal terminal suggested I should get checked. I have already made an appointment for a detailed examination at the community health center tomorrow. Although Lin Xie had received this news through the system in advance and was prepared for it, hearing Bai Mushi say it aloud still elicited an immediate expression of surprise and delight from him. Really, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just received momentous news. Seeing his astonished demeanor, Bai Mushi felt a surge of inexplicable emotions, anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of relief that the dust had finally settled. She nodded gently, affirming, "Yes, the physiological indicators monitored by my personal terminal this morning suggest a high probability." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie broke into a broad grin, boasting, "It seems my efforts last night were quite effective." Bai Mushi was both embarrassed and infuriated by his blunt yet teasing remark, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She grabbed a napkin from the table, crumpled it into a ball, and pretended to throw it at him, playfully admonishing, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and eat." The playful pout on her lips, however, appeared charming in Lin Xie's eyes. Seeing her reaction, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, yet his face still bore a proud smile. All right. I won't say anything more. Let's eat." He understood that Bai Mushi was shy, and it was best to leave such matters lightly touched upon. Nevertheless, he felt an immense joy within. In a single night, he had not only activated the extraordinary system, but also succeeded in making his partner conceive. This was the first step toward being a winner in life. Bai Mushi, observing his smug demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Ultimately, she merely huffed lightly, choosing to ignore him as she returned to her soup. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips and the fleeting glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her current good spirits. After all, for a woman eager to support her martial arts training through maternity benefits, the early signs of pregnancy were undoubtedly splendid news. This meant her plans for continued cultivation could commence sooner than anticipated. The atmosphere at the dining table grew subtly charged with joy, expectation, and a silent camaraderie born from their shared goal. Chapter 10. Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. After breakfast, Lin Xie donned the standard uniform of a farm administrator, a durable deep blue work outfit. Bai Mushi adjusted his collar for him. "Be careful on the road," she advised. "Yes, you too. Rest well at home and don't overwork yourself," Lin Xie replied, his gaze gentle. They exchanged smiles, a quiet warmth passing between them without the need for excessive words. Upon stepping outside, Lin Xie's mind conjured the system panel. Host: Lin Xie. Genetic potential: 615. Physical ability: 56. Mental ability: 62. Energetic ability: 10. Martial arts: level 1. Set 128 of radio calisthenics: 110. Partner: Bai Mushi. Affection level: 60. 10. Offspring: 1. In gestation. To his astonishment, Bai Mushi's affection level had subtly increased by 10 points, and his physical ability had risen by 1 point. Lin Xie felt buoyant, his steps lightened with cheer. Arriving at the express bus station at the community entrance, he noticed several others waiting. The crisp morning air enveloped him, and the silhouette of the energy tower gradually emerged in the dawn light. Just then, a vaguely familiar figure caught his eye. Dressed in the same deep blue uniform, a slightly stout young man was absorbed in his personal terminal, occasionally sighing. "How's he?" Lin Xie tentatively called out. The slightly plump youth looked up suddenly, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Lin Xie? What the heck are you doing here?" He scrutinized Lin Xie's uniform with a peculiar expression. Lin Xie greeted him with a smile. "What a coincidence. I accepted a post-graduation placement and was assigned to Grain District 16. Wang Hao, a high school classmate of Lin Xie, had slightly poorer academic performance. With a genetic potential of only 3, he was among the first in their class to abandon his martial aspirations and opt for placement." Wang Hao nodded, his astonishment still evident. "I'm also in Grain District 16, Farm 952. What about you?" "Farm 939, Lin Xie replied. "Hey, that's not too far." Wang Hao moved a step closer, lowering his voice. "Xie, I never expected this. I thought you would at least try for a private university." Lin Xie shrugged. "The tuition is too expensive." Wang Hao nodded in agreement. "True, starting work early is better. For families like ours, a stable placement is the way to go. My parents said the moment the exam results came out, they urged me to submit a partner matching application right away, saying that settling down and having children to qualify for benefits is the right path." At this point, Wang Hao scrutinized Lin Xie closely. "Wait a minute, Xie. This station is right at the entrance of Sunflower Garden. Only citizens who have completed partner matching and registered to form families are assigned housing here. Did you successfully match so quickly?" It was noteworthy that from the end of the college entrance examination to placement, partner matching, and housing allocation. Although the process was swift, it still took several days. For Lin Xie to be here in work attire waiting for a bus meant he had completed all procedures almost immediately after the exam results were announced. Lin Xie nodded. Yeah, I just moved in yesterday. Wow. Wang Hao was utterly shocked. You're impressive. Wang Hao had not anticipated Lin Xie's rapidity. He had assumed this fellow would be too ambitious, solely focused on martial arts. Just then, Lin Xie's personal terminal on his wrist lit up, emitting a soft notification sound. He glanced at it and saw a message from Bai Mushi. Upon opening it, his pupils dilated slightly. The authorization for the initial training of 8 treasure skill has been sent to your account. I saw you practicing radio calisthenics last night. This 8 treasure skill is slightly more efficient. Familiarize yourself with it, and I will teach you when you return tonight. Accompanying the message was an electronic certificate for the martial arts authorization. A warm current surged through Lin Xie's heart. 8 treasure skill. This was an officially revised and promoted initial advanced martial art by the Taurus Martial Arts Bureau, boasting an efficiency at least 10 times greater than set 128 of radio calisthenics. Though it was merely a beginner version, it was a highly coveted resource for ordinary individuals, especially freshly graduated high school students. More importantly, in the Galactic Empire, any legitimate martial arts were strictly protected by copyright. To practice them, one must acquire authorization through official channels. Unauthorized dissemination or practice of unapproved martial arts could result in severe penalties, ranging from hefty fines to imprisonment. The price for a beginner's 8 treasure skill was modest, around 1,000 credit points. However, tutoring fees were exorbitant. A single lesson could cost 200 to 300 credit points for small classes, with one-on-one sessions exceeding 500 credit points. Lin Xie had refrained from practicing due to his parents' reluctance. Yet Bai Mushi had purchased it for him and even offered to teach him personally. One can only say that a skilled martial artist is truly captivating. Yet, the price for such a lure is one that the average man of humble origins cannot bear. Just as Lin Xie felt a surge of emotion within, his companion Wang Hao, with keen eyes, caught sight of the petite avatar of Bai Mushi on Lin Xie's terminal screen. It was a standard identification photograph. The woman in the image possessed exquisitely defined features, with skin as fair and delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes exuded an aura of aloofness and an indescribable confidence that could repel even the most ardent admirers. Even a mere avatar could not conceal her stunning beauty and remarkable presence. Wang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. He seized Lin Xie's arm, his voice brimming with excitement. Lin Xie, is this truly the partner you matched with? Lin Xie, feeling somewhat uneasy under Wang Hao's gaze, had no intention of concealing the truth. After all, they would soon be colleagues, and Bai Mushi's existence would inevitably become known. He calmly nodded. Yes. What the hell? Wang Hao exclaimed, disbelief and jealousy saturating his tone. Chapter 11. Wife Wang Hao's face contorted with envy, as he thought to himself. This must be a deceptive photograph. There can't possibly be such an exquisitely beautiful woman in reality, especially not for someone like Lin Xie, a mere farm administrator. His own partner, while not unattractive, paled in comparison to Lin Xie's match, akin to the difference between an ordinary passerby and a celestial being. Why should this be? At that moment, the hover train gently arrived at the station. Ding. The vehicle has arrived. Please mind your step. Lin Xie patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Let's go. It's time to board. The two of them entered the train, one after the other. The cabin was sparsely occupied, and Lin Xie selected a seat by the window, while Wang Hao silently sat across from him, separated by an aisle. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao remained distracted. He opened his personal terminal and viewed a photograph of his own partner. The girl in the image appeared rather ordinary, with a few freckles adorning her face. Yet her smile radiated a wholesome simplicity. The more he observed, the more he felt a sense of frustration. Recalling the fleeting glimpse of Bai Mushi's avatar intensified his feelings of imbalance. It must be a deceptive photograph. Wang Hao gritted his teeth internally. He could not fathom how Lin Xie could have matched with such an exceptional partner. Perhaps that woman harbored some undisclosed flaw. As the hover train glided smoothly along, the scenery outside whizzed past. The towering buildings receded, replaced by an expanse of standardized farmlands. These fields were divided into numerous vast blocks, with various crops thriving under artificial lighting and precise temperature control systems. Occasionally, one could see large, semi-automated agricultural machines stationed in the fields, requiring operators like them to manage them. Wang Hao remained lost in his thoughts, stealing glances at Lin Xie with a complex expression. He simply could not comprehend how Lin Xie, handsome as he was, could also be so fortunate. It was simply unjust. That woman must have some hidden ailment or a particularly dreadful disposition. Otherwise, how could she possibly be paired with Lin Xie? The more he pondered, the more he felt vindicated in his assumptions, and his heart found a slight sense of balance. Meanwhile, Lin Xie paid no heed to Wang Hao's inner turmoil. He closed his eyes to rest, while his mind meticulously studied the 8 treasures skill. This technique was indeed far more intricate than the 128th set of radiogymnastics. It not only included corresponding breathing methods, but also required precise control over bodily movements. This was precisely why it could not be widely promoted. Even school teachers found it troublesome to teach the radiogymnastics, let alone this skill for free. I must diligently study this with my wife when I return home. Lin Xie mused inwardly. Before long, the announcement rang out, indicating the train's arrival. Grain District 16, Station 950 has arrived. Passengers heading to farms 930 to 960, please disembark. Lin Xie and Wang Hao rose simultaneously. I'm heading to farm 952, just over there. Wang Hao pointed in a direction. And you? Which way to 939? I'll go this way. Lin Xie indicated the opposite direction. All right, let's catch up later. Wishing you a smooth day at work. Wang Hao waved dismissively, striding towards his assigned farm. Following the signs, Lin Xie quickly located the management office of Farm 939. It was a modest 3-story building, unpretentious in appearance. Upon entering the reception hall on the first floor, Lin Xie presented his identification and assignment notification to a staff member operating a terminal. Ah, Lin Xie. Welcome to Farm 939. I'm the logistics supervisor, Zhang, greeted a middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly plump, with warmth in his demeanor. Supervisor Zhang briefly introduced Lin Xie to the farm's basic operations, responsibilities, and important considerations. Farm 939 primarily cultivated high-energy nutritional grains and several specialty cash crops. Zhang guided Lin Xie through the work environment, provided basic tools, and activated his work badge via his personal terminal. Your work area is Zone C7, where we primarily grow the Gene Sui No. 1 high-energy nutritional grain. Here is the operation manual and a map of the area for you to familiarize yourself with. Today is mainly for orientation. You'll start officially tomorrow. Supervisor Zhang handed Lin Xie a datapad. Lin Xie took the datapad and perused it briefly. The role of a farm administrator, while sounding straightforward, was, in fact, quite intricate. Firstly, one must master the operation of various semi-automated agricultural machines, including seeders, fertilizer applicators, irrigation system controllers, and most importantly, harvesters. Although these machines were labeled semi-automated, many critical processes still required human intervention and adjustments, particularly when dealing with crops at different growth stages or unexpected situations. Secondly, he was responsible for the daily monitoring of crops within his designated C7 zone. This involved observing crop growth, recording data such as plant height, leaf color, and signs of pest or disease. These data needed to be uploaded in real time to the farm's central database for analysis by the technical department. Finally, he was also tasked with the daily maintenance of relevant equipment in the area and basic troubleshooting. This included checking the irrigation pipes for blockages, ensuring sensor readings were accurate, and maintaining the lubrication and cleanliness of agricultural machinery. If any issues arose that he could not resolve independently, he would need to report them promptly. Thus, this position required both physical stamina and meticulous attention to detail. Supervisor Zhang led Lin Xie to Zone C7. Before them stretched a golden sea of grain, flourishing and exuding a faint aroma. This is Gene Sui No. 1, one of our star system's primary food crops, known for its high energy conversion rate and pleasant flavor. Zhang explained, your job is to ensure its successful growth until it is ready for harvest. Nearby were several agricultural machines that Lin Xie had spotted earlier on the hover train. These are the multifunctional cultivators of Type 3, which integrate various functions such as seeding, fertilizing, and weeding. They are user-friendly, and the datapad contains detailed tutorials. That large machine over there is the Harvest Beast No. 5 combined harvester. You will use it once the crops are mature, Supervisor Zhang elaborated, pointing out the machinery. Lin Xie listened intently, nodding occasionally. Although his heart was set on martial cultivation, he was determined to perform well in this job he had accepted. Moreover, a stable job meant a stable income. For the sake of his family and to support Bai Mushi's training, this was essential. All right, for today, take your time to familiarize yourself with the environment and review the operation manual. Should you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me through internal communication or consult with other seasoned employees. The ambience at our farm is quite pleasant, and everyone is always willing to lend a hand, remarked Supervisor Zhang, gently patting Lin Xie's shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang, Lin Xie expressed gratefully. After Supervisor Zhang departed, Lin Xie began to meander through Area C7 alone. He activated his data panel and commenced a diligent study of the operational methods for agricultural machinery and the intricacies of crop maintenance. Occasionally, other farm administrators would drive their small patrol vehicles past the area under his charge, casting curious glances his way, yet engaging in little conversation. Lin Xie relished the tranquility. Immersing himself completely in his studies, he discovered that although agricultural technology in this era was highly advanced, it still relied heavily on human management and decision-making. The so-called modern farmer was not as straightforward as he had initially envisioned. Before long, the day slipped away. When his personal terminal signaled the end of his shift, Lin Xie stretched, feeling a bit fatigued, but more so, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. He had gained a preliminary understanding of his new role and had begun to formulate a fresh outlook on his future. Time to head home. My wife must have dinner ready, and she is going to teach me the 8 treasures skill tonight. The thought of Bai Mushi brought an involuntary smile to Lin Xie's lips, his steps becoming noticeably lighter. Upon returning to the Sunflower Garden, Building B, Apartment 1314, Lin Xie accessed the door with his terminal privileges. Honey, I'm back. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Bai Mushi. Clad in a snug black training outfit, her figure was gracefully accentuated. Sweat clung to her hair and attire, adhering closely to her skin, and a few damp strands adorned her smooth forehead, adding a hint of allure post-exercise. Her cheeks bore a healthy flush from the vigorous workout, and her breath came in slightly labored gasps. Upon hearing Lin Xie's casual address, Bai Mushi visibly stiffened, her complexion deepening with a richer blush, and her gaze darted away. After a brief moment of hesitation, seemingly mustering courage, she finally uttered softly, "Husband, you're back." This marked the first instance of Bai Mushi addressing him as husband. Lin Xie's heart fluttered, captivated by her bashful yet composed demeanor, finding her utterly endearing. Sensing Lin Xie's intense gaze, Bai Mushi hastily shifted the topic, gesturing towards the kitchen. "I've prepared dinner. I had some time to spare, so I practiced for a bit." Understanding her dedication, Lin Xie smiled knowingly. Bai Mushi, feeling a bit self-conscious under his scrutiny, blushed intensely and stammered, I'm all sweaty. I'll go take a shower." With that, she swiftly turned and hurried toward the bathroom. However, as soon as she stepped inside and barely had time to shut the door, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. In the next moment, Lin Xie appeared at the bathroom door. Bai Mushi gasped, instinctively trying to close the door, but Lin Xie was quick to slip inside. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, flustered and anxious. Lin Xie chuckled, wrapping his arms around her from behind, whispering warmly in her ear, "Wife, let us shower together. It conserves water and aligns with the Empire's initiative." An hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Bai Mushi emerged, her cheeks flushed, dressed in a fresh cotton loungewear. Her damp hair still slightly wet, exuding a fragrant aroma from her bath. She lowered her head, avoiding Lin Xie's gaze, and hurried to the dining table, quietly serving him rice while her ears remained crimson. The events from the bathroom replayed in her mind, igniting a rush of embarrassment and quickening her heartbeat. This man was becoming increasingly mischievous. Meanwhile, Lin Xie appeared invigorated as he settled at the table, observing Bai Mushi's bashful demeanor, which lifted his spirits. At the dinner table, Bai Mushi endeavored to steady her emotions and inquired calmly, "How was your first day at work?" Lin Xie took a mouthful of rice. Smiling as he responded, "It was fine. The job isn't difficult, just a bit tedious. The farm supervisor seems quite nice, and my colleagues appear to be easy to get along with." He briefly shared the day's tasks and observations. Bai Mushi listened intently, nodding occasionally and posing a question here and there. Although her heart was devoted to martial arts, she did not entirely neglect her concern for her partner's work and life. After dinner, Lin Xie suggested, "Honey, let us take a walk to digest our meal." Bai Mushi paused momentarily, surprised. A walk? Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Lin Xie's eyes, she inexplicably nodded, "Okay." They changed into casual clothes and strolled out hand in hand. Under the night sky, the Sunflower Garden was brightly illuminated, with numerous residents walking and chatting, brimming with the essence of life. As Lin Xie and Bai Mushi walked side by side in comfortable silence, an inexplicable warmth flowed between them, dispelling any awkwardness. Bai Mushi, tall and elegant, matched Lin Xie in height even in flat shoes. Walking beside him, she felt the warmth radiating from his hand, stirring unfamiliar sensations within her. This tranquil and stable life seemed far less intolerable than she had imagined. Just as they were savoring this rare moment of serenity, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, Lin Xie, what a coincidence. Lin Xie turned to the source of the voice and saw Wang Hao, who was accompanied by a somewhat curvaceous girl, approaching them. Wang Hao's gaze froze upon noticing Bai Mushi at Lin Xie's side. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mouth slightly agape. He wore an expression of disbelief. During the day on the express line, he had only glimpsed Bai Mushi's avatar, and while he found her stunning, he had clung to a faint hope that it was merely a flattering photo. But now, the real Bai Mushi stood before him, even more enchanting than her picture. Her tall, well-proportioned figure remained captivating beneath her casual attire, and her exquisitely beautiful face, illuminated by the streetlights, revealed fair, delicate skin that glowed with health. Especially her cool phoenix eyes, which softened in Lin Xie's presence, radiating charm that was both inviting and alluring. She stood quietly beside Lin Xie, her ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Wang Hao felt as though his breath had been momentarily suspended. This was truly a celestial maiden descending to earth. The tumult within Wang Hao's heart lasted but a fleeting moment. He still understood the basics of social etiquette. Despite his somewhat rigid expression, he managed to smile and introduced, Xie, this is my partner, Zhang Qian. Qian, this is my high school classmate, Lin Xie. And this lovely lady must be your sister-in-law? Wang Hao's gaze roamed over by Mushi. Zhang Qian, Wang Hao's partner, appeared earnest and slightly shy as she curiously regarded Lin Xie. Upon observing his tall and handsome figure, her eyes brightened, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Hello. Lin Xie. Sister-in-law, hello. Bai Mushi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Xie reciprocated with a smile. Hello, Wang Hao, Zhang Qian. This is my partner, Bai Mushi. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Sensing the subtle awkwardness, Lin Xie took the initiative to break the silence. We just finished dinner and decided to take a leisurely stroll. What about you two? We too need to get some fresh air, Wang Hao replied with a forced smile. All right, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take our leave, Lin Xie said, pulling Bai Mushi's hand as they departed. Okay, let's chat again another day. Wang Hao hurriedly added. The two parties brushed past each other. After walking a short distance, Zhang Qian couldn't resist tugging at Wang Hao's sleeve and whispered, How's he? Your classmate and his partner seem like a perfect match. The man is handsome, and the woman is beautiful. They are truly a sight to behold together. Her voice was laced with envy. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a pang of discomfort, yet he maintained a nonchalant smile. Wrapping his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and saying, Hey, different strokes for different folks. To be honest, I don't fancy those who are too thin, in my eyes. Someone like you, with a bit of meat, is the most attractive. It's comfortable to hold. As he spoke, he playfully pinched Zhang Qian's waist. Zhang Qian burst into laughter, her cheeks flushing deeper as she lightly punched Wang Hao's chest, teasing, You're such a charmer. All you know is how to sweet-talk me. Despite her words, the joy and satisfaction in her eyes were unmistakable. What woman does not relish sweet nothings, especially when her partner can utter such words? It made her heart swell with delight in contrast. Wang Hao, observing the blissful smile on Zhang Qian's face, found that his earlier sense of imbalance dissipated significantly. He mused to himself, what does it matter if a partner is beautiful? Life ultimately requires a grounded existence. In his view, extraordinarily beautiful women often come with higher expectations and demands, complicating the relationship. Just like Lin Xie's partner, who seemed to embody a cool, aloof demeanor, perhaps even harboring a tempestuous temperament behind closed doors. Unlike his Zhang Qian, who was gentle, considerate, and family-oriented, a woman capable of creating a serene life together. Isn't it true that contentment breeds happiness? Wang Hao reassured himself that his comfort was paramount. He wrapped his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders and gently suggested, Come, Qian. Let's check out that new dessert shop over there. I've heard the flavors are delightful. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi continued their leisurely stroll within the community. Although Bai Mushi's expression remained somewhat cool, she firmly held Lin Xie's hand without letting go. Lin Xie could sense her subtle emotional shifts and found it amusing. Mushi, he suddenly inquired, did you seldom venture out like this before? Bai Mushi paused slightly at his question, then shook her head, replying softly, I mostly spent my time training or worrying about tuition fees. Her tone was quite neutral, revealing little emotion. Yet, Lin Xie could envision the hardships she had endured. A young girl shouldering enormous debt while pursuing her martial aspirations. Such sorrow and pressure are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Lin Xie tightened his grip on her hand, speaking with unwavering conviction, that won't be the case anymore. With me around, all you need to do is focus on your training. Bai Mushi shivered slightly, turning to gaze at Lin Xie's earnest profile. The street lamp's glow illuminated his face, highlighting his sharp features, and the brightness in his eyes radiated a comforting warmth. Her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. An inexplicable affection enveloped her like a gentle spring rain, nourishing her long-parched heart. She remained silent, simply murmuring in agreement as she leaned her head against Lin Chia's shoulder. The night breeze caressed them, carrying a slight chill, yet it could not disperse the growing intimacy between them. Chapter 14. 8 Treasures Technique. Lin Chia felt the gentle touch and faint fragrance on his shoulder, warming his heart and slowing his pace. They walked quietly together, nestled in each other's presence along the tree-lined path of the community. The surrounding clamor seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats. After some time, Baimushi appeared a bit fatigued, her steps slowing. "Are you tired?" Lin Chia asked softly. "A little," Baimushi replied lazily. "Shall we head back?" "All right." They turned towards home. Upon returning, Baimushi took the initiative to offer guidance on the 8 Treasures technique. In the makeshift training room that had once been the master bedroom, they stood facing each other. Baimushi donned a loose, comfortable training outfit, her expression focused and serious. Although the 8 Treasures technique is a basic form, it boasts solid foundations, providing excellent training for body coordination and strength application. First, memorize the movements. "And then I'll teach you the accompanying breathing methods," Baimushi explained as she began to demonstrate the 8 Treasures technique. Her movements were graceful and fluid, every transition filled with strength and beauty, clearly indicating her familiarity with this practice. Lin Chia observed attentively, striving to commit each movement to memory. After completing a set of movements, Baimushi gently panted, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She looked at Lin Chia and asked, "So, how much have you remembered?" Lin Chia, feeling awkward, replied, "I'm not really sure." "Well, there's no need to be too tense," Baimushi said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She then explained, "After becoming a prospective martial artist in my 3rd year, I started teaching children this 8 Treasures technique part-time. I've accumulated about 5 years of teaching experience now, so it shouldn't be a problem to guide you through the basics." As Lin Chia clumsily mimicked Baimushi's instructions, he curiously asked, "Dear, how much do you charge the children for lessons?" Baimushi's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of pride in her voice as she replied, "In the beginning, due to my lack of experience, I charged 300 credit points per hour. Now that I have more experience and a good reputation, I've raised it to 500 credit points per hour." Lin Chia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Wow. So, my dear wife essentially just gifted me 1,000 credit points tonight." Baimushi huffed playfully. "Humph. Now you know, don't you? Hurry up and study hard. If you don't learn well, you'll have to compensate me for my time double." Though she spoke teasingly, the joy in her eyes was undeniable. "As you command, my lady." Lin Chia straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor for learning. In the time that followed, Baimushi patiently corrected each of Lin Chia's movements, explaining the techniques for exerting force and coordinating breathing. As night deepened, the living room remained brightly lit, casting a glow on their devoted practice. Lin Chia diligently imitated Baimushi's movements, striving for precision in every action. However, as it was his first encounter with the 8 Treasures technique, his coordination and strength control felt awkward and clumsy. After some time, his movements still appeared stiff and unrefined, indicating he had yet to grasp the essentials and had a long way to go before truly mastering the technique. Baimushi observed his earnest yet misguided attempts and found it amusing but refrained from pointing it out. She kindly encouraged, "Take your time, there's no rush. This technique may seem simple, but to truly master it and find that harmony of strength, it requires time. I've taught many students, and most take between 3 months to 6 months to get the hang of it. You're only on your first day, so don't put too much pressure on yourself." Naturally, she had also encountered exceptionally gifted students who managed to grasp the essence of the 8 Treasures technique within a week, smoothly transitioning into practice. However, it was clear that Lin Chia did not belong to that category of prodigies. Baimushi, of course, would not voice this to avoid dampening his enthusiasm. After all, he was her partner, her husband, and deserved encouragement. Lin Chia nodded in response, yet a sense of helplessness welled up within him. He discreetly glanced at the system panel in his mind. Under the Cultivation Methods section, beneath the 128 set of radio calisthenics, a new line of information indeed appeared. 8 Treasures skill, not yet initiated. Chapter 15, Pregnancy Check. Lin Chia sighed inwardly, realizing that he had yet to master this 8 Treasures skill. It seemed that the complexity of the 8 Treasures skill was considerably greater than that of the radio calisthenics. Noticing his contemplative demeanor, Baimushi spoke up. "Take some time to digest what I just taught you and attune yourself to the subtle changes in your body. I will practice for a while." With that, she moved to the other side to commence her practice of the 8 Treasures skill. Mushi's training aimed to elevate the level of the 8 treasures skill, thereby enhancing her genetic potential. Once her genetic potential reached a level of 10, she would ascend to the status of a martial artist. Observing Mushi's focused dedication, Lin Xie felt an increasing sense of urgency. After some contemplation, he decided that since mastering the 8 treasures skill would take time, he would first enhance the 128th set of radio calisthenics. After all, the progress in practicing radio calisthenics was visibly tangible. Each session resulted in a noticeable advancement on the system panel's progress bar. This palpable sense of progress was immensely significant to him. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xie cast aside his doubts about the 8 treasures skill, took a deep breath, and began executing the 128th set of radio calisthenics with meticulous precision. Although he had practiced this set for a decade and was thoroughly familiar with it, the system's enhancement was remarkably magical. Regardless of the precision of his movements, merely completing the routine signified an augmentation of his strength. During her practice, Mushi occasionally opened her eyes to see Lin Xie diligently performing what she deemed an inefficient set of radio calisthenics. Her brows furrowed slightly, yet she refrained from commenting further. Everyone has their own choices and habits. As long as he found it effective, that was sufficient. Moreover, seeing his earnest demeanor, Mushi felt reluctant to impart further advice. As time passed, Lin Xie immersed himself in the training of radio calisthenics, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Sweat soaked his garments, yet he showed no inclination to cease. 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 210. 128th set of radio calisthenics level 1, 310. Time flowed quietly amidst his focused practice. Sweat trickled down Lin Xie's forehead, splattering onto the floor. After 2 hours of continuous practice, coupled with nearly 2 hours spent learning the 8 treasures skill from Mushi, Lin Xie felt every cell in his body groan, as fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. His movements grew increasingly sluggish, and his breathing became labored. Mushi had already concluded her training and, upon witnessing Lin Xie's weary yet resolute state, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes: confusion, concern, and an inexplicable touch of admiration. This man, though lacking in innate talent, possessed a tenacity and dedication that made her see him in a new light. Finally, when Lin Xie barely managed to complete the final round of radio calisthenics, he could no longer hold himself upright. His legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mushi rushed forward to support him. "All right, that's enough for today. You've worked hard," she said, her voice imbued with a subtle tenderness. Leaning against Mushi, Lin Xie gasped for air, barely able to muster the strength to speak. He simply nodded weakly. Mushi assisted him into the bathroom and prepared a warm bath for him. Lin Xie, almost on instinct, finished his shower and collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to cover himself with the blanket, swiftly succumbing to deep slumber, his snores soon echoing the room. Mushi gazed at his peaceful visage, shaking her head in exasperation, and gently tucked him in. Afterward, she proceeded to freshen up and return to bed, listening to the steady rhythm of his snores beside her. Mushi found herself battling insomnia. She could not comprehend Lin Xie's unwavering dedication to the seemingly inefficient radio calisthenics. Did he truly believe that such exercises could alter his fate? The following morning, Lin Xie was roused by a slight sense of pressure. Groggily opening his eyes, he first noticed Mushi's small, delicate foot resting squarely on his abdomen. Amused, he carefully shifted her leg aside. Mushi yawned and woke up. In the bathroom, the two stood side by side at the sink, brushing their teeth. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden hue on the basin. With a mouthful of foam, Mushi mumbled, "I need to visit the community medical center for a checkup today." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie turned with concern, asking, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Mushi rinsed her mouth and shook her head. "No need. You just started your job at the farm, and it would be inconvenient to take leave. It's just a routine early pregnancy checkup, and I can manage it myself. It won't take long." With a playful gesture, she raised her small, white fist, adding with a hint of pride, "Besides, I'm now a more capable martial artist than you." Lin Xie, unable to resist her charming demeanor, chuckled and affectionately tapped her pert nose, teasingly declaring, Yes, my wife is the most formidable, the strongest in the world." Mushi blushed slightly at his praise, casting him a playful glare. Flatterer. Though she feigned annoyance, the mirth in her eyes was undeniable. After their playful banter, they completed their morning routine. Mushi donned a loose, comfortable light-colored dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, exuding a softness distinct from her usual assertive demeanor. After a simple breakfast, Lin Xie cautioned, "When the results come out, remember to let me know right away. Be careful on the way." I will, and you too. Don't be late for work, Mushi replied, nodding as she saw him to the door. Lin Xie gently kissed her forehead before turning to leave. As he walked away, Mushi couldn't help but smile gently, a warmth spreading across her face. The feeling of being cared for and concerned for was rather pleasant. She placed a hand on her flat abdomen, her gaze filled with anticipation and a hint of unspoken anxiety. Chapter 16. Limitations too low in the C7 district farmland. Lin Xie activated the multifunctional agricultural platform of the Cultivator Model 3, beginning to practice and familiarize himself with his work. Just as he settled in and adjusted the control panel, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated. It was a voice message from Mushi. Hubby, the test results are in. The doctor said I'm pregnant. Mushi's voice, brimming with uncontainable joy and a hint of excitement, resonated clearly through the terminal. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Lin Xie's face. Though he had anticipated this news, hearing it firsthand filled him with immeasurable happiness and exhilaration. He promptly switched to video call mode. And soon Mushi's face, adorned with a gentle smile, appeared on the screen. Wife, that's wonderful. Lin Xie exclaimed, how are you feeling now? Everything is well. Mushi replied, her cheeks flushed with health. The doctor advised that early pregnancy requires rest and a balanced diet, and he prescribed some nutritional supplements for me. That's great. That's great. Lin Xie nodded repeatedly. Once you return home, make sure to rest well. Don't do any heavy work. I'll handle everything when I get back. I know. You focus on your work. I'm not made of paper, Mushi chided playfully. Though her tone was filled with sweetness. The two individuals engaged in conversation for a while longer, exchanging a few words of concern before reluctantly ending their video call. Lin Xie set down the terminal, his heart still in a state of agitation. He was going to become a father. The sensation was both strange and exhilarating. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself and began familiarizing himself with the operation of agricultural machinery. The tasks on the farm that day were not particularly demanding. As it was not the busy season, most crops were in their growth phase and required minimal intervention. Lin Xie drove the Type 3 cultivator around his designated area, inspecting the irrigation system and the operational status of the sensors, while recording some basic data. After completing these routine tasks, he realized there was little else for him to do. Since there was nothing pressing, why not practice some calisthenics? Once that thought crossed his mind, he could no longer suppress it. After all, this was his exclusive work area, and few people ventured here. He parked the operation platform at the edge of the field, found a relatively flat piece of land, and began performing the 128 set of calisthenics with precision. The morning sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the golden waves of grain, creating a soft sound, as if accompanying him in his exercise. An hour later, he completed a set of calisthenics. Lin Xie felt invigorated, and his spirits lifted considerably. He glanced at the system panel. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 410. Not bad. He had made progress. After a simple lunch of nutritious meals provided by the farm and a brief rest, Lin Xie found another moment of leisure in the afternoon and once again immersed himself in the practice of calisthenics. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, but he reveled in it. Each effective practice session brought him closer to his goal. By the end of the afternoon's training, the progress bar on the system panel updated once more. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 510. Excellent. Halfway there, Lin Xie felt a surge of excitement. Finally, reaching the end of the workday, he could scarcely contain his eagerness to board the express line back to his community. The thought of his gentle wife and a warm meal waiting for him made his steps light and buoyant. Upon arriving home, indeed, Mushi had prepared a sumptuous dinner and was busily tying her apron in the kitchen. Honey, I'm home. Lin Xie gently embraced her from behind. Mushi, startled by his sudden gesture, playfully swatted his hand. You're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. Her voice was as gentle as flowing water. Lin Xie grinned widely, feeling the warmth of home enveloping him. After dinner, Mushi patiently guided Lin Xie through the techniques and force application of the 8 treasures skill. However, considering her pregnancy, the instruction time was reduced to 1 hour starting today, and her own practice time correspondingly shortened to an hour as well. Your movements are more coordinated than yesterday. Keep it up, Mushi encouraged. Though she was aware that Lin Xie still had a long way to go before mastering the 8 treasures skill, Lin Xie nodded earnestly, practicing diligently. After an hour of guidance on the 8 treasures skill, Mushi settled down to meditate and consolidate her cultivation, also serving as a form of prenatal education. Meanwhile, Lin Xie eagerly dove back into the 128 set of calisthenics training. For him, the mastery of the 8 treasures skill was still a distant goal. The progression of calisthenics was clearly visible. Moreover, According to the system, once the training permissions were unlocked, he could directly cultivate to the maximum level. Under the lights, his silhouette repeatedly executed those familiar movements. Sweat soaked through his clothes, and his muscles trembled slightly from exhaustion, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 610. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 710. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 810. That night, he diligently practiced calisthenics for 3 full hours, completing 3 rounds. When the last round concluded, Lin Qian nearly collapsed, gasping for breath. Although his body felt utterly drained, the sight of the gratifying progress bar on the system panel filled him with anticipation. Just 2 more sessions. Tomorrow, he would surely level up. This thought buoyed him, igniting a profound excitement within. After completing his nightly routine, Lin Qian fell into bed almost instantly, too weary to exchange more than a few words with Bai Mushi. She gazed at his sleeping profile, shaking her head in resignation. With a gentle sigh, she mused, "This is how ordinary people are when faced with challenges. They often choose paths that are familiar and comfortable, finding it difficult to persist in overcoming new hurdles." To her, Lin Qian's choice to abandon the more promising 8 treasure skill in favor of the less efficient calisthenics represented a typical case of path dependence. While she could understand this choice, a twinge of regret lingered in her heart. After all, the potential ceiling of calisthenics was quite low. However, reflecting on his hard work for their family and their soon-to-arrive child, both during the day and at night, Bai Mushi's dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. It was fine, as long as he felt happy. With that, she lay down as well, gradually drifting into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 17. Breakthrough to Level 2. The next morning, Lin Qian went to the farm as usual. Upon arriving at Area C7, before he could even start the Type 3 cultivator, the logistics supervisor, Supervisor Zhang, approached in a small patrol vehicle. "Xiaolin, how's it going? Are you getting accustomed to the work? Are you familiar with the machinery operations?" Supervisor Zhang stopped the vehicle, leaning out with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang," Lin Qian responded promptly. "I'm mostly familiar with everything. I've read through the operation manual, and there are no significant issues." "That's great to hear," Supervisor Zhang nodded in satisfaction. "The work at our farm isn't particularly difficult nor overly simple. It's mainly about proficiency and responsibility. You young folks learn quickly, so you should catch on fast. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask, don't hesitate." "Understood. Thank you for your concern, Supervisor Zhang. All right, you get back to work. I'll go check on other areas." Supervisor Zhang added a few more reminders before driving off. Lin Qian watched him leave, understanding that this was a routine check to assess the adaptability of new employees. Since the supervisor had already come by, he could now arrange his time more freely. He adeptly started the operation platform and, following the daily routine, conducted a round of inspections and data recording regarding the growth conditions of the crops and the operational status of the equipment in his area. Everything was functioning normally. After completing these essential tasks, Lin Qian parked the operation platform at the edge of the field and began his calisthenics practice for the day. The warm sunlight bathed him. The vast farmland spread endlessly before him, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of soil and crops. Practicing in such an environment was indeed a unique experience. He focused intently, and time flew by as he diligently trained. Sweat soon soaked his work clothes, but he had no intention of stopping. An hour later, Lin Qian exhaled deeply. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 910. Just 1 more session to go. In the afternoon, during a break from work, Lin Qian once more immersed himself in the practice of calisthenics. As he completed the final movement, sweat poured down like rain, and he leaned against his knees, breathing heavily. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification finally sounded in his mind. 128 set of calisthenics level 1, 1010. Ding. The level of the 128 set of calisthenics has risen to level 2. Host gene potential 02. In an instant, an indescribable sensation of exhilaration surged through every limb and fiber of his being, rapidly spreading to every cell in his body. The muscles, which had previously ached from fatigue, now seemed to be infused with a newfound vitality, brimming with explosive power. Even more astonishing to Lin Qian was the sudden clarity that emerged in his mind, revealing the movements of the 128th set of calisthenics with an unprecedented level of precision and refinement. Each detail, every point of exertion, was strikingly clear, as if he had practiced this second-level calisthenics countless times. Simultaneously, his physical movements naturally transformed, becoming smoother, more coordinated, and rhythmically harmonious. Every stretch, every leap, every bend was as if it had been meticulously honed, embodying an ineffable blend of strength and beauty. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment. He could distinctly feel that his control over his body had significantly enhanced. Each movement flowed effortlessly, as if it were instinctual. This advancement in his technique required neither comprehension nor overcoming barriers. Lin Xie's heart surged with joy. As long as he continued to practice, he would automatically break through and master higher levels. He promptly checked his system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 635. Physical ability, 58. Mental state, 64. Spiritual energy, 11. Technique, 128. Set of calisthenics level 2. 8 treasures technique, not yet started. Partner, by Mushi, affection level, 60. Offspring, 1, in gestation. Indeed, the 128 set of calisthenics had upgraded to level 2. Moreover, to advance to level 3, he needed to practice 20 more times. Although the number had increased, considering his current rate of practice, it would merely take 2 or 3 days. More importantly, his genetic potential had genuinely risen by 0.2, from an initial value of 5, to the beginner's benefit of 615, and now to 635. The genetic potential that had remained unchanged for an entire year had surged by 12 in less than a week. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed the threshold of 7 and became a true martial artist. Lin Xie's heart brimmed with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. Chapter 18, Calisthenics Level 3. Upon returning home that evening, after dinner, Mushi once again guided Lin Xie through an hour of the 8 treasures technique. Lin Xie remained earnest in his learning, yet the system still indicated he had not yet started. After an hour, Mushi sat quietly to cultivate. Lin Xie then resumed his practice of the calisthenics. However, as he began, Mushi, who had been closing her eyes to rest, suddenly opened them wide. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of astonishment and confusion. What was happening? Why did it seem that Lin Xie's practice of calisthenics today was different from before? His movements appeared to have become smoother and more precise. It felt as though he had broken through. Suppressing her surprise, Mushi observed closely. As time passed, her astonishment deepened. Indeed, her instincts were correct. Lin Xie's practice of the calisthenics was indeed different now. Each movement was more accurate, and his exertion was more coordinated. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of having advanced to level 2 in calisthenics. 2 hours later, Lin Xie concluded his training. Although still fatigued, his spirit was extraordinarily invigorated. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Mushi approached him directly and inquired, Lin Xie, has your calisthenics improved? Lin Xie chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. It seems so. It feels much smoother than before. What is your current genetic potential? Mushi asked eagerly. Lin Xie did not conceal it, stating plainly, I just checked this morning, 635. 635? Mushi gasped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Could it be that he was truly gifted for cultivating such fundamental calisthenics? This seemingly least efficient technique was yielding unexpected results in his practice? Time flew like a fleeting shadow. In the following 5 days, Lin Xie unwaveringly committed to his calisthenics training. Whether during breaks at the farm or after returning home at night, he devoted every idle moment to his practice. On average, he completed 4 to 5 sessions daily. Hard work bore fruit. Soon enough, his 128th set of calisthenics successfully advanced from level 2 to level 3. When the warm flow of energy from this breakthrough coursed through him once more, Lin Xie felt his physical capabilities ascend to a new plateau. He immediately checked his attributes panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 655. Physical ability, 60. Mental state, 65. Spiritual energy, 11. Technique, 128 set of calisthenics level 3. 8 treasures technique, not yet started. Partner, Mushi, affection level, 65. Offspring, 1, in gestation. His genetic potential had again risen by 0.2, reaching 655. He was one step closer to the threshold of 7 for becoming a martial artist. His physical ability had also successfully surpassed the 60-point barrier, signifying a notable enhancement in his strength, speed, and endurance. Likewise, his mental state had improved to 65 points, making his perception sharper and his focus more concentrated. The only unchanged aspect was his spiritual energy, which remained at 11 points. The 8 treasures technique still remained in the not yet started state. Though Mushi continued to patiently guide him every evening, he seemed to lack talent in this area, making slow progress. However, Lin Xie remained undeterred, knowing he had the reliable path of calisthenics for advancement. To his delight, Mushi's affection for him had subtly increased by 5 points, now reaching 65 points. Though modest, it was a positive sign. Over the past week, their interactions had grown increasingly harmonious. Mushi gradually adapted to her new role as a wife. The initial awkwardness and discomfort faded with each passing day. Lin Xie's thoughtfulness and efforts did not go unnoticed by her. Although his talents were modest, and he practiced the most basic calisthenics, his unwavering determination touched her heart. Furthermore, Lin Xie treated her well, eagerly taking on household chores and always ensuring she had the tastiest portions of food. This gentle, continuous care gradually warmed her heart, which had once hardened due to the burdens of martial arts and debt. In the 0755-star system, a week consists of 9 days, 7 working days, and 2 rest days. Just as Lin Xie's 128 set of calisthenics reached level 3, he welcomed his first complete rest day since arriving in this community. Eager to test the extent of his newfound strength, he felt compelled to discover the actual power behind the values displayed on the system panel. At the dining table, Mushi had prepared a heartfelt breakfast, a bowl of steaming beast bone meat porridge accompanied by several light side dishes. Since her pregnancy, her palate had shifted towards more subtle flavors. "Dear, today I wish to visit the community gym's public testing area to assess my strength," Lin Xie stated while sipping his porridge. Mushi, slightly taken aback, quickly nodded in agreement. "Sure, I was also hoping to get some exercise. Let's go together." Although she was pregnant, moderate activity would benefit both her and the fetus, and she was curious about Lin Xie's progress. After finishing breakfast, the two tidied up briefly before donning their sports attire and heading to the community gym. Although the hour was early, the gym was already bustling with activity. Individuals were vigorously engaged with various training equipment, and a fervent atmosphere of discipline permeated the air. This was emblematic of an era thriving in martial arts. Despite many being among the unsuccessful candidates of the college entrance examination, numerous individuals clung to their training routines, yearning for even the slightest advancement. As Lin Xie stepped into the strength testing area, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Hey, Lin Xie?" Turning towards the sound, he recognized an average-looking young man with a medium build who was gazing at him in surprise. "Zhang Wei," Lin Xie responded, also recalling his high school classmate. Zhang Wei appeared equally astonished, his gaze flitting briefly to Mushi, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at her beauty and striking figure. He inwardly mused, "What luck Lin Xie has to be paired with someone so stunning." Lin Xie smiled and introduced, "This is my partner, Mushi." "Oh, hello," Zhang Wei nodded, secretly thinking about his own misfortune of being matched with someone less appealing. Unbeknownst to Lin Xie, Zhang Wei's thoughts were far from flattering. "We're here to test our strength," Lin Xie stated. "Perfect timing. I've just finished warming up. Let's check it out together," Zhang Wei replied, a subtle air of superiority tinging his tone, as he had always been more proficient than Lin Xie in high school. Chapter 19. By Mushi's suggestion during their school days, Zhang Wei's genetic potential was recorded at 65, significantly higher than Lin Xie's initial score of 5, placing him within the top 10 of their class, just shy of the admission threshold for a public martial arts university. Lin Xie recalled a martial arts instructor once commenting on Zhang Wei, noting that while his 128 set of radio calisthenics had reached level 3, it still lacked the refinement necessary to fully unleash his genetic potential. The instructor had remarked that a minimum level of 5 was required for the potential to reach a passing score of 7. However, like Lin Xie, Zhang Wei had also failed to pass the martial arts entrance examination. Now, Lin Xie had also achieved level 3 in his calisthenics, with a genetic potential of 65. Beginning to close the gap with Zhang Wei, the trio approached a public strength testing device, a standard punching pad capable of accurately displaying striking force. "You go first," Zhang Wei offered politely. "All right," Lin Xie replied without hesitation. He took a deep breath, propelled himself off the ground with his right foot, engaged his core, and transferred the power through his spine to his arm, culminating in a powerful strike to the punching pad. With a thud, the display screen above the punching pad flickered rapidly before settling on a startling figure. 602G. Zhang Wei was taken aback, recalling Lin Xie's punching power test prior to the college entrance exam, which barely reached 500G. How is it possible that he can now achieve 602G? He thought, noting that his own power was only around 650G. Even Mushi, standing beside them, exhibited a glimmer of surprise in her cool eyes. She was aware of Lin Xie's recent dedication to honing his calisthenics, yet this result exceeded her expectations. A punching force of 600G indicated a genetic potential of at least 59. However, upon seeing this figure, Lin Xie frowned slightly. He understood that with his current genetic potential of 65, if he mastered his power effectively, His maximum punching force should be close to 700 G. Anything below that, particularly at 600 G, indicated that he had yet to fully harness his physical capabilities. It appeared that while his calisthenics had improved in level, his precise control over power still required further practice and insight. Zhang Wei, oblivious to Lin Qiye's frown, was instead astonished. Qiye, what is your genetic potential now? 600 G. Such significant progress. Lin Qiye did not conceal the truth. It's 65. Zhang Wei's expression morphed into disbelief. What? He could hardly fathom how Lin Qiye, once an average student with a potential around 5, could suddenly soar to 65. Bai Muxi was equally astonished. 65 was even higher than her own potential at the time of graduation. Though Lin Qiye's current potential of 65 still fell short of the public martial arts university's minimum requirement of 7. The rate of his progress was nothing short of remarkable. Should he opt for a private martial arts university, with his current potential and determination, his future achievements might even surpass hers. In fact, at the same age, he might enter the realm of true martial artists even faster than she had. Yet, he unhesitatingly chose to support her continued martial arts training, even willing to bear the burdens of their household. This thought filled Bai Muxi with an indescribable warmth and sweetness. Her gaze softened as she looked at Lin Qiye. After completing his test, Lin Qiye stepped aside, inviting Zhang Wei and Bai Muxi to take their turns. However, Zhang Wei waved his hand, his expression complex. I think I'll go practice with the equipment over there. Lin Qiye turned to Bai Muxi with a smile, saying, Darling, why don't you give it a try? I'd love to witness the true strength of a prospective martial artist to inspire my own progress. Bai Muxi gently shook her head, responding, My genetic potential is already 95, which is incomparable to your current state. Testing would hold little significance. Her tone was calm. Yet Lin Qiye could discern a hint of pride. Come on, darling, he insisted, playfully. Bai Muxi, amused by his demeanor, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Ultimately, she relented, nodding. All right, just this once. She approached the strength testing device, inhaling deeply. Unlike Lin Qiye's somewhat awkward explosive movement, Bai Muxi's actions appeared fluid and harmonious. Seemingly casual, she swiftly positioned herself, her right fist transforming into a blur, carrying a fierce gust of wind as it struck the punching pad with monumental force. Bang! The sound resonated through the testing area, deeper and more penetrating than Lin Qiye's earlier strike. The display screen's numbers skyrocketed, ultimately settling on an astonishing figure. 972 G. In an instant, the entire strength testing area fell silent. Those exercising nearby, whether engaged in strength training or martial arts techniques, halted their activities, their gazes converging on Bai Muxi, who had just delivered such remarkable results. 972 kilograms. My goodness, is she a prospective martial artist? Incredible. This strength is nearly a ton. Whispers of awe and intrigue rippled through the crowd. Those who had previously regarded Lin Qiye with disdain now looked at him with envy and admiration. Lin Qiye was equally awestruck by Bai Muxi's power. Although he had known she was formidable, witnessing her unleash nearly a ton of punching force stirred a wave of excitement within him. Darling, you're amazing, he exclaimed sincerely. Bai Muxi, now the center of attention, felt her cheeks warm slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with confidence. She tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, whispering, All right, let's head back. Okay. Lin Qiye nodded, and together they left the gym. As the levels of the radio calisthenics ascend, reaching level 5 allows one to step into the realm of 7 gene potential, while attaining the pinnacle of level 10 is said to grant access to levels 9 or even 10, ultimately transforming one into a martial artist. Such power could also be within his grasp. After Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi departed, Zhang Wei, who was quietly training in the strength area, overheard a few nearby youths engaged in hushed discussions. That woman earlier was incredibly formidable, delivering a punch exceeding 900 kilograms. She is undoubtedly a prospective martial artist. Indeed. I wonder which faction she belongs to. Prospective martial artists are quite rare in our grain district. The man beside her must be her partner. But he appears to lack strength. In this day and age, it is quite normal for women to be strong while men are weak. Perhaps he possesses other admirable qualities. Upon hearing their remarks, Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively recalled Lin Qiye's handsome visage and Bai Muxi's breathtaking beauty. Could it truly be that Lin Qiye was her partner? He shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Qiye and Bai Muxi returned home, closing the door to shut out the clamor of the outside world. Bai Muxi poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Lin Qiye. After a brief silence, seemingly organizing her thoughts, she lifted her gaze and earnestly addressed Lin Qiye. Qiye, Your current gene potential surpasses what I had at your age. She remembered that upon graduating high school at 18, her gene potential barely reached 6, while Lin Xie had already attained 6. 55. If I can successfully break through to the martial artist realm, she said, gazing at Lin Xie with determination and a hint of guilt in her eyes, then our family's financial situation will improve significantly. At that time, would you consider attending the martial arts university? Chapter 20. Martial Arts University. Upon hearing Bai Muxi's words, Lin Xie felt a subtle tremor within him. He had not expected her to proactively suggest that she would support him in attending the martial arts university once she became a martial artist. The sincerity and hope in her words stirred a warm sensation in his heart. He refrained from immediately agreeing or outright declining, for he understood that Bai Muxi's statement was imbued with dreams of the future and deep affection for him. To reject her outright would be too hurtful. Yet, if he were to accept, he was uncertain of the university's relevance to him. Currently, Lin Xie's situation was such that as long as the cultivation method could unlock training restrictions, like radiocalisthenics, the practice alone would yield progress directly, requiring no profound insights. In light of this, would the martial arts university still be beneficial for him? Lin Xie harbored doubts regarding this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his head, gazing gently at Bai Muxi, and inquired with a smile. Dear, I have always been curious. Since I have never attended martial arts university, could you share with me what life there is like? Bai Muxi was momentarily taken aback by his question. Setting down her glass, she reflected before replying. Martial arts university is vastly different from high school. I can hardly recall the exact proportion of theoretical courses in high school, she reminisced slowly. But the greatest distinction is that cultivation occupies the vast majority of time at martial arts university. Non-martial theoretical courses, such as martial history, galactic flora and fauna, and mechanical principles, constitute a mere fraction, perhaps less than 10%. The remaining over 90% of the time is devoted to training, and more training. The school provides specialized training facilities, including gravity rooms, simulated combat rooms, meditation chambers, and a comprehensive array of supportive facilities. Each week, the school organizes a time for students to consult their mentors, Bai Muxi added, where you can seek guidance from martial arts instructors regarding any challenges you encounter in your training. The instructors will offer tailored advice based on your specific circumstances. For instance, Bai Muxi explained, the instructor at our school stated that as long as one can cultivate the 8 treasures skill to level 8 and solidify the foundation at each level, then the gene potential will inevitably surpass the threshold of 10, achieving the true standard of a martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie could not suppress his curiosity and asked, if that is the case, why is it necessary to train at school? Can't one practice at home? Bai Muxi gently shook her head and clarified, there are many reasons for this. Firstly, the training environment differs significantly. In school, you are surrounded by classmates who are also diligently training. Everyone is striving for the same goal, and that positive atmosphere serves as a tremendous motivation for individuals. Secondly, the school tailors nutritional meals according to the student's training intensity and physical conditions. She continued, these meals are designed to optimally replenish training expenditures, repair bodily damage, and facilitate the development of gene potential. Such precise nutritional formulations and ingredient selections are quite challenging to achieve at home. Thirdly, the weekly consultations with mentors are of utmost importance, Bai Muxi emphasized. Many times, you may go a month without any particular questions, feeling that your training is going smoothly. However, there are moments when you suddenly encounter a bottleneck or become perplexed by a specific detail. At such times, having an experienced martial arts instructor provide immediate answers based on your unique characteristics is vastly more efficient and effective than relying solely on your own exploration. Often, a single remark from the instructor can enlighten you, saving you from much unnecessary detour. By the way, Bai Muxi recalled, at Martial Arts University, there are various rankings and competitions at both the school level and within each department and class. There are monthly assessments and annual competitions, with outstanding students receiving generous rewards, such as rare training resources, partial access to advanced cultivation techniques, or even opportunities for one-on-one guidance from renowned instructors. At this point, Bai Muxi's tone carried a hint of regret. Of course, my talent is average, and I have consistently remained at a below-average level, so I have not received many rewards. Listening to Bai Muxi's description, Lin Xie gained a general understanding of life at Martial Arts University. It certainly appeared to provide an exceptionally advantageous environment for training and a platform for resources. Particularly, the aspects of mentor consultations and nutritional meals seemed crucial for martial cultivation. However, given his current situation, such benefits did not entirely apply to him. The cultivation augmented by the system did not seem to necessitate much comprehension or guidance. A systematic practice alone would yield steady progress. As for the nutritional meals, while they might aid in bodily recovery and enhance gene potential, he wondered if they were truly necessary for him. Nonetheless, by Mushi's mention of various rankings, competitions, and the enticing rewards immediately stirred a sense of competitiveness and anticipation within him. After all, despite appearing to possess average talent and practicing the most fundamental calisthenics, his cultivation speed and potential, bolstered by the system, far exceeded ordinary expectations. Given sufficient time, whether through calisthenics or future techniques he might unlock, he could rapidly advance in a manner akin to cheating. A prodigy with extraordinary insights? Lin Xie silently mulled over this term. Judging solely by the results of his cultivation, he indeed warranted such an assessment. There was no need to grasp bottlenecks or seek guidance from eminent instructors. Simply practicing would enable breakthroughs and strengthen him. Wasn't that the very definition of a remarkable cultivation talent? If he were to enter martial arts university and participate in those so-called rankings and competitions, considering his current circumstances, would he not easily dominate? Upon contemplating that scenario, Lin Xie felt his heart race with excitement. Who wouldn't desire to be the center of attention? Who wouldn't yearn for those invaluable cultivation resources? If additional resources could expedite this process, why not embrace them? He also wished to discover the extent to which he could reach in the presence of true martial arts prodigies. Furthermore, there was one detail that Bai Mushi had not mentioned, which was well known among all inhabitants of the Galactic Empire. The martial arts techniques accessible to the common populace primarily originate from martial arts universities. In other words, if one does not gain admission to a martial arts university, the most renowned techniques they could ever access would be nothing more than basic calisthenics. Thus, for Lin Xie to rely on the system and steadily progress, he needed a continuous influx of new techniques. The only way to achieve that was by entering a martial arts university. Chapter 21. Cultivating Intent. What rewards are associated with rankings and competitions? Lin Xie suppressed his excitement and casually inquired. Bai Mushi pondered for a moment before responding. There are numerous types of rewards. The most common are credit points, which can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at a private martial arts university, maintaining a position within the top 10 of the class throughout the year can yield enough credit points to cover tuition fees. Additionally, there are cultivation resources, such as high-quality gene enhancement potions. Among the more coveted rewards are technique authorizations, which sometimes include partial permissions for certain undisclosed special techniques. Of course, the most prestigious rewards might include opportunities to cultivate in specific secret realms or receive personal guidance from renowned martial artists. Lin Xie was captivated by the possibilities. Credit points, gene potions, technique authorizations, secret realm cultivation, guidance from masters. Each of these held immense allure for him. Securing such rewards would not only enhance his own capabilities, but also improve his family's situation and support Bai Mushi's cultivation. It certainly sounded intriguing. Lin Xie stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused that his inclination toward attending the martial arts university was subtly strengthening. After all, who would turn down a good opportunity? Moreover, while being a farm administrator offered stability, the pace of improvement was ultimately limited. The martial arts university might indeed serve as a platform for his swift ascent. Bai Mushi observed the spark in Lin Xie's eyes and smiled gently, saying, "Yes, once I break through, we can plan our future together." Upon hearing Bai Mushi's vision for the future, Lin Xie felt a rush of inspiration and suddenly blurted out with a teasing grin, "Wife, is there a chance that I might surpass you in reaching the martial artist realm?" Bai Mushi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. She certainly did not believe Lin Xie could surpass her in achieving the martial artist status. After all, she was standing at the threshold of 95 gene potential, just a step away from becoming a martial artist. The progression of gene potential became increasingly challenging with each advancement. It took Bai Mushi 8 years to transition from 65 to 95, all while attending a private martial arts university. In contrast, Lin Xie was currently at a mere 65. 5 gene potential, practicing only the basic calisthenics. If he continued at this pace, Bai Mushi felt that becoming a martial artist within the next 20 years would be quite an achievement. The notion of catching up to her, or even surpassing her, seemed utterly impossible in her eyes. However, to preserve her husband's pride and express her encouragement and affection, Bai Mushi embraced Lin Xie's arm and declared, "Absolutely. My husband is the most capable. I believe you can do it. I look forward to seeing you become a grand martial artist." With that, she playfully winked at him, her eyes sparkling with charm. Lin Xie was amused by her adorable demeanor, laughing heartily while secretly solidifying his resolve. "Support you? Without a doubt. Moreover, I will surely become a martial artist before you. Gazing at Bai Mushi's gentle smile, Lin Xie pulled her into his embrace, placing a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. Rest assured, my love, we will both become martial artists, and formidable ones at that. Nestled in Lin Xie's arms, Bai Mushi felt the strength of his heartbeat and the warmth radiating from him, filling her heart with tranquility and happiness. Although she did not believe he could surpass her in breaking through, she cherished his confidence and the determination he exhibited for her sake. With such a husband, what more could she desire? Perhaps this was the wisest decision she made in choosing Lin Xie. As for who would become a martial artist first and who would support whom, it no longer seemed of great importance. What mattered was that they were each other's support, striving together for a beautiful future. That was enough. The 2-day weekend quickly passed. On the morning of the work week, the fast-track station at the entrance of the Sunflower Garden community became increasingly bustling. Lin Xie noticed that he was gradually encountering more of his high school classmates. Clearly, with the graduation placement process progressing, more classmates had completed partner matching and were assigned to nearby communities and job positions. When they met, it was inevitable that they would inquire about each other's recent circumstances, discussing work and their newly formed families. Some were elated, while others appeared troubled. Some classmates had matched with partners possessing favorable conditions and relatively easy jobs, their faces radiating anticipation for their new lives. Others seemed dissatisfied with their current situations, sighing and lamenting the monotony of placement work and their partner's shortcomings. Lin Xie listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement, but did not engage deeply in their discussions. For him, these matters held little significance. What truly mattered was that he was steadily growing stronger. Moreover, he had discovered a peculiar bug. Regardless of the precision with which he performed the calisthenics, or how hard he exerted himself, as long as he completed a full cycle of the routine, the progress bar on the system panel would visibly increase. Furthermore, with the steady enhancement of his gene potential, Lin Xie's physical capabilities and mental fortitude were also soaring. The most tangible manifestation of this was that during his daytime work at the farm, he could effortlessly sneak in a couple of calisthenics sessions without expending much energy. After returning home and having dinner, he temporarily set aside the slowly progressing teachings of the 8 treasures technique, channeling all his energy into his practice of calisthenics. If he were to exert himself fully according to the standards of the 3rd level calisthenics, he would likely reach the point of exhaustion by the 4th consecutive practice. Yet, if he merely went through the motions, performing the movements carelessly without striving for peak exertion, he could endure repeating the routine 10, 8, or even 20 times. Thus, that evening, a peculiar scene unfolded in their home. Lin Xie's calisthenics movements became increasingly whimsical. At times, he appeared unsteady, and at other moments, lacking vigor, making it difficult to discern whether he was genuinely practicing or merely stretching his limbs. Bai Mushi, watching from the side, furrowed her brows in concern. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Xie, does practicing like this really yield any benefits? Your movements are all out of shape." While Lin Xie animatedly demonstrated, upon hearing her words, he chuckled mischievously and replied, "My dear, you simply don't understand. This is what I call cultivating intent rather than form, prioritizing the essence over the technique. The core lies in grasping the essence of calisthenics. Practicing intent." Bai Mushi gazed at Lin Xie's pretentious, yet somewhat comical demeanor, shaking her head in exasperation. She felt that her husband could sometimes be an eternal child, delighting in concocting bizarre notions. "Very well, take your time to practice. I will go to sleep first. Don't stay up too late. Rest early." Bai Mushi yawned and said with a hint of concern before ignoring her playful husband and heading to bed. Lin Xie, relieved that Bai Mushi ceased her inquiries, continued his leisurely training. Thus, he managed to perform his exercises several more times than usual. Although his body still felt fatigued, the exhilarating sensation of his progress was utterly delightful. The next morning, upon awakening, Bai Mushi noticed that Lin Xie appeared relatively refreshed and curiously inquired, "What time did you go to bed last night?" Lin Xie chuckled and replied, "I went to sleep shortly after you." Naturally, he would not divulge to Bai Mushi that he had been training until midnight. Chapter 22. Exercise Moderation. Lin Xie discreetly glanced at his attribute panel. Martial Arts. 128 set of Calisthenics Level 3, 1130. A surge of joy filled his heart. Over the course of yesterday, he had successfully completed 10 sessions of calisthenics. During the day at the farm, he had managed to squeeze in 2 sessions. And later that evening, after Bai Mushi had fallen asleep, he covertly trained 8 more times. At this rate, he needed only to train 19 more times, which would take less than 2 days. Excellent. If he maintained this pace, he would undoubtedly reach level 4 by tomorrow night. Lin Xie eagerly pondered. He contemplated intensifying his efforts today. Perhaps he could achieve level 4 by tonight. At that point, his genetic potential would be further enhanced. Throughout the day in the fields, Lin Xie fully utilized every fleeting moment, managing to squeeze in 4 sessions of calisthenics training. The progress bar on his system panel steadily advanced. Martial arts, 128 set of calisthenics level 3, 1530. Just 15 more sessions. Lin Xie mentally repeated. Given his current training pace, each session took approximately 45 minutes. 15 sessions would require just over 11 hours, falling short of 12. If he returned home by 6 o'clock and trained throughout the night, he could indeed reach level 4. This thought excited Lin Xie. However, he hesitated, pondering if this was too strenuous. Yet he soon resolved to push forward. Why not? What is this compared to the potential I now possess? With such an extraordinary system at my disposal, I simply cannot let this opportunity slip away. Many others would wish for such an opportunity. He was determined. It was time to strive for greatness. The following morning, when the clock struck 6, Lin Xie exhaled deeply, a smile of relief illuminating his face. After a night of relentless effort, he had finally succeeded. Ding! The 128th set of calisthenics has ascended to level 4. Host genetic potential, 02. The system notification echoed in his mind, and a more potent, soothing warmth surged through his body, coursing through his limbs. The overwhelming drowsiness and fatigue stemming from his all-nighter astonishingly dissipated significantly under this warm current. His spirits lifted, and he felt invigorated. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 675, 02. Physical ability, 63. Mental strength, 67. Spiritual energy, 12. Martial arts, 128 set of calisthenics level 4, 140. 8 treasures skill, not started. Partner, by Mushi, affection, 65. Offspring, 1, in progress. Success, level 4 calisthenics. Lin Xie rejoiced internally. His genetic potential had risen to 675. He was now merely 0.25 away from the threshold of becoming a martial artist. At this training speed, reaching level 5 in calisthenics would likely take only a few days. Just then, Bai Mushi, seemingly roused by his movements, opened her eyes, still drowsy, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She looked at the spirited Lin Xie, astonished, and asked, Xie, why are you up so early? In her memory, he usually lingered in bed longer. Lin Xie, upon hearing her, quickly masked his excitement, turned to Bai Mushi, and flashed a bright smile, nodding vigorously yes. The morning air is refreshing. He certainly would not reveal to Bai Mushi that he had not slept a wink. At the morning express station, Lin Xie stood among the crowd, struggling to maintain his alertness, unable to suppress a yawn. Despite the revitalization from the system upgrade, his body still reacted instinctively to the lack of sleep. Oh, Lin Xie, what a coincidence. A familiar voice called out. Turning around, he saw Wang Hao and Zhang Wei. Noticing Lin Xie's slightly fatigued expression and his yawning, they exchanged knowing smiles. Young man, do take care of yourself. Health is the foundation for everything. Chapter 23, Another Elevation. Lin Xie found himself amused by their teasing, but felt unable to explain himself. After all, it would be absurd to say he had stayed up all night to practice calisthenics. He could only vaguely respond, yes, I understand. Work has been a bit busy lately, and I haven't rested well. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei exchanged glances, sharing an understanding smile, and chose not to press further. The express train soon arrived at their station, and the three boarded together. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei enthusiastically discussed work and family matters, occasionally inviting Lin Xie to join in. Yet, Lin Xie was somewhat distracted, his thoughts primarily occupied with his bodily changes. After reaching level 4 in calisthenics, he could distinctly perceive a leap in his physical prowess. His strength, speed, and endurance had all significantly improved. His concentration sharpened, and his perception heightened. Most importantly, he felt a greater command over his body. Previously challenging calisthenics movements now felt effortless, as if they were etched into his very bones. If he were to test his punching power now, he should be able to exceed 650 G, Lin Xie mused. With his current genetic potential of 675, his theoretical maximum punching force should be around 700 G. Though he could not fully harness it yet, it would certainly surpass his previous 602 G. Once his calisthenics reached level 5 and his genetic potential exceeded 7, marking his entry into the realm of martial artists, he would need to conduct a thorough test. As Lin Xie mentally plotted his path forward, the express train arrived at station 950. He bid farewell to Wang Hao and Zhang Wei and proceeded to his farm. At farm 939, Zone C7. Lin Xie conducted his routine inspection of the crops and equipment in his designated area. Everything appeared normal. He then eagerly commenced his calisthenics training for the day. Despite having pulled an all-nighter, the rejuvenation from his upgrade left him brimming with energy. Moreover, he noticed that training at level 4 felt more effortless, with reduced energy expenditure. Taking full advantage of the morning, he completed 2 more sessions of calisthenics training. Martial Arts, 128 set of calisthenics level 4, 340. The progress bar advanced steadily. After lunch, just as he prepared to take a brief rest, the logistics supervisor approached in a patrol vehicle. "Hey Shaolin, are you busy?" Supervisor Zhang greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang." Lin Xie quickly responded, having just finished his meal and preparing to take a brief rest. At that moment, Supervisor Zhang descended from the vehicle, presenting Lin Xie with a data board. The farm was about to conduct a comprehensive survey of crop growth data, and each administrator was required to meticulously document the specifics of their designated areas. "These are the specific requirements and forms. You can start in the afternoon and complete it within 3 days," Zhang instructed. Lin Xie accepted the data board and glanced over it. The survey was far more detailed than the routine inspections, necessitating records of crop height, leaf color, pest and disease conditions, as well as sampling and analyzing soil moisture and nutrient content. The workload was indeed substantial. "Understood, Supervisor Zhang," Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement. "If you have any questions, feel free to contact me," Zhang said before departing. Lin Xie looked at the data board in his hands and sighed helplessly. It seemed his afternoon plans for leisure would have to be shelved. However, he resolved to complete the task diligently. In the afternoon, Lin Xie immersed himself in the crop growth data survey. He navigated the C7 area in his cultivator, carefully observing, documenting, and sampling. Although the task was tedious, it granted him a deeper understanding of the land and the crops growing upon it. By the end of the workday, he had only managed to complete 1/5 of the workload. It was clear that 3 days would indeed be required. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Lin Xie thought to himself. Upon returning home, he found Bai Mushi had already prepared dinner. Noticing Lin Xie's fatigued demeanor, she inquired with concern, "Are you very tired from work today?" "Yes. The farm is conducting a data survey, and there's quite a bit to do," Lin Xie explained. "Then you should eat quickly and rest well afterward," Bai Mushi advised. Her concern evident. Lin Xie smiled and asked, "How was your work?" Since Bai Mushi was pregnant and had registered her pregnancy information in the civic database, the relevant departments of the galactic government soon reached out to her, assigning her to a position as a maternal caregiver. This role had been established by the Empire to support pregnant women and nursing mothers, offering flexible hours and manageable intensity, primarily to ensure they could maintain a stable income during their pregnancy and after childbirth, while still attending to family matters. Notably, the workload was lighter, yet the pay was comparable to that of Lin Xie's position. This was a form of encouragement for childbirth, as well as a necessity for the expansion of the banking empire. Bai Mushi was assigned to the nearby community's second public elementary school as a martial arts instructor for first graders. This position was perfectly suited for her, as she was an aspiring martial artist with experience in tutoring children in the 8 treasures skill. Teaching the little ones the most fundamental martial arts movements and calisthenics was well within her capabilities. Furthermore, the fixed hours of elementary school allowed her ample time for rest and self-cultivation. Both Bai Mushi and Lin Xie were very pleased with this arrangement. With a sincere smile, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie and said, "Thank you, Lin Xie." Lin Xie paused for a moment, then responded with a smile, "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for choosing me," Bai Mushi said softly, her eyes reflecting a hint of complex emotions. Lin Xie took her hand and said earnestly, "Mushi, we are partners. There's no need for such formality. I must also thank you for being willing to have a child with me and for managing our home together." The two shared a smile, conveying unspoken sentiments. After dinner, Lin Xie did not immediately dive into his training as usual. Instead, he spent some time in the living room watching Starnet broadcasts with Bai Mushi. Observing her gentle profile filled him with warmth. As night approached, Bai Mushi grew a bit tired and excused herself to rest. Lin Xie then commenced his evening training session, eager to make up for the progress he had lost during the day. In the stillness of the night, only Lin Xie's figure, drenched in sweat, could be seen in the training room, alongside the progress bar on the system panel, a testament to his effort and persistence. Before long, a week of diligent work had quietly slipped by. On the final working day of the week, which was the 7th day of the star calendar, Lin Xie chose to train through the night once again. Although the farm's data survey had consumed much of his daytime, he managed to elevate his 128th calisthenics level through his late-night efforts and the entirety of the 7th day. As the first rays of virtual sunlight streamed through the curtain slits into the room, the anticipated system notification echoed in Lin Jie's mind. Ding. The level of 128th calisthenics has risen to level 5. Chapter 24, the first level max. Ding. The level of 128th calisthenics has risen to level 5. Host genetic potential, 0.25. In that instant, a torrent of warmth, more powerful and pure than ever before, surged through his body, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell celebrated, as if undergoing a complete baptism and transformation. His physique, spirit, and perception all reached new heights at that moment. Weariness and fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented vitality and sense of control. Lin Jie opened his eyes wide, radiating brilliance. He could distinctly sense that something within him had been shattered, an invisible shackle broken. Eagerly, he checked his attributes panel. Host, Lin Jie. Genetic potential, 700, 0.25. Physical ability, 68. Mental strength, 70. Spiritual energy, 13. Cultivation method, 128th calisthenics level 5, 150. 8 treasures skill, not started. Partner, by Mushi, affection level, 70. Offspring, 1. In development, 7. I have finally reached it. Lin Jie gazed at the genetic potential clearly displayed as 700, nearly jumping from his bed in excitement. An aspiring martial artist. From this day forth, he, Lin Jie, was also a true aspiring martial artist. Moreover, with the calisthenics elevated to level 5, the progress bar had reached 50 counts. Although the number had increased, he was confident that with his current training speed and determination, this would pose no issue. Even more delightful was the fact that by Mushi's affection level had unknowingly risen to 70 points. This indicated that their relationship was evolving positively. An overwhelming sense of joy and accomplishment filled Lin Jie's heart, but alongside it came the intense weariness from his all-night training. Although the upgrade had significantly restored his state, his body still craved rest. He glanced at the sleeping by Mushi beside him, a tender smile gracing his face before surrendering to sleep. In this slumber, Lin Jie experienced a remarkably sweet dream, envisioning himself as a powerful martial artist, embarking on a new journey alongside by Mushi as pioneers. Before long, 45 days had passed. Lin Jie's life was orderly and fulfilling, spending days training at the farm and evenings basking in by Mushi's tenderness. During these 45 days, Bai Mushi had fully adapted to her role as a martial arts teacher at the elementary school. Her belly had begun to show a slight roundness, adding a touch of maternal softness to her strikingly confident demeanor. And today, Lin Jie celebrated his first fully leveled cultivation technique. Level 10 calisthenics. Ding. The level of 128th calisthenics has risen to level 10, max level. Congratulations, host, for achieving max level. Host genetic potential, 1. Host, Lin Jie. Genetic potential, 95. Physical strength, 90. Mental strength, 90. Spiritual energy, 19. Cultivation method, level 10, max, of the 128th set of radiocalisthenics. Level 1 of the 8 treasures method. Partner, by Mushi, affection level, 80. Offspring, 1. In gestation, a score of 95. Just a mere 5 points away, and he would truly step into the realm of a martial artist. Lin Jie felt the surging power within him, each cell brimming with explosive energy. This sensation was incomparable to any previous upgrade. He even had the illusion that he could obliterate his past self from 2 months ago with a single punch. For now, he had no intention of testing his strength, as it was unnecessary. During this rapid growth phase, any testing would quickly become outdated, and revealing his prowess could invite unwarranted trouble. The path of low-key development was the true way forward. To Lin Jie's astonishment, the moment the radiocalisthenics reached level 10, the previously obscure complexities of the 8 treasures method in his mind suddenly became clear, as if the ice had melted. Every technique of force application, every subtle breath, became immensely lucid, flowing naturally. On the system panel, the classification of the 8 treasures method quietly transformed from not initiated to level 1 of the 8 treasures method. He had officially entered the practice. However, when he attempted to examine the cultivation progress of the 8 treasures method, he found it entirely devoid of any progress bar. Unlike the radiocalisthenics, which displayed 0xx, Lin Jie understood immediately. The progress bar for radiocalisthenics was a reward granted by the system due to Bai Mushi's pregnancy, signifying permission to cultivate that method. The system did not extend similar privileges for the 8 treasures method. This implied that although he had gained entry into the 8 treasures method through his comprehensive understanding of radiocalisthenics, Any further advancement would require him to rely on his own talent and effort, much like by Mushi, honing and breaking through gradually. The expressway of radiocalisthenics had come to an end. The journey ahead would revert to the slow, ordinary path of cultivation. As the morning sun filtered through the window, it gently illuminated the bed. Lin Xie turned his head to gaze at Bai Mushi, who was still peacefully asleep beside him. 3 months into her pregnancy, her serene visage was increasingly enchanting, the slight swell of her abdomen concealed beneath a thin blanket, outlining the curve of life. Although she was aware of Lin Xie's continuous progress, she could hardly fathom that the man beside her was on the verge of matching her genetic potential. She merely believed that Lin Xie's ability to reach the threshold of 7 in a few years, relying on this foundational technique, was already a remarkable achievement. Lin Xie's gaze lingered on her gently rounded abdomen, and his expression grew complex. Bai Mushi seemed to sense his scrutiny, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Xie's focused gaze. "What are you looking at?" she asked, a hint of drowsiness in her tone as she instinctively pulled the blanket closer, her cheeks slightly flushed with shyness. Lin Xie, however, did not respond. His mind was occupied with another thought. The inability to rapidly upgrade the 8 treasures method indicated that he had no idea how long it would take to break through to level 10 and become a martial artist through sheer hard work. Just as Bai Mushi had mentioned, it could take 35 years. That was far too slow. How could he expedite the acquisition of system rewards? The core of the system was to have numerous offspring, but the current approach of one at a time was inefficient, hindering the full potential of the system. He needed to devise a plan to break this impasse. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled. He conceived a plan that was almost reckless yet remarkably rational. A method that could truly liberate him from constraints and allow him to soar. Of course, how had he not thought of it before? Chapter 25. An Unconventional Approach. The next day after work, Lin Xie observed Bai Mushi watering a few exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile was particularly gentle in the morning light. He took a deep breath, approached her, and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Wife, I want to discuss something with you." What is it?" Bai Mushi set down the watering can, leaning into his embrace, relishing this rare moment of leisure. "I wish to visit the Reproductive Management Center," Lin Xie said casually. Bai Mushi paused, turning to face him with a puzzled expression. "What do you want to do there?" "I saw an advertisement on Xinhuang stating that they currently encourage the propagation of quality genes. If we register and sell reproductive information at the center, one could earn quite a number of credit points." Lin Xie spoke earnestly. "I want to give it a try, to earn some money for baby supplies." Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger, chuckling. "What are you thinking? A prospective martial artist earns 5,000 credit points for registration. As an ordinary person, you would earn at most 500 points, and only if your health indicators are all excellent. Is it worth all this fuss for a few hundred points? What if I could also earn 5,000? Lin Xie replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Bai Mushi's smile instantly froze. She stared into Lin Xie's eyes, her tone filled with disbelief. "Your genetic potential has reached 7? Lin Xie chuckled but did not provide a direct answer, only vaguely stating, "Yes." Bai Mushi clearly remained skeptical, but after scrutinizing Lin Xie, she refrained from further objections. In her view, men were likely just curious about the collection robots, and it was merely a playful excursion. There was no reason to feel jealous of the collection robots. Thus, an hour later, Lin Xie arrived at the city's Reproductive Management Center. It was a white building exuding a sense of advanced technology, with a bright and tidy interior. The air infused with a faint scent of disinfectant. As he stepped into the lobby, a female staff member dressed in a tailored professional suit, clad in black stockings, and exuding an air of competence approached him with a warm smile. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you today?" Initially feeling a bit awkward and planning to find the office using the signage, Lin Xie decided to plainly state his purpose since the staff member had approached him. Seemingly accustomed to such matters, the staff maintained a professional smile without any hint of surprise, naturally gesturing for him to follow. "All right, sir, please come with me. Registration is on the 2nd floor, where there are dedicated guides and private reception rooms." 2 hours later, Lin Xie emerged from the Reproductive Management Center, feeling invigorated. On his personal terminal, a transfer record of 5,000 credit points was clearly visible. "Hey, this is indeed a lucrative way to earn money," he mused, pleased with himself. Most importantly, the reproductive information of prospective martial artists was highly sought after, and he might soon be able to conceive. He wondered, however, whether this method of conception aligned with the system's standards. Lin Xie stroked his chin, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Just then, A grand mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Host genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward. Randomly unlock cultivation permissions. Permission for the official revised version of the 8 treasures method has been unlocked. In that instant, Lin Xie felt a surge of clarity in his mind. The previously obscure understanding of the 8 treasures method became as enlightening as a sudden revelation, with every detail and nuance becoming utterly transparent. He immediately checked the system panel. Cultivation method, level 10, max, of the 128 set of radio calisthenics, level 1 of the 8 treasures method, 020. He had succeeded. His method truly worked, and he hadn't expected it to be so swift. He was well aware that in this era, there were numerous single women. Due to various reasons, they missed their chance at finding a partner. As they aged, they accepted their single status, yet still yearned for their own offspring. After all, the rewards offered by the galactic government for childbirth are exceedingly generous, whether in the form of maternity allowances or benefits related to housing, education, and healthcare, allowing a single mother to lead a relatively comfortable life with her child. The only legitimate way for these women to conceive is to apply to the Fertility Management Center for matching suitable genetic data. In the center's genetic database, the genetic profiles of prospective and active warriors are rare and invaluable, while the majority are from ordinary individuals. Thus, Lin Xie clearly understands that his genetic profile, boasting a remarkable 95 potential, is undoubtedly a coveted asset in the market, a prime resource that countless single women longing for exceptional offspring desire. However, he never anticipated such demand. Having just entered the genetic database, he was matched almost immediately, resulting in successful conception. Exhilaration surged within Lin Xie. This meant he could swiftly acquire system rewards through this method. Gazing at the system panel displaying 8 treasures skill level 1, 020. Lin Xie mused that merely 20 training sessions would elevate him to level 2. It was evident that this 8 treasure skill was indeed superior to the commonplace calisthenics. Moreover, it was exponentially faster than his own arduous training. Upon returning home, Bai Mushi eagerly inquired about his day. Lin Xie smiled and waved his personal terminal. Look. As Bai Mushi leaned into view, disbelief washed over her upon seeing the 5,000 credit point deposit. Yet, when Lin Xie presented her with the genetic potential assessment certificate stamped with the official seal of the Fertility Management Center, her eyes widened in astonishment. The bold, enlarged digits at the bottom of the assessment struck her mind like thunder. 95. How could this be possible? Bai Mushi's voice trembled as she scrutinized the document, confirming she wasn't imagining things. Noticing her shock, Lin Xie stifled a laugh and embraced her, explaining with words he'd long prepared. I don't know why, my dear, perhaps you are my lucky star. Since being with you, I feel as though I've suddenly gained clarity. My training has become exponentially more effective, and I progress daily. This half-truth was the only explanation Lin Xie could offer at the moment. Though rare, such instances did exist. Bai Mushi bit her lip, her chest heaving with a mix of shock, joy, and disbelief, rendering her mind momentarily blank. She looked up at her partner's face. The man she once thought possessed only ordinary talent. Had he truly awakened? After a prolonged silence, the confusion and astonishment in her eyes gradually transformed into an unprecedented determination. She grasped Lin Xie's hand firmly and declared in an undeniable tone, You should have told me sooner. With a potential of 95. Working on a farm is a colossal waste. Tomorrow. We will enroll tomorrow. Tuition is not an issue. I will lend you the money. Chapter 26. Enrollment. Lin Xie felt a surge of indescribable warmth at the undeniable fire in Bai Mushi's eyes. The foundation of their relationship was not deeply rooted, merely a mutual agreement. 2 months prior, Bai Mushi had agreed to be his partner mainly because he was willing to support her continued education at a private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, upon learning of his exceptional talent, her first reaction was not jealousy or insecurity, but an unwavering resolve to pave the way for him. Even though she bore nearly 1,000,000 credits in debt, without hesitation to borrow more for him, he pulled her, trembling with excitement, tightly into his embrace. Resting his chin gently atop her head, his voice tender yet resolute. My dear, your words mean more than anything. In his arms, Bai Mushi struggled to calm her emotions. You foolish man. With such a remarkable talent, why didn't you say so sooner? The tuition at the private martial arts university is high, but there are ample opportunities to earn it back once enrolled. Lin Xie chuckled. No worries. If it comes to it, I can always sell my fertility data again. Bai Mushi's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully punched Lin Xie, breaking free from his embrace. Her cheeks still rosy, she grabbed her personal terminal, her fingers swiftly tapping the screen. There was no time to hesitate. Mushi's tone carried an urgent insistence. The enrollment deadline for this year's private martial arts university is in 2 days at 5 in the afternoon. We must decide immediately. Xia hesitated and asked, "How much is the enrollment fee?" "The enrollment fee is uniformly 100,000 credit points," Mushi replied without looking up. Once enrolled, there would be a screening exam. The Examination Management Center would determine eligibility based on the comprehensive results, deciding which private martial arts universities met the required score thresholds. These universities would then provide corresponding incentives, such as fee waivers or scholarships. Pausing, she looked up, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "With your 95 potential, as long as you perform adequately in the screening, securing a half scholarship at a mid-tier private university should be no problem." The lower-tier institutions offered subpar education. Though they waived fees, it would not be worth it. "What about full scholarships?" Xia asked, surprised. "And what of the top-tier private universities?" Mushi observed him and replied, "For the top 10 private universities, you would definitely gain admission, but forget about the enrollment fees and scholarships. Those slots are primarily reserved for martial arts prodigies who have already advanced to warriors before the entrance exams." Xia, intrigued, queried, "Martial arts prodigies? Didn't they already get filtered out by public martial arts universities during the entrance exams? How could they still attend private universities?" Mushi shook her head, her eyes reflecting the insight of someone with experience. "You are oversimplifying the situation. Do you think only public universities are competing for talent?" She explained. "For those truly top-tier geniuses, both private and public universities have been fiercely competing for them since before the entrance exams. Even during their first and second years of high school. You see, the best private martial arts universities, in terms of faculty and training resources, are often on par with, or even superior to public ones in certain fields. For those genuine prodigies, tuition is not a concern." Mushi's tone carried a hint of nostalgia. "Consider this. Those who can break through to become warriors in high school undoubtedly have substantial financial backing. Their school choice hinges on the institution's ability to provide the most suitable developmental path, the finest mentors, and the broadest network." Xia listened, taken aback. Mushi's insights unveiled a world he had never encountered. Yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. His high school was merely an ordinary public institution, even its best class. The so-called key class had only a few aspiring warriors, which was already a point of pride for the school. As for the martial arts prodigies Mushi mentioned, they were likely among the elite classes in the most prestigious high schools across the galaxy, an echelon he had never even dared to aspire to. Observing Xia's contemplative demeanor, Mushi took a deep breath, her tone resolute. "Don't overthink it. None of that concerns us right now. Our immediate goal is to seize this opportunity. Together, let us devise a plan for the 100,000 registration fee." Xia, regaining his composure, hastily grasped her hand. "My dear, you still owe 900,000. Mushi observed a flicker of guilt and hesitation in Xia's eyes, and unexpectedly burst into laughter, her smile radiating a sense of openness and self-assurance. "Those are interest-free loans, and I have now saved up 50,000 credit points." Xia felt a jolt in his heart. This 50,000 credit points was intended for Mushi's tuition. Yet now, it appeared she was unhesitatingly willing to place this hope upon herself first. But the registration fee was 100,000, leaving them still short by half. Even if they registered, there remained an annual tuition fee of 100,000. Were they truly to gamble on that scholarship? As Xia gazed into Mushi's resolute eyes, a fire ignited within him. Gamble? Why not take the risk? With his potential at 95, complemented by an extraordinary system. If he lacked this modicum of confidence, how could he aspire to become a formidable force? Xia nodded emphatically. "All right, I have about 10,000 from 2 months of work here, along with my previous savings. I will take out a consumer loan for the remaining 40,000. Mushi nodded, swiftly operating her personal terminal. Soon, the device on Xia's wrist emitted a crisp notification sound. "Ding. You have received a transfer of 50,000 credit points." Mushi did not afford Xia the chance to refuse, urging, "Quick, register immediately. Do not miss the deadline." Watching the figure of 50,000 on the screen, Xia felt as though his heart was being tightly squeezed. He took a deep breath, suppressing all his emotions and determination deep within, and nodded resolutely. Chapter 27. Relentless Practice. Xia first located the consumer loan section within the payment system on his terminal. Due to his current employment, he was eligible for a maximum consumer loan of 50,000. he withdrew the full amount. Then, he accessed the Unified Registration Portal for private universities under the Ministry of Education. After validating his identity and uploading his gene potential assessment, he finally entered the amount of 100,000 credit points on the payment page. A balance of 10,000 remained. He owed the bank 50,000. Ding. Registration fee has been paid. Citizen Lin Xie, ID. You have successfully registered for the joint selection examination of the private martial arts university of the Taurus 0755 Galaxy. The details regarding the exam time, location, and specific arrangements will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please be attentive. Registration successful. Upon seeing these 4 words, Lin Xie breathed a sigh of relief, reigniting his fervent ambition. He turned to Bai Mushi and curiously inquired, "My dear, what exactly is this selection examination about? What will we be tested on?" Understanding oneself and the opponent is essential for victory in every battle. While Bai Mushi quickly researched relevant information on her personal terminal, she replied, "Let me check the situation from the past 2 years. After all, that was 8 years ago, and the process must have changed." Her fingers glided swiftly across the screen, and her brow gradually furrowed. "Back in my day, it was quite simple. It consisted of basic physical fitness tests, such as punching power, speed, nerve response, and mental strength. The data would be presented, and each university would select candidates based on those figures." However, Bai Mushi's expression suddenly became peculiar as she enlarged a piece of information, scrutinizing it several times. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. "What's wrong?" Lin Xie felt a flutter of unease at her unusual demeanor. Bai Mushi looked up, her tone bordering on absurdity as she exclaimed, "Last year's selection examination has actually transformed into a practical combat test." She pointed at the details on her terminal for Lin Xie to see. The underground city combat examination's first stage required all candidates to enter the first level of the underground city, where monsters would appear, and rankings would be determined based on completion time. This was merely the first stage. The subsequent stages were likely kept confidential, inaccessible to the general public. Bai Mushi could not help but complain, "Is it really that competitive now?" Observing the shock and concern etched on Bai Mushi's face, Lin Xie felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and declaring with bravado, "Let them compete. Who is afraid?" Bai Mushi was inspired by his unyielding spirit, her worries swiftly replaced by an inexplicable trust and pride. She lifted her gaze, captivated by the fighting spirit flickering in Lin Xie's eyes. In that moment, he appeared exceptionally handsome. "Yes." Bai Mushi nodded vigorously, fire igniting in her own eyes. "Since we have registered, we shall give it our all. The stronger we are, the higher our ranking will be, leading us to better schools and greater rewards." With their objective now clear, the only remaining task was to exert every effort. Lin Xie understood that his most pressing concern was to seize every moment to enhance his abilities and elevate his genetic potential. Without delay, Lin Xie dialed the communication line of Supervisor Zhang from the logistics department. "Supervisor Zhang, I have registered for the selection examination at the private martial arts university and wish to apply for a leave of absence without pay." After a moment of silence, Supervisor Zhang let out a sigh from the other end of the line. "Shaolin, have you thought this through?" "I have, Supervisor Zhang. I want to give it another shot." Lin Xie's tone was unwaveringly resolute. "Very well," Supervisor Zhang replied, a hint of regret in his voice. "I respect your decision. According to regulations, citizens who accept placement and later choose to pursue further studies may apply for a leave of absence without pay, with their original positions retained for a maximum of 2 years. Best of luck to you." "Thank you, Supervisor Zhang." After hanging up, Supervisor Zhang shook his head and remarked to his colleagues in the office, "Ah, yet another impulsive young person. Shaolin from Farm 939 has only worked for 2 months and suddenly says he wants to take the entrance exam for a private university." The office erupted in agreement. Every year, there are always 1 or 2 who refuse to turn back until they hit a wall. Indeed, they choose to forsake a stable life for a gamble, only to return in defeat. Young people always believe they can achieve an extraordinary life. It's understandable. Unperturbed by such comments, Lin Xie devoted all his time and energy to the cultivation of the 8 treasure technique after resigning. Seeing his dedication, Bai Mushi proactively offered to continue mentoring him, helping him refine details and enhance efficiency. However, Lin Xie waved his hand, declining her kind offer. "My dear, it's unnecessary. I can manage on my own." As if to jest, he remarked that following Bai Mushi's meticulous and rigid training methods would not only be slow but also particularly exhausting. Why should he not rely on his own laid-back approach? As long as he executed the movements, his progress would continue to advance. with minimal physical expenditure and a speed that was more than doubled. Thus, the training room at home once again became a scene that was quite the eyesore. Lin Xie's 8 treasure technique was executed with whimsical abandon, lacking any semblance of structure, resembling chaotic movements. Bai Muxi, watching from the side, furrowed her brows tightly. This was a direct challenge to the martial arts training principles she had established over the years. She truly wanted to rush over, seize Lin Xie's arm, and loudly admonish him. You are practicing incorrectly. This is a grave error. Yet, the words caught in her throat, and she swallowed them back. Reflecting on the past 2 months, Lin Xie had indeed been following this haphazard training method. And yet, he had elevated his genetic potential to 95. Could it be that the training methods of geniuses truly differed from those of ordinary individuals? This absurd thought involuntarily emerged in Bai Muxi's mind. Perhaps he indeed possessed his own unique training habits and insights? With this realization, Bai Muxi's tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of resignation intertwined with curiosity. She no longer attempted to correct Lin Xie, instead choosing to sit quietly by his side, watching him gesticulate animatedly. In her heart, she mused, very well, the world of geniuses is beyond my comprehension. As long as he finds it effective, that suffices. The 8 treasures skill truly lived up to its reputation as an advanced technique, even though Lin Xie employed a method akin to slacking off. The toll it took on his physical and mental stamina was incomparable to the 128th set of calisthenics. As the night gradually faded, the horizon outside began to glow with a pale light. After 15 consecutive rounds of practice, Lin Xie felt as though his limbs were weighed down with lead, drenched in sweat. Yet, upon glancing at the clear progress bar in his mind, reading 1520, he realized he was just 5 rounds away. If he could endure 5 more, another breakthrough would be within his grasp. With determination, Lin Xie clenched his teeth, letting out a couple of words through gritted teeth, and pushed his weary body into yet another round of training. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Bai Muxi emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing the figure still drenched in sweat within the training room, she instantly snapped awake, momentarily taken aback, and exclaimed in surprise, "Darling, you haven't slept?" At that moment, Lin Xie had entered a semi-dazed state, entirely absorbed in his training and battling fatigue, oblivious to Bai Muxi's words. He merely relied on sheer willpower to mechanically repeat his movements. Nearly an hour later, when he finally completed another round of training and forced himself to stop, he noticed Bai Muxi standing at the doorway. Breathing heavily, he rasped, "I just couldn't stop once I started." At that moment, Lin Xie appeared utterly disheveled, soaked in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from the water. A puddle of sweat had formed on the floor beneath him, with visible white salt crystals left behind as the sweat dried. Yet, in his bloodshot eyes burned an intense flame, fixated on the invisible progress bar, as he relentlessly squeezed the last remnants of potential from his body. Chapter 28. The Critical Period. Bai Muxi gazed at his state with a twinge of concern. She hurried to freshen up, then swiftly prepared a nutritious breakfast. Approaching the training room's entrance, she waved her delicate little fist to cheer him on, saying, "Darling, keep it up," but couldn't help but remind him, "You must also take care to rest. I'm off to work now." Bai Muxi's current job as a mother was quite easy, usually requiring only half a day of classes, allowing her to return home by afternoon. Lin Xie managed to squeeze out a response from his throat. Bai Muxi cast him a lingering glance before reluctantly turning to leave. After hearing the door close, Lin Xie again forced himself to complete another round of training. He then dragged his heavy limbs to the dining table, gazing at the lovingly prepared breakfast by Bai Muxi. A warm current surged within him. He devoured the food ravenously, feeling a slight restoration of energy. After a brief rest, he stood up once more. 3 more rounds. 3 hours later, just as he was on the verge of fainting, that long-awaited voice finally resonated in his mind like a heavenly melody. Ding! The 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 2. Host Gene Potential 02. Host Lin Xie. Gene Potential 97. Physical Strength 93. Mental Strength 93. Spiritual Energy 20. Techniques 128 set of calisthenics level 10 max. 8 treasures skill level 2 040. Partner Bai Muxi. Affinity 75. Offspring 2. In gestation. In an instant, a wave of energy, more pure and powerful than any before, erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Lin Xie felt as if the hands that had grown weary and weak were suddenly infused with explosive strength. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed this energy, undergoing a transformative metamorphosis. His previously exhausted body, worn out from all-night training, was instantly revitalized to its peak condition. Even more resilient and vibrant than before. He could hear the crisp crackling of his bones, and his muscles and fascia became sturdier and more robust. 97. Only a mere 03 stood between him and the realm of martial artists. Lin Xie clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. I'm so hungry. Just then, the door clicked open. Bai Mushi returned, carrying bags of groceries, and upon seeing Lin Xie standing in the living room, vibrant and radiating an indescribable aura of strength, she was momentarily stunned. Wife, I'm so hungry. Lin Xie exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. Huh. Oh. All right. Bai Mushi snapped back to reality, hurriedly responding. Okay, I'll make it right now. She rushed to the kitchen, deftly preparing the meal. 20 minutes later, as Bai Mushi emerged with the first fragrant plate of stir-fried meat, Lin Xie, freshly showered, wasted no time and sat down, consuming the entire plate and a large bowl of rice in a whirlwind. When Bai Mushi brought out the second plate and observed the empty dishes and bowls on the table, she was utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Lin Xie unabashedly took the second plate, mumbling his praise. Wife, your cooking is exquisite. Bai Mushi immediately realized this was a sign of excessive training and his body urgently needing to replenish energy. She quickly dashed back into the kitchen, preparing all the ingredients originally intended for lunch and dinner together, thinking to herself, I'll buy more later. I can't let my husband go hungry. Thus, during this meal, Lin Xie consumed an astonishing 3 to 4 times his usual portion, finishing every grain of rice in the rice cooker and clearing 4 large plates of food before finally feeling satisfied with a burp. Bai Mushi, gazing at the spotless plates, felt no sorrow but rather a smile graced her face as she gently said, Once you're full, hurry and get some sleep. You haven't rested all night. Lin Xie nodded, truly feeling a bit sleepy, and obediently walked into the bedroom, collapsing into a deep slumber. In this deep sleep, he was blissfully unaware of the world. When he finally awoke, the night had descended, signaling dinner time. At the dining table, Lin Xie continued to eat voraciously. Although his appetite was not as exaggerated as during lunch, it was still more than double his usual intake. Bai Mushi sat across from him, silently observing his meal with a myriad of emotions swirling within her. She recalled a piece of wisdom imparted by her martial arts instructor during her time at the martial arts university. When your training reaches a bottleneck or is on the verge of a breakthrough, your body instinctively sends signals. The most common sign is a sudden increase in appetite. This indicates your body is accumulating energy for the next transformation. Seize this critical period. Intensify your training and replenish sufficient nutrition. You may very well break through to the next realm in a short time. Bai Mushi remembered her instructor's words, emphasizing that seizing this critical period could allow a novice martial artist to ascend to the martial artist realm within 12 years. As she watched Lin Xie devour his food, a thought sprouted in her mind, one that even she found hard to believe. Could Lin Xie have reached this critical period? Could he truly become a martial artist within 2 years? Bai Mushi's heart raced. Chapter 29. A call from Lin's mother 3 days later, in the training room. Lin Xie was immersed in the practice of the 8 treasures skill. Suddenly, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated, emitting a notification sound. At this moment, Lin Xie was immersed in a critical stage of his cultivation, acutely aware of the energy within him converging and colliding against an invisible barrier. Ignoring the notifications from his terminal, he persevered with unwavering determination. After 2 hours had elapsed, when he finally completed the last round of his cultivation, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! 8 treasure technique has been upgraded to level 3. Host genetic potential, 02. Host, Lin Xie genetic potential, 99 physical ability, 95 mental state, 95 spiritual energy, 21 cultivation techniques, set 128 of calisthenics level 10, max. 8 treasure technique level 3, 060, partner, Bai Mushi, affection level, 75, offspring, 2, in gestation, 99. Lin Xie's breath became instantly labored, and a glint of disbelief ignited in his eyes. Only a final one remained. He was but a step away from truly becoming a martial artist. Yet this last step was the most arduous. The immense consumption associated with the breakthrough left him with a fierce hunger, as if he could devour an entire cow. Exiting the training room, he found Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal, smiling as she awaited his return. In recent days, Lin Xie's appetite had been insatiable, and Bai Mushi had grown accustomed to this, always preparing ample portions for him. As he devoured his food, he raised his wrist to check the notification on his terminal. It was an official notice from the Taurus 0755 Star Systems Admissions Examination Center. Dear Candidate Lin Xie, ID, greetings. The specific arrangements for the joint screening examination of the private martial arts university in the Taurus 0755 Star System have now been confirmed. Examination location, Admissions Examination Center. Tiantai City, provincial capital of Taurus 0755 Star System. Reporting period, from August 21st for 0918 of the imperial calendar to August 30th for 0918, a total of 9 days. Please ensure to report to the examination center within the stipulated time, bringing your personal ID and registration proof to receive your admission ticket. Failure to report on time will be deemed as an automatic forfeiture of examination eligibility, and the registration fee will not be refunded. Wishing you success in your examination. Within the 9 days, he needed to reach the provincial examination center. Lin Xie chewed on his food while mentally calculating the logistics. That evening, the soft glow of lights bathed the sunflower garden community. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi strolled leisurely hand in hand. Bai Mushi, 2 months pregnant, had a belly that was not easily noticeable. As they relished the tranquility following dinner, a familiar voice suddenly broke the silence. Hey, Lin Xie, it's been days since I last saw you. Turning toward the sound, they found Wang Hao and his partner, Zhang Qian. Wang Hao scrutinized Lin Xie with curiosity, realizing he hadn't seen him at the express bus station for several days. Lin Xie smiled and, not intending to conceal anything, candidly replied, I've paused my work at the farm to prepare for the entrance exam to the private martial arts university. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's expression shifted, his smile freezing in place. Zhang Qian, beside him, immediately exhibited a look of surprise and envy, exclaiming, Wow, that's incredible. Congratulations. Wang Hao quickly regained his composure and echoed, Yes, congratulations. You've got it, Xie. Hidden talents indeed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi resumed their stroll, passing by them. Once Lin Xie and Bai Mushi had disappeared from view, Zhang Qian remained in a state of astonishment, pulling Wang Hao's arm and remarking, Your classmate must be quite wealthy to attend a private martial arts university. The tuition and registration fees are no small matter. Indeed. Wang Hao nodded, his gaze complex as he watched Lin Xie depart. Yet, his thoughts were entirely different. Lin Xie wealthy? Impossible. He knew all too well the circumstances of Lin Xie's family, 7 children, both parents being ordinary workers. And it was already a feat for them to support him through high school. The only explanation was that he had latched onto a wealthy woman. Wang Hao's gaze shifted again to Bai Mushi's graceful silhouette. I wonder how this kid managed to persuade such a beautiful woman to willingly finance his education at a private university. Wang Hao could not fathom that Lin Xie was financially capable of attending a private institution. Even if he had struck lucky in a lottery, would his partner truly agree? Lost in thought, Wang Hao instinctively glanced at Zhang Qian beside him. Sensing his gaze, Zhang Qian tilted her head and asked, What's up? Do you want to attend a private university too? A flicker of interest sparked in Wang Hao's heart as he tentatively replied, Would you sponsor me? At his words, Zhang Qian immediately shot him a large eye roll, retorting, Dream on. The money I earn with great difficulty from giving birth isn't for you to squander on dreams. Wang Hao forced a smile, but a wave of bitterness surged within him. Such was reality. People fear comparisons the most. Without comparison, being a farm manager, marrying a down-to-earth wife, raising a few children, and living comfortably could be quite serene. However, once confronted with the divergent choices and lives of others, the seeds of discontent and envy sprouted like wild grass, growing uncontrollably. Wang Hao draped an arm around Zhang Qian's shoulders, smiling as he said, Let us go home. 2 days later, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were packing their belongings, preparing to set off for Tiantai City, the provincial capital. Suddenly, the personal terminal on Lin Xie's wrist chimed, signaling a video call request from his mother. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the call. On the screen appeared his mother, her face marked with a hint of worry. Xie, how have you been lately? I heard you've registered for a private university? His mother's tone bore a hint of reproach. Lin Xie nodded, but before he could respond, his mother's voice rose an octave. Xie, are you out of your mind? On the other side, his father squeezed into the frame, his face a mask of anger. If you do this, don't come asking us for tuition. We won't give you a single cent. Lin Xie was at a loss for words. He had no intention of asking his family for money, nor did he wish to hear such futile talk, which was precisely why he had not informed them of his decision. To his surprise, however, the news had still reached them. His mother continued to ramble. Your genetic potential is only 5. Why would you waste money attending a private university? Listen to your mother. Withdraw your application. and focus on working at the farm. That's the right path. I now possess a genetic potential of 99. Lin Xie could no longer contain himself, interrupting her. I'm preparing to become a martial artist. Why can't I attend a private university? This decision has been made after careful consideration, and my partner agrees. I have no intention of asking you for financial support, so you needn't worry about us. As his words echoed, his parents on the other side of the screen fell silent, as if frozen in time. Genetic potential 99? How is that possible? Their immediate reaction was disbelief, thinking Lin Xie was deceiving them. Don't lie to us. His mother snapped back to reality. Her tone now even more urgent. You've learned to lie now. Hurry and listen. Don't waste money on that registration fee. Frustrated, Lin Xie had little desire to explain further. I've already said, this matter is none of your concern. Enough, we're heading to Tiantai City. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly ended the video call. Silence enveloped the room once more. Bai Muxi observed the entire exchange with clarity, equally surprised by the turn of events. Lin Xie's parents, surprisingly, completely disbelieved in their own son. In contrast, her own parents had supported her for 4 years before ultimately giving up. It seems that her parents were already quite good in this regard. Bai Muxi hesitated for a moment and softly asked, Xie, should we consider visiting my parents? Lin Xie, taken aback by her suggestion, looked up. Is that convenient? He recalled clearly that when they first matched, Bai Muxi had mentioned that her parents were already disappointed in her and would no longer care whom she married. Bai Muxi's family was unlike Lin Xie's. They were not from a working-class background, but rather a typical martial arts family. In this era that revered strength, emotions and resources seemed intrinsically linked to martial talent. Bai Muxi's inability to advance as a martial artist over the years had gradually exhausted her parents' patience and expectations. To make matters worse, Bai Muxi had a sister who was even more gifted. Consequently, the limited family resources naturally gravitated toward the more promising sister, rendering Bai Muxi an increasingly superfluous presence in her own home. Bai Muxi gazed at Lin Xie, a complex smile gracing her lips. They previously said they would no longer concern themselves with me. However, times have changed. Before your visit to Tiantai City, I suddenly feel that paying a visit might not be a bad idea. Perhaps it could yield unexpected rewards. She paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. After all, you are no longer the same. A prospective martial artist with a genetic potential of 99, a future warrior. Such a son-in-law would be impossible for any martial arts family to disregard as they once did. This transcends mere appearances. It concerns the future interests and connections of the family. In an instant, Lin Xie comprehended Bai Muxi's intentions. He had not anticipated her mention of unexpected rewards. This was not merely a family visit. It resembled a declaration of intent. It was a message to her parents. The daughter you once looked down upon has now found a partner far exceeding your expectations. All right, Lin Xie nodded, his resolve unwavering. He took Bai Muxi's hand and stated earnestly, then let us go. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence, Lin's father, upon hanging up the phone, was livid, his face pale with anger. He slammed his hand on the table. This is outrageous. How dare he hang up on me? He fumed. Just wait. When he comes back asking for money, I won't give him a single cent. Lin's mother sat nearby, sighing heavily, her eyes reddened. She murmured, Xie is a good child at heart. It's just that his partner has led him astray. I warned you about that woman. She's ambitious and not one to settle down. But you didn't believe me. Behind them, the younger siblings, old 8, old 9, and old 13, stood quietly, observing their parents, unsure of what to say. Bai Muxi's parents resided not in the ordinary settlement community of Xiangyang Huayuan, but in a villa district called Jinghuiding on the edge of the city. The environment was serene, with security at the entrance, and each townhouse stood tall. It was a community of middle-class martial arts families, far superior to Lin Xie's parents' home. As the hovercar carrying Lin Xie and Bai Muxi slowly entered Jinghuiding, Lin Xie genuinely felt the vast disparity between the two families. The Bai family's villa was a 3-story modern townhouse, spacious and elegantly designed. As they approached the entrance, the door opened automatically. A well-dressed, refined middle-aged man stood at the door and, upon seeing Bai Muxi, offered a somewhat distant smile. Muxi, welcome home. He was Bai Muxi's father, Bai Jinfeng. His gaze lingered on Bai Muxi for a moment before shifting to Lin Xie, his eyes betraying a subtle scrutiny. Father, Bai Muxi's greeting was unembellished, lacking any overt emotion. She turned to introduce Lin Xie. This is my partner, Lin Xie. Good day, sir, Lin Xie greeted respectfully yet confidently. Come in, Bai Jinfeng nodded, indicating for them to enter. Your uncle and brother are here. Uncle and brother? Lin Xie glanced at Bai Muxi, who shrugged in response, indicating her own uncertainty. In the living room, a well-maintained, graceful middle-aged woman, sat on the sofa. She glanced at Bai Mushi with an indifferent expression. This was Bai Mushi's mother, Lu Yuqin. Mother. Bai Mushi's tone remained steady. Lu Yuqin nodded and looked at the two guests in the living room. One was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Bai Zhenfeng, but appeared more astute. Beside him sat a young man, slightly older than Lin Xie, who wore a haughty expression. These two were Bai Zhenfeng's brother, Bai Zhenyun, and his son, Bai Mujie. Seeing Bai Mushi enter with Lin Xie, both Bai Zhenyun and Bai Mujie exhibited surprise. Mushi, you have returned? Bai Zhenyun initiated, his tone laced with polite astonishment. Uncle, Mujie, Bai Mushi greeted calmly. Lin Xie followed suit, offering a polite salutation. Good day, Uncle, Mujie. Bai Zhenfeng and Lu Yuqin merely nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Although they did not exhibit overt coldness in front of guests, an underlying sense of detachment was palpable. Sister, what brings you back so suddenly? Bai Mujie inquired, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xie, scrutinizing him openly. Bai Zhenfeng lifted a teacup, blowing gently across its surface, and said, Zhenyun and I are here to discuss Mujie's upcoming exam in Tiantai City. Bai Zhenyun added with a smile, indeed, Mujie has registered for this year's private university selection exam, and we plan to send him there the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, a flicker of discernible interest crossed Bai Mushi's eyes. She glanced at Lin Xie and calmly stated, What a coincidence. My partner Lin Xie has also registered, and we intend to go there in the next couple of days as well. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere in the living room froze. All eyes converged on Lin Xie. Lu Yuqin was the first to break the silence, frowning as she questioned, Private Martial Arts University? Where did you acquire the funds for that? Though Bai Zhenyun and Bai Mujie remained silent, their expressions revealed their surprise. In their minds, the daughter they had dismissed would hardly find a partner of any significance. He must be just another impractical youth hoping to make a fortune through loans. Feeling the frigid stares surrounding him, Bai Mushi's expression darkened. Yet, Lin Xie maintained his composure, smiling calmly. From his bag, he retrieved the official certificate of his genetic potential assessment, placing it gently on the coffee table and sliding it toward them. Father, mother, uncle. Please take a look at this, he stated with a voice that, though soft, resonated with undeniable confidence. All eyes, Bai Zhenfeng, Lu Yuqin, Bai Zhenyun, and Bai Mujie, instinctively fell upon the document. As they read the bold, enlarged figures at the bottom, the living room was engulfed in a profound silence. Genetic potential 99. Moreover, the document explicitly stated his age, 19. Everyone was left dumbfounded, their minds blank. A genetic potential of 99. What did this signify? He was on the cusp of becoming a true martial artist, merely a step away from the pinnacle. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was only 19 years old. In the Bai family's current generation, the most outstanding individual is none other than the eighth sister, Bai Mulin, who has monopolized most of Bai Mushi's resources. At the age of 19, during her college entrance examination, her genetic potential barely reached 85. After 3 years of rigorous study at a private university, she has only just entered the realm of martial artists. Yet, here stands Lin Xie, whom they have dismissed as insignificant, possessing an astonishing potential of 99. He is truly a genius among geniuses. The first to react was Bai Zhenyun. The coldness and scrutiny that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by an almost sycophantic enthusiasm. He abruptly rose to his feet, hastening to Lin Xie's side, exclaiming with fervor, Noble nephew, your talent is nothing short of that of a dragon among men. He then extended an invitation with great warmth. Noble nephew, when do you plan to head to Tiantai City? Why not accompany us, Bai Jie? It would be beneficial to have someone to look after you on the journey. Bai Mushi shook her head, responding with a hint of indifference. There is no need to trouble uncle. We can manage on our own. Oh, not at all. It's no trouble, Bai Zhenyun insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. We are family. There's no need to speak of trouble. It is settled then. When do you plan to depart? Tomorrow or the day after? At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice, laced with a hint of mischief, floated down the staircase. Sister? You're back. A girl, reminiscent of Bai Mushi but radiating youthful exuberance, bounded down the stairs, clad in designer sportswear and sporting a high ponytail. She was filled with the vitality of youth. She was Bai Mushi's 12th sister, Bai Mushue. Bai Mushue approached her sister, affectionately linking her arm with hers, and curiously gazed at Lin Xie, her eyes sparkling. Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Bai Mushue. Hello, Mushue, Lin Xie replied with a warm smile. Compared to the initial coldness of their parents, this younger sister seemed much more welcoming. Meanwhile, Bai Muxi, who had previously exhibited a hint of arrogance, now wore an expression of utter astonishment. Though he did not change his demeanor as swiftly as his father, the shock and confusion, along with a barely concealed tinge of jealousy, were evident in his wide, round eyes. He stared blankly at Lin Xie, and then at the glaring assessment certificate on the coffee table, his mind buzzing. Could it truly be a genetic potential of 99? What a joke. He was a student in the top class of a key district high school, where the students celebrated as a martial arts prodigy had a potential of merely 90. That achievement had sent shockwaves throughout the school, elevating him to the status of idol among countless teachers and classmates. Yet now, this seemingly unremarkable brother-in-law, brought by his own sister, surpassed their class's top student by nearly 10 points. This was no longer mere excellence. It was sheer monstrosity. Chapter 32. A change in attitude by Muxi felt as if his worldview had been profoundly shaken. He had once taken pride in his genetic potential of 68, believing that while he might not rival top-tier geniuses, he was still a standout among his peers. However, in comparison to Lin Xie, he felt like a firefly against the brilliance of the moon, utterly insignificant. He gazed at Lin Xie's calm and confident visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Bai Muxue, just having dashed down the stairs, remained blissfully unaware of the situation. She sensed an odd atmosphere in the living room, with the adults wearing peculiar expressions. Curiously, she leaned over the coffee table to catch a glimpse of the assessment certificate. Wow, 99. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, Bai Muxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, unencumbered by the complex thoughts of those around her. Lu Yuqin, Bai Muxi's mother, now wore an entirely different expression. She regarded the certificate and then glanced at her daughter, whom she had always underestimated, as well as her son-in-law, whom she was meeting for the first time. A tempest of emotions surged within her. She could not fathom how her ordinarily unremarkable daughter had found such an extraordinary partner. It was simply unfathomable. As the head of the family, Bai Zhenfeng, though just as shocked internally, quickly regained his composure. He cast a deep glance at Lin Xie, then raised his teacup. Taking a delicate sip before speaking in as steady a tone as possible, Jinyun is right. We are family, so we should go together. It would be prudent to look out for one another on the road. His words effectively set the tone for the matter. Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie, who smiled and nodded. Since both dad and uncle have agreed, I shall graciously accept. We can set off tomorrow. He understood that the Bai family aimed to use this opportunity to forge a closer bond with him, a prospect he did not mind at all. After all, having an additional friend is always preferable to an enemy, especially when it concerns the family of his wife. Improving this relationship would also be beneficial for Bai Muxi. Moreover, it would save on transportation and accommodation costs, given that Tiantai City, as a provincial capital, could be quite expensive. That night, in the basement training room of the Bai family villa, which had been specially designated for practice, the space was brightly lit, equipped with a plethora of professional training apparatus, far superior to any public gym in the community. Lin Xie was about to commence his leisurely training routine when he noticed two small heads peering through the door. Bai Muxue, along with a small child who appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, was curiously watching him. Brother-in-law, this is the 13th sibling, Bai Muhua. Bai Muxue introduced. Call him brother-in-law. Bai Muhua timidly hid behind his sister, his big, round eyes brimming with admiration and curiosity for Lin Xie. Observing the innocent and adoring gazes of these two little ones, Lin Xie could only smile wryly to himself. Well, there goes my plan for leisure. It wouldn't be wise to display flashy skills in front of children and lead them astray. The reason he was training here was because Bai father and Bai mother had insisted that they stay overnight at the villa. That assessment certificate with a score of 99 had acted as a key, effortlessly opening the previously closed door of familial affection within the Bai family. Lin Xie was more than happy to provide the opportunity for Bai Muxi and her parents to reconnect. As for himself, being naturally reticent, he opted to utilize this training room to hone his skills diligently. Thus, he set aside his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he began practicing the 8 treasures technique with utmost precision. Though this method of training was more strenuous, the system indicated no difference in efficiency. Nevertheless, his form was impeccable, exuding an aura of mastery. Bai Muxue and Bai Muhua watched in rapt fascination, their eyes glued to him. The next morning, as Lin Xie and Bai Muxi prepared to take their leave, the demeanor of Bai father and Bai mother contrasted starkly with the previous day. Their warmth was overwhelming, leaving Lin Xie feeling somewhat flustered. Xie, if you need anything in Tiantai City, don't hesitate to let us know. Please, do not be shy. Indeed, Muxi. Take good care of Xie, and of yourself as well. Lu Yuqin grasped Bai Muxi's hand, inquiring with genuine concern, as if the cold and aloof matron from yesterday was merely a figment of Lin Xie's imagination. as they boarded the hover car heading back to Xianyang Flower Garden. Bai Mushi leaned closer to Lin Xie, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips as she whispered, "My dad said he'll cover your 100,000 registration fee. The tuition fees as well." Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Mushi, observing his astonished expression, beamed even brighter. "See? Isn't it a windfall? A windfall indeed." Lin Xie nodded vigorously, gaining a profound understanding of the term reality. Upon returning to their residence at Xianyang Huayuan, the two had barely settled in to enjoy a sip of water when Bai Jinyun's call came through. A half-hour later, a spacious and luxurious 7-seater hover business vehicle came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Xianyang Huayuan community. The door slid open, and Bai Jinyun poked his head out, beaming as he waved at them. "Chia Mushi, hop in. We're heading directly to Tian'ai City." Inside the vehicle, the roomy and comfortable 7-seater glided smoothly along the road, the atmosphere amicable. When Bai Jinyun casually inquired about Lin Xie's family background and learned that he hailed from an ordinary worker's family, the surprise on the faces of the father and son was palpable. Bai Mujie couldn't help but exclaim sincerely, "Brother-in-law, you are far superior to those so-called second-generation heirs in our class. Aren't they all riding on their family's resources? It's my first time meeting someone like you who relies solely on their own talent." Lin Xie chuckled, nodding gracefully, while internally he mused, "Aren't you also a second-generation heir?" As their conversation continued, Bai Mujie curiously leaned in and asked, "Brother-in-law, what brand of nutritional liquid do you use for your training? Is it Titan Power or Galaxy Essence?" "My dad got me the enhanced version of Titan Power, and it works quite well." Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He had never used any legitimate nutritional liquid. His training was heavily reliant on the meals prepared by Bai Mushi. Thinking quickly, he earnestly fabricated, "I use Love brand nutritional liquid." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi blushed furiously, pinching him sharply at the waist and shooting him a reproachful glance. "Love brand?" Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie exchanged bewildered looks, clearly perplexed by this new high-end brand they had never heard of. The 2-hour journey passed swiftly amidst light-hearted banter. The hover vehicle gradually decelerated, revealing an extraordinarily grand and magnificent tower city before them. Countless skyscrapers, lower on the outside and taller towards the center, formed a pyramid-like structure that soared into the clouds. Above, a dense network of hover lanes crisscrossed like a vast web of light. Multicolored neon signs twinkled like stars, adorning the city with an ethereal glow. Lin Xie gazed out at the bustling neon traffic and the breathtaking urban landscape, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. This was the provincial capital, Tian'ai City. Chapter 33. What good is martial arts without money? The hover vehicle navigated through the intricate aerial lanes, finally landing gently in front of a skyscraper known as Tianyue International Hotel in the 4 or 5 ring area. "All right, we've arrived," Bai Jinyun announced with a smile. Parking the vehicle, "I have already booked the rooms in advance. Let's settle in first and head to the examination center in the afternoon." Lin Xie gazed up at the luxurious hotel, soaring at least 200 stories high, and couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. The four entered the opulent hotel lobby. Bai Jinyun skillfully completed the check-in process, securing 2 adjacent luxury suites. After arranging their luggage, he suggested, "There's still time. Let's have lunch at the hotel restaurant first. We can head to the examination center later." Lin Xie and Bai Mushi readily agreed. The revolving restaurant on the top floor offered a panoramic view of the bustling surroundings through its vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Xie suddenly thought that the restaurants in the more central areas of the 2nd and 3rd rings must look down upon them from above. A sumptuous lunch was served, featuring a variety of rare, high-quality ingredients artfully prepared by the chef, a feast for both the eyes and palate. Throughout the meal, Bai Jinyun remained enthusiastic, continually serving Lin Xie and inquiring about his impressions of Tian'ai City. His demeanor conveyed a clear intention to invest in and cultivate a future powerhouse. Bai Mujie, too, was exceptionally humble, occasionally seeking Lin Xie's advice on training matters. Although Lin Xie was merely responding with vague answers, he found the conversation engaging, as if he were receiving valuable secrets. After lunch, the four took the hotel's dedicated vehicle to the provincial examination center located on the other side of the city. The examination center was a sprawling modern complex, exuding a solemn and dignified ambience. At that moment, the entrance was teeming with people, candidates and parents from various star systems crowding the square. The air was thick with a mixture of tension and excitement. Observing this scene, Lin Xie felt a surge of ambition rise within him. This was the first checkpoint on the road to becoming a formidable warrior. After much effort, they squeezed into the registration hall and located the corresponding window, as indicated. Presenting their identification IDs, They swiftly verified their registration information and received their electronic examination permits. Lin Xie glanced at the terminal displaying his electronic permit, which bore his photo, name, examination number, examination time, and a QR code. Examination time. Imperial calendar year 40918. September 1st, 9 o'clock a.m. September 1st, just 5 days away, Lin Xie thought as he carefully stored the permit. Just as they were preparing to leave, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly called out from nearby. Mujia, is that really you? You're here for the exam too? Following the voice, Lin Xie saw a tall, handsome young man dressed in designer casual were approaching them with a smile. Beside him were several other young individuals, exuding an air of privilege, unmistakably wealthy offspring. Bai Mujia's face lit up with recognition. Oh, Li Minggao. What a coincidence, you're here too. After a warm exchange of greetings and pleasantries, they parted ways. Just some second-generation heirs from the adjacent class, Bai Mujia explained to Lin Xie, then enthusiastically proposed. They mentioned checking out the Shinnong potion specialty store ahead. Brother-in-law, shall we join them? Potions? Lin Xie inquired, puzzled, glancing at Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi nodded, elaborating, well, some wealthy second-generation heirs prepare various auxiliary potions in advance to go further in the practical examinations, even reaching the 3rd stage or beyond. For instance, there are those that instantly restore stamina, enhance explosive power for a short time, and heal injuries. Her gaze turned earnest as she looked at Lin Xie. However, given your current strength, you must strive to reach the end as much as possible. These potions are essential for you. Let us go and pick some out. Before Lin Xie could respond, Bai Mujia shook his head with a smile, saying, Sister, that's all old news from 10 or 8 years ago. The situation is far more competitive now than it was back then. He wore an expression that suggested she was out of touch, continuing, these days, unless you're determined to merely scrape by and attend the lowest-tier private universities, you'll need potions just to pass the 1st stage and reach the 2nd. The most basic energy drinks and nutritional liquids are standard issue. Everyone has them. He held up his fingers to enumerate the essentials. Antidotes, quick-acting hemostatic sprays. These are all indispensable. Otherwise, if you get bitten by a toxic little creature or suffer a minor injury in the underground city, you could be eliminated on the spot. Lin Xie listened, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but exclaim, is the exam really conducted this way? Doesn't that mean the one with the most money wins? In response, Bai Mujia regarded Lin Xie with an expression akin to viewing an alien and matter-of-factly stated, what good is martial arts without money? Chapter 34. Shinnong potions. As they exited the examination center, the afternoon sun in Tiantai City was somewhat blinding. Bai Mujia, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly proposed a diversion, leading the group into a bustling commercial street nearby. At the end of the street, a strikingly futuristic building displayed a colossal, three-dimensional sign reading Shinnong Apothecary. Inside, the air was filled with a refreshing chill, mingled with a unique scent of herbs and exotic minerals. The glass display cabinets sparkled with an array of potions, their holographic projections enticingly illustrating their remarkable effects. Blood Burst Number 1. A surge of power enhancement within 3 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Swift Number 1. A minor speed increase within 5 minutes, also at 1,000 credit points. Lin Xiao, upon observing these astonishing prices, instinctively frowned. This seemed rather exorbitant. The most basic No. 1 was already 1,000, while number 2 cost 2,000, and so forth, with the highest tier number 9 priced at 9,999. Dear, we needn't indulge in such extravagance. Do we? Lin Xiao whispered to Bai Mushi, just as he was about to express his thoughts on the steep prices. He noticed Bai Mujia's eyes light up as he strode towards the cash register. Li Minggao? Bai Mujia exclaimed, hurrying over to greet him. Li Minggao and his affluent friends stood confidently in line, each clutching a gift box emblazoned with the Shinnong Apothecary logo. Bai Mujia soon returned, declaring, they purchased. Before he could finish, Bai Jinyun revealed a broad grin, stating, I see it too. Let us go for this premium package. One for you, and one for Qiao. Perfect. His keen gaze swept over Lin Xiao, as he made a decisive judgment in his heart. This was a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, a mere 50,000 credit points. If it could cultivate goodwill from a future warrior, it would be an extraordinary bargain. Dad, Bai Mujia attempted to clarify that it was not the 50,000 package he meant, but a glance from Bai Jinyun silenced him, forcing the words back. Bai Mushi quickly stepped forward, politely yet distantly objecting, Uncle, this is too extravagant for us. Oh, Bai Jinyun waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her, his face adorned with an authoritative smile directed at Lin Xiao and Bai Mushi. You youngsters need not be so modest. He regarded them with a serious tone. This is not an extravagance. It is an investment in your future. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Just focus on your exams and achieve excellent results. That will be the best reward for your uncle. At this point, to refuse would seem ungrateful. Lin Xiao regarded the astute and amicable middle-aged man before him, understanding his intentions. Back at the hotel suite, he placed the 50,000 credit point premium package down. He recognized the value of a warrior and understood Bai Jinyun's goodwill. It seemed as though he was surrounded by benevolent individuals. Lin Xiao calculated that with his current training pace, it was a certainty he would break through to the next level of the 8 treasures skill within the next 5 days. By then, his genetic potential would surely exceed 10, allowing him to become a true warrior before the examination. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Night fell, profound as water. The spacious living room of the luxurious suite transformed into Lin Xiao's training ground. Outside the window, the eternal neon lights of Yongtai City spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting playful shadows that outlined his silhouette, drenched in sweat, as he repeatedly practiced his movements. Even during leisurely training, perspiration soaked his garments, clinging to him as his muscles trembled from extreme fatigue. The bedroom door gently opened, and Bai Mushi emerged. Observing the man training in the living room, she felt compelled to speak, to urge him to take a break. Yet, the words caught in her throat. She saw the determination in his steadfast eyes, the flames of resolve burning within. She understood he was on the verge of a breakthrough. At this moment, any words of concern could potentially disrupt his momentum. Her support could not become his burden. Taking a deep breath, Bai Mushi suppressed her own worries and heartache. She chose not to disturb him or retreat to her room for sleep. Instead, she quietly settled beside the sofa, curled up. Dimming her personal terminal's display to its lowest setting, her fingers gently gliding across the screen. Essential points for energy replenishment during a novice warrior's breakthrough period. Recipes for rapid recovery of physical strength after intense training. Gentle medicinal dietary practices beneficial for stabilizing mental fortitude. In this silent manner, she accompanied him. Thus, in the following days, a scene of relentless fervor unfolded within the hotel suite. Lin Xiao nearly became a perpetual motion machine, dedicating all his time to practicing the 8 treasures skill, save for meals and brief moments of rest. His leisurely training method, though lacking in grace, excelled in endurance. Bai Mushi transformed into a versatile caretaker, creatively preparing high-energy meals daily, meticulously calculating his energy expenditure after each training session, even splurging on mild restorative soups and medicines. On the first day, Lin Xiao completed 15 training sessions. The second day, 15 again. The third day, still 15. Lin Xiao understood that the path of cultivation lay in balance. Each day, amidst his rigorous training, he ensured to allocate time for ample rest and recovery for both body and spirit. He recognized that the time available for a breakthrough was more than adequate, and there was no need for haste. With the examination looming, excessive pressure on his potential could yield adverse effects. By the evening of the 4th day, only 1 day remained until the examination commenced. The system panel clearly displayed 8 treasures skill level 3, 5960, just 1 more to go. Bai Mushi, seated on the sofa, could distinctly sense the intense shift in the aura surrounding Lin Xiao. A subtle yet palpable pressure made even her, a novice warrior, feel a flutter of anxiety. She could hardly believe it. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? Impossible. After 4 days of awkward training, was he truly about to elevate his genetic potential to 10 and become a warrior? The thought seemed too fantastical to grasp. She had labored for 8 years. It took her nearly 3 years to elevate from 85 to 95. No matter how gifted Lin Xiao was, it seemed impossible for him to achieve such a swift breakthrough. Chapter 35, Warrior. This is the last time. Lin Xiao roared, gritting his teeth as he embarked on the final round of training. Finally, as he completed the last movement, he felt a sudden pause, as if time stood still. In the next moment, an overwhelming torrent of pure energy, surpassing any he had experienced before, erupted within him like a dormant volcano. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! 8 treasures skill, level upgraded to level 4, 080. Host genetic potential 02. Genetic potential 101. A sound akin to shattering glass resonated from the depths of his soul as Lin Xiao felt an invisible yet formidable barrier within him collapse. In that instant, the world transformed. If the previous flow of energy had been a gentle stream, what now erupted from the core of his being was volcanic lava capable of rending the heavens. An unprecedented tidal wave of pure energy surged through every corner of his body, no longer merely emerging, but exploding forth in a magnificent display. The ache and fatigue that permeated his limbs receded like the tide, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vitality. He could distinctly hear the crisp crackling of his bones, akin to the popping of fried beans, growing denser and more resilient under the surge of energy. Each muscle fiber felt as if it had been reforged, brimming with explosive power. His blood surged like a mighty river, delivering vibrant life to every extremity of his body. In that instant, Lin Xie felt a lightness envelop him, as though he had liberated himself from invisible shackles. Every cell within him rejoiced wildly, undergoing a metamorphosis. The body that had been utterly exhausted was rejuvenated in an instant, with strength, speed, and mental acuity soaring at an astonishing pace. The entire world, in his perception, became extraordinarily clear and three-dimensional. Was this the realm of a martial artist? Lin Xie's entire existence had transformed. In his sight, the dust particles floating in the air were no longer indistinct specks, but independent entities with clear outlines and trajectories. He could see the light streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, refracting into subtle spectra within the air. Was this the difference brought forth by a genetic potential of 10? In his ears, the accelerated heartbeat of Bai Mushi, filled with tension and excitement, resounded like a war drum, ringing clearly beside him. His skin could keenly sense every gust of air, discerning the subtle temperature differences between the night breeze seeping through the window's crack and the cool air of the air conditioning inside. The world seemed to have shed its shrouded exterior, presenting itself with an unprecedented, exquisitely detailed clarity to his senses. Host: Lin Xie. Genetic potential: 101. Physical ability: 100. Mental strength: 100. Spiritual energy: 50. Martial arts: 128. Set of radio gymnastics level 10 max. 8 treasures skill level 4, 080. Partner: Bai Mushi, affection level 80. Offspring: 2, in gestation. Gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Xie's heart raced uncontrollably. His physical ability had soared to 100 points. His mental strength had also surpassed 100, not to mention the doubled spiritual energy. Kiki, a voice, trembling with astonishment, pulled Lin Xie back to reality. He looked up and met Bai Mushi's beautiful eyes, filled with incredulity. As a prospective martial artist with a genetic potential of 95, she could sense the dramatic shift in Lin Xie's aura more acutely than anyone else. This was no longer power at the level of a prospective martial artist, but a true, life-altering dominance. The energy radiating from him instinctively evoked feelings of reverence and trepidation in her. I have broken through. Lin Xie looked at her, a radiant smile gracing his face. He stepped forward, his figure seeming to teleport, instantly appearing before Bai Mushi. Startled by his ghostly speed, she instinctively took a half-step back. Lin Xie reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace, softly saying, "Wife, I have succeeded." The warmth of his chest, the steady thump of his heart, and the familiar yet overwhelmingly powerful aura finally brought Bai Mushi back to her senses. You really did. She had labored for 8 years, exhausting her youth and her family's hopes, yet had not reached the realm she so desperately desired. This man before her had effortlessly transcended it. It would be disingenuous to say she felt no jealousy. However, pride and joy for her partner swelled within her. Lin Xie gently patted her back, feeling her excitement, his heart brimming with unparalleled satisfaction. Bai Mushi gazed at the man before her, noticing the tenderness in his smile and the strength of his confidence. Suddenly, she rose on her toes and kissed him. This kiss was fervent and deep, infused with all her pride, joy, and love. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Xie opened his eyes, feeling remarkably refreshed. The fatigue from the all-night training and breakthrough had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control. Bai Mushi lay beside him, sound asleep, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Lin Xie leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, causing Bai Mushi to slowly awaken. As Lin Xie and Bai Mushi exited the room, the doors to Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi's suite opened simultaneously. "Good morning, Xie," Bai Jinyun greeted enthusiastically. However, the moment his gaze met Lin Xie's, his smile faltered slightly, a flicker of subtle surprise crossing his eyes. Beside him, Bai Muxi was taken aback, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The Lin Xie before them seemed different from the previous day. Though still possessing his handsome visage, his entire demeanor had undergone a monumental transformation. His gaze had become deeper and sharper. His posture, casual yet as upright as a spear, exuded a calm steadiness. An almost imperceptible aura of strength radiated from him. Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi did not contemplate the possibility of a breakthrough, but rather sensed an imposing presence reminiscent of Lin Xie's performance before the examinations. At 8:30 a.m., at the Provincial Admissions Examination Center, tens of thousands of candidates had gathered according to their assigned numbers, creating a sea of black, a spectacular sight. The booming announcements echoed across the plaza, outlining the examination rules and important notes. Lin Xie and Bai Muxi stood among the examinees, waving farewell to Bai Muxi and Bai Jinyun, who had come to see them off. "Husband, do your best," Bai Muxi mouthed enthusiastically. Lin Xie smiled and nodded, his eyes brimming with confidence. At 8:50 a.m., a long whistle sounded, and the massive alloy gates slowly opened. "All candidates, please enter the examination hall, number 1 Underground City, in an orderly manner." Over 1 million examinees surged like a tide, entering the profound entrance of the underground city. Lin Xie took a deep breath, following the flow of people into this unknown battlefield. His gaze remained calm and sharp. His mind focused on a singular thought: let the examination begin. Chapter 36. The Genius Class. Upon entering the underground city, the scene before him was not the dark, narrow passage he had envisioned. Instead, it was an immense underground platform, more than sufficient to accommodate millions. The cold alloy floor gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the dome-shaped ceiling, illuminated by dazzling industrial lights, brightened the entire space to a daylight-like brilliance. The air was infused with a peculiar scent, a blend of machine oil, dust, and disinfectant. At the forefront of the platform stood a colossal alloy gate, towering at a height of 100 meters, firmly shut, resembling an ancient beast poised to devour, silently proclaiming the dangers and unknowns that lay beyond. Tens of thousands of candidates gathered here, their murmurs, anxious breaths, and excited conversations merging into a resonant hum that echoed throughout the vast space. "Hey, Xie, over here." Bai Muxi tugged at Lin Xie's sleeve, expertly guiding him through the crowd to a relatively open area. A few young men and women spotted them, immediately waving enthusiastically. "Muxi, you're here? How's the preparation going? I heard it's going to be even tougher this year." After some casual exchanges, Bai Muxi's gaze was drawn to a scene not far away. It was Li Minggao and his associates. However, at that moment, these second-generation elites, who usually exuded confidence in front of ordinary students, were respectfully standing beside another group of men and women. They slightly bowed, wearing smiles of deference, appearing eager to approach yet hesitant to overstep, adopting a posture of humility. The group they surrounded, comprised of both men and women, exuded indifference, their presence radiating an extraordinary aura that set them apart from the surrounding noise. Lin Xie gazed at Bai Muxi in bewilderment. Following his gaze, Bai Muxi's expression shifted to one of complexity. He lowered his voice, infused with an unmistakable tone of reverence and envy. "That is a member of the Genius Class from Yizhong." "The Genius Class at Yizhong?" Lin Xie echoed. "Yes." Bai Muxi nodded emphatically, recounting with familiarity. "The one in the white training uniform, the tallest and most aloof, is Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl beside him, looking quite striking, is Su Qingying, and the one sitting on the ground is Yin Feilong. They are all students from the top high schools and the most elite classes in our star system. Truly the cream of the crop." He paused to add, "I caught a glimpse of them during the 10-School League. Their strength was beyond belief." "The 10-School League?" Lin Xie pondered, realizing he had no recollection of such an event. He bitterly shook his head, recognizing that the ordinary high school he attended had not even qualified to participate in such a competition. Bai Muxi showed no inclination to approach and greet them, evidently considering himself unworthy, not belonging to their circle. As Lin Xie observed the formidable presence of these prodigies, a thought crossed his mind. "So, they are all martial artists?" "Indeed," Bai Muxi replied succinctly. "The students of the Genius Class were all martial artists even before the martial arts college entrance examination." Lin Xie felt a seismic shift within him. Is this what it means to be the pinnacle of students in this world? Is this the truth of reality? While he was struggling to gather the registration fee of 100,000 yuan, these true peers had already surpassed him, stepping into a realm he could only previously admire from afar. At that moment, an explosive sound erupted unexpectedly from the center of the platform, as if a bomb had detonated among the crowd. The sturdy alloy platform trembled violently. The buzzing of tens of thousands of candidates was instantly drowned out by this overwhelming sound, plunging the entire platform into an eerie silence. Everyone turned in shock towards the source of the noise. There, a towering figure over 3 meters tall, with muscles rippling like forged steel, had appeared on the central podium. His bronzed skin shimmered under the lights with a metallic sheen, and veins like steel cables coursed across his body, exuding explosive power. perched casually upon his broad, mountainous shoulders was a woman clad in a tight, fiery red combat suit, her figure graceful. Her long, fiery red hair framed a stunning face. A hint of a mysterious smile gracing her lips, contrasting sharply with the wildness of the giant beneath her. Silence. The giant spoke, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, deep and authoritative, echoing clearly across every corner of the platform. We are the examiners for your first trial. I am Chang Shi, and this is Li Senior. The red-haired woman on his shoulder chimed in, her laughter bright and melodic, yet tinged with a hint of lethargic menace. I am Deng Hong. She surveyed the mass of candidates below, her lips parting to succinctly outline the rules of the first examination. The rules are simple. Follow us. The underground city for the first trial has countless forks. If you lose track, do not blame us. She paused, her smile becoming more mischievous. Should any injuries occur during the exam, please tend to yourselves. If your injuries are severe and you feel unable to continue, you may call for rescue on your personal terminal. However, calling for help means you have voluntarily completed this examination. Do you understand? As her words fell, the long-closed 100-meter alloy gate emitted a grating metallic sound, slowly rising. A wave of cold, damp air, laden with the scent of earth and decay, rushed forth from behind the door. Now, let the examination begin. Before Deng Hong's words had fully registered, the giant Li Sun crouched down, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball, soaring over the heads of tens of thousands of candidates, hurtling directly into the now open gate. Deng Hong, still seated upon his shoulders, effortlessly waved to the candidates below. For a moment, the crowd of hundreds of thousands stood in stunned silence, before someone shouted, "Follow!" Quickly, instantly, the platform erupted into chaos. Hundreds of thousands of candidates surged towards the massive gate like a deluge unleashed. At that instant, as the gate swung open, the platform resembled a hive shaken violently, plunging into a tumultuous frenzy. Keep up. Don't block the way. Rush. Tens of thousands of candidates surged like startled beasts towards the sole exit. Bodies pressed against one another, shoulder to shoulder. A student engaged in conversation just moments ago could swiftly become an obstacle in another's path. Lin Chia's pupils dilated. The crowd ahead suddenly erupted into commotion, right in the direction of the genius class. To them, the disturbance seemed merely a gentle breeze across a lake, barely affecting them. The girl named Su Qingying wore a confident smirk. With a light tap of her toes on the shoulder of a nearby candidate, she ascended gracefully, as if weightless. In a few agile movements, she glided over the heads of the crowd, her form ethereal, as if practicing a legendary lightness technique, swiftly reaching the front of the line, right behind the examiners. Meanwhile, the young man named Yin Feilong was more direct. He spread his arms wide, like a great rock taking flight, forcefully carving a path through the throng with astonishing speed. At the same time, in the vicinity surrounding Lei Qianjun, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. Move aside, a cold voice commanded. An invisible, violent wave of energy erupted from their center. Boom, boom, boom. Those ordinary candidates, who had been tightly pressed against them, attempting to surge forward with the flow, were struck as if by an invisible hammer, each one spitting blood and tumbling backward. Instantly, a clear circle with a diameter of over 10 meters emerged around the genius class. Countless candidates fell like cut wheat, some injured, some screaming, the sounds of snapping bones echoing through the chaos. Lin Xie saw clearly that Li Ming Gao and his second-generation friends were among those thrown back. Although they too were shaken by the shockwave, blood spilling from their lips, their reactions were astonishingly swift. Almost instantaneously, they pulled out pre-prepared potions from their pockets, swallowing them without a glance. As the liquid entered their systems, their pallid faces visibly regained some color. Then, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes as they ruthlessly shoved aside weaker, more panicked candidates, trampling over their bodies to forcefully carve a path, closely following the leading group. This entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye. The law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, was on full display. Is this even possible? Lin Xie's eyes widened, a storm of emotions surging within him. This was no longer an examination. It was a brutal elimination contest devoid of rules. Rules? Discipline? In the face of absolute strength and harsh reality, they were utterly fragile. Before he could recover from the shock, a surging tide of humanity began to compress towards him. Bai Mujia beside him turned pale, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of the onset. Instinctively, he reached for the potions in his pocket, preparing to endure. However, at that moment, a steady and powerful hand rested upon his shoulder. Stay close to me. Lin Xia's calm voice resonated in his ear. In the next instant, Mujia felt a gentle yet irresistible force guiding him. His body seemed to lose its weight, sheltered by Lin Xie. Unfazed by the surging crowd before him, Lin Xie stood his ground. In a flash, he had already analyzed the optimal solution to the current predicament. Retreat? That would lead to being engulfed by the tide. Defend? He would be squeezed from all directions, unable to advance. In light of this, there was but a single choice left: advance. With sheer brute force, he would push his way to the front. Once at the forefront, all resistance would only come from ahead, freeing him from the worry of being hindered from all sides. Lin Xie had not mastered any intricate light-footed techniques, nor did he understand the art of deflecting force. What he possessed was simply the explosive power of a true warrior. Thus, he would charge forward in the most straightforward and violent manner. Apologies, everyone. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. He saw clearly that within this chaotic surge, conflict was omnipresent. It was not just in the genius class area. Every corner witnessed shoving, collisions, and even dark schemes. Since no one intervened, it indicated that this was the unspoken rule permitted by the examiners. Realizing this, Lin Xie harbored no further hesitation. He took a step forward. A surge of unseen, formidable energy erupted from his body, radiating outward. The crowded throng ahead felt as if they had been struck head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Bang! A muffled thud resounded. The candidates within a 3-meter radius of Lin Xie fell like a line of toppled dominoes, crashing to the sides. A clear path leading to the gate was forcefully carved out by his raw strength. Who the hell pushed me? Anger erupted from the displaced crowd. Among them, a burly young man with a rugged face reacted the quickest. Stumbling back momentarily, he steadied himself and his eyes gleamed with fierce intensity. Letting out a roar, he charged at Lin Xie, his fist the size of a cooking pot whistling through the air, aimed directly at Lin Xie's face. Seeking death, Lin Xie's gaze turned icy. He could not ascertain whether the examination rules allowed for violence. However, since no one stopped the genius class members from attacking, and given this muscular man's aggressive advance, it implied that he could retaliate. He too swung his fist, meeting force with force. The burly man noticed Lin Xie's punch was devoid of technique, lacking finesse or strategic angles, merely a straightforward blow, and a triumphant grin spread across his face. He practiced the renowned shattering rock fist, known for its raw power. Confident in his superiority and strength, he was certain of his victory. Yet, in the moment their fists collided, the smile on the burly man's face froze, replaced by sheer shock and disbelief. Crack! The sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Xie may not have understood martial arts, but his fist contained the full force of a true warrior, exceeding 1,000 G. In the face of absolute power, all technique appeared feeble. Strength overcomes skill. The burly man's seemingly mighty punch disintegrated under Lin Xie's strike, collapsing like paper. An overwhelming force surged through his arm, crashing into his body. The burly man spat a mouthful of blood into the air. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, his outstretched arm twisted at an unnatural angle, white bone protruding through the skin, exposed to the air. Severely injured. A fracture. Bang! He slammed heavily into the crowd several meters away, triggering chaos and screams. Throughout it all, Lin Xie did not even cast a glance at him. He merely retracted his fist, his expression calm as he continued his forward march, as if he had simply swatted away an annoying fly. Behind him, Mujia followed closely, witnessing the entire scene with wide eyes, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Instinctively swallowing hard. Is my brother-in-law really that formidable? He was aware of Lin Xie's strength, but never imagined it would reach such heights. With a single punch, he had incapacitated a candidate who appeared to be of similar prowess. The sheer decisiveness and unparalleled dominance left him awestruck, while simultaneously igniting an inexplicable thrill and sense of security. With such a brother-in-law, what was there to fear? Chapter 38, The First Tier. Not only Mujia, but countless candidates surrounding them, stunned by the earlier spectacle, quickly regained their composure. They gazed at Lin Xie, who was forging ahead like an unstoppable bulldozer. Their eyes filled with reverence and a hint of fervor. Follow him. Let us trail behind that individual ahead. Some immediately made the wisest decision. In an instant, numerous candidates spontaneously followed the bloodied path Lin Xie had carved, forming a new, even more formidable current surging toward the gate. Lin Xie bulldozed his way through. Unmatched in his ferocity, any candidate daring to block his path was forcibly swept aside by his direct and unrefined power. Gradually, he broke free from the most crowded and chaotic section. The closer he moved toward the front, the more space was available. Those truly powerful candidates had long distanced themselves from the ordinary, now racing alongside the examiners at astonishing speeds, swiftly navigating through the expansive underground passage. They maintained a certain safe distance from one another, both vigilant and in tacit understanding. Lin Xie faced a similar situation. As the examiners quickened their pace, he found himself compelled to accelerate. Meanwhile, the other candidates who had initially followed him began to fall behind. Lin Xie glanced back at Bai Mujie, who watched as Lin Xie gradually distanced himself. Left with no choice, Bai Mujie could only follow from afar, praying not to take a wrong turn on the path behind. At the forefront, Lin Xie's arrival drew the attention of the first-tier candidates, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. These individuals hailed from various cities, all exceptionally gifted. The one closest to Lin Xie was a stoic youth named Lei Qianjun, whose sharp gaze flickered toward Lin Xie, an almost imperceptible brow raised signaling intrigue. A new face. Quite interesting. Beside him, Su Qingying also noted Lin Xie, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her keen phoenix-like eyes. Observing his earlier display of strength, she commented softly, while noting the rawness of his approach, which lacked the refinement of formal training. Whatever his background, as long as he doesn't obstruct our path, it matters not. Yan Feilong snorted coldly, quickening his pace further. Though these prodigies acknowledged Lin Xie as a dark horse, they did not genuinely regard him as a threat. To them, he might simply be a lucky fool or a wild card who stumbled upon some fortune. No matter how strong, without systematic training and combat techniques, he would ultimately remain inconsequential. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, too, was observing them. He clearly sensed the formidable aura radiating from the genius class members, no less potent than his own. Even in certain aspects, such as the refinement and control of their breath, they are more adept than him, a hastily trained warrior. These individuals are formidable foes. Lin Xie thought to himself, acutely aware of his current strengths and weaknesses. His advantage lies in possessing genuine warrior-level strength and physical prowess. However, his disadvantage is the blank slate of combat techniques. He possesses immense power, but lacks the knowledge of how to wield it most effectively. Without boxing techniques, footwork, or body movement skills, should he confront these true geniuses who have undergone the highest caliber of education since childhood, mastering various advanced techniques to perfection, he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to gain an upper hand at the same level of cultivation. This was merely the first hurdle, so there was no need to contend with them. Thus, Lin Xie deliberately moderated his speed, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far from the few individuals in the genius class and several other strong contenders he had been secretly observing. He neither lagged behind nor rashly surged to the front to seize the spotlight. His aim was to successfully pass the examination and attain commendable results, rather than to clash head-on with these top-tier prodigies from the outset. At that moment, Bai Mujie had already lost sight of the first echelon and the examiners. Panting heavily and looking pale, though he was competitive, he also understood his limitations. Following Lin Xie to the forefront of the second echelon was already his utmost limit. Gritting his teeth, Bai Mujie retrieved a bottle of the most basic energy drink from his pocket and gulped it down in one go. A surge of warmth filled his abdomen, restoring some of his depleted stamina. With a roar, he took another step forward, determined to keep pace. Meanwhile, the examiners, Li Sun and Deng Hong, had led the first echelon into a fork in the path. The underground city resembled a vast labyrinth of an ant nest, with countless passages intertwining, leading into the unknown depths of darkness. An hour later, Lin Xie remained steadfastly at the tail end of the first echelon. The expansive underground corridor seemed endless, flanked by cold metallic walls, with dim industrial lights casting shadows that flickered ominously. Lin Xie was filled with astonishment at the sheer scale of this underground city. At their current pace, an hour was sufficient to cover hundreds of kilometers. Yet darkness still loomed ahead, impenetrable and unfathomable. He couldn't help but cast his gaze toward the imposing figure ahead, the examiner Li Sun, a giant resembling a moving hill, still bearing the relaxed, red-haired female examiner, Deng Hong, upon his shoulder. For him, an hour of high-speed running seemed akin to a leisurely post-meal stroll. His breathing remained steady and deep, and his steps were firm and powerful, showing no signs of fatigue. What kind of strength does this man possess? Lin Xie marveled inwardly. Just then, changes began to manifest within the first echelon. The prolonged exertion of running at full capacity took a significant toll on stamina and endurance. Some candidates, whose abilities were slightly weaker, began to breathe heavily, and their speed visibly diminished. Some resorted to discreetly consuming potions while running, while others, more sinister, plotted against those nearby. Suddenly, not far ahead of Lin Xie, a candidate's speed abruptly slowed. Instead of opting for a potion, he spun around, his eyes flashing with a ruthless glint, and unleashed a powerful punch, honed from long preparation, aimed unexpectedly at Lin Xie, who was closely following behind. His calculation was clear, with his pace faltering. He aimed to drag those behind him down before he completely fell behind. If he could hinder the pace of those trailing, he could buy himself precious time to recuperate and consume potions. However, he had chosen the wrong target. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xie's eyes turned icy in an instant. Over the past hour, he had not merely been running mechanically. He had been continuously contemplating and observing. He had already noted the condition of everyone around him and had anticipated such an eventuality. In high-speed motion, whether to absorb the attack or to halt and retaliate would disrupt his rhythm, neither being the optimal solution. The only option was to evade and to surpass. As the assailant turned, Lin Xie had already predicted his move, shifting his body to the right just in time to narrowly evade the punch. At the same moment, he exerted force with his legs. Whoosh! His speed not only did not decrease but instead surged, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he instantly darted past the attacker. Overtaking him, the assailant's punch missed its mark, and his body stumbled from the exertion, his speed further diminishing as he watched Lin Xie's figure recede into the distance. Fuming yet powerless, Lin Xie's actions were akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, immediately triggering a chain reaction. Candidates in the latter half of the first echelon, seeing their stamina waning, began to emulate him. In an instant, various ambushes and underhanded tactics proliferated. Fists flew, shadows of feet danced, and some even surreptitiously hurled small, concealed weapons. Yet, Lin Xie's perception was remarkably acute at this moment. Since becoming a warrior, his mental acuity had heightened, rendering every movement within several dozen meters crystal clear in his mind. For the next few minutes, he glided through the gaps of numerous attacks, like a butterfly weaving through flowers. Leaning left, darting right, crouching low, and accelerating, he consistently evaded all attacks with minimal movements and maximum speed. He was like an elusive eel, slipping through the grasp of all who sought to drag him down. These individuals were likely merely aspiring warriors, with genetic potential around 8 or 9. Lin Xie recognized this. And though they were not weak, in terms of endurance, they fell short compared to him, a true warrior. He still possessed energy to accelerate. Having evaded 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Lin Xie ceased to hold back. Taking a deep breath, the warrior's power surged within him, and his legs unleashed tremendous strength. His speed ascended to a new echelon, completely distancing himself from those with ulterior motives behind him, and he rejoined the core of the first echelon, securely trailing behind the few individuals from the genius class. Lin Xie's sudden display of explosive speed naturally caught the attention of the genius class ahead. Su Qingying, with her neat short purple hair, subtly glanced back while running. Upon seeing Lin Xie, who was closely following her with steady breaths, a genuine look of surprise flickered in her sharp phoenix eyes for the first time. It's him. Chapter 39. The strength of the genius class. Su Qingying felt a twinge of astonishment. She had initially presumed that this unexpected dark horse would struggle at the rear of the first echelon. To her surprise, after enduring a round of brutal internal elimination, he not only managed to keep up, but had also surged forward, closely trailing them. This level of endurance and strength was no longer to be underestimated. Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the far back, where she quickly lost interest, a subtle, mocking smirk gracing her lips. Among those in the distant second echelon, she recognized several familiar figures, old classmates who had once been in the genius class with her but had been expelled due to inadequate strength and inability to keep pace. As expected, they still could not measure up. The gap between aspiring warriors and true warriors may seem but a step apart, yet it is, in reality, an insurmountable chasm. Particularly in such trials that assess comprehensive qualities and endurance over long distances, the disparity is magnified infinitely. Ultimately, they were ruthlessly eliminated from the first echelon, just as they had been unceremoniously cast out of the genius class before. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to those failures, and redirected her focus back to the examination before her. She cast a glance at Lin Xie, this unexpected wild card that had intruded upon their perception, and for the first time, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her heart. Who exactly is this fellow? At that moment, the female examiner, Deng Hong, who had been leisurely perched on Li Sen's shoulder, suddenly burst into a peal of melodious laughter. Her voice resonating through the dim corridor, clearly reaching every candidate's ears. All right, little ones, stay close. The warm-up exercises are now concluded. What follows is the final sprint. Her tone was laced with a hint of playful excitement. The scoring criteria for the first phase are quite simple. The first 100 to reach the finish line will receive a full score with an additional 100 points. After that, every subsequent 100 will lose 1 point, and so forth. Beyond the 10,000 mark, no extra points will be awarded. Before her words could fully dissipate, Deng Hong's figure leapt down from the giant Li Sin's shoulder like a nimble cat. The instant her feet touched the ground, there was no pause. Her fiery red silhouette transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, accelerating several-fold as she shot into the dark depths ahead. Meanwhile, the enormous examiner Li Sin's speed noticeably decreased. He grinned widely, revealing a hearty smile, and called out to the pursuing candidates behind him, "Keep up, little ones." Though his speed had slackened, it remained astonishingly swift, maintaining a steady pace at the edge of the first tier where candidates could still keep up. Deng Hong's speed was simply breathtaking. Her form left a long afterimage in the dimly lit corridor, and she was about to dart into a fork in the path ahead. Left. Lin Xie's eyelids flickered violently. He saw clearly that Deng Hong had entered the left fork, and her figure vanished beyond the corner. An intense sense of crisis surged within him. This underground city was labyrinthine. Losing track meant finding the right path would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He quickly realized that this was not merely a contest of speed, but rather a brutal selection process. Only those who could keep up with Deng Hong would have the right to speak of scores. Those who fell behind would be eliminated. The first tier still held thousands of candidates. Lin Xie calculated swiftly in his mind, fearing that, at most, only 1,000 could truly match Deng Hong's speed. And among those 1,000, only the fastest 100 would earn full marks. With this thought, Lin Xie held nothing back. Boom. The warrior's power within him erupted without reservation. A powerful wave surged from beneath his feet, propelling his body like an arrow released from a bow, his speed soaring to its utmost limits. Lin Xie's sudden burst of energy immediately drew the attention of several individuals from the elite class ahead. Lei Qianjuan's icy gaze flickered with a hint of surprise. Su Qingying turned her head in astonishment, not expecting this wild card to possess such formidable explosive power. However, there was no time for further contemplation. They too were accelerating with all their might. Charge! Keep up! At that moment, the core team of the first tier was utterly ablaze with fervor. Everyone pushed their speed to the limit, transforming into streaks of light as they raced madly towards the fork where Deng Hong had vanished. They all understood that this was a moment that would determine their fates. Lin Xie's full-force surge carved a path through the first tier like a torpedo launched into battle. He surpassed one candidate after another who were slowing down due to fatigue, hurtling straight ahead. The underground passage ahead abruptly narrowed, transforming from a width that could accommodate thousands to a constricted section that could only allow 300 or 400 to pass. This sudden change heightened everyone's tension to its peak. A narrower pathway meant the competition would become even more ferocious. As Lin Xie prepared to slip through the gap on the right side of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, a figure suddenly moved like a specter, blocking his way. It was Yin Feilong. A disdainful sneer adorned his face, his eyes brimming with unabashed provocation. Wildcard, this is not a place for you. Before his words could fully escape, Yin Feilong's right fist surged forward with a heavy whoosh. This punch, seemingly straightforward like the previous giants, made Lin Xie's pupils constrict sharply. Danger. Utterly perilous. His warrior instincts screamed at him. This fist was imbued with an invisible, finely honed force, compressing the surrounding air into a palpable entity. This was not mere brute strength. It was a technique, a skill. Lin Xie instinctively reacted, shifting his body to the left in a desperate attempt to evade, just as he had before. However, a mocking curve formed at the corner of Yin Feilong's mouth, just as the fist was about to graze past Lin Xie's body. That concentrated force erupted violently. Boom. A visible wave of energy spread out in a fan shape from the tip of Yin Feilong's fist. Although Lin Xie had evaded the direct hit, he was nonetheless caught squarely by the violent residual force. There was no escaping it. This was a range-based attack technique. Lin Xie felt an overwhelming force collide against his chest and arms, as if he had been struck head-on by a speeding armored vehicle. He let out a muffled grunt, his body uncontrollably flying backward, crashing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Clang. Agonizing pain. A tearing sensation coursed through his arms, rendering them weak and numb. As if even his bones were groaning in agony. His chest surged with blood and qi, a metallic taste rising in his throat as he almost spat blood. Is this the prowess of the elite class? Chapter 40. The Top 500. Lin Xie rolled and scrambled, unable to linger in place, forcing himself to stabilize his form. And with a powerful push of his legs, he continued to race forward. Suddenly, where he had just fallen, another individual crashed down with tremendous force. Had Lin Xie remained stationary, he would undoubtedly have been injured and likely in need of rescue. For the first time, Lin Xie clearly recognized the chasm between himself and the true prodigies. It was not a disparity in strength, but rather a chasm in the technique and experience of utilizing that strength. He possessed a genetic potential of 10 and 100 points of stamina, yet his output was scattered. Conversely, his opponent could consolidate their power into a singular force, even detonating it, multiplying the impact manifold. At that moment, Yan Feilong's figure had already receded into the distance. To him, this wild card had been dealt with and was no longer worthy of attention. Not far from Yan Feilong, Su Qingying, also far ahead, shook her head. It is not over yet. Lin Xie ground his back teeth, swallowing down the metallic sweetness that surged in his throat. He propelled himself forward with renewed vigor. In that fleeting moment, a thought flashed through his mind. The potion sent by Bai Jinyun. To his surprise, it was time to use it so soon. Without hesitation, his other hand, still barely functional, swiftly retrieved a syringe from his tactical pack at his waist. Without a glance, he plunged it fiercely into his agonizing right arm. Revitalizing blood number 5. The icy liquid injected into him instantly spread a peculiar warmth throughout his body, as if parched earth had welcomed much-needed rain. The tearing pain visibly diminished. The agony in his arms lessened significantly, though still sore and numb. He had at least regained some mobility. At that moment, a fierce-eyed female candidate surged towards him, her gaze flickering with greed upon seeing his injury. It was clear she intended to take advantage of his weakness, aiming to eliminate him entirely. With one less competitor, her ranking could rise a notch. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes as he refused to show weakness. He swiftly opened another bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the empty bottle like a concealed weapon towards the female contestant's face. The young woman instinctively assumed it was a venomous substance or a hidden weapon, her expression shifting as she abruptly halted and dodged to the side. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xie did not concern himself with the outcome. He exerted force through his legs, propelling his body forward like a sharp arrow, swiftly widening the gap between himself and the others. Ignoring the frantic curses behind him, he continued to surge ahead. That sudden move had already created a distance of several hundred meters between him and the elite few such as Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. As he gazed ahead at the dwindling figures, the bitterness and fury within him transformed into primal motivation. He no longer attempted to chase the foremost Yan Feilong, but instead set his sights on the other contestants who were equally striving with all their might. Like a wounded lone wolf, fueled by rage, he embarked on a final, frenzied pursuit and evasion. Indeed, he was a solitary wolf. He realized that the top-tier contestants, whether true warriors like Lei Qianjun or the prospective fighters with genetic potentials of 8 or 9 around him, were mostly grouped together, advancing as small collectives. They hailed from the same school, even the same class, sharing an innate camaraderie that led them to instinctively shield one another and advance together. Only he, Lin Xie, stood alone, starkly out of place. He was acutely aware of his current advantages and disadvantages. His advantage lay in his authentic warrior physique, strength, stamina, and recovery that far surpassed those of the surrounding prospective fighters. However, his disadvantage was a blank slate when it came to martial combat techniques. In an ordinary high school, apart from practicing the universally taught calisthenics, there was no opportunity to engage with true martial arts. His battles could only rely on the most primal instincts. Dodge. A slight contestant launched a surprise attack from the side. Lin Xie summoned all his strength, elevating his form just enough to narrowly evade. Surpass. He soared over the head of that contestant, not pausing, continuing his forward momentum. Dodge. Another punch whistled past him, and with all his might, he twisted his body, allowing the punch's wind to graze his back, igniting a searing pain. If struck, he would drink more medicine, using the bottle as a means to intimidate his pursuers and create distance. Once more, he was swept by a residual force, staggering but without hesitation. He jabbed another syringe into his arm while launching the empty energy drink bottle at the pursuers. Surpass. Dodge. Surpass again. Each advance was accompanied by perilous evasion and intense physical expenditure. Yet, like an indefatigable beast, his gaze grew sharper and his resolve strengthened. With every contestant he surpassed, the pain in his arms seemed to diminish, and the fire within him blazed even brighter. Nevertheless, amidst the endless darkness of the passage, the fiery figure of the female examiner, Deng Hong, remained the only beacon of light and direction in his sight. Finally, After traversing the tunnel for what felt like hours, a dazzling brightness appeared ahead. The finish line. Lin Qia's eyes brightened instantly. He could see Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yin Feilong, and others effortlessly crossing the finish line, standing there with calm expressions, as if the extreme sprint had merely served as a warm-up. Following them, other contestants began to cross the finish line in succession. Lin Xie took a deep breath, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. The intense pain in his arms felt almost numbed. With a roar, he relinquished all unnecessary evasion, propelling himself forward like a cannonball, becoming a blur of motion. At the final moment, he charged headlong into the encircling formation of 7 or 8 contestants. Bang, bang, bang. He absorbed several attacks, carving a bloody path in the most savage and brutal manner, enduring further injury as he burst through the luminous barrier. The instant his feet hit the finish platform, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, his arms trembling incessantly. Contestant Lin Xie, ranked 498. Congratulations on completing the first stage, earning an additional 95 points. The cold electronic notification echoed in his ears. 498th place, 95 points. The tension in Lin Xie's nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed onto the ground, unable to suppress a smile. Though the journey had been tumultuous, the outcome was quite satisfactory. Those he had surpassed in his reckless charge now stood behind the finish line, their faces pale as they glared at Lin Xie. Had it not been for this madman's sudden appearance, they might have secured a spot in the top 500. In such a critical examination, even a single point could determine whether their future university would be a prestigious one or less so. Idiot. One of them shot Lin Xie a middle finger, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Chapter 41. The second phase. Lin Xie merely glanced at them before diverting his gaze. He was now solely intent on resting. At that moment, the female examiner Dang Hong casually scanned the crowd, her gaze landing briefly on Lin Xie, who sat alone on the ground. She then announced, "Congratulations to all for completing the first stage of the selection. You will rest here for 24 hours, after which the second phase of the examination will commence." Lin Xie was taken aback. Rest here? This meant they could not return to their hotel, nor could they engage in more thorough recovery and replenishment. He glanced around. Those talented individuals from various prestigious schools had already begun to methodically retrieve various recovery items from their backpacks, with some even producing portable energy recovery chambers. The disparity was palpable. Since returning to replenish was impossible, Lin Xie could only extract nutrient solutions from his tactical bag, continuing to drink to restore his energy. The effect of the blood activation number 5 was waning, and the pain in his arms became pronounced once more. Without hesitation, he retrieved another syringe and administered it to himself. He pondered how many students would be eliminated in the first phase, estimating in his mind. He felt that he could break into the top 500 among tens of thousands of contestants as an underdog. This achievement should suffice to gain him admission into most excellent private martial arts universities, he hoped. With that thought, he slowly raised his head, his gaze drifting over the crowd to rest upon the haughty figure of Yin Feilong in the distance. The latter seemed to sense his scrutiny and shot back a chilling glare. Lin Xie gradually withdrew his gaze, harboring no anger, only a profound calm. He understood that his current strength paled in comparison, but that did not imply it would always remain so. He raised his arms, still sore and covered in bruises, and clenched his fists slowly. Pain, after all, is the best teacher. This clash had left him humbled, yet it had also provided him with clarity regarding the direction he needed to pursue. Martial arts, Lin Xie murmured to himself, a fierce flame igniting in his eyes. I require true martial skills. Only by mastering genuine martial techniques could he unleash his formidable strength to its fullest potential, 100%, or even 200%. As time ticked by, more and more contestants gathered at the finish platform, while countless others were forever left behind in the dark passage. When the electronic timer recorded the crossing of the 10,000th contestant, the massive alloy gate representing the starting point emitted a heavy rumble and slammed shut. Lin Xie scanned the area, but did not spot the figure of Bai Mujia. Yet, upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Nearly 1 million candidates. Yet only the top 10,000 advanced to the second stage. Bai Mujia, lacking the genetic potential to be considered a competent martial artist, was inevitably eliminated in such a ruthless selection process. However, with over 1 million candidates, the elimination rate for only 10,000 to progress seems excessively high. Lin Xie shook his head, refocusing his mind on the preparation for the upcoming exam. The 24 hours of rest served as both a respite and a new arms race for these exceptional individuals. On the platform, The successful candidates were distinctly divided into several areas. At the core were Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and other prodigies from elite high schools, seated in meditation or consuming high-grade elixirs that emitted a soft glow, surrounded by a faint aura of energy, clearly employing the most efficient methods to recuperate and adjust their states. In the outer circles were similarly formidable groups from various prestigious institutions, sharing insights from the first stage, exchanging potions and food, creating an atmosphere of tension and camaraderie. In stark contrast, Lin Xie sat alone in the farthest corner, a solitary island amidst the surrounding clamor. There were few like Lin Xie. Apart from him, only 5 others remained, 4 males and 1 female. With nothing else to do, Lin Xie quietly began to cultivate the 8 treasures technique. To his delight, he discovered that as he practiced, a gentle warmth emanated from within, flowing through his injured arms. The warmth gradually alleviated the soreness and pain, melting away his discomfort. This realization struck him profoundly. Both the 8 treasures technique and basic calisthenics were fundamentally designed to strengthen the body and enhance genetic potential, while lacking in grandiose techniques and formidable offensive capabilities. They offered the most primal and direct benefits for nourishment and recovery. Enlightened by this understanding, Lin Xie resolutely immersed himself in the cultivation of the 8 treasures technique. Time flew by, and the 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Xie opened his eyes once more, he found that his arm injuries had largely healed. Though some residual pain remained, it no longer hindered his movement. His physical and mental states had also returned to their peak under the technique's nurturing. At that moment, as the timer on the platform struck 0, the imposing figure of the exam proctor, Strongstone Leeson, stepped forward, the weight of his footsteps causing the metallic platform to tremble. The respite was over. His thunderous voice echoed throughout the arena, capturing the attention of all present. The second stage of the examination begins now. Chapter 42, Hunt. Team formation. Strongstone Leeson's cold gaze swept over the 10,000 candidates, instilling a palpable sense of pressure in each individual he scrutinized. The content of the second stage was simple yet brutal. He extended a finger, thicker than that of an average person, toward the rear of the platform, where a massive metallic gate was slowly opening. Behind the gate lay not a monotonous corridor, but a simulated, vast expanse of a desolate urban landscape. Ruined walls, crumbling towers, and a concrete jungle loomed under dim lighting, exuding an aura of desolation and danger. In this examination venue, known as the Third Ruined City, there were scattered 1,000 mechanical guards, our prey. Strongstone's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Your objective is to hunt these mechanical guards and obtain score badges from within them. The closer you are to the center, the more advanced the mechanical guards, and thus the more badges they contain. Each badge represents 10 points. The examination lasts 48 hours. And your final score will be determined by the points you accumulate in the first phase combined with those earned in the second phase. 1,000 prey. 10,000 candidates murmured, their expressions darkening. 10 individuals competing for 1 target. This meant that at least 90% of them might not secure a single badge. Strongstone appeared satisfied with the shock on their faces, revealing a menacing grin that exposed his stark white teeth. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the most crucial rule. He paused, enunciating each word with precision. Within the examination grounds, theft is permitted. As long as you possess the ability, badges stolen from others are equally valid. Of course, if you are gravely injured, you must call for help immediately, otherwise, you bear the consequences. Boom. This declaration detonated like a bomb in the minds of all candidates. Theft is permitted. Consequences are yours to bear. This was no longer an examination. It was blatantly a bloody game that encouraged mutual slaughter. The jungle law of survival of the fittest was starkly laid bare. Now, you have 5 minutes to form teams. The examination officially begins in 5 minutes. As Strongstone's words echoed, the platform erupted in a frenzy. Brothers, shall we team up? We are all from Tiannan number 2 high school. Let us work together. The captured badges will be shared equally. Is there anyone skilled in reconnaissance? You can be our scout. Candidates from the same school, or those who forged bonds during the first phase, quickly clustered together, forming groups of 3 or 5, or even dozens, vigilantly eyeing the others. Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and their elite companions, however, were a league of their own, dismissing the idea of mingling with ordinary candidates. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and the 5 other solitary wolves became the most conspicuous, albeit awkward, presence on the platform. Glances occasionally swept over them, filled with scrutiny, pity, and even predatory greed. In such a scenario, lone wolves often became the easiest prey. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Xie's mind raced. Team up? With whom? He recognized no one here. To rashly join an unfamiliar group would be akin to courting danger, should peril arise or a badge appear. He would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed or betrayed. Unless, he glanced at the few isolated individuals nearby, their eyes reflecting a similar wariness. Just as Lin Xie weighed the pros and cons, a cool voice broke through beside him. One cannot survive alone for long. Turning, he saw the solitary female candidate, who had approached him unnoticed. Tall and graceful, with striking features and a pragmatic short haircut, her sharp gaze was akin to that of an eagle, exuding an icy demeanor that deterred strangers. How about we form a temporary team? She proposed directly, her tone devoid of hesitation. We 6 are the leftovers. Rather than being systematically targeted by those larger teams, it would be wiser to band together. At least it would enhance our chances of survival. Lin Xie studied her, then glanced at the 4 male candidates who were also observing them from a distance. He discerned that these individuals had performed commendably in the first phase, securing a position among the top 10,000 as lone wolves, which spoke volumes regarding their strength and character. They were far from ordinary. How do we cooperate? How will we divide the tasks? Lin Xie succinctly inquired, recognizing the crux of the issue. It's simple. The short-haired girl raised 3 fingers. First, we do not attack one another. If anyone stabs another in the back, we will unite against them. Second, whoever strikes the prey claims it. No one is allowed to steal. Third, in the event of danger, you may call for help. But whether or not to assist will depend on personal willingness and the situation at hand. There will be no coercion. This rule, harsh and pragmatic, maximized the potential to prevent internal strife. There were no hollow promises, no obligatory duties. Everything was based on voluntary cooperation and self-interest. This, in turn, instilled a sense of reliability in Lin Xie. I agree, he nodded. I also agree. A robust figure, resembling an iron tower, spoke in a deep voice, declaring himself one of the 5. Count me in. A slender youth, his eyes flickering with a scout-like demeanor, echoed his sentiment. The remaining 2 were twins, who exchanged glances and nodded in unison. We shall join as well. Excellent. The short-haired girl nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping across the group. I am Hanyu. As this is a temporary team, let us introduce ourselves for ease of reference. Iron Meng, the imposing man stated. Zhao Shu, the lean youth replied. Chun Feng and Qin Yun, the twins chimed in. You can call me Xiao Lin, said Lin Xie, opting not to disclose his full name. Thus, a 6-member team, composed of solitary wolves, hastily formed in the final moments. 5 minutes remaining. The voice of the examiner, Chang Shi, resounded once more. The examination begins. With a thunderous roar, the metallic gates fully opened, revealing the vast and desolate ruins of an abandoned city. Charge. Secure advantageous terrain. Almost instantaneously, the well-organized large teams surged forth like tigers released from their cages, flooding into the city. The team of top talents, including Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, transformed into streaks of light, unhesitatingly racing towards the most prominent skyscraper ruins at the city's core. Clearly, the deeper one ventured into the center, the higher the likelihood of encountering formidable mechanical sentinels. Moreover, the elevated terrain provided a clear view of any disturbances elsewhere, making it an optimal ambush point. Thousands of troops followed closely, chaos erupting as small skirmishes broke out at the fringes upon entering the city of ruins. What shall we do? Iron Meng glanced at the others, visibly uncertain. All eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Xie and Hanyu. Not only because Hanyu had initiated the gathering, but also because they were the first to arrive, indicating their superior strength. Hanyu looked to Lin Xie, seemingly seeking his counsel. Lin Xie's calm gaze swept over the tumultuous scene, and he spoke firmly. We shall not enter the city's center. Why? Zhao Shu appeared puzzled. Isn't the good stuff located in the center? The center is a meat grinder, Lin Xie replied, shaking his head. Top teams will seize territory while large groups hunt for kills. If we venture into the fray, we will create not even a ripple, only to be devoured completely. He gestured towards the inconspicuous, low-lying ruins at the city's edge. Our objective is the badges, not to engage in reckless battles. Let us first move to the periphery. Though prey may be scarce, so too will the competition. Survive first, familiarize ourselves with the environment, and then strategize further. Survival always takes precedence. This suggestion garnered unanimous agreement among the group. That makes sense. Let us proceed as such. The 6 reached a consensus without hesitation. They diverged from the throngs surging towards the center, swiftly transforming into shadows, quietly infiltrating the shadows at the city's edge. The abandoned metropolis appeared even more dilapidated than anticipated. Moss and vines adorned the crumbling walls, while the streets were strewn with the remnants of rusted, derelict hover vehicles. The wind whistled through hollow windows, emitting eerie moans that augmented the desolation of this ghostly city. The six-member squad maintained a combat formation, cautiously navigating through the ruins. "I'll scout ahead," Zhao Shu whispered, his body seeming to lack bones as he deftly scaled a broken wall, vanishing into the shadows beyond with remarkable swiftness and silence. "Iron Ming, you and the Chun brothers watch the flanks. Han Yu, you and I will keep an eye on the front and rear," Lin Xie swiftly organized. Everyone nodded, remaining vigilant. Before long, Zhao Shu emerged from the ruins of an abandoned mall, signaling the group with a gesture of safety, lowering his voice. "The area ahead is secure. No signs of life or mechanical sentinels." The group exhaled in relief and continued onward. Just as they crossed through the mall's atrium and prepared to exit through the back door, Lin Xie suddenly halted. "Wait." His gaze fixated intently on a pile of collapsed shelves not far ahead. Upon becoming a martial artist, his heightened senses detected an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation, one that did not belong to this environment. "Something is here," he murmured. The group immediately froze, gripping their weapons tightly, but saw nothing amiss. Lin Xie offered no explanation, instead slowly picking up a cement block the size of half a head, and, with a sudden surge of muscle, hurled it toward the pile of shelves. Boom! The cement block struck the shelves with a resounding crash. The next moment, buzz! A red light abruptly illuminated. The pile of collapsed shelves exploded, and a 2-meter-tall humanoid machine, constructed entirely of dark silver metal and resembling a spider but possessing 6 sharp limbs, rose from the ruins. Its chest glowed with a red single eye, coldly locking onto Lin Xie and his team. "Intruder detected. Initiating elimination mode." A chilling electronic voice resonated, as 6 gleaming metallic limbs propelled the mechanical spider forward, hurtling towards the group like a cannonball. "Mechanical sentinel." Iron Ming growled lowly, a glimmer of excitement and seriousness flashing in his eyes. To his astonishment, they encountered their first prey so soon. However, at that moment the mechanical spider appeared, an icy, deadly sense of crisis erupted from behind Lin Xie and both sides. Lin Xie's martial instincts screamed in alarm, and he instinctively roared, "Die!" The expressions of the Chun brothers morphed from innocence to a savage, killing intent. Their fists, one left and one right, struck like hammers, aiming at Lin Xie's back and temple. Simultaneously, the seemingly calm Han Yu moved like a specter, delivering a vicious kick aimed at Lin Xie's lower body, sealing off all escape routes. Their timing was impeccable, striking when the group's attention was diverted by the mechanical sentinel. In perfect harmony, their lethal moves targeted Lin Xie, intending to incapacitate him before he could react. Yet, they underestimated Lin Xie. Faced with such a lethal situation, his eyes revealed not a hint of panic, but rather a cold smirk of derision. From the very beginning, he had never fully trusted these so-called teammates. His extraordinary martial awareness had long prepared him for such treachery. Naive, Lin Xie scoffed inwardly. He chose not to withstand any attack from either side, knowing it would only lead him to a deadlock. In a blink of an eye, he executed a surprising maneuver that left everyone astonished. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, his body plunging towards the oncoming mechanical spider with the swiftness of a cheetah. "Are you seeking death?" Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu were momentarily taken aback. Had this fellow lost his mind? Why was he charging directly into the maw of the mechanical sentinel? However, the next second, their expressions froze in disbelief. Just as Lin Xie was about to collide with the mechanical spider, he suddenly dropped low. Executing an extreme slide, he pressed his body against the ground, swiftly slipping through the narrow gap beneath the 6 sharp metallic limbs. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash. As Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu's attacks missed their marks, their bodies stiffened momentarily due to the excessive force exerted. Lin Xie's figure, like a wraith, appeared behind the mechanical spider. The just-activated mechanical spider's attack protocols clearly did not anticipate such an audacious maneuver of slipping beneath it. Its single red eye flickered, losing its initial target and immediately locking onto the 3 individuals who had just assaulted its ally. A new threat detected. Threat elimination mode activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 sharp metallic limbs, akin to unsheathed blades, instantly descended upon Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Damn it! Han Yu's complexion changed dramatically. Reacting quickly, she propelled herself backward like a falling leaf, narrowly evading the 2 icy beams that charged toward her. The Chun brothers, however, were less fortunate. Their previous momentum dissipated, and facing this sudden counterattack, they could only clumsily cross their arms to brace for impact. Clang, clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated. The brothers were jolted back by the tremendous force, deep lacerations appearing on their arms, blood gushing forth. The once unbreakable alliance had crumbled in an instant under the mechanical guardian's frenzied attack. Meanwhile, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, finally regaining their composure from the shock, hastily retreated to avoid becoming the next targets. They had no desire to meet the same fate as the three, who would undoubtedly have called for help, or worse, already be lifeless. Lin Xie, on the other hand, had vanished behind a crumbling wall. He did not linger, nor did he glance back to witness the unfolding chaos. Like a nimble feline, he leapt and climbed through the ruins with swiftness and silence. His objective was clear: to find a suitable vantage point from which to survey the entire scene, capturing every movement in his line of sight. His heart was cold. Han Yu, along with the Chun brothers, had irrevocably severed any possibility of collaboration. It was now a matter of life and death. As for Tai Meng and Zhao Shu, there might still be opportunities for negotiation. Yet at present, he was intent on exploiting the chaos to eliminate the three traitors. These three individuals, daring to harbor murderous intent against him, should brace themselves for retaliation. If all else failed, he would abandon the second phase without hesitation. A flicker of resolve crossed Lin Xie's mind. He understood his precarious situation well. Compared to those prodigies who had been groomed with systematic training and abundant resources from a young age, he, a latecomer, was inherently at a disadvantage. Reaching this point in the examination was already an unexpected triumph. He could afford to lose the test, but he hoped to avoid severe injuries. After all, rescue costs were exorbitant. At the moment the Chun brothers were repelled and Han Yu was desperately dodging, the mechanical spider's single eye flickered several times, seemingly reassessing the threat level. With Lin Xie, its initial target, now absent, and the three individuals rapidly retreating from its attack range, the threat was deemed neutralized, and it reverted to standby mode. A cold, electronic voice echoed, "Threat eliminated, returning to standby mode." The frenzied mechanical spider's 6 limbs gradually retracted, its massive body lowering back down. The metallic sheen dulled swiftly, blending with the surrounding rust and dust, transforming back into a lifeless heap of scrap. What had been a tension-filled battlefield, poised on the brink of death, instantly succumbed to an eerie silence. The wind whispered through the hollow mall, creating a haunting sound. Concealed behind various cover, the individuals felt their heartbeats amplifying in the stillness. Han Yu, hidden behind a fractured support column, felt her chest rise and fall as she scanned her surroundings with icy resolve. She and T anticipated that the one called Lin would react so swiftly, employing such cunning tactics to not only evade death, but turn the tables on them. The Chun brothers leaned against a crumbling wall, staunching their wounds while casting venomous glares, seeking Lin Xie's whereabouts. Their failed ambush had left them humiliated, intensifying their murderous intent. On the other hand, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu had retreated further away. They exchanged glances, each reflecting fear and relief. Trust was absent among them now. Self-preservation was their only priority. An unspoken understanding enveloped them all. The first to act could easily become the next target. Thus, a stalemate ensued, with all minds converging on a singular thought: wait. Wait for others to lose their composure. Wait for mistakes to be made. Or wait for new prey to enter this cursed domain, shattering the dreadful equilibrium. Time slipped away, second by second. The abandoned mall fell into a terrifying silence. Above this grave, in a dilapidated office on the 3rd floor, Lin Xie observed everything through a shattered window. His breath held to blend with the surrounding shadows. He possessed great patience, for he understood that in this hunting game, the first to lose their composure was often the first to meet their demise. In the next chapter, Mantis stalks the cicada, Tai Meng, and Zhao Shu. The weakest among the 6 stood vigilant against Lin Xie, Han Yu, and the Chun brothers, unaware that the most lethal threat loomed from behind due to their momentary negligence. In the oppressive silence, 2 shadows erupted from the darkness behind them with ghostly swiftness. Zhao Shu felt a chilling sensation in his shoulder. An unbearable pain coursed through him as a bloodied, rusted pipe pierced through his shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. Weapons were prohibited during the examination, yet they were readily available here. A shrill scream shattered the mall's silence as he barely glimpsed his assailant before instinctively pressing the distress button on his personal terminal in agony and terror. "Help! I need assistance." As Zhao Shu was ambushed, Tai Meng, noticing the commotion, roared in alarm, muscles tensed as he attempted to flee. But he was too slow. The other shadow struck with venomous precision, plunging the steel pipe into his back as he turned. Thud! Tai Meng's towering frame stiffened in disbelief as he looked down at the bloody pipe jutting from his chest, his wide eyes filled with incredulity and horror. In the next heartbeat, a flash of white light appeared. A medic clad in a white uniform materialized before Tai Ming, expressionless. Your condition is critical. The survival rate for immediate treatment is 80. Would you like to use a life serum? The cost is 100,000 credit points. Survival rate increases to 99. I will. Tai Ming summoned his last ounce of strength, retrieving a glowing green vial from his tactical pack, trembling as he injected it into his thigh. As the serum coursed through him, an unnatural flush crept onto his pale face, allowing him to gasp for breath weakly. Let us go. The medic produced a small pack, which unfurled into a makeshift medical bed. After placing Tai Ming onto the bed, the medic dragged it away before the others. Simultaneously, the battle paused at Zhao Shu's cry for help, with another medic arriving to carry him away. This heart-stopping scene unfolded in mere seconds. Everything was clearly observed by Lin Xie in the office on the third floor. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, and a sudden coldness enveloped his heart. Death was not imminent, yet the medical expenses amounted to an astounding 100,000 credit points. That was the very sum he could not afford, even as a registration fee. And Iron Ming had the audacity to prepare such an expensive life-saving potion for himself. How absurd. At that moment, Lin Xie truly realized that he was utterly ignorant of the hidden rules of the examination. He understood nothing. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujia had not informed him. This thought flickered through Lin Xie's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The greater likelihood was that they themselves were unaware. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujia were merely ordinary students from a moderately well-off family, long marginalized over the years. In contemporary parlance, they belonged to the declining middle class of martial arts. Ultimately, in the eyes of the true prodigies, he and they were likely no more than ants. Such a life-preserving trump card was presumably only communicated to the top 5 geniuses among the million examinees by their instructors or the school. As for unexpected intrusions like Lin Xie's, there were probably no more than 2 or 3 in 10,000. This fleeting thought dissipated almost immediately. Lin Xie shook his head in resignation, redirecting his entire focus back to the battlefield below. There were at least 5 assailants. He had already spotted the sudden emergence of 5 anomalies, although they quickly found new cover the moment they struck, avoiding exposure to all onlookers. Under his martial artist's keen perception, their positions and general movements remained unmistakable. This was a tightly organized and highly coordinated hunting squad. Their timing, angles of attack, and retreat paths were executed with textbook precision. Simultaneously, as Iron Ming and Zhao Shu came under attack, Han Yu and the Chun brothers, Chun Feng and Chun Yun, reacted almost instinctively, retreating in the opposite direction to create distance. Lin Xie did not move, nor did he pursue. The actions of Han Yu and the Chun brothers naturally drew the attention of the hunting squad. Several shadows, like relentless phantoms, immediately flanked them from different directions, pursuing the 3 of them. Han Yu and the others had transformed from hunters into prey. Meanwhile, Lin Xie transitioned from prey to an elevated observer. He now possessed 2 advantages. First, his heightened perceptions as a martial artist, along with enhanced physical capabilities, strength, and recovery speed. Second, and most crucially, his enemies were visible to him while he remained concealed. He had no desire to become the mantis that captures the cicada, only to be ensnared by the oriole. Though the mantis may feast upon the cicada, it ultimately falls prey to the oriole. What he aspired to be was the patient vulture that waits until the oriole and the venomous snake engage in mutual destruction, before leisurely swooping down to seize all spoils. The shadows pursued Han Yu and the Chun brothers, and the abandoned mall swiftly returned to silence. Several minutes passed without any sounds of combat, and the figures that had chased after them did not return. Lin Xie understood well that Han Yu and the Chun brothers were not easy opponents. If they were determined to escape, they would be difficult to catch in the complex terrain. Yet, Lin Xie's pupils constricted slightly. Within his martial artist's perception range, 3 new presences approached from the distance, swiftly integrating into the hunting squad, filling the void left by those who had pursued. This squad comprised at least 8 individuals, possibly more. Moreover, they had not abandoned the area despite the escape of Han Yu and the others. Lin Xie observed as these 8 individuals, akin to well-trained soldiers, fanned out in a semicircle around the mechanical guard disguised as scrap metal, moving in alternation behind various covers, gradually advancing outward. Their movements were cautious and professional, clearly conducting a thorough reconnaissance and clearing operation. They aimed to meticulously comb through this area, leaving no potential threat or prey overlooked. Lin Xie's heart sank. One individual's trajectory was leading directly towards the abandoned office building where he concealed himself. Closer and closer. Lin Xie immediately withdrew his gaze from the window. Retreating silently like a feather, hiding deeply within the shadows of the office. He held his breath, suppressing his presence to the utmost, becoming one with the darkness. With his extraordinary martial artist perception, he could distinctly hear the footsteps below. The sound was measured, approaching with a unique rhythm, step by step. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The individual had arrived at the base of the office building. Lin Xia's heartbeat seemed to slow, every muscle tensed, poised for a sudden strike. However, just as he anticipated the individual to enter the building, the footsteps abruptly halted not far from the structure. Silence. A deathly stillness. After the footsteps ceased, no further sounds emerged, as if the person had vanished into thin air. Yet, within Lin Xia's perception, that presence had not dissipated. Rather, it had solidified. Like a leopard lying in wait within the grass, restraining all superfluous movements, poised to deliver a lethal blow. What were they waiting for? Thoughts raced through Lin Xia's mind as he maintained absolute stillness, even deliberately slowing his heart rate. Suddenly, whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A cement block, the size of a half-brick, was hurled upwards from below with formidable force, shattering a glass window on the second-floor corridor with pinpoint accuracy. The crisp sound of breaking glass echoed painfully in the stillness of the abandoned building, reverberating through the empty hall. This was a probe. Lin Xia instantly grasped the intent behind the action. The individual was creating chaos with sound, attempting to lure out any potential prey concealed within the building. Any abnormal noise, be it rapid breaths from fright or the instinctive sound of footsteps, would immediately reveal one's position. Such a cautious adversary, rather than moving. Lin Xia further melded into the shadows, becoming a lifeless statue. His martial artist perception allowed him to hear the steady heartbeat and breath of the person below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After an interminable silence, the individual below remained immobile. Were they not coming in? Or had he already been exposed? A flicker of doubt arose in Lin Xia's heart, yet he resolutely suppressed the urge to act, remaining completely still. In the midst of this suffocating standoff, a new sound suddenly emanated from the direction of the mall. Buzz. That familiar mechanical sound ignited once more. The mechanical guard had been activated. Following closely was a cacophony of metal clashing, explosive energy discharges, and human shouts, intermingling in a fierce battle. Yet, even with the distant conflict raging, the individual stationed below remained as steadfast as a rock, undisturbed, their breath unwavering. In Lin Xia's mind, a flash of insight struck like lightning, connecting all the threads. He began to comprehend the situation. This person was not here to search the building. Their task was to guard this location, a critical juncture for the area. They were to prevent anyone from entering the battleground where fierce combat was unfolding. Moreover, those who had pursued Han Yu and the Chun brothers had likely not genuinely sought to engage them. Instead, they established a defensive line even further afield, executing the same mission, blockade. This small team, upon confirming the presence of prey, mechanical sentinels, in the area, did not rush in for the kill. Instead, they quickly divided their forces to seal off and secure the entire region. They aimed to transform this area into a closed cage, ensuring that the prey within, be it mechanical sentinels or candidates like Lin Xia hiding within, had no means of escape, while also preventing any outsiders from encroaching. The responsibility for combat fell upon the remaining members. The roles of hunting, blockade, and vigilance were distinctly defined and executed with remarkable efficiency. Damn it! Could this possibly be part of the school's curriculum? Lin Xia silently cursed. Such tactical proficiency in team operations was certainly not something a group of hastily assembled students could possess. It was evident that Lin Xia surmised this was likely a product of the rigorous training in elite high schools. The meager experience he had painstakingly gained from the bottom was utterly trivial in the face of their systematic tactics. Remaining idle would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Once they dealt with the mechanical sentinels and turned their attention towards him, any hope of seizing an opportunity would become increasingly elusive. At that point, he would not just be facing one adversary, but an entire, well-coordinated hunting team. Lin Xia swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Ultimately, a fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the plunge. Now was the perfect opportunity. Most of their attention was fixated on battling the mechanical sentinels. The only obstacle before him was a solitary sentinel stationed below. If he could silently eliminate this individual, he could instantaneously transform from a trapped prey into a lurking predator. From there, whether to escape the blockade amidst the chaos or to lie in wait for a counterattack would be infinitely more favorable than sitting idly by. The initiative must be reclaimed. With this thought in mind, Lin Xia felt no hesitation. Like a stealthy feline, He moved silently to the shattered window on the third floor, swiftly peeking out to survey the distant battlefield. Indeed, a team of 5 candidates was methodically surrounding and assaulting the 3-meter-tall arachnid mechanical sentinel. The sentinel, the very same one he had just observed, stood with 8 glistening metal legs akin to razor-sharp blades. The 5 candidates coordinated with remarkable synergy. A burly young man stood at the forefront, wielding a makeshift shield fashioned from a disassembled alloy door, drawing the mechanical sentinel's full firepower. The other 4 flanked him, relentlessly launching harassment attacks, preventing the sentinel from concentrating its might on the front while simultaneously seeking its vulnerable joints. Now was the moment. Lin Xie averted his gaze, took a deep breath, and picked up a steel rebar over a meter long and as thick as his arm. In the next instant, he leaped from the third-floor window like a predatory falcon. In the split second of his descent, he twisted his waist with force, hurling the rebar like a released javelin. Its piercing shriek slicing through the air, aimed directly at the head of the candidate below. His sudden appearance was instantly detected by everyone. The stout man with the shield's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Ollie, hold him off." He intended to say to hold him off for 10 minutes while they dealt with the mechanical sentinel. However, the next moment, his voice was abruptly silenced, as if a duck had its neck gripped. In midair, Lin Xie, upon releasing the rebar, did not even glance at the outcome. As he had anticipated, his hasty, amateurish throw, in light of the adversary's prior alertness, was highly unlikely to hit its mark. Boom. The rebar grazed the scalp of the candidate, embedding itself deeply into the pile of debris behind him with a resounding crash, sending dust billowing into the air. In the midst of the dust cloud, the candidate named Ali's complexion darkened alarmingly. Yet, before he could fully grasp his narrow escape, a shadow descended from above. Lin Xie's figure burst through the smoke, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, delivering a ferocious punch right before him. It was too swift. Ali barely had time to mount any effective defense or evade, instinctively crossing his arms in front of him. However, just as his mouth began to open, a terrifying presence, far exceeding that of a mere martial artist, enveloped him like a mountain pressing down. His face paled instantly, and his pupils dilated. A martial artist? The thought barely crossed his mind when Lin Xie's full-force strike, fueled by over 100 points of physical power, crashed solidly against his arms. Crack! The crisp, jarring sound of bones fracturing echoed. In the face of such absolute strength, Ali's defense was shattered like thin paper. His arms were broken. Before the excruciating pain could fully transmit through his nerves, Lin Xie's landing was unyielding. Following through with a downward motion, his other fist, like a cannonball, delivered a brutal uppercut to Ali's abdomen. Bam! A muffled thud resounded. Ali's body contorted like a cooked shrimp, bending into a bow shape as he was propelled backward by the sheer force. He then lost all strength midair, crashing heavily to the ground, curling in agony as he writhed in pain. This punch had severely wounded him, rendering him utterly devoid of combat capability. A flash of white light appeared, and a white-clad rescuer emerged, expressionless, standing before Ali. Ali groaned in agony, casting Lin Xie a venomous glare, his eyes filled with disbelief. As he managed to utter through gritted teeth, "You damn seed player, why are you here in the outer region?" Chapter 47. Sleep like a baby. Lin Xie himself had not anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly and decisively. He had prepared himself for a grueling fight, even considering the use of potions. Yet, the adversary, under the full force of his strike, had not even been able to withstand a single blow. Was this the disparity between a martial artist and a quasi-martial artist? However, there was no time for Lin Xie to ponder. The guards watching other directions, upon witnessing their comrade being instantly eliminated, were already reacting and rushing towards him at full speed. Before they arrived, the attacks had commenced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shards of stone, twisted metal scraps, and even sharpened rebar whistled through the air from various angles, raining down upon Lin Xie. Lin Xie's expression hardened as he darted nimbly, evading the barrage of projectiles with ghostly agility. Clang, clang. Countless attacks struck where he had just stood, sending sparks and debris flying. Simultaneously, a voice from the direction of the mechanical sentinel called out in excitement. Found it. The weakness is here. Lin Xie caught a glimpse of the battlefield from the corner of his eye, noting that the frequency of attacks from the 4 candidates had suddenly intensified, their assault growing more ferocious, clearly having identified a breakthrough point. He did not know where this so-called weakness lay, nor did he have time for detailed observation, because 2 figures had already lunged at him like leopards from either side, nearly simultaneously, cutting off most of his escape routes. one to the left and one to the right. They formed a pincer attack. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Qia's eyes as he made a swift decision. He chose not to defend or retreat, but instead to strike proactively. His target was the short-haired girl on the right, whose aura seemed relatively weaker. Boom. The ground beneath Lin Qia trembled violently as he transformed into a blurred shadow, surging forward toward the short-haired girl with unyielding momentum. The short-haired girl clearly did not anticipate that Lin Qia would not only refuse to evade, but would rather charge forward with such astonishing speed. Her eyes widened, and her cherry lips parted just enough to emit a brief gasp before she hastily swung a punch towards Lin Qia's face. However, in Lin Qia's extraordinary martial sense, her rushed attack was riddled with flaws. He slightly tilted his body, allowing her punch to graze past his cheek, the force of the wind lifting his short hair. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qia's fist surged forward with remarkable precision. A perfectly executed uppercut connected solidly with the girl's chin. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as her head snapped back, her body flying backward as if devoid of bones, tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Her eyes rolled back, consciousness slipping away as she fell into a slumber akin to that of an infant. A flash of white light marked the arrival of another rescuer clad in white. Lin Qia paused momentarily at the sight of the girl lying motionless. He was taken aback, surprised by her weakness, or perhaps by his own strength. Meanwhile, the male contestant who had intended to flank the girl was wide-eyed in disbelief at the spectacle. He abruptly halted his advance, and without hesitation retreated hastily. What a joke! One encounter had annihilated a teammate of comparable strength. This individual was far beyond their capabilities. As he hurriedly withdrew, he seethed within, realizing this was a seed contestant. How could such a formidable opponent appear in the outer regions? At that moment, he cast aside thoughts of teamwork and allies, desperate not to meet the same fate as the girl, eliminated before she could even react. Lin Qia did not pursue the fleeing contestant. His objective had been clear from the outset, the points badge. After striking down the short-haired girl, he did not spare her another glance. With the grace of a descending tiger, he charged directly towards the battlefield where the mechanical sentinels were under siege. The 5 individuals entangled with the mechanical guards were utterly unprepared for the sudden turn of events. In the blink of an eye, their small team of 10 had sustained injuries to 2 members, and 1 had fled. 2 others were still engaged elsewhere, unable to assist. An overwhelmingly powerful disruptor was advancing toward their core group with an unstoppable momentum. Continue. Focus on defeating the mechanical sentinels. I will hold him off, roared the robust young man wielding a metallic door panel as a shield, evidently the spokesperson of the group. He made a decisive choice. Recognizing that the mechanical guards were on the brink of collapse and that they could not afford to falter now. At that very moment, Lin Qia's form drew near. He executed no flamboyant maneuvers. Seizing a steel rod that had been cast aside, he summoned all his strength, launching it like a javelin. The robust youth did not choose to evade this formidable blow. With a thunderous shout, he planted his legs firmly, muscles bulging as he raised the heavy alloy panel before him, creating an impenetrable barrier. Crash! The steel rod collided violently with the alloy shield, producing a deafening roar that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The young man felt an incomprehensible force reverberate through the shield, numbing his arms and filling him with dread. What terrifying power! This was certainly not the strength of an ordinary martial artist. On the other hand, Lin Qia's heart sank. The noise from that collision was too loud. In this relatively quiet ruin, it was akin to a beacon in the night, bound to attract the attention of all nearby. Whether from other hunting teams or lone wolves like Han Yu, they could easily be drawn in. A swift resolution was imperative. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Qia's eyes. If he could not swiftly eliminate the enemy before him and seize the badge, he would have to retreat from this impending storm of chaos. With that thought, Lin Qia abandoned all reservations, exerting force beneath his feet as he surged forward like a cannonball towards the robust youth. Seeing Lin Qia charge at him, the young man decisively discarded the cumbersome alloy panel. With a clang, he tossed the shield aside and assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage. The two collided instantly. Thud! 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 Their fists and feet met with a sound reminiscent of a drumbeat. After several exchanges, Lin Qia quickly discerned his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In terms of sheer power and speed, the youth was slightly inferior. However, each of his attacks was infused with intricate techniques, clearly indicative of martial arts training. Lin Qia, blessed with brute strength, found himself struggling as many of his powerful strikes were deftly nullified by the young man's skill, leaving him nearly vulnerable to counterattacks. Time could not be squandered. Lin Xie understood that as a lone wolf, his opportunities were diminishing. If he could not swiftly deal with this opponent, the window of opportunity would narrow further. Desperation surged within him. His gaze transformed into one of wild determination, and he resolved to adopt a reckless, all-or-nothing approach. When faced with the youth's powerful swing, Lin Xie stood his ground, bracing himself against the blow with his shoulder. Pain shot through him, yet he did not flinch. The youth's onslaught descended like a tempest, and Lin Xie gritted his teeth, enduring it all. At last, Lin Xie found a fleeting opening. He risked everything, lunging forward and concentrating all his strength into his right fist, delivering a raw, ferocious strike aimed directly at the youth's face. The robust young man, taken aback by Lin Xie's audacity, found himself unable to defend in time. Thud! Lin Xie's fist connected solidly with his face. Simultaneously, the young man retaliated with a powerful swing that struck Lin Xie's cheek. Lin Xie felt a ringing in his head, a whirlwind of stars dancing before his eyes. However, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. The superior physique of a martial artist showcased its decisive advantage at that moment. By the time Lin Xie steadied himself, the robust youth had already rolled his eyes back, collapsing backward and hitting the ground heavily, slipping into a slumber akin to that of an infant. A flash of white light signaled the familiar appearance of a rescuer in white. The rescuer, expressionless, glanced at Lin Xie, whose face was stained with blood, yet confirmed to still be combat-ready. The rescuer then opened a makeshift medical bed, skillfully dragging the robust youth away. Chapter 48. Successful Scoring. With the leader of the opposing team neutralized, Lin Xie did not linger for a moment. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as he instantly focused on the remaining 4 contestants still engaged with the mechanical sentinels. The 4 stared in shock as they watched their captain fall in a single encounter. Yet, the attack did not cease. At that very moment, the already weakened spider-like mechanical sentinel emitted a piercing wail, its 8 metallic legs collapsing weakly, and the red light in its single eye extinguished. The battle was drawing to a close. However, before the 4 candidates could breathe a sigh of relief, a whirlwind imbued with a palpable scent of blood surged towards them. It was Lin Xie. He offered no respite to his adversaries. Mid-charge, his hands darted to his waist, producing 2 vials of Vitality No. 5, with lightning speed. With a decisive thrust, he plunged the syringes into his aching arms, which had endured the brunt of the assault. As the icy liquid coursed through him, a powerful warmth surged forth, dissipating the pain and fatigue, restoring him to peak form. Stop him! One candidate screamed in terror. Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, Lin Xie had already plunged into their midst like a tiger among sheep. In the face of their combined assault, Lin Xie resorted to his previous tactics, exchanging injury for injury. He disregarded a whip-like kick aimed at his side, absorbing it against his back while channeling all his might into a punch directed at one of the candidates before him. With a resounding thud, the candidate crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to block, only to be sent flying by Lin Xie's overwhelming force. His arms screaming in agony as he crashed to the ground with a pained cry. One down. Swiftly, Lin Xie raised his arms like iron rods, deflecting the blows from the other 2. Simultaneously, his right foot struck like a striking serpent, colliding forcefully with one candidate's supporting leg. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The candidate let out a piercing scream, clutching his twisted ankle in agony as he collapsed. Another down. In the blink of an eye, only 2 remained in the small group. They gazed at Lin Xie, who loomed before them like a demonic figure, their eyes filled with dread. Together, one shouted, albeit with a quavering voice. Yet, in the moment of his shout, both turned in unison, bolting in the opposite direction. Just as they spun away, they froze, instinctively exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting shock and a hint of embarrassment. Hadn't they agreed to confront him together? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, and they turned once more, fleeing without a backward glance. Lin Xie observed their retreating figures, but did not pursue. His body was battered, and though the injections had granted him a temporary reprieve, his stamina was nearly depleted. More critically, he had a singular objective from the outset. He dashed towards the now-defunct spider-like mechanical guardian, and with a sweeping motion, he violently tore open its metallic chest. Beneath the shell lay a small metal badge, glowing softly with a pale blue light, nestled amidst the intricate circuitry. Lin Xie seized it in his hand, its coldness palpable. Ding! Vitality badge detected. Would you like to collect it? Flashed on his personal terminal. Collect. Collection successful. Current score, 10 points. Success. Lin Xie's taut, nerves finally relaxed. A wave of exhaustion and pain crashing over him like a tide. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the sprawled forms of eliminated candidates. The air thick with a faint metallic tang. I must vacate this place immediately. Lin Xia understood that the scent of blood and the tumult of battle would soon attract new predators. Gritting through his pain, he oriented himself and plunged into the shadows of a nearby abandoned building. Just as Lin Xia vanished into the building's gloom, less than a minute passed before the two fleeing candidates cautiously returned, accompanied by two more comrades. They were the last remnants of the hunting squad. The four dispersed, utilizing the ruins as cover, vigilantly scanning the desolate battleground. The candidate whose ankle Lin Xia had shattered had been whisked away by white-clad rescuers, while the torn mechanical guardian lay like a cold corpse, a testament to the ferocity of the recent skirmish. "Where is he?" one inquired in a hushed tone, eyes filled with suspicion. "He fled," the first candidate replied, still shaken. "That guy is a monster. Definitely a seed candidate. He took the badge," another lamented, glaring at the gaping hole in the guardian's chest. "We fought hard only to be left empty-handed. What now? Do we pursue? Pursue? No way." The atmosphere thickened with silence. The four exchanged glances, each reflecting unfulfilled ambition, anger, and an unmistakable trace of fear. Finally, one broke the silence. A note of resignation and caution in his voice. "Let us leave. We can't stay in this area. In the future, when we encounter mechanical guardians, we must wait for others to engage first before seizing the opportunity." Though tinged with reluctance, this proposal was the most prudent course of action. The once proud hunting squad had been shattered by a sudden and formidable foe, their morale at an all-time low. The others nodded in agreement, turning silently to depart. The battlefield once again settled into an eerie silence. Moments later, a tall, lithe figure emerged from the shadows like a wraith, Han Yu. Her icy gaze swept across the vacant battleground, ultimately landing on the ruined mechanical guardian. Confirming the absence of further ambushers, she stepped forward, crouching to inspect the breach in the guardian's chest and the surrounding signs of conflict. Her finely arched brows knit slightly, as if analyzing something. After a moment, she stood, casting another glance around, her eyes betraying a flicker of complex emotions, before she too turned and vanished into the remnants of the ruins. Not long after Han Yu departed, Chun Feng and Chun Yun emerged from another direction. They surveyed the wreckage-strewn battlefield, their expressions equally grave. Without lingering, they swiftly exited the treacherous vicinity. In an instant, this area fell completely silent, leaving behind a scene of chaos that silently narrated the brief yet intense clash that had unfolded. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Xia twisted open the last bottle of nutrient solution, downing it in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, replenishing his nearly depleted energy. To his dismay, he realized that his supplies had been entirely exhausted. Chapter 49. Han Yu's Thunder. Leaning against the dust-laden wall, Lin Xia muttered to himself, "Ah, lack of experience truly is the most fatal flaw." He reflected on the exhilarating yet harrowing battle, replaying every detail in his mind. What he had previously overlooked suddenly became clear. He had been flung by Yin Feilong's punch, and prior to reaching the first stage's endpoint, he had been besieged by several candidates ranked around 500. That painful memory had led Lin Xia to make a grave misjudgment regarding the candidate's strength in this examination. He had instinctively equated the prowess of the top-tier geniuses and the stalwarts of the first echelon with the overall average level of this examination. Yet, after the recent battle, Lin Xia experienced an epiphany. He had misunderstood a fundamental reality. In the first phase, who had he truly faced? It was the likes of Yin Feilong, a seed candidate already at the pinnacle, a genuine prodigy within the top 100. Those who can triumph among millions of candidates, ranking among the top 500 elites. They represent the pinnacle of the second phase, the very best among the five. And here, a staggering 10,000 candidates have successfully passed the first round. Yet, Lin Xia found himself inadvertently equating the combat prowess of those top five with the general capability of this vast group of 10,000. He shook his head in bemusement, realizing that he had unwittingly become the so-called formidable big boss in the eyes of others. Just as he engaged in self-deprecation, his heightened warrior instincts suddenly detected an unusual movement. Someone was approaching. They were retracing the very path he had taken, and it was just one individual. Lin Xia's gaze sharpened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the ground, swiftly repositioning himself, stealthily lurking in the shadows like a leopard. Soon, he discerned the identity of the approaching figure. It was Han Yu. She moved with grace, cautiously inching closer to the rooftop. Meanwhile, the Chun brothers, Chun Feng and Chun Yun, were nowhere to be seen. A cold smile crept across Lin Xia's face, Those three had shown no hesitation in attempting to eliminate him, their temporary ally. How could there be genuine trust among them? The likelihood of cooperation was negligible. With that thought, a flash of murderous intent glinted in Lin Xie's eyes. It was time to strike preemptively. Han Yu believed she was well hidden, treading lightly on the quietest spots, vigilant of her surroundings. Yet, just as she was about to step onto the rooftop, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind her. A steel rebar, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, shot forth from the wall beside her, aimed directly at her back. Of course, Lin Xie's throw was, as always, far from precise. He had never intended for a fatal strike. This was merely a diversionary tactic. Han Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively rolled to the side to evade. However, this errant throw turned fortuitously disastrous. Had she not reacted, that wildly off-target steel rebar would have merely grazed her, causing no harm. Yet, driven by instinct, she executed the most textbook sideways roll to dodge, inadvertently aligning herself with the trajectory of the rebar. With a sickening thud, the thick steel pierced her right arm, the sheer force pinning her brutally against the wall. Han Yu coughed up a mouthful of blood, agony radiating throughout her body. Darkness encroached upon her vision, nearly rendering her unconscious. However, before she could recover from this sudden onslaught, a figure appeared in a flash. A rescuer in white. He materialized before Han Yu, interposing himself between her and Lin Xie. Your condition? I'm fine. Han Yu gritted her teeth, her other hand swiftly retrieving a vial from her waist, intent on administering it to herself. Yet, in the next instant, the rescuer's hand shot out, firmly restraining her. You have already lost. His voice was cold and mechanical. I have not. Han Yu struggled, her eyes filled with defiance and fury. The rescuer shook his head and suddenly leaped aside. At that very moment, a shadow of a leg soared towards them. Crack! Han Yu's hand, clutching the vial, was struck by Lin Xie's precise kick, sending the vial flying from her grasp. Her eyes widened in shock. The next second, crack! A sharp, resounding slap echoed as Lin Xie delivered a merciless blow to her face. That'll teach you to ambush me. This strike sent the already wounded Han Yu reeling, stars dancing in her vision, her head tilting as she succumbed to an infantile slumber. Lin Xie gazed at her crumpled form, his attention shifting to the tactical pouch at her waist. Without a second thought, he yanked it towards him. The rescuer in white appeared oblivious, focused solely on setting up a makeshift medical bed to carry the unconscious Han Yu away, steel rebar still protruding from her. According to the rules, looting was permitted, including spoils of war. Lin Xie weighed the tactical pouch in his hands, suddenly slapping his thigh in realization. He had previously dispatched several foes and had foolishly watched them be taken away, neglecting to search them for their pouches. What a loss. He hastily moved to retrieve the vial that had been kicked away. The label clearly read, Heart Strength number 7. It was a superior item, 2 levels above his previous finds. Just as Lin Xie secured the Heart Strength number 7, an intense sense of danger surged from behind. The instincts of a warrior screamed in alarm. Without a moment's pause, he executed a forward roll. Boom, boom. 2 powerful gusts of wind from fists narrowly missed his back, crashing into the ground where he had stood moments before, creating shallow craters. It was the Chun brothers. They had stealthily approached, taking advantage of Lin Xie's moment of inattention to launch their long-planned assault. Undeterred by their failed first strike, the duo pressed their attack with relentless vigor, coordinating seamlessly to completely cut off Lin Xie's escape. Cursing under his breath, Lin Xie found himself once again on the defensive against their onslaught. There was no other choice. Gritting his teeth, he felt a surge of determination. His most practiced and confident move was about to come into play. An exchange of injuries. Though it seemed reckless, it was actually a strategy to leverage his superior physical prowess as a warrior to overpower his opponents. With a sudden pivot, Lin Xie braced himself against Chun Feng's barrage of punches and kicks with his left shoulder and back, enduring the pain with a grin that revealed his white teeth. This was his opportunity. Ignoring Chen Feng's assault, he channeled all his strength into his right fist and launched a fierce strike at Chen Yun. Caught off guard by Lin Xie's fierce resolve, Chen Yun had no time to evade. Thud. The impact was akin to being struck by a battering ram, sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground several meters away, scrambling to rise and flee. The remaining Chen Feng dared not continue the fight. He turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. Lin Xie did not immediately pursue. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a bottle of nutrient solution from Han Yu's tactical pouch, unscrewed the cap, and took a hearty swig to replenish his energy. Then, he trailed behind the Chun brothers at a safe distance, maintaining a cautious vigilance for any potential ambushes. Moreover, their frantic escape could attract new troubles, or perhaps opportunities. Indeed, his intuition was soon validated. Just ahead, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from the ruins of a nearby intersection. Lin Xie lingered at a distance, preparing to witness the unfolding drama. However, as he beheld the swift actions of the new adversaries, his pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he turned to retreat. They were too fast. Before Chen Feng and Chen Yun could even make a move, they had already fallen. Most likely warriors. Even if they weren't, he possessed no significant advantage against them. Moreover, they were not lone wolves. Alarm bells rang in Lin Xie's mind as he suppressed his aura to its utmost, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. On the rooftop of an abandoned apartment, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had healed significantly, and both his physical and mental states had returned to their peak. In such a perilous environment, he dared not operate the 8 treasures technique recklessly for deep healing. For 6 hours, Lin Xie focused solely on his recovery, refraining from engaging in any battles mainly due to the lack of favorable opportunities, managing to evade wave after wave of conflict. Alone without a team, he understood that enduring another ferocious battle like the previous one would inevitably lead to further injuries. Should that occur without sufficient medicinal supplies, he would have to rely solely on his physical resilience. If he continuously encountered new adversaries, he might truly be forced to exit prematurely. The second phase of the examination lasted a staggering 48 hours. Lin Xie calmly assessed the situation. The examiners only stated that the badges represented points, yet they did not clarify whether points would be retained after elimination. Based on such a ruthless rule, it could be inferred that once he called for rescue and was eliminated, any points accumulated prior could very well be reset to 0. Thus, Lin Xie resisted the temptations within, deliberated extensively, and made a difficult decision. In the absence of a favorable opportunity, he resolved to refrain from any further combat. His current objective was to preserve his 10 points at all costs, find a place to hide, and endure until the conclusion of the 48-hour examination. To avoid premature withdrawal would be a victory. Although it was merely 10 points, combined with the initial round's 95 points, his total would amount to 105. This was far preferable to exhausting all his resources and ending up with 0 points and elimination. Moreover, remaining unharmed meant avoiding medical expenses. Resolute in his determination, Lin Xie fully embraced the role of a master of survival. He sought out a relatively intact but secluded 5-story building, establishing a temporary refuge in a shadowy room on the 3rd floor. The view was limited, yet its concealment rendered it difficult for enemies above to detect him. Additionally, the narrow corridor provided only a single entrance, making it defensible. Should he be discovered, he would still possess the capacity to fight back. In the ensuing hours, Lin Xie achieved a state of profound tranquility. He ceased to pay attention to the distant sounds of battle or to tally the number of mechanical sentinels that had been eliminated. All his focus was devoted to sensing the surrounding environment. Every whisper of wind, every suspicious presence nearby, would thrust him into a heightened state of alert. Time passed in this tense vigilance, ticking away second by second. The first day swiftly came to an end. On the second day, the battles in the ruins had noticeably diminished. Clearly, after an entire day of brutal combat and elimination, the 1,000 mechanical sentinels had been nearly eradicated. The surviving examinees had become increasingly cautious and cunning. Now, the catalyst for conflict was no longer the fight for mechanical sentinels, but rather a bloody struggle among examinees to seize each other's badges. Lin Xie sensed several times that teams passed beneath his hiding place, yet they were preoccupied, evidently pursuing a target, and did not divert their attention to investigate the unremarkable building. Thus, another day passed. Only 12 hours remained until the examination concluded. Lin Xie's nerves were taut to their limits. This was the darkest hour before dawn, the moment most prone to unexpected occurrences. He dared not relent, remaining as still as a statue in his concealment. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated from below his hiding place without warning. The entire building shook violently, and dust rained down from the ceiling. Lin Xie's heart raced, jolting him from his hiding state. He quickly rolled over to the window and cautiously peered down. Below, 2 factions were locked in fierce combat. One group consisted of the previously assembled genius class led by Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and Yin Failong. Yet, at this moment, these once proud individuals appeared somewhat disheveled. Clearly, they were injured. The opposing faction, larger in number with over a dozen members, exuded a fierce aura. Their coordination was impeccable, and they were subtly overpowering the genius class. What kind of team was this? Lin Qia's heart sank. They had pushed Lei Qianjun and the others to this extent. The residual force of their battle ravaged everything in the vicinity like an uncontrollable battering ram. The earlier thunderous noise had been the result of one member's attack, which had demolished half of the load-bearing wall on the ground floor of Lin Qia's hiding place. The entire structure was compromised, on the brink of collapse. Damn it! Lin Qia cursed inwardly, realizing that this place was no longer safe. Chapter 51. Counterattack. The building creaked ominously, teetering perilously. Large chunks of concrete and steel began to peel away from the ceiling, and the floor beneath him started to tilt. Lin Qia knew he had to leave immediately. Furthermore, now was the perfect opportunity. Both factions below were engaged in intense combat. Even if they noticed him, they would likely be too preoccupied to deal with a mere passerby. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed toward another window, preparing to evacuate from the rear of the building. However, just as he was about to leap out, he spotted someone below. Both factions simultaneously recognized this unwelcome guest. Lin Qia's heart raced, but he maintained his momentum, ready to flee as soon as he landed. He had assumed both sides would overlook him as an inconsequential figure. To his surprise, among the dominant group, a woman commanded one of her companions, "Ahu, go. Take care of him." She then turned her gaze back to Lei Qianjun and the others under siege, her voice dripping with mockery. "I'll give you an opportunity. If you wish to avoid elimination, hand over half your points, and I will let you leave." In disbelief, Lei Qianjun replied coldly, his attacks intensifying. The young man beside the woman scoffed, "You refuse to drink the toast, and instead seek the penalty. In that case, leave all your points behind. Even one less person. We can still take you down." The youth named Ahu sprang into action, breaking away from the main battle to pursue Lin Qia's fleeing form. A cruel and confident smile adorned his face. To him, dispatching a rat escaping from a derelict building was mere child's play. Lin Qia did not anticipate such brazen hostility, even towards someone as insignificant as himself. Anger flared within him, yet reason dictated that this was not the time for a head-on confrontation. First, he needed to ascertain two things. 1. Was it only one person pursuing him from behind? 2. What was this individual's strength? And could he withstand an encounter in a short span of time? Lin Qia's mind raced, controlling his speed deliberately to maintain a distance that was neither too far nor too close from his pursuer, while simultaneously heightening his martial senses to the utmost, remaining vigilant for any other potential threats. To Ahu, Lin Qia's lackluster pace clearly indicated inferiority. The derision on Ahu's face deepened as he taunted, "Hey, kid up ahead. Save your breath. Just stop and call for rescue, and you might escape with less pain." After a chase that led Lin Qia in circles, confirming there were no other ambushes nearby, he dashed into another abandoned building adjacent to him. As Ahu witnessed the scene, he let out a cold chuckle and followed suit, urging the retreat. "Do you think hiding in a mouse hole will help?" However, before he could finish his words, his voice abruptly ceased. For the prey that had just dashed into the building, ostensibly in a panic, unexpectedly turned around at the very moment he stepped through the stairway entrance, exuding an unyielding and resolute aura as he launched a fierce punch towards him. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Lin Qia had already roughly assessed his opponent's strength. Very formidable. Yet, he was not a martial artist. The intensity of his aura and power was on par with the squad leader he had previously defeated using an injury-for-injury tactic. Since he was not a martial artist, that made things simpler. The choice of this location was also to limit his opponent's evasion, thereby facilitating the exchange of injuries. Lin Qia's murderous intent surged, and his punch's momentum intensified. Ahu, clearly unprepared for Lin Qia's audacious counterattack, could only hastily raise his fist to block. Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding impact. A tremendous force surged through, causing Ahu's arm to tingle, and he found himself stumbling back a step, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. This kid's strength was surprisingly comparable to his own. However, Lin Qia offered him no respite. Seizing the opportunity, he surged forward with relentless aggression. He wholly disregarded Ahu's counterattack, allowing a powerful kick to strike his side, inflicting excruciating pain, yet he did not flinch. Simultaneously, his hammer-like fist, accompanied by a fierce wind, slammed mercilessly into Ahu's chest. Ahu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. An overwhelming force surged within him, causing his blood to roil, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily against the wall behind him before sliding down to the ground. You are a martial artist?" Ahu clutched his painfully throbbing chest, gazing at Lin Qia with disbelief and terror. He could hardly comprehend how a mere passerby, dispatched by his leader to hunt him down, could possibly be at the same level as his leader. Lin Xie granted him no opportunity for further words, stepping forward to unleash a torrent of fierce attacks. Each misstep led to further miscalculations. In that narrow corridor, Ahu found himself without sufficient space to dodge or create distance, forced to grit his teeth and endure Lin Xie's relentless assault. At that moment, the savage and efficient injury-for-injury tactic employed by Lin Xie was brought to its pinnacle. Bang! 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 Several more resounding clashes of fists and feet echoed. Ahu was once again struck, blood spewing forth, while Lin Xie bore some injuries as well, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But it mattered not. As long as he could stand victorious in the end, that was all that counted. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xie's eyes as he seized upon a moment of vulnerability in his opponent's breathing. With a sudden advance, he delivered a ferocious elbow strike directly to Ahu's face. Crack! Teeth mingled with blood erupted forth. Ahu's head snapped back, his eyes rolling white as he lost consciousness, plunging into a sleep akin to that of an infant. This time, the white-clad rescuers seemed to have delayed slightly. It was only after Lin Xie skillfully rummaged through Ahu's belongings and saw the prompt. Pickup successful. Current score, 30 points, on his personal terminal that the white light finally arrived. Lin Xie nodded at the impassive rescuers and departed without hesitation. He did not immediately return to the main battlefield, but instead took a circuitous route, akin to a patient hunter, silently closing in. Along the way, he could see clouds of dust rising in the distance, buildings collapsing one after another amidst the cacophony of violent explosions. He could even distinctly sense the turmoil in that area, indicating that the battle had reignited. Joy surged across Lin Xie's face. This was excellent. The fiercer the fighting, the more chaotic the scene, the greater his chances of seizing the opportunity. Naturally, such commotion would not draw his attention alone. Soon, he noticed other figures approaching. Chapter 52. The terror of Yin Feilong. At that moment, the already fragile buildings crumbled further under the clashes between Lei Qianjun and his adversaries, raising clouds of dust. A few figures shot out. It was none other than Lei Qianjun and his companions. They had evidently reached some tacit understanding, choosing to disengage from the fight and scatter in different directions to escape. This unforeseen turn of events ignited the greed of all lurking competitors. They were escaping. Block them. They must surely possess a bounty of badges. Do not let them flee. In an instant, mantises emerged, unaware that the yellow sparrows lay in wait behind them. Dozens of figures sprang forth from various cover points, akin to sharks scenting blood, recklessly intercepting the fleeing Lei Qianjun and his group. However, they gravely underestimated the prowess of these top talents, even in their disarray. A candidate had just leaped out from the ruins when he collided head-on with the ethereal Su Qingying. Just as he was about to strike, Su Qingying slipped past him like a wraith, leaving only an afterimage. On the other side, a burly man attempted to intercept Lei Qianjun, shouting for them to leave behind their badges, only to narrowly miss him as he dashed by. Yin Feilong, fleeing towards the east, caught a glimpse of this chaotic scene from the corner of his eye, and a cold smirk crept upon his lips as he sneered. They are but a boon to Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the team that had pressed Lei Qianjun and his companions into a corner emerged from the dust. They beheld the mantises that had just revealed themselves and found themselves in an awkward position, and the leader, Qin Xiaoxiao, wore a cruel smile as she uttered two words, clean up. At her command, her team members surged forward like tigers among sheep, pouncing upon the exposed candidates. Qin Xiaoxiao. Lu Zhenlong. No, we are also from Tiantai City. Squelch. The sounds of despair and pleas for mercy, along with the thud of fists meeting flesh, echoed in rapid succession. Those candidates who had just aimed to play the yellow sparrow were instantly transformed into lambs for slaughter, as Qin Xiaoxiao's team dismantled them with ruthless efficiency. Bloody, efficient, and cold. From behind the fifth-floor window, Lin Xie observed this scene, a chill racing up his spine. This was no mere display of brute force. It was a scheme laced with strategy and the manipulation of human emotions. Lei Qianjun and Qin Xiaoxiao, two elite teams from different cities and schools, had, amid what appeared to be a fierce battle, silently forged a tacit understanding, orchestrating a grand play to lure their competitors out of hiding. Perhaps Lei Qianjun truly could not contend with Qin Xiaoxiao's side. Their defeat had served to entice all lurking competitors to reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong's team focused on the weaker of the lurking competitors, akin to refuse collectors, sweeping up these small fries. As for Lei Qianjun and his group, they capitalized on this opportunity to make a swift escape. What a cunning plan. What a brilliant tactic. Just as the thought of escape flickered in Lin Xie's mind, his pupils constricted sharply. He had just caught sight of a disheveled figure barreling straight towards the very building he concealed himself in. It was none other than Yin Feilong, and he, in his effort to remain concealed, had remained as still as a stone throughout. Despite being at the same martial artist level, Yin Feilong was currently in a frantic escape. His aura radiating outward, his senses undoubtedly compromised. He seemed completely oblivious to the presence of another in this building. What an extraordinary coincidence. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Yin Feilong's figure shot up like a cannonball from below, accompanied by a thunderous crash that shattered the fourth-floor window, allowing him to burst into the room. In that instant, all of Lin Xie's avenues for retreat and hesitation were severed, leaving only one choice: fight. As soon as Yin Feilong landed, still unsteady on his feet, his expression changed dramatically. He had assumed this was a safe, temporary refuge. But the moment he stepped into the room, he felt a chilling, palpable aura of murderous intent descending upon him like a venomous serpent. Someone was there. Before he could fully process the thought, a massive fist rapidly filled his vision. Too fast. The distance was too close. In the next moment, Yin Feilong was struck squarely in the face. Simultaneously, relying on his combat instincts, he hastily retaliated with a punch that landed hard on Lin Xie's face. Agonizing pain. Both men let out a muffled grunt, as if their cheekbones were about to shatter. However, Lin Xie was driven by intent, while Yin Feilong was caught off guard. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain, biting down on his tongue to maintain absolute clarity amidst the agony. In contrast, Yin Feilong was momentarily stunned, his head ringing from the unexpected blow, leading to a fleeting dizziness and disorientation. In a contest of skilled fighters, victory can hinge on a mere instant. Seizing this brief window, Lin Xie's eyes widened, blazing with a wild, ferocious light, reminiscent of an enraged beast. His fists flew like a tempest, striking with relentless force. Devoid of any pause or hesitation, each punch imbued with boundless power and fury. Bang, 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 bang. The series of dull thuds echoed throughout the cramped room, resembling a violent symphony. Each punch landed with alarming accuracy on Yin Feilong's face, producing bone-jarring impacts. Caught completely off guard by this sudden onslaught, Yin Feilong had no time to mount an effective defense. Lin Xie's fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, leaving him no opportunity to evade or counterattack. It was over. Yin Feilong realized he was in dire straits. Within a mere 5 seconds, his face was already marred with swelling and bruises. With a final thud, Yin Feilong's eyes rolled back, his face drenched in blood, his body collapsing limply to the ground. Once again, he succumbed to an infantile slumber. Lin Xie exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Yin Feilong fall. Chapter 53. A Divine Presence? In an instant, Lin Xie's mind became clear. The humiliation of being struck down by Yin Feilong's shockwave had now transformed into an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Little did he expect that this vendetta would be avenged in such a dramatic fashion during the second phase. Without a moment's hesitation, he expertly rifled through Yin Feilong's belongings, thoroughly emptying his tactical bag of all remaining potions, and, most crucially, the coveted points badge. A prompt appeared on his personal terminal. Pickup successful, current points, 210. A staggering 180 points. Having completed this task, Lin Xie did not linger for a moment, denying Qin Xiaoxiao any chance to capitalize on the situation, and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the corridor. After a considerable time, the white-clad rescue personnel finally arrived, taking away the unconscious Yin Feilong. Clearly, the recent large-scale clearing operation had overwhelmed the rescue system. In the ensuing hours, while skirmishes continued sporadically amidst the ruins, each outbreak grew increasingly bloody and brutal. Having consumed the fat of Yin Feilong, Lin Xie's choices became markedly more cautious. At this juncture, there was no need to take further risks. He would rather miss the developments ahead than recklessly charge in. Upon reaching a new hiding spot, his primary concern was to ensure that he was not trapped or at risk of being surrounded. Thus, under Lin Xie's extreme caution, he found no further opportunities. As time passed, in the final hour, the atmosphere of the examination ground turned eerie and tense. The vast majority of candidates had been eliminated or scattered, with only a few small teams remaining. These teams, without exception, comprised the elite among the elite. The team of more than a dozen members that Lin Xie had previously observed, led by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong, not only remained intact, but had expanded to 20 or 30 members like a snowball. It was only later that Lin Xie learned through others' conversations that this formidable group consisted entirely of students from Tiantai First High School. Tiantai First High, the top-ranking martial arts high school in the entire Tianhai province. As a smaller city, Haicheng, even its genius class at First High was evidently at a significant disadvantage compared to the top-tier genius classes of provincial capital schools like Tiantai First High. Even formidable talents such as Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying had been forced to scatter and fight individually. Was this the power of a provincial capital? In the final half hour, it seemed that everyone reached an unspoken consensus, refraining from initiating further conflict. The 2 or 3 super teams had also ceased their activities. Lin Xie hid in an unremarkable basement, concealing his presence to the utmost, his breathing nearly imperceptible. He resembled the most patient of hunters, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the hunt. 10, 9, 8. As the final countdown appeared on his personal terminal, Lin Xie's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. 3, 2, 1. Examination time over. All candidates, please cease all combat activities immediately. With the cold electronic voice resonating throughout the third ruined city. The trial that had lasted for 48 hours finally came to an end. All remaining candidates returned to the platform. The platform was once again filled with people, but the number had dwindled from the initial 10,000 to less than 2,000. The survivors exhibited a range of expressions. Some were weary and injured, yet could not conceal the excitement in their eyes. Others appeared dejected, clearly having fared poorly. While core members of large teams like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong wore expressions of haughty pride, basking in the awe of those around them. Lin Xie blended into the crowd, inconspicuous. He did not recognize anyone here, save for the somewhat familiar faces of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying from the genius class. Though both had sustained injuries, their auras remained formidable, their gazes sharp as blades, evidently having survived the final chaotic battle through sheer personal strength. At that moment, examiners Chang Shi, Li Sun, and Deng Hong reappeared on the high platform. The second phase of the examination had concluded. Chang Shi's voice remained resonant, yet now carried a hint of approval. He proceeded to announce the overall results. A massive screen unfolded at the center of the platform, displaying the names and scores of each candidate as they rapidly scrolled before finally settling. Everyone held their breath, anxiously searching the screen for their names. Lin Xie lifted his gaze, scanning the densely packed list. Soon, he found his name. Candidate, Lin Xie. Candidate number. First round score, 95. Second round score, 210. Total score, 305. Overall ranking, 288. Rank 288. Upon seeing this position, Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, then a gleam of disbelief ignited in his eyes. He had initially thought that by foregoing the latter part of the competition, merely staying within the top 1,000 would be commendable. Unexpectedly, he had surprisingly placed within the top 300. Instinctively, he glanced at the rankings surrounding him and quickly understood. It turned out that during the brutal infighting of the latter half, countless candidates had their scores fluctuate wildly due to mutual competition, with many being eliminated at the last moment, resulting in their scores returning to zero. Relying on his decisive performance in the initial round and the generous support from Yin Feilong, coupled with his later persistence, he managed to secure his achievements and ultimately emerged victorious. On the luminous screen, the names of Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong prominently occupied the top 10. Meanwhile, Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, through their own indomitable strength, also made their way into the top 100. Among the top 100, the name of Tiantai No. 1 high school appeared most frequently. Other schools, such as the first high schools from different cities or experimental high schools, were mentioned a few times. However, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, apart from discussions about these already renowned talents, a strange name and an equally unfamiliar school began to be frequently mentioned. Lin Xie? High City Grain District Number 2 High School? What kind of institution is this? I've never heard of it. A regular high school in the Grain District? What a joke. How could such a school produce someone ranked among the top 300? Who is this person? I recall this name. It seems that the first round had a cutoff at the top 500, and I found it quite odd. Various discussions reached Lin Xie's ears, leaving him both amused and bewildered. He never anticipated that his results would bring such fame to his alma mater. High City Grain District Number 2 High School. A regular high school that didn't even qualify for the High City 10 School League, now found itself mentioned alongside prestigious institutions like Tiantai No. 1 High School and High City Number 1 High School on this glowing screen. It was indeed surreal. Chapter 54. The examination concludes. The final results have been announced. From the high platform, the female examiner Deng Hong's voice once again interrupted the ongoing discussions. With an enchanting smile, she surveyed the survivors below, her gaze lingering momentarily on the top talents like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun, before seemingly casually glancing at Lin Xie. Congratulations, you have successfully passed this joint selection examination. From now on, you are eligible to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint examination. 3 days from now, the admission guidelines and standards of various private martial arts universities will be sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you may fill out your preferences based on your results and aspirations. Remember, you only have one opportunity to choose. Now, this examination is officially concluded. Deng Hong's voice suddenly rose in pitch, her smile fading slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Lastly, I remind you all, her gaze sharpened, like two swords sweeping over the crowd. Do not bring grievances from the examination outside. Weapons are prohibited within Tiantai City. Violators will face detention or, in severe cases, imprisonment, and may even lose their examination qualifications. Disperse. With Deng Hong's command, the tense atmosphere that had persisted for several days finally dissipated. People began to leave in batches according to their examination numbers. As Lin Xia's number was at the end, he naturally departed with the last group. He was eager to find Bai Mushi, enjoy a hearty meal, and then have a restful sleep. Stepping out of the examination center, the afternoon sun was both blinding and warm. Lin Xia squinted, momentarily unaccustomed to the brightness. The world outside the examination hall felt like two extremes. He took a deep breath of the city air, mixed with various scents, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Before he could contact Bai Mushi through his terminal, he sensed several unfriendly gazes. Following their direction, he saw Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. Beside them was a figure whose face was heavily bandaged, revealing only a pair of eyes that radiated intense malice. Could this be Yin Feilong? Given the hatred in his gaze, it seemed certain. Brother-in-law, over here. A voice called from the other side. It was Bai Mujia. Beside him, Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun were all smiling warmly at him. Lin Xia redirected his attention and strode towards them. Seeing Lin Xia emerge unscathed, Bai Mushi's anxious heart finally relaxed. She hurried over, scrutinizing Lin Xia closely. Her eyes filled with concern as she noticed the bruises on his face and body. Darling. Bai Mushi blushed, responding, Honey, are you all right? Lin Xia grinned, replying, I'm great. You actually made it through to the second stage? Bai Mujia exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had been eliminated in the first stage, and, upon hearing the accounts of the second stage's brutality from other similarly eliminated candidates, felt a lingering dread. In his eyes, Lin Xia had already achieved something remarkable by passing the first stage. He never expected him to survive until the end of the second stage's survival challenge. Bai Jinyun also looked at Lin Xia in shock, his mind swirling with astonishment. To last until the very end meant something significant. He understood clearly what this implied. It indicated that Lin Xia's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Lin Xia smiled at them, nodded, and said calmly, All right, let us go. I'm hungry. Let us go? Let us go? Bai Jinyun suddenly snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly, his smile more radiant than the sun. Impressive. Only 3 words remained in his mind. This son-in-law was undoubtedly a treasure. On the other side, observing Lin Xia reunite with his family and depart, Su Qingying withdrew her gaze and coldly regarded the bandaged Yin Feilong beside her. Yin Feilong, how did you end up like this? Her voice was icy, devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an undeniable interrogative tone. Yin Feilong gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched jaws. I was ambushed. He was unwilling to elaborate further. Who would want to admit that a top genius from High City No. 1 high school had been eliminated in a dilapidated building by some unknown individual in the most brutal and humiliating manner? That was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace of his life. Su Qingying merely cast him a fleeting glance, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She understood Yin Feilong's character well, proud and arrogant. The only way to make him suffer such a great loss without mentioning his opponent was if he had encountered someone of Qin Xiaoxiao's caliber. A top-tier powerhouse who rendered him powerless to retaliate, making him feel defeated yet unwilling to disclose it. Alternatively, it could be that he was outmaneuvered by someone he utterly dismissed, a character far beneath him, using some insidious means to eliminate him, which he found humiliating and preferred not to mention. Regardless of which scenario it was, the outcome remained the same for him. If he was outclassed, he needed to return and train diligently. That's succinct, Lei Qianjun interjected with a cold tone, offering no comfort. Yin Feilong's face flushed deep crimson, but he could not refute it, only suppressing his anger and humiliation deep within. His gaze once again turned venomously towards the direction in which Lin Xia had departed. This grudge I must repay, Yin Feilong silently vowed, his fists clenched, making a cracking sound. Later that evening, in the luxurious suite of Tianxi International Hotel, Yin Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his expression dark enough to draw water. Suddenly, his personal terminal on his wrist buzzed. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. Immediately, a voice filled with flattery and ingratiation came through. "Brother Filong, it's me, Howsy. Spit it out." Yin Filong's tone was impatient. "Brother Filong, I found out that the one named Lin Xie is supposedly the boyfriend of one of my brother's classmate's sister. Or something like that." "Lin Xie?" Yin Filong sat up straight, furrowing his brow and asking, "From High City?" "Yes, yes." Wang Hao quickly replied. "A buddy of mine, Li Minggao, has a classmate named Bai Mujia. This Lin Xie is apparently Bai Mujia's brother-in-law or something." Yin Feilong's gaze instantly turned icy. "Investigate thoroughly. Send me all his information." Chapter 55, Testing and Enrollment. Lin Xie was oblivious to Yin Feilong's inquiries about his background. At that moment, he was lost in a sea of culinary delights, indulging heartily. In the rotating restaurant atop Tianyue International Hotel, the lights sparkled and the music flowed melodiously. Bai Jinyun generously hosted a celebration, ostensibly to congratulate Lin Xie and his son Bai Mujia for successfully passing their exams. Although Bai Mujia had not even cleared the first hurdle, this did not deter Bai Jinyun from finding an excuse to forge a closer bond with Lin Xie. At the dining table, Bai Jinyun and his son showered Lin Xie with compliments as if they were free. "Xie, you truly are a hidden gem. You've brought great honor to our city. Indeed, brother-in-law, you excelled, ranking 288th. You're among the top 10 in the entire city." Bai Mujia, transformed into an ardent admirer, gazed at Lin Xie with starry eyes filled with admiration. While stuffing his mouth with barbecued meat, Lin Xie mumbled his responses, his mind entirely preoccupied with the food before him. He had been starved during those days of examination. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi sat beside him, gently pouring juice for him, her eyes sparkling with affection as she watched him devour his meal. After finishing a sumptuous buffet, Lin Xie contentedly burped. Noticing he had nearly finished, Bai Jinyun tentatively asked, "Xie, now that the exams are over, have you considered which school to apply to?" Lin Xie wiped his mouth and honestly shook his head. "Not yet. I'll wait to see the enrollment brochures from all the schools." Bai Jinyun nodded, his eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Actually, with your results, even the top-tier private universities should be within reach. While a full scholarship might be a stretch, securing one from a second-tier university is almost certain." He paused, then continued with an earnest and generous tone. "However, I believe you should focus solely on the first-tier institutions. Scholarships are not a concern. Choose the best school. As for tuition, let us elders take care of it." In fact, prior to hosting this meal, Bai Jinyun had eagerly informed his brother Bai Zhenfeng about Lin Xie's perseverance to the end of the exams. When the final results arrived, and it was revealed that Lin Xie had cracked the top 300, a feat impressive enough to place him in the top 10, if not the top 5, of all examinees in Haicheng, Bai Zhenfeng was left utterly astonished. He sat on his sofa, staring at his personal terminal, repeatedly gazing at the screenshot of his brother's results, unable to comprehend the significance. Top 10 in Haicheng. What does that even mean? The Bai family, though they had ancestors who were martial artists, had struggled for decades to gain entry into second or third-tier private universities. For generations, there had never been a genius capable of reaching the threshold of a prestigious institution. Even his pride and joy, his eighth daughter Bai Mulin, had barely scraped into the top 10,000 during her college entrance exams. Now, this once insignificant lad had achieved such remarkable results. After the shock came exhilaration and a tinge of apprehension. In that moment, Bai Zhenfeng's attitude underwent a complete transformation. He immediately contacted his brother with a tone of unwavering determination. "Jinyun, treat Xie exceptionally well. Make sure he feels welcomed. Tuition should be of no concern. The Bai family will cover everything. He can attend any school he desires." Lin Xie was about to decline, not wishing to owe anyone a favor. Yet Bai Jinyun seemed to read his thoughts and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Xie, please don't rush to refuse. This is not just my decision. It is also your father-in-law's, Mushi's father's intention, a joint decision between us brothers." Lin Xie paused, instinctively glancing at Bai Mushi beside him. She gently placed her hand over Lin Xie's and smiled sweetly, nodding slightly. Although she had not met her father's expectations, the man she chose had far surpassed them, signifying recognition of both Lin Xie and her as his daughter. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. Seeing the delight in her eyes warmed Lin Xie's heart, leading him to refrain from further objections. He earnestly replied to Bai Jinyun, "Thank you, uncle and dad." His gratitude was sincere. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly harmonious. After a while, Bai Mujia scratched his head, excitement and anticipation evident on his face as he asked, "Brother-in-law, my classmates, especially Li Minggao and the others, are in awe of you, our super dark horse. They want to organize a gathering to meet you. What do you think? At this, Lin Xie's brow subtly furrowed. A gathering? He had little interest in such class reunions, especially since he did not know Baimujia's classmates. They merely sought to leverage his recent exam success to forge connections. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to decline, Bai Jinyan interjected with a smile. Mujia, your brother-in-law has just finished his exams and is quite fatigued. Let him rest well. There will be plenty of opportunities for socializing later. While he wished for Lin Xie to expand his network, he understood the importance of moderation. It would be premature for Lin Xie to engage with those of varied intentions at this moment, which could easily lead to discomfort. The priority was for Lin Xie to rest and focus on selecting a school, which was paramount. Upon hearing his father's words, Baimujia quickly realized and sheepishly said, Right. I didn't think it through. Brother-in-law, you rest well. I'll handle those guys. Lin Xie smiled, pleased with the quietude, and nodded. Let us save it for next time. Back in the serene suite, Lin Xie finally relaxed, sinking into the soft couch with a deep sigh of relief. Baimushi brought him a glass of warm water and sat beside him, gently asking, Are you exhausted? Lin Xie accepted the cup, took a sip, then pulled her into his embrace, inhaling her fragrant hair, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. He felt all the fatigue accumulated during the examinations dissipate in that instant. Not tired, he softly replied. With you here, I am not tired. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During this time, Lin Xie stayed indoors, entirely unwinding. Each day, apart from leisurely walks and conversations with Baimushi, he remained in his room, leisurely practicing 8 treasures skill. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, upon completing another round of training, the familiar system notification chimed in his mind as expected. Ding. 8 treasures skill level upgraded to level 5, 100. Host gene potential, 02. Host. Lin Xie. Gene potential, 103. Physical, 102. Mental, 102. Spiritual, 52. Techniques, 128 set of calisthenics level 10 max. 8 treasures skill level 5, 100. Partner, Baimushi, affection level, 85. Offspring, 2. In gestation. Feeling the renewed surge of power within him, Lin Xie opened his eyes with satisfaction. Just then, his personal terminal on his wrist vibrated, emitting a flurry of notification sounds. Lin Xie raised his hand to look. And to his astonishment, dozens of official emails from various private martial arts universities flooded the screen like snowflakes. The enrollment brochures from all schools have been released. Chapter 56, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Xie casually opened one of the emails, and a beautifully crafted electronic brochure instantly unfolded on the screen. With its golden borders and a dynamic school emblem that shimmered with brilliance, every detail exuded a subtle luxury and profound heritage. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Taurus 0755 Star System Branch. 40 key points. Introduction. Our school was established in the 1st year of the Empire. The branch was founded in the 38,612th year of the Empire, boasting a rich history of over 2,000 years, a strong faculty, and has nurtured countless pillars of the Empire, including the Sea of Stars War God. Enrollment plan for this year, 500 students. Admission criteria, 1. The top 10 in the combined ranking of the Unified Screening Examination will receive the Tianjiao Full Scholarship, waiving all tuition and accommodation fees, along with providing an S-grade cultivation resource package and a dedicated mentor. 2. The top 50 in the combined ranking will receive the Inkai Half Scholarship, waiving 50 of tuition fees and providing an A-grade cultivation resource package. 3. Those ranked within the top 500 must pay the full tuition fees. 4. The minimum admission score for our school, within the top 10, 000 in the combined ranking. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Founded in the 1st year of the Empire. One of the most prestigious institutions during the Galactic War. These words seemed to possess a transcendent power, causing Lin Xie's breath to momentarily catch in his throat. He had encountered the name of this university countless times in history books, news articles, and heroic biographies since childhood. It was not merely a school. It was a symbol of the martial spirit of the entire Galactic Empire. It stood alongside Longting Martial Arts University as one of the Empire's twin pillars of excellence. He swiftly opened another email, and indeed, it was from Longting Martial Arts University. The admission criteria were nearly identical to those of Galaxy Martial Arts University, with only slight variations in certain details. Additionally, the locally renowned Taurus Martial Arts University, known for cultivating practical talents, and the Titan Martial Arts Academy, among other prestigious institutions within the star system, formed the 1st tier of this enrollment. Although with his scores, He could easily secure a full scholarship and ample cultivation resources at a second-tier university the moment he glimpsed the brochures of those two top institutions. All other options faded into insignificance. In his eyes, there remained only the top two: attending the best school, receiving the finest education, and connecting with the strongest peers was the only path worthy of a true warrior. Which should he choose, Galaxy Martial Arts University or Longting Martial Arts University? Lin Xie fell into contemplation. Bai Muxi curiously leaned over, and upon seeing the enrollment brochures of the two prestigious institutions side by side on the screen, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration, almost overwhelmed with joy. Wasn't the ultimate goal of every student's martial arts examination to gain admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University or Longting Martial Arts University? These were the sacred grounds of martial arts, coveted by countless gifted individuals, yet seemingly out of reach. And now, her husband, could effortlessly secure the acceptance letters from these two sanctuaries. How could she not feel thrilled? How could she not feel proud? Bai Muxi's heart raced with excitement, and she even felt a warm flutter in her lower abdomen, a marvelous current flowing through her. Instinctively, she reached out to gently caress her still subtly flat belly, her face radiating maternal brilliance and immense pride. In her heart, she silently conversed with the baby within. Baby, do you feel this? This is your father. Can you sense his greatness, cheering him on with joy? During lunch, Bai Jinyun and Bai Muxi were also present. As they sat down, the conversation naturally gravitated toward the topic of school selection. Chia, have you looked at the brochures? Have you decided where to go? Bai Jinyun asked, his face aglow with excitement, more thrilled than if his own son had been accepted. Brother-in-law, it has to be Galaxy or Longting. Is there even a question? Bai Muxi interjected, her expression one of certainty. If it were me, I'd choose between those two with my eyes closed. Lin Xie chuckled softly, replying, I'm still considering. Both schools are excellent, making the choice quite challenging. Upon hearing Lin Xie's seemingly ostentatious dilemma, Bai Muxi exhibited an intense envy. He had breezed through the first hurdles while she was left sifting through third and fourth-tier private colleges, while her brother-in-law was contemplating which of the empire's top two premier institutions to select. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Bai Jinyun, however, wore a broad smile, feeling quite content. Regardless of which school Lin Xie ultimately chose, it was apparent that this son-in-law was outwardly amicable towards their family, indicating a bond of affection. He was well aware that this affection stemmed entirely from his niece, Bai Muxi. Bai Jinyun discreetly glanced at Bai Muxi, who was gently serving Lin Xie food, silently grateful. His niece, though average in martial talent, possessed remarkable vision and luck. What incredible fortune! Brother-in-law, I think Longting is the better choice. Longting Martial Arts University has undergone significant reforms in recent years. I've heard their practical courses are cutting edge, and many newly minted military heroes are Longting alumni. Bai Muxi enthusiastically scrolled through her personal terminal, showcasing various trending forum posts she had just discovered online. Bai Jinyun shook his head, expressing his more traditional viewpoint. One cannot say that. Galaxy Martial Arts University has profound roots. From its founding in the first year of the empire, its alumni network spans the military, political, and commercial realms of the entire empire, something Longting cannot compare to. Sometimes, connections are more crucial than mere strength. While the two spoke eloquently, Lin Xie discerned that much of it was merely popular information circulating online. In reality, for a family of Bai's standing, these two towering sanctuaries of martial arts within the empire felt exceedingly distant. Even their branches were not located in Tiantai City, but rather in the heart of the main star, the capital, Terra. In the vast expanse of the galactic empire, an unwritten, yet deeply ingrained tradition exists. Most planets with human civilization name their capitals Terra. This is not due to a lack of imagination, but rather a profound homage rooted in the depths of their bloodline, paying tribute to that unique, true Terra star, the origin and heart of the galactic empire. It is not merely a planet, nor just a name. It is a totem, a sacred place, the coordinates etched deep within the souls of every citizen of the empire. It serves as the political nucleus of the empire, from which edicts for billions of stars emanate, determining the rise and fall of countless civilizations. It functions as the economic engine of the empire, where wealth converges like a rushing river, each pulse influencing the commercial lifeblood of the entire empire. It is a cultural crucible and source, where the most avant-garde art, profound philosophy, and highest fashion are conceived, blossoming and scattering like dandelion seeds across the starry sea. Moreover, it stands as the sacred temple of martial arts in the empire, with the headquarters of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University as its twin pillars, surrounded by esteemed institutions and emerging masters. Every martial artist considers stepping onto the soil of Terra as the ultimate honor of a lifetime. However, for the Empire's ordinary citizens, the vast majority, Terra is merely a dreamland that exists within the flickering images of screens, heroic epics, and bedtime stories. The exorbitant costs of migration, coupled with insurmountable barriers of identity, render the heart of the Empire as unattainable as the stars themselves. Stepping onto that land and breathing its air is a luxury that remains forever unattainable for them. Hence, naming their capital Terra has become a complex cultural sentiment. The same applies to the 0755 star system. The capital of the main planet within the system is also named Terra. Here, a multitude of martial arts academies, led by the branches of the Galactic Martial Arts University and the Dragon Rising Martial Arts University, converge, along with the headquarters of the Martial Artists Association and various intergalactic enterprises. Yet, these places are far too distant from Haiching, not to mention the Bai family. Even within Haiching, few can truly articulate the realities of these two universities. Chapter 57. The Principal's Persuasion Husband. What do you think? Bai Mushi gazed gently at Lin Xie. In her eyes, she would unconditionally support whatever choice he made. Ultimately, Lin Xie chose the Galactic Martial Arts University. The prowess of the top two institutions is comparable, each possessing its own merits. Opinions abound online. Some argue that Dragon Rising's practical courses are more aligned with the frontline, while others assert that Galactic's martial theories are more solid. Yet, for Lin Xie, these were merely references. What truly influenced his decision was a passage marked as the highest honor in the enrollment brochure of the Galactic Martial Arts University. Any student who, within 10 years of enrollment, surpasses a genetic potential of 100 and ascends to the rank of an extraordinary martial artist, is qualified to apply for the Galactic Exploration Team, serving as a vice captain and participating in the exploration and development of the Empire's frontier star regions. The phrase developing new planets pierced Lin Xie's heart like an arrow. This was not mere adventure. It was the opportunity to ignite the flame of civilization in the boundless unknown, etching his name onto the pages of history of a new world. This was the ultimate romance reserved for men. Moreover, he possessed the multiple offspring system. On a brand new planet, he could freely expand his lineage, sowing his bloodline across vast lands. Rising from nothing, he could establish an entirely new family, from an ordinary working-class family to the progenitor of a planet. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire. I've made up my mind, Lin Xie declared, setting down his utensils, his gaze clear and resolute. The Galactic Martial Arts University. For by Jinyun and by Muxi, there was no essential difference between the two schools. Both were peaks they would spend their lives looking up to. Whichever Lin Xie chose, they could only applaud. Brother-in-law, why? Bai Muxi asked curiously. Lin Xie smiled and slowly articulated his reasoning. Upon hearing about the Galactic Exploration Team and developing new planets, Bai Muxi's eyes sparkled like two little suns. Wow. Developing new planets. Brother-in-law, that's so cool. Take me with you. I can be your errand runner. Do you have that qualification? Bai Jinyan interjected, aiming to temper his son's enthusiasm while also signaling to Lin Xie that Bai Muxi would not become entangled in such matters. This was also to maintain their relationship. However, the mention of the exploration team reminded Bai Jinyun of his own Bai family's history. Their ancestors had once been members of the 0755 exploration team on this very planet. In truth, every individual's ancestor on this planet had been part of that great expedition. Yet, over the course of 5 centuries, societal classes had settled like sediment in a river, clearly delineated. Some families seized opportunities and soared to prominence, becoming esteemed clans in the city. Others, like the Bai family, barely maintained a middle-class facade, while many, like Lin Xie's parents, faded into obscurity, becoming the most ordinary of citizens. Now, his nephew-in-law was set to join the Galactic Martial Arts University's exploration team. The significance and future potential of this opportunity far surpassed that of the local 0755 exploration team of yesteryear. Bai Jinyan looked at Lin Xie with awe, excitement, and a glimmer of boundless hope for the future. One person's ascendance can elevate the whole family. Perhaps the destinies of their families were truly on the brink of transformative change, all in the hands of this young man. Bai Muxi remained silent, simply placing her hand gently over Lin Xie's. She tilted her head, gazing at his profile, her eyes brimming with unwavering affection and pride. Husband. Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Wherever you go, I will follow. Just as he prepared to click the submit button on the application page, His personal terminal vibrated unexpectedly, displaying a video call request. The caller ID read, Class Teacher Zhou Deming. Lin Xie's eyes flickered momentarily, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. He glanced at Bai Muxi, who was equally curious, and casually accepted the call. The holographic screen illuminated, revealing a face brimming with excitement, even somewhat distorted. Belonging to his high school homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou Deming. Behind Mr. Zhou, the background was a bustling sea of people, the camera nearly overwhelmed. Lin Xie could clearly see the principal's shiny balding head gleaming behind Mr. Zhou's shoulder. Mr. Zhou, it's been a while. Lin Xie greeted with a calm and gentle tone. The moment he spoke, it was as if a play button had been pressed. On the other end, Mr. Zhou's voice trembled with extreme excitement, nearly erupting into a shout. Xie, Lin Xie, is that really you? You applied to a private university? The school's information system was linked to the admissions examination center. When the final results were released, an official notification email was simultaneously dispatched to the principal's office of Haicheng Grain District No. 2. However, when Principal Wang opened the email and saw the glaring number 288 next to Lin Xie's name, his first reaction was disbelief, suspecting a system error. He refused to accept it. What a joke. Their ordinary high school, which had never qualified for the top 10 schools league, had never produced a student ranked within the top 300. Historically, their best performance barely scraped into the top 10,000. Just enough to secure the lowest tier admission to a private university. He immediately instructed the head of the academic affairs office to verify repeatedly and even reached out to his connections in the city's education system for confirmation. The responses were all consistent and accurate. The principal's office erupted in chaos. The news swept through the entire teaching staff like a tsunami, leaving all the teachers incredulous. Lin Xie, the student from a financially struggling family, who usually maintained average grades and was rather reticent, ranked 288th in the province. This is more surreal than the sun rising in the west. Thus, this video call was initiated. Before pressing the call button, Mr. Zhou's heart was racing so fast he could hardly contain it. He couldn't help but reconfirm. Principal, is it really our class, Lin Xie? Absolutely, Principal Wang exclaimed, pounding the table in excitement. As soon as the video connected, Mr. Zhou couldn't restrain himself from reconfirming, for the reality was simply too extraordinary. So extraordinary that he felt as if he were dreaming. He was so overwhelmed that he stumbled over his words, waving his arms. 288th. This is the best result in the history of Haicheng Grain District No. 2. No. This is the most astonishing achievement among non-key high schools in Haicheng in nearly a century. You, young man, you truly. After much thought, he couldn't find the right words to encapsulate his feelings. Teacher, you flatter me. It was merely good fortune, Lin Xie replied with a smile, his calm demeanor starkly contrasting with the fervor on the other side. Student Lin, I am Principal Wang of No. 2. The principal's shiny bald head finally emerged from behind Mr. Zhou, his face beaming with joy. The school is proud of you. We are so proud. Behind him, countless faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, were fixed on Lin Xie with expressions of shock, ecstasy, and admiration. Principal Wang cleared his throat, suppressing his excitement, and asked in the most amiable tone possible, Xie, have you decided where to apply? Are there any difficulties? The school can assist you. Lin Xie blinked, following his lead, in feigned distress, saying, Principal, you are well aware of my family's situation, the tuition fees. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately replied, Oh, you need not worry. With your ranking of 288, applying to a top private university in the galaxy like Golden Bull Marshall University should guarantee you a full scholarship. Thank you for your concern, Principal, but I intend to apply to Galaxy Marshall University. Principal Wang's smile froze on his face. He quickly adjusted his expression to adopt a serious, elder-like demeanor. The competition at Galaxy Marshall University is exceedingly fierce, filled with prodigies. Not just prodigies, but prodigies with substantial family resources and connections. You haven't submitted your application yet, have you? Trust me, as someone who has taught many excellent students in the past, I have more experience than you. Their essay saying, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Institutions like Galaxy and Longting, while imperial top tier, are actually less suitable for you compared to Golden Bull Marshall University, which is a leading university within the galaxy. There, you can receive the school's most essential resources, becoming a true child of destiny. Moreover, I must confess, I have some connections at Golden Bull Marshall University. Their admissions director is a senior of mine. Once you enroll, I assure you he will take good care of you and might even secure you double S-class cultivation resources. The principal spoke with heartfelt sincerity. as if genuinely considering Lin Xie's future. In truth, however, he was calculating his own interests. Just earlier, the admissions director of Golden Bull Marshall University had approached Principal Wang personally, though he was not an actual alumnus. Principal Wang had graduated from a second-tier public Marshall University. The admissions director had indicated that if he could persuade Lin Xie to apply to Golden Bull Marshall University, he would personally receive a staggering reward of 1 million credits. Chapter 58. The Yin family. Lin Xie quietly listened to the principal's words before slowly shaking his head. Thank you for your concern, principal and teachers. I have already decided to apply to Galaxy Marshall University. Upon seeing this, Principal Wang's heart sank, and his tone grew heavy. Xie, heed my advice. I say this for your own good. Let me share a real example. Just 2 years ago, we had a student who, while not as talented as you, barely touched the threshold of first-tier universities. Several second-tier institutions extended offers, promising him the best resources and even personal mentors. However, that student, overly ambitious, fixated on the prestige of a first-tier university and insisted on applying to Spark Marshall University. What happened? Principal Wang lamented, slapping his thigh dramatically. He was utterly overshadowed at Spark Marshall University by countless individuals with deeper backgrounds and greater talents, fading into the crowd. After 10 years, he barely broke through as a martial artist, unable to progress further, and ultimately returned here to our grain district with his head held low. This is a bloody lesson. Xie. Yet, Lin Xie found this amusing. What the principal said might be sage advice for others, but for him, it held no significance. His greatest talent was the unknown many children, many blessings system. As long as he continued to reproduce, he would grow stronger. Seeing Lin Xie remain unmoved, his expression unchanged, Principal Wang felt a weight in his heart. He knew his 1 million credits were in jeopardy. However, Principal Wang had a backup plan: Lin Xie's parents. He had previously inquired about their situation with the homeroom teacher. Families like Lin Xie's typically valued having multiple children to gain more child-rearing allowances and placed great importance on money. Their vision and perspective were inherently limited. To them, the ethereal title of Imperial Top 2 would never outweigh tangible benefits. Seizing the moment before Lin Xie ended the video call, Principal Wang discreetly sent messages to Lin Xie's father and mother, stating that if Lin Xie applied to Golden Bull Marshall University, the school would reward them with a scholarship of 200,000 credits. In his view, for a family that might struggle to come up with a mere 100,000 registration fee, the allure of 200,000 credits was utterly irresistible. After hanging up the call, Principal Wang sighed heavily, saying, "Since you have made your decision, I shall say no more. However, there are still a few days left for application submission. You need not rush. Take another day or two to consider and discuss with your family. It is wise to hear your family's opinions." Once the video call ended, Principal Wang immediately turned and called out, "Teacher Zhou, please come to my office." Closing the office door, Principal Wang eagerly inquired, "Teacher Zhou, contact Lin Xie's parents immediately. I just told them that if they can persuade Lin Xie to apply to Golden Bull Marshall University, the school will grant them a scholarship of 200,000 credits. Please confirm this. 200,000 credits." Zhou Deming gasped, startled by the figure, quickly realizing the implications. It was evident that Principal Wang's fervor stemmed from a larger underlying benefit. But what concern was that of his? He was merely an ordinary homeroom teacher, lacking the authority or ability to investigate the transactions between the principal and the university. "Rest assured, Principal," Zhou Deming replied, taking a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. "I will attend to it immediately." After Zhou Deming left, Principal Wang was alone in the office, leaning back in his wide leather chair. He lightly tapped his fingers on the desk as thoughts surged in his mind. He recalled the recent communication from Yin Xingzhan, the admissions director of Golden Bull Marshall University. This name was familiar to Principal Wang. He had specifically inquired and learned that one of the vice presidents of the Haiqing Martial Arts Association, Yin Xingwu, was Yin Xingzhan's younger brother. The Yin family, while not the pinnacle of the elite, was undoubtedly a family of considerable influence. It seemed that a descendant of the Yin family had participated in the examination and recognized Lin Xie, holding him in high regard. Principal Wang surmised this was the only explanation for why Yin Xingzhan would be willing to offer a staggering 1 million credits to recruit an unknown Lin Xie. This lad is truly fortunate, Principal Wang thought, shaking his head with a mix of envy and exasperation. What a pity to be so oblivious to one's fortune, choosing to traverse a narrow bridge instead of a wide avenue laid before him. In his view, gaining the recognition and connections of the Yin family was far more substantial than the elusive title of Imperial Top 2. Meanwhile, In a luxurious suite at the Tiantai International Hotel, Yin Feilong's personal terminal chimed with a crisp notification. The holographic screen lit up, revealing a stern-faced middle-aged man. Exuding authority without needing to raise his voice, Yin Feilong's father, Yin Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haiqing Martial Arts Association. Father, Yin Feilong respectfully greeted. The bandages on his face now removed, yet the bruises still visible, rendering his previously handsome features somewhat grotesque. How is your injury? Yin Xingwu's voice was deep and commanding, revealing no trace of emotion. It is no longer serious, Yin Feilong replied softly. Yin Xingwu responded lightly, and then swiftly shifted the conversation to the main topic. Your uncle is quite pleased with you and has utilized his connections to persuade Lin Xie to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University. Yin Xingwu's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to penetrate Yin Feilong's heart, revealing all his resentment and bitterness. He spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The grievances between you and him end here. Your path has always been different from that of commoners like him. No matter how formidable he is or how great his talents may be, in the end, he is merely a disposable resource without any foundation. Once he enters university, he may very well be recruited by our Yin family, becoming a source of strength for us. Thus, you must be magnanimous. This not only reflects the grace and upbringing of the Yin family, but also helps us cultivate a talent for the future. Do you understand? Yin Feilong's expression briefly stiffened. However, when faced with his father's stern and icy gaze, all his dissatisfaction and resentment were extinguished like a splash of cold water. He realized that his father's decisions represented the will of the family, and resistance was futile. Yes, father, I understand. Yin Feilong took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation within, and replied softly, after all, our future paths are built upon the backs of people like them. That is good to hear. Yin Xingwu nodded in satisfaction. This setback is, in fact, a form of training for you. It will teach you that there are always greater heights and more capable individuals out there. Set aside your arrogance. It will benefit your future endeavors. Father, Yin Feilong inhaled deeply, a flicker of unwillingness shining in his eyes. So, can I still attend Galaxy Martial Arts University? Yin Xingwu cast him a calm glance and replied, it is most fitting for you to attend Jinyo Martial Arts University. All right, father. Yin Feilong's eyes dimmed in an instant as he lowered his head, concealing the uncontrollable resentment he felt towards Lin Xie. It was all because of Lin Xie. Naturally, with his uncle's connections at Jinyo Martial Arts University, he would undoubtedly receive resources and privileges far surpassing those of other students. Since it was a family arrangement, he must become stronger at Jinyo Martial Arts University in the shortest time possible. He would trample Lin Xie beneath his feet, turning him into a mere dog by his side. Chapter 59. Lin Xie's choice. In the luxurious suite of Tianwei International Hotel, Lin Xie reclined on the sofa, reflecting on his recent conversation with Principal Wang. Connections, guidance, and words of experience. These phrases sounded grand, yet Lin Xie sensed an inexplicable discord lurking behind them. He found it hard to believe that Principal Wang would be so benevolent. Even if everything the principal said were true, the alleged resource advantages and connections would not significantly aid him, given his possession of the system. With this understanding, Lin Xie became more resolute in his decision. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated again. Upon seeing that the caller was his mother, Lin Xie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He felt a stir in his heart and swiped to answer. On the screen appeared his mother's face, adorned with a blend of eagerness and excitement, with his father squeezed beside her, wearing a broad smile. Chi-Chi, congratulations. You've done so well. Truly the pride of our Lin family. Lin Xie's mother launched into a barrage of congratulations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she pivoted to the main topic. By the way, Chi-Chi, your high school teacher, Mr. Zhou, just called us and shared your situation. They are truly responsible teachers, especially regarding your application to Jinyo Martial Arts University. They say the benefits and treatment there are exceptional and best for your future development. Your father and I looked into it. Jinyo Martial Arts University is also a top-tier institution. I see it as being on par with Galaxy Martial Arts University. Aren't they both branches of elite private universities? How much difference can there be between branches? It's just a name. What truly matters are the tangible benefits. Lin Xie listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, his expression inscrutable. He understood that this call was orchestrated by Principal Wang's influence. Indeed, Chi-Chi. Lin Xie's father chimed in, his tone more amiable than ever. Your mother is right. We've been through this. In society, connections and relationships matter more than anything else. Your principal has good intentions, paving the way for you. This is a great fortune. You must not let down their goodwill. He had not expected them to become advocates for someone else so quickly. Father, mother, Lin Xie finally spoke. His tone calm and devoid of any emotion. I have made my decision regarding the school. This is my own matter. You child, why won't you listen to reason? Lin Xie's mother's tone turned urgent. Aren't we doing this for your own good? What's wrong with Jinyo Martial Arts University? It's also a top school. It can provide you with the best resources. Why must you fight to attend Galaxy Martial Arts University? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. Children know their parents best. He could sense that Principal Wang had likely promised his parents some benefits. I have made my decision. There's no need for further discussion. Lin Xie stated calmly. Lin Xie's mother was momentarily at a loss for words due to his resolute stance. His father, enraged, turned red but managed to suppress his anger, saying, Chi-Chi, we are only looking out for you. All parents wish the best for their children. You are young and impetuous, lacking understanding. Our experiences have taught us. What good is a top university compared to connections? If you attend Jinyo Martial Arts University, with the principal's connections and the school's resource advantages, your future will be bright. We, as parents, would sacrifice everything to support you. After all, you are our son. Seeing you bring glory to our family would be worth our lives. He paused, then shifted his tone. But what will you gain from attending Galaxy Martial Arts University? There are no full scholarships, no resource guarantees, and certainly no connections. What do you have to compete with those born with silver spoons? Are you not aware of our family's situation? Even if we support you to the fullest, it would only amount to 30 to 50,000 a year, which pales in comparison. At Galaxy Martial Arts University, whether we support you or not, you will still be at the bottom, without resources. Thus, we will not provide any support for such a path. Lin Xie almost laughed. You two are not supporting me. The 100,000 yuan I used to register for the exam was half from Bai Mushi and half from a loan I took out. Lin Xie was not new to his parents. After all these years, he could guess their motives. Lin Xie's mother sensed the unusual tone in her husband's words and quickly added, Chi-Chi, do not be angry. Your father was just upset. Do not be so stubborn. We only want what's best for you. There's no mistake in applying to Jinyo Martial Arts University. Lin Xie shook his head, but I have already applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University. You do not know this, but according to imperial law, once you apply, you cannot change it. Rather than passively worry, it is better to cut off their hopes decisively. He felt no hesitation as he deftly opened the application page for Galaxy Martial Arts University, inputting his information methodically. When he reached the final confirmation button, he pressed it without a moment's pause. Ding! Your application has been successfully submitted. Please await review. He did not stop there, but immediately took a screenshot of the successful application page. Then, he opened his mother's chat interface and sent the screenshot over. Mother, please take a look at the picture. I have indeed applied. The video from his parents fell into a brief silence. Lin's father, visibly enraged, turned and left abruptly. Lin's mother wore a somewhat stiff smile. Chia, we have seen your application. Since it has come to this, as your parents, we will respect your choice. Your father may have spoken a bit harshly. Please do not take it to heart. We, as your parents, have no ill intentions. It is all for your benefit. Perhaps we merely view things from different perspectives. You have grown up and formed your own opinions, and we support you. Lin Xie nodded. Understood, mother. He then proceeded to open the chat interface with his homeroom teacher, Zhou Deming, sending a screenshot of the conversation. Zhou Deming responded almost instantaneously, refraining from mentioning any topic related to the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Instead, he sent an exuberant congratulatory message, filled with pride and joy. Student Chia, congratulations. The teacher has seen it. Galaxy Martial Arts University. Well done. I am proud of you. Soon, I can boast to others that I, Zhou Deming, have taught a student from Galaxy Martial Arts University. Haha. Wishing you a brilliant future. May you become a pillar of the empire. Lin Xie merely smiled at the message, choosing not to reply. After completing these tasks, he switched his personal device to silent mode and set it aside. He wished to avoid any further calls or messages. Raising his gaze, he looked out at the bustling nightlife of Tiantai City, where neon lights flowed like a river of stars, dazzling and enchanting. From the moment he entered the examination hall, he knew his world had irrevocably changed. He understood that his life was about to embark on a new path, brimming with uncertainties and challenges. The past he had left behind, the voices attempting to bind him with familial ties and interests, would become mere indistinct scenery on this new journey. Bai Mushi silently wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She said nothing, but her warm embrace conveyed her support and companionship. Lin Xie grasped her hand in return, and the last remnants of his agitation quietly dissipated in this tenderness. The efficiency of Galaxy Martial Arts University was remarkable. Within half an hour of submitting his application, an official email adorned with a gilded school emblem arrived in his personal terminal. Dear student Lin Xie, greetings. Following our review, your combined examination scores meet our admission standards. Congratulations on being officially accepted into the Galaxy Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Branch. Please present your personal ID and this admission notice to complete your enrollment procedures by October 1st, Imperial Year 40918. Reporting location, New Student Reception, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Tiara City, Taurus 0755 Star System. Wishing you a prosperous martial journey and a brilliant future. Within a month, he was to report to the capital of the star system, Tiara City. As Tianai City, the provincial capital, had a direct supersonic magnetic levitation train to Tiara City, the journey would take approximately 10 hours. Reading the admission letter, Lin Xie felt a profound sense of calm wash over him. After the series of exchanges with his parents and the principal, he no longer wished to return to Haiqing. He turned to Bai Mushi and suggested, Dear, shall we head directly to Tiara City? It would be beneficial to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Absolutely. Bai Mushi nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To Tiara City. It is the most vibrant center of the entire planet. Although Bai Mushi realized she had only packed a few changes of clothes and not much else, she thought, if her husband said to go, then they would go. The following morning, Lin Xie shared his plans with Bai Jinyun. Directly to Tiara City? Not returning to Haiqing? Bai Jinyun paused, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. He hesitated and said, Xie, your father-in-law was looking forward to your return, planning a grand feast to celebrate. He intended to invite all relatives and friends to announce that Bai Zhenfeng has a precious son-in-law who has been accepted into Galaxy Martial Arts University. Before Lin Xie could respond, Bai Mushi interjected gently but firmly, Uncle, there is no need to return. Xie has just finished his exams and is physically and mentally exhausted. It would be best to let him rest. Such occasions can be quite overwhelming, and he does not enjoy them. She did not wish to place Lin Xie in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinyun immediately understood his niece's intentions. He nodded, no longer insisting. At this moment, the opinions of the young couple were of utmost importance. Since they preferred not to return, then so be it. Very well, Bai Jinyun said with a smile. It is wonderful for young people to have their own ideas. When do you plan to leave? We would like to see you off. Father, how about we all go to Tiara together? Bai Mushi's brother, Bai Muxi, chimed in with bright eyes. It has been a long time since we visited Tiara. We can consider it a trip. Bai Jinyun pondered for a moment and found this suggestion appealing. It would serve both as a farewell and an excellent opportunity to strengthen familial bonds. That sounds great. He clapped his thigh, instantly making the decision. Then we shall go together and see you settled at school. I will contact your father right away. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi furrowed her brow slightly, wanting to refuse again, but Lin Xie gently took her hand. In a luxurious suite at an international hotel, Yan Feilong's personal terminal chimed. The holographic screen illuminated, revealing the stern visage of his father, Yan Xingwu. Your uncle has learned that Lin Xie has applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University. Yan Xingwu's tone was flat, betraying no emotion. Upon hearing this news, Yan Feilong's expression darkened instantly. Calm down. Yan Xingwu's cold gaze fixed on him, his voice laced with a warning. Do not act in ways that could harm your own interests or those of the family. I can understand youthful impulsiveness, but there must be boundaries. Do you understand? Yan Feilong's chest heaved with anger and jealousy, and he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Understood. Father, I know my limits. Good. Yan Xingwu nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. Consider this. What use is a bottom-tier individual without resources, connections, or foundation attending Galaxy Martial Arts University? Having said that, Yan Xingwu ended the call. The room fell silent, leaving only Yan Feilong's heavy breathing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, though resentment lingered in his heart. Reason told him his father was correct. Lin Xie's admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University was utterly different from their paths there. As his father pointed out, without resources, connections, or a foundation, Lin Xie's endeavor to attend Galaxy Martial Arts University was akin to a disastrous misstep. It was an even greater error than attending Taurus Martial Arts University. At least at Taurus Martial Arts University, his talent would be recognized, and his uncle would provide support, nurturing him as a valuable asset. But Galaxy Martial Arts University? What kind of place was that? It was a gathering of the most exceptional talents from the entire star system and several surrounding systems. What extraordinary prodigies had he not encountered? Lin Xie's mere achievements would create not even a ripple in that ocean. There, it was not just talent that mattered. It was the depth of family heritage, connections, and the transmission of techniques, none of which Lin Xie possessed. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over Yin Feilong. He could not help but let out a cold laugh. What does it matter if Lin Xie attends Galaxy Martial Arts University? Reality will be brutally harsh. You will be ruthlessly crushed by countless prodigies, ultimately exhausting all your potential and descending to the ranks of the most mediocre. Meanwhile, I shall rise with unparalleled speed at the Golden Bull Martial Arts University, basking in the affection of many. At that time, the chasm between us will only widen. In Yin Feilong's eyes, the flame of confidence reignited. He could almost envision the future, where Lin Xiao, the source of his humiliation, would be brutally shattered beneath the iron fist of reality. In the afternoon, at the supersonic magnetic levitation train station in Tiantai City, a throng of people bustled about. Bai Zhenfeng and Lu Yuqin, weary from their journey from Haiqing, arrived. Qiao. Lu Yuqin immediately expressed her concern, her affection surpassing that for her own son. Bai Zhenfeng beamed with pride, his eyes filled with admiration and satisfaction. Qiao, well done. You've brought honor to the Bai family. He had already booked first-class tickets to Terra City, along with a hotel reservation. Rest assured, once we arrive in Terra, everything will be arranged for you. Think of it as an early vacation, a chance to relax. Bai Zhenfeng declared generously. Lin Xiao merely smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate. He understood this was the Bai family's attempt to curry favor, and given their familial ties, he graciously accepted their goodwill. As the train glided smoothly along the magnetic tracks, the scenery outside rapidly transformed into streaks of light. In the spacious first-class compartment, Bai Zhenfeng and his family animatedly discussed the splendor of Terra City and the various legends surrounding the Galaxy Martial Arts University, their dialogue consistently revolving around Lin Xiao. Their words revealed a clear desire to invest in and cultivate a future powerhouse. Lin Xiao responded half-heartedly, mostly turning his head towards the fleeting landscape outside, his thoughts already soaring towards the unknown capital of the planet. Beside him, Bai Mushi quietly nestled, engrossed in a book about prenatal nutrition. For her, as long as she was with Lin Xiao, any destination was delightful. The 10-hour journey passed swiftly in a relaxed atmosphere. As the train slowly approached the Terra City high-speed terminal, Lin Xiao caught his first glimpse of the heart of this planet. If Tiantai City was magnificent, then Terra City was a marvel. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky like a crystalline forest sprouting from the planet's surface, refracting a dreamlike brilliance in the sunlight. Above, a network of floating roadways, 100 times denser and 1,000 times more complex than that of Tiantai City, thrummed with countless vehicles resembling glowing schools of fish, endlessly traversing the veins of the city. Lin Xiao even spotted small private starships gliding overhead, leaving faint trails of energy in their wake. Here, truly, was a city of the future. Stepping out of the train station, an even more vibrant and bustling atmosphere enveloped them. Bai Zhenfeng had already arranged for a car, and the group made their way directly to the Star-Crowned Interstellar Hotel, located in the heart of Terra City. Perched atop a towering skyscraper of over 800 stories, the hotel suite offered a breathtaking view of the city's dazzling nightscape. So beautiful, Bai Mushi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Lin Xiao stood beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace, equally astonished. Here, he truly felt his insignificance and the vastness of this world. An unprecedented sense of ambition surged within him. The following morning, after settling into the hotel, Bai Zhenfeng eagerly suggested they sample a traditional breakfast originating from ancient Terra, a culinary delight that had persisted for millennia. It was said to be the most authentic taste of old Terra, difficult to find in other provinces. The group arrived at a century-old establishment with rustic decor, and upon seeing the price of 500 credit points on the menu, Lin Xiao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Was this the cost of living in the capital? It was a stark contrast to the agricultural district. However, the unique flavors led everyone to frown, taking only hesitant bites. After breakfast, Bai Mushi proposed they head to Galaxy Martial Arts University to report. Understanding her husband's hesitance, she stepped in appropriately. The Bai family responded with enthusiasm. Equally curious about the legendary martial arts sanctuary, we should scout the place out and familiarize ourselves with the environment, Bai Zhenfeng remarked cheerfully. Lin Xiao readily agreed. Galaxy Martial Arts University was not located in the bustling heart of Terra City, but rather in a vast area known as the Scholars' Forest in the northwest. The serene surroundings, with towering ancient trees, starkly contrasted with the steel jungle of the city center. As their vehicle slowly entered the Scholars' Forest, Lin Xiao sensed a notable increase in the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. The car finally halted before an ancient and majestic entrance, constructed from unknown white stones. Devoid of extravagant decorations, save for 4 powerful characters engraved above, Galaxy Martial Arts. These characters seemed to embody a peculiar magic. Just a glance stirred the soul, evoking visions of boundless starry seas and the silhouettes of countless ancestors who had blazed trails before them. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance, forming a long queue of new students and their families, all eager to report early, just like Lin Xiao. As Lin Xiao stood in line, he quietly observed his surroundings. He distinctly perceived a young girl ahead of him, clad in lightweight combat attire, her demeanor cold and her aura solid, clearly a martial artist. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, embodying a calm and steady presence, whose strength far surpassed Lin Xiao's, presumably her father. Behind him were 2 elegantly dressed women, reprimanding for similarly aloof teenagers. Xiaoya, Xiaoxian, I don't expect you to gain admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University like your sister, but at the very least, you must secure a place in a top-tier university, she admonished. Today, I brought you here to glimpse the Empire's finest institution and immerse yourselves in the atmosphere. Set a goal for yourselves. The teenagers merely nodded indifferently, responding with a dispassionate, understood. At that moment, another family joined the line behind Lin Xiao. This pair of middle-aged individuals exuded a restrained aura, their depths hidden from Lin Xiao's perception, accompanied by a young man of martial prowess and 2 younger sisters. Lin Xiao was secretly astounded. Merely the 2 families surrounding him displayed remarkable backgrounds. Was this the caliber of families whose offspring could gain admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University? The couple appeared friendly and initiated a conversation. Upon learning that Bai Mushi was Lin Xiao's wife, they expressed surprise. The middle-aged man chuckled at first. I thought you were siblings. I didn't realize she was your partner. Married so young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. His gaze briefly flicked to Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun, a hint of subtle confusion in his eyes. In his view, those who married at such a young age were often entangled in political unions between families. Yet, these 2 middle-aged men, with their modest prowess, were merely aspiring martial artists, hardly figures capable of orchestrating such unions. He could not fathom that at the Empire's bottom strata, early marriages could simply be driven by the necessities of life and the pursuit of childbirth allowances. White Jinfeng and White Jinyun displayed a remarkable humility in the presence of the friendly couple. Their minds were as clear as a mirror. The family standing here, unperturbed while queuing with the martial artist juniors, boasted a depth and strength far beyond what their middle-class background from a 4th-tier city could compare to. You flatter us. The children are still inexperienced. Marrying them off early gives us, as elders, some peace of mind. White Jinfeng responded with a smile, adopting a modest demeanor. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, the conversation did not delve deeper. Soon, the queue reached Lin Xie, who was halted by 2 guards clad in silver-gray uniforms, their presence as steady as mountains. The guards stood quietly, emanating an aura that quelled the surrounding noise. Lin Xie felt a shiver down his spine. He sensed that these seemingly ordinary guards possessed strength far superior to his own. He stepped forward respectfully, presenting his electronic admission notice. One of the guards scanned the QR code with a terminal, and upon verification, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he nodded. Welcome, Lin Xie. Please note that the visiting hours for student families end at 6 in the afternoon. Access is limited to the freshman square and residential area. Core areas such as the teaching district and library remain off limits. Thank you, Lin Xie replied. The moment he stepped through the school gate, a richer, purer spiritual energy enveloped him, akin to being immersed in warm spring water, causing every pore of his body to relax. Before him lay an expansive square, stretching infinitely. The square was paved with jade stones that emitted a faint azure glow, the ground engraved with intricate and ancient star map patterns, shimmering softly under the sunlight. At the center stood a towering statue, 100 meters high, depicting an unnamed hero clad in starry battle armor, wielding a colossal sword as he gazed into the starry sea. His features were indistinct, yet he exuded a formidable presence that commanded respect. This is the statue of the pioneer, White Jinfeng murmured, his eyes filled with awe and reverence. It was constructed under the supervision of our most illustrious emperor, to honor all the nameless heroes who sacrificed during the era of exploration. Surrounding the square were lush trees and towering ancient woods. In the distance, buildings of various styles, each exuding a sense of historical weight, were nestled among the forest, perfectly blending with the natural surroundings. There was no oppressive feeling of a steel jungle, nor the cacophony of flashing neon lights. Here, Only tranquility and solemnity prevailed. "It's magnificent," White Mujia exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his speech slightly stammered. Even the usually composed White Jinfeng was deeply moved, rendered speechless. This was the Galaxy Martial Arts University, the foremost sacred ground for martial arts in the galaxy. Meanwhile, White Mushi's gaze remained gently fixed on Lin Xie, pride and satisfaction swelling within her heart as she watched him stand beneath the statue of the pioneer. Soon, Lin Xie and his companions arrived at the freshman registration area on one side of the square. Behind a row of neatly arranged tables sat several teachers and senior students responsible for reception. Lin Xie approached one of the windows and presented his identification ID and admission notice. The receptionist was a young female teacher, clad in a fitted black combat uniform that accentuated her striking figure, her short hair exuding a sense of sharpness. She took Lin Xie's documents and swiftly operated on the holographic screen, retrieving his detailed profile. Upon seeing its contents, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She lifted her gaze, her eyes piercing as she scrutinized Lin Xie, her tone laced with confusion and surprise. Lin Xie, ranked 288 in the provincial private entrance exam, genetic potential 103. Proficient in the 128th set of radio gymnastics innate treasure skill? She paused, seemingly confirming she had not misread, then continued, according to your scores in the system's physical assessment. Your comprehensive ranking upon enrollment is 9,988, assigned to Class 10 of Year 1. Your genetic potential is quite average, but your foundation in martial arts is severely lacking. Her voice was devoid of emotion, merely stating a fact. The basic radio gymnastics innate treasure skill were deemed the lowest tier. Such rudimentary techniques would be considered too coarse even for laying the groundwork for a 3-year-old child. I personally suggest you utilize the month before school starts to swiftly transition to a more advanced technique. Given your demonstrated aptitude, if your martial arts can keep pace, you may have the opportunity to advance from Class 10 to Class 9 within a year. Chapter 62. Competition everywhere. The White family, standing behind Lin Xie, felt as if a storm surged within them upon hearing the teacher's words. The 8 treasure skill is considered outdated? In Haicheng, it was regarded as a commendable technique accessible to ordinary families. White Mujia himself practiced the 8 treasure skill. They never imagined that. In the eyes of the teachers at Galaxy Martial Arts University, it would be deemed too crude for even a young child to begin with. Lin Xie, however, remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated such a scenario. He humbly inquired, "Teacher, do you have any recommendations for techniques?" The teacher frowned, her tone slightly impatient. The choice of martial arts is a matter that concerns a martial artist's entire path. It is something your family should determine, guided by your elders or family mentors. How could you come to me with such a question? To her, students who gained admission to Galaxy Martial Arts University invariably had powerful families backing them. The very notion of inquiring about fundamental martial arts techniques from a teacher responsible for freshman reception seemed utterly preposterous. Observing this, White Jinfeng stepped forward, adopting a very low posture, his expression filled with apology as he explained, "Teacher, I sincerely apologize. We are not well versed in these matters. We come from a grain-producing area in a 4th-tier city, lacking connections, and we certainly cannot afford a martial arts instructor. This child, Xie, has relied solely on his own efforts to gain admission here." Upon hearing this, the teacher's scrutinizing gaze swept across the White family once more, her impatience slightly abating. So, they were grassroots talents without much background. The phrase grassroots talent reminded her of her childhood, when her father mentioned that their family was a branch abandoned by the main clan, descended from humble origins since her grandfather's generation. Her grandfather had carved out a path through sheer determination and exceptional talent, leading to the family's eventual foundation. She had even heard that a certain current vice principal also hailed from humble beginnings, having risen through the ranks to the pinnacle. However, those were stories from long ago. Over the past decade, she had witnessed very few grassroots talents at Galaxy Martial Arts University, a hub for the galaxy's elite. After a moment of contemplation, her attitude softened considerably as she said, "Martial arts are a very rigorous matter. I cannot casually offer advice. How about this?" She pulled up her personal terminal, displaying a QR code. "Add me on WeChat, and we can schedule an offline tutoring session this evening. For one session, I will conduct a comprehensive body data analysis and martial arts matching assessment. The fee for the session, since you have not officially enrolled yet and cannot use school credits, is 10,000 credit points. Please consider it." 10,000 credit points. This figure caused the crowd to collectively gasp in shock. That was merely the cost for a single session. How exorbitant. White Jinfeng and White Jinyun exchanged glances, both recognizing the pain in each other's eyes, but more than anything, A resolute determination. This money must be spent. Moreover, one must spend willingly. However, before the two could exchange words, Lin Xie had already produced his personal terminal, scanned the QR code, and promptly paid a sum of 10,000 credit points. Upon noticing the successful transaction notification, the female instructor's face revealed a hint of satisfaction as she nodded. Excellent. You possess courage. I am Lin Yuechan, a 10-star extraordinary martial artist, and I can certainly guide you. She continued, at 8 o'clock this evening, in room 2202 of teaching building number 10, located in the core area of the school. With that, she entered Lin Xie's information into the system and handed him a temporary electronic student card. All done. You may take your family to the living area to explore the dormitory environment, and then you are free to roam. Lin Xie accepted the student card and expressed his gratitude to teacher Lin Yuechan. As they exited the registration area, Bai Mujia couldn't help but mutter quietly, brother-in-law. Isn't this a tad too expensive? 10,000 for just 1 hour. It's highway robbery. What do you know? Bai Jinyun immediately shot him a glare, reprimanding him in a hushed tone. This is called investment. 10,000 credit points for the personal guidance of a professor from the Galactic Martial Arts University, who will chart the most suitable path for Chia's cultivation. This is an absolute bargain. Bai Zhenfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, we may not understand these matters, but spending a little money to hire professionals for specialized tasks is the wisest choice. Otherwise, if the wrong cultivation method is chosen, it could jeopardize Chia's future, and that would be the real loss. Listening to their discussion, Lin Xie felt a wave of emotion. Following the map on the electronic student card, the group boarded the campus's automated hover train, heading towards the freshman living area. The train glided silently through towering ancient trees, with unique, high-tech buildings flashing by outside, some even suspended in midair, leaving one in awe. This place is akin to a self-contained city, Bai Jinyun remarked in genuine admiration. Before long, they arrived at the freshman dormitory area. What came into view was a colossal tower rising into the clouds, sprawling over an area of more than 10,000 square meters. Bai Mujia tilted his head back, his eyes nearly popping out, and couldn't resist exclaiming, "Goodness, this building must have 100 floors." Bai Jinyun shook his head, equally astonished, murmuring, "Not just 100 floors." Bai Mu chimed in. Online sources say this dormitory has 300 floors. It is one of the tallest buildings in the Scholars' Forest. Bai Mujia gasped, 300 floors? Many passing students cast curious glances at Bai Mujia's reaction. As they entered the lobby on the first floor, they discovered it also had a reception area for newcomers, with several lines already formed. It seemed that queues were inevitable today, no matter where one went. Soon, it was Lin Xie's turn. The staff member responsible for reception was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, devoid of any martial aura. Lin Xie thought to himself that perhaps such a purely administrative position indeed had no need for martial prowess. The staff member took Lin Xie's electronic student card, scanned it on the screen without raising his eyes, and in a formulaic tone stated, "Lin Xie, your dormitory is arranged at room 166 on the 298th floor." After a brief pause, as if receiving a system prompt, he added, "Please be reminded that the concentration of spiritual energy within the student dormitories is significantly higher than that of the outside world. Any destructive cultivation practices are strictly prohibited. Should any damage to the dormitory facilities occur, not only will you need to compensate for the damages, but you will also permanently lose your eligibility to reside in the student dormitory. Any destructive techniques should be practiced in the designated training halls. The dormitory is only suitable for gentle, non-destructive internal cultivation methods. Additionally, the dormitory consists of 300 floors, with spiritual energy concentration diminishing from the bottom up. As your admission ranking is relatively low, you have been assigned to the higher floors. The lower you go, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes. To secure a better floor, you must strive through your own efforts." This revelation left the Bai family momentarily stunned. It turned out that dormitory assignments were directly linked to one's strength and ranking. Even the cultivation resources were delineated from the very beginning. Bai Zhenfeng couldn't help but sigh softly. This truly is a sacred ground for martial arts. Competition is evident from the very places we reside. Lin Xie calmly nodded, unfazed by this information. He turned to the staff member and inquired about a matter that concerned him greatly. "Excuse me, my wife has come with me. May she reside with me as well?" Chapter 63, Lin Yuechan's Astonishment. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi instinctively grasped Lin Xie's hand, her palm slightly sweaty, betraying her anxiety. The staff member finally lifted his gaze, scanning Lin Xie and Bai Mushi before asking, "Wife, do you have a marriage certificate?" Lin Xie promptly opened his personal terminal and displayed the electronic marriage certificate. The staff member examined it closely, and upon confirming its validity, nodded and said, "In this case, the school permits it. However, non-students residing here must have your wife sign an agreement. Her activities will be limited to the plaza and living area, and she cannot enter core areas such as the teaching district and library. She must assure compliance with all school regulations. If you agree, I will process her temporary residency paperwork now." "Absolutely," Lin Xie replied without hesitation. The staff member quickly completed the necessary procedures, issuing Bai Mushi a temporary residence card. "All right, the elevator is over there. Only the two of you may enter. I wish you a pleasant stay." He pointed to one side of the lobby and turned to assist the next newcomer. Bai Mu immediately said, "All right, Xie, Mushi, you two go ahead. We will explore nearby." Thus, Lin Xie led Bai Mushi inside. The lobby boasted at least 100 high-speed magnetic levitation elevators, all operating silently. Lin Xie approached one designated for the 291 to 300 levels, swiped his student card, and the door to one elevator slid open soundlessly. Once inside, as the floor numbers on the screen rapidly ascended, they could distinctly feel a slight sensation of weightlessness. Bai Mushi softly said to Lin Xie, "Darling, the dormitory allocation reveals how fierce the competition is at this school. Don't let the pressure overwhelm you." Lin Xie smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, I understand. This, in fact, serves as motivation for me." Ding. The elevator halted at the 298th floor, and the doors slowly opened. The sight before them was starkly different from the grandeur of the first-floor lobby. A long corridor, radiating a metallic cold light, stretched out to the horizon. On either side were identical alloy doors, and the soft illumination from the overhead lights appeared somewhat monotonous. The entire space was eerily quiet, almost oppressive. They quickly located room 166. Lin Xie gently swiped his student card on the door lock, and it opened with a click. The interior of the dormitory was not particularly large, approximately 30 square meters, yet even a small sparrow has all its vital organs. It featured a bedroom, a small living area with a sofa and desk, and a separate bathroom, all designed in a simplistic yet technologically sophisticated style. Even on the 298th floor, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is still far denser than in the hotel we stayed at. Lin Xie took a deep breath and immediately noticed the difference. He couldn't help but wonder what the dormitories on lower floors would be like. Bai Mushi gazed at Lin Xie with warmth in her eyes. Filled with joy, "This place is wonderful, very clean. I'll tidy it up. From now on, this will be our home in the capital." Her words instantly infused warmth into the somewhat cold metallic room. Lin Xie felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he held her hand, surveying the surroundings without a trace of disappointment. Instead, he was ignited with fervent ambition. "Yes, this is our new starting point. I believe we will soon be relocating to a lower floor." Bai Mushi had already begun to unpack their modest belongings, methodically organizing them in an attempt to make this small space feel more inviting. Lin Xie approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out from the 298th floor to behold the magnificent view of Scholars Forest sprawling beneath him. In the distance, the steel forest of Terra City shimmered in golden hues under the setting sun. Here, he would spend the next few years of his life in battles. "Mushi," he called softly. Bai Mushi looked up, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Lin Xie turned to her, his eyes resolute and affectionate. "Our new life officially begins now." As night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings, the commercial street outside the east gate of Galaxy Martial Arts University radiated a youthful vitality and sense of order, even more so than the city center. Floating neon signs flickered, and a plethora of uniquely styled shops lined the street, bustling with new students and their families registering for courses. Accompanying the Bai family, Lin Xie sought out a clean and elegant restaurant on the street, where they shared a simple dinner. The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat subdued. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Zhenyun gazed out at the confident new students passing by, feeling both pride for Lin Xie and an undercurrent of concern. Each new student here seemed to come from an extraordinary background, and the pressure of competition loomed large. As the meal neared its end, Bai Jinfeng set down his chopsticks, his expression solemn as he turned to Lin Xie. He activated his personal terminal, and, after a few moments, Lin Xie received a notification of a substantial transfer, an astonishing sum of 100,000 credit points. Lin Xie was taken aback and immediately intended to refuse. "Father-in-law Xie, listen to me," Bai Zhenfeng interjected, raising his hand to halt him, his tone earnest and unwavering. "This money is not much. It is merely a token of our goodwill. You have just arrived in the capital, and expenses are everywhere. The teacher's tutoring session costs 10,000. In the future, acquiring martial arts techniques and training resources all require financial investment. We cannot allow money to become a stumbling block on your path forward. Bai Jinyun nodded vigorously beside him, solemnly adding, "That's right. Chia, do not be polite with us. You are the greatest hope of our Bai family. Investing in you is investing in our family's future. Just go all out. We are your strongest support." Gazing into the resolute and hopeful eyes of his elders, along with the trust reflected in Bai Mu's and Bai Mushi's gazes, Lin Chia found it impossible to voice his rejection. This money represented not merely monetary value but the weighty hopes and trust of a family. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly nodded, "Father-in-law, uncle, I understand. I will ensure this money is utilized wisely, and I will not disappoint your expectations." Upon seeing him accept, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun finally revealed smiles of relief. "That's the spirit." Bai Jinfeng glanced at the time and continued, "It's about time. You have an appointment with teacher Lin Yuechan tonight, correct? That is your priority. And we shall not tag along to distract you." Bai Mu gently reminded, "Yes, just focus on learning from your teacher. We will return to the hotel on our own. Mushi will accompany you, and you can return to the dormitory together after your class." "No need, Mom." Bai Mushi shook her head, looking at Lin Chia with a soft voice. "This is your specialized course, and my presence would be inappropriate. Let him go alone. Husband, I will wait for your return in the dormitory." She understood that from this night onward, Lin Chia would embark on a martial arts journey entirely his own. All she could offer was her utmost trust and space. At 8 p.m., in room 2202 of the 10th teaching building in the school's core area, Lin Chia took a deep breath to calm his emotions and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A crisp and cool voice called from inside. He pushed the door open. The training room was remarkably spacious, covering nearly 200 square meters, equipped with all necessary facilities. In the center of the room stood a figure, a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s, with a sharp bob haircut, a strikingly beautiful face, and piercing eyes akin to an eagle's. Clad in a fitted black training suit, her athletic physique was perfectly outlined, radiating explosive energy without an ounce of excess. It was Lin Yuechan, whom he had met earlier that day. She scrutinized Lin Chia from head to toe, her gaze seemingly able to pierce through flesh and bone. "Lin Chia?" "Yes, Teacher Lin, hello." Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point. "You come from a rough background, and your foundation is unstable. If you seek my guidance, I need to assess your skills first. Perform the broadcast exercise in 8 treasures skill for me." Lin Chia felt a stir within and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to reveal his true capabilities. Among the new students at Galaxy Martial Arts University, he was ranked 9,988. The evaluation of Lin Yuechan regarding him as a grassroots student from a rough background left little to hide. "Understood, teacher." He stepped into the center of the training area, inhaled deeply, and began with the broadcast exercise. As he executed the movements, Lin Yuechan's initially calm expression began to ripple with surprise. Though the actions appeared simple, each was executed with a fluidity that exuded an indescribable rhythm. Every extension and twist perfectly engaged his entire musculature and vitality. Upon completing the routine, he remained invigorated rather than fatigued. Lin Yuechan's eyes revealed astonishment at his mastery of the broadcast exercise. Those who could reach proficiency in this routine were exceedingly rare, and achieving perfection signified an unparalleled understanding of this foundational technique. She had anticipated that this grassroots student would have merely mastered the broadcast exercise, but to her astonishment, he had attained perfection. It was worth noting that perfection was tenfold more challenging than mere proficiency. In that instant, Lin Yuechan's assessment of Lin Chia underwent a complete transformation. Without waiting for her to inquire, Lin Chia immediately sank into a stance and commenced the demonstration of the 8 treasures skill. The intricacies of the 8 treasures unfolded in his hands. While it did not reach the pure state of perfection achieved in the broadcast exercise, each move was executed with stability and strength, clearly reflecting his dedication to practice. As he concluded his performance and stood still, Lin Yuechan nodded, her surprise evolving into contemplation. Proficient in the 8 treasures skill, she refrained from delivering an immediate conclusion. Instead, pacing around the spacious training room, her sharp gaze never leaving Lin Chia, as if pondering the best course of action for him. The broadcast exercise is too universal. Although you have achieved an astonishing level of perfection, it merely demonstrates your high comprehension without clarifying the specific direction of your understanding. She spoke slowly, her tone considerably more serious. The 8 treasures skill is a D-grade technique that consumes minimal resources. Yet it is also one of the precursor techniques to the C-grade 8 treasures dragon and tiger skill. If you were to practice a specific D-grade technique, the dragon and tiger skill, in conjunction with the 8 treasures skill, it would naturally lead you to comprehend the 8 treasures dragon and tiger skill. The latter serves as a precursor to the B-grade diamond glazed body. Mastering all of these would culminate in the A-grade technique immovable king body. Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head, adding, however, the body refining path may not be suitable for you. It is prohibitively expensive. Prohibitively expensive? Lin Xie inquired. Lin Yuechan did not obscure the truth, articulating clearly, the 8 treasures skill is a precursor technique to the typical body refining path. The immovable king body. Behind it lies an exceedingly costly path within the imperial martial arts, the art of body forging. It is a magnificent journey that truly transforms the physical body into a treasured entity. The ultimate goal of this discipline is to cultivate an ordinary flesh-and-blood form into a humanoid divine weapon that walks among mortals. In its initial stages, one can disregard the cuts of ordinary blades, and as one delves deeper, the body becomes akin to the legendary adamantine, impervious to water and fire, indestructible. With every movement exuding earth-shattering power, Lin Xie felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Lin Yuechan's words. A humanoid divine weapon. Could the 8 treasures skill be so formidable? It certainly sounded impressive. However, Lin Yuechan's tone shifted. Yet, this path is paved with credit points. The body forging discipline has never been a route for the grassroots, for it is one of the most terrifyingly expensive systems among all cultivation frameworks. Each breakthrough of the physical body or realm requires an immense amount of resources to sustain. Without such resources, ascension is impossible. You may feel confident having mastered the 8 treasures skill, but when you attempt to elevate it to a higher level and then integrate it with the Dragon Tiger skill, you will find the two difficult to harmonize. In ancient times, divine herbs were used to facilitate such breakthroughs, but now those components have been unraveled and can be entirely substituted with high-energy nutritional paste. However, the daily consumption of hundreds of thousands of credit points is likely beyond your means. Hundreds of thousands. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yuechan noted his astonishment with satisfaction and nodded, saying, typically, ascension is completed within 49 to 81 days. Of course, at such a steep financial cost. The fusion of the 8 treasures Dragon Tiger skill will reach a higher level of completion. Lin Xie swallowed hard and asked, Teacher Yuechan, are you saying that the fusion breakthrough of this body forging discipline is so challenging that high-energy nutritional paste is essential? Yet, his mind began to race. While others rely on comprehension and resources for cultivation, he had the system. As long as he met the training frequency, everything could be upgraded. If he could cultivate both the 8 treasures skill and the Dragon Tiger skill to perfection, rendering them flawless in theory, would there still be a so-called bottleneck upon fusion? This thought burgeoned within him like rampant weeds. Even if, for argument's sake, the fusion proved impossible, mastering 2D-level skills to perfection would undoubtedly yield tangible benefits for his genetic potential, not a waste at all. As Lin Xie contemplated this, his gaze unconsciously shifted. Lin Yuechan was well acquainted with the spark in his eyes, having taught at the Galaxy Martial Arts University for nearly 20 years. She herself was an alumna of the same institution and had encountered countless prodigies. She instantly understood the determination reflected in Lin Xie's eyes. I do not believe it. I shall test it. Rather than being angered, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Genius, after all, is often accompanied by pride. When confronted with a wall, they will inevitably turn back. Thus, Lin Yuechan said, your mastery of the 8 treasures skill is commendable. You may exchange for the Dragon Tiger skill from the martial arts library. Once you have cultivated both to an intermediate level, attempt to fuse them. She paused, adding, at that point, you will understand the bottleneck I mentioned. Should you fail, it will indicate that this path is not viable, and you should not waste any more effort. Then, Lin Yuechan continued, the decision to cultivate is entirely yours. Based on my professional judgment, I have 3 paths that are better suited for your practice. She summoned her personal terminal, projecting 3 scrolls glowing in different hues, resembling ancient tomes suspended in the air. She gestured towards the first scroll, ablaze with crimson flames. First, the Red Sun Prison Technique, an A-level skill, which I specialized in during my studies. This technique simulates the core of a star, cultivating energy that is both fierce and radiant. At advanced levels, one's vitality burns like a furnace, and every movement possesses the might to scorch mountains and boil seas. Its prerequisite is the sea-level Sunfire technique. Once you enter, the energy within you will begin to transform towards a fiery nature, allowing you to grasp the rudiments of energy projection ahead of time. As she spoke, Lin Yuechan's fingers resembled a sword, and a flicker of scarlet gold flame ignited at her delicate fingertips, illuminating the entire training room in a warm red hue. The flame, though small, radiated an alarming heat that distorted the surrounding air. At the warrior stage, spiritual energy resides within the vitality, but at my level as a 10-star extraordinary warrior, I can project spiritual energy into a tangible form. The flame embodies my spiritual energy's manifestation. The flame at her fingertip extinguished silently. You possess considerable comprehension. This path will allow you to harness power swiftly, directly in combat. Should you choose this skill, by purchasing the copyright from me, I can offer you a complete set of online courses, along with 5 hours of one-on-one online consultations. Then, Lin Yuechan pointed to the second scroll, cloaked in profound black mist, titled The Formless Calamity Heart Sutra. Second, the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, also an A-level skill. This route diverges entirely from the previous body forging and chi cultivation paths. It develops your brain and spirit. Through mental force, it interferes with reality, weaving calamities that directly assault an enemy's will and soul. It is exceedingly difficult to begin, lacking any prerequisite skills, relying solely on personal comprehension. In nearly 5 centuries of the Galaxy Martial Arts University's branch history, fewer than 100 have successfully entered, yet once initiated, its power can grow exponentially, rivaling S-level skills. Its A-level rating is purely due to the exorbitant entry threshold. Her piercing gaze fell upon Lin Xie. Mastering the broadcast exercises to perfection signifies an extraordinary level of awareness and control over every muscle and vein in your body. This talent often accompanies formidable mental perception. As a practitioner of the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, I had a significant advantage when applying to become a captain of an exploratory team, almost guaranteeing acceptance. For someone like you, this path truly offers a shortcut to ascend and alter your fate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes brightened. Lin Yuechan was fully aware of the enticing allure that the prospect of pioneering new star domains held for a grassroots genius with nothing to his name. Finally, she pointed to the third scroll, twinkling with starlight. Third, the celestial body of the universe, an A-level body forging technique. Its prerequisite is the B-level starlight body forging technique. This path, while also a body forging discipline, does not rely on rare materials or high-energy elixirs, but teaches you how to continuously draw upon the ubiquitous cosmic stellar radiation to temper the flesh and genes. This route is stable, balanced, and universally applicable, with one of the lowest dependencies on resources among all A-level skills. However, its drawback is evident. Its early power is not as overwhelming as the Red Sun Prison technique, nor does it possess the enigmatic functionality of the Formless Calamity Heart Sutra, making it somewhat of a jack-of-all-trades. Transforming the ethereal starlight into personal power demands significant comprehension. Yet, for you, this perceived flaw may not be an issue. As Lin Xie absorbed Lin Yuechan's analysis, a bitter smile crept onto his face. He understood that she had completely misunderstood his abilities. His so-called exceptional comprehension was not the innate talent that one simply grasps at a glance. Instead, it stemmed entirely from the multiplicity system. Once he succeeded in conceiving, the system would automatically unlock one of the skills he had learned. His genuine learning capability was rather ordinary. Mastering the 8 treasures skill from scratch took him a full 2 months. He possesses a certain level of self-awareness regarding this matter. The Text Heart Sutra of the Formless Calamity has seen fewer than 100 individuals gain entry over the past 5 centuries. He has ventured forth. Yet it is conceivable that even after 500 years of study, mastery may elude him. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, carefully organizing his thoughts before raising his gaze to Lin Yuechan. Teacher, I am immensely grateful for your guidance. However, I have a query, or perhaps more accurately, a matter pertaining to my personal inclinations. Is there any technique that is easy to learn but challenging to master? One that is readily accessible at first glance, yet becomes exceedingly difficult to attain proficiency or reach higher realms. Lin Xie chose his words with great caution, adding an explanation, I lack patience. If I cannot grasp a technique promptly, I find it all too easy to abandon it. I wish to learn swiftly and witness tangible results, for it is only then that I can cultivate the confidence and perseverance to continue my practice. Upon hearing Lin Xie's sentiments, Lin Yuechan momentarily froze, her elegant brows knitting together once more. What? The path of martial arts is most intolerant of restlessness. Lin Yuechan's piercing gaze fixed intently upon Lin Xie, her tone imbued with a hint of stern admonition. Lin Xie, you must understand that martial cultivation is not solely about the refinement of one's energy and strength, but equally about the fortitude of spirit and will. True geniuses are invariably those with resolute minds, capable of enduring solitude and the tedium of practice. Your talent is a rarity, your greatest asset. However, if your character does not keep pace, This very gift may become the most formidable obstacle on your journey ahead. By opting for the easiest entry-level technique, you may appear to have taken a shortcut, yet in truth, you are laying the groundwork for future pitfalls. Once you cultivate a mindset that shies away from challenges, how will you cope when confronted with genuine hurdles? Her words struck like a resounding hammer, echoing in Lin Chia's mind. Yet, he could only muster a troubled expression, stubbornly attempting to explain, "Teacher, I understand your reasoning. However, I find myself unable to control this condition. When I cannot make progress for an extended period, I become exceedingly agitated, my mind unsettled, rendering it impossible to focus on my cultivation. It feels as though countless ants are crawling within me, compelling me to shatter everything in my path. Instead of squandering time and potentially hindering my progress, I would prefer to pursue a path that allows for swift results, enabling me to maintain my enthusiasm for cultivation." Hearing Lin Chia's almost misguided rationale, Lin Yuechan's brow tightened further. What does this signify? A remarkable talent paired with a fragility of spirit? Yet, upon reflection, she found herself capable of understanding. She had witnessed numerous scions of noble lineage, their steadfast spirits forged through the rigorous elite education they received from a young age. In contrast, Lin Chia emerged from a remote city, devoid of any background or support. His journey has undoubtedly lacked proper guidance. In such an environment, managing to break through solely by virtue of his innate talent is miraculous in itself. It is not inconceivable that he harbors peculiar obsessions that outsiders might struggle to comprehend. Geniuses often possess various eccentricities. Perhaps this is his unique method of self-preservation and motivation. She sighed inwardly. Very well, given his humble origins and status as a paying client, it is only fitting that she offer him some guidance, a mere trifling effort. Since he has his own convictions, she resolved to respect his fate. Thus, Lin Yuechan's expression softened, her once imposing presence now subdued. I understand. Allow me to sift through options that are easy to learn yet difficult to master. Is that what you seek? Lin Chia, upon sensing her change of heart, felt as though a great burden had been lifted and eagerly nodded. Yes, Teacher Yuechan. Ideally, it should have an entry difficulty similar to 8 treasures skill, a D-grade technique's entry level. Lin Yuechan's tone adopted a peculiar quality as she lowered her gaze. Swiftly searching through her personal terminal, she spoke almost unconsciously. Such techniques do exist, yet most are fraught with significant flaws or lead to dead ends. I must find one with a sufficiently high ceiling while maintaining an entry level as simple as this contradictory request. Her fingers danced across the screen, a torrent of martial arts information cascading before her. Her brow furrowed, continuously filtering and dismissing options. Ice and fire duality. No, while easy to learn, it peaks at B grade. Lacking subsequent pathways, its ceiling too low. 100 battles blade technique. This is purely a skill, not involving core spiritual energy cultivation. It won't suffice. Titanic spirit? Requires a special bloodline for entry. It is not universally applicable. What a curious request. She lifted her gaze to Lin Chia, her expression filled with intrigue. The path of martial arts is inherently fraught with challenges, yet you seek only the smoothest path. This is a first for me. Lin Chia could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Just as Lin Yuechan was on the verge of abandoning her search and persuading Lin Chia to reconsider, her finger suddenly halted. On the screen appeared a modestly covered document, slightly yellowed with age. Chapter 66, Primordial Chi Skill. Lin Yuechan's expression shifted subtly, a blend of surprise, nostalgia, and regret crossing her features. I have found it, she declared, raising her eyes to Lin Chia with a complex expression. There exists a technique that may entirely align with your contradictory requirements. B grade, Primordial Chi Skill. Primordial Chi Skill? Lin Chia glanced at Lin Yuechan. Just earlier, she had mentioned that B-grade techniques had a low ceiling. Why now was she presenting him with one? Lin Yuechan clarified, yes. The Primordial Chi skill was once an A-grade technique, now downgraded to B-grade. Its core philosophy is arguably the simplest and most unadorned within the entire empire. It does not emphasize the transformational properties of spiritual energy, nor does it seek intricate techniques. Its sole purpose is to transform the spiritual energy from the world into your own primordial chi in the gentlest and least rejecting manner, subsequently accumulating, compressing, and purifying it. Due to its all-embracing nature towards spiritual energy, devoid of any attribute requirements, its entry threshold is astonishingly low. It is no exaggeration to say that any individual of sound mind aspiring to become a martial artist can master it within 3 days of instruction. This perfectly aligns with your desire for ease of learning. Lin Chia's eyes instantly sparkled. To master it within 3 days. Is this not tailor-made for me? And what of its difficulty in mastering? He inquired further. Lin Yuechan's lips curled into a knowing smile. The challenge lies precisely in its simplicity, as it lacks attributes. Your primordial qi, when compared to others, will appear rather unremarkable. While others wield flames, ice, or cutting winds, your energy will merely be a pure essence. To imbue it with sufficient power, there are two paths. The first is to rely on sheer quantity, overwhelming opponents with a spiritual energy total vastly exceeding that of peers. Yet, this is an arduous route, inefficient and time-consuming, suitable only for those with no alternative paths available. The second is enlightenment. After cultivating the primordial qi to a profoundly advanced level, one must perceive the cosmos and bestow upon this pure essence a unique attribute of your own: fire, thunder, space, life. In theory, it can embody any property. However, this step is akin to scaling the heavens, an insurmountable challenge. Countless practitioners of the primordial qi skill find themselves trapped at this juncture for their entire lives, ultimately fading into obscurity. Thus, it is indeed difficult to master. She paused before adding, during the early epochs of the empire's expansion, this technique enjoyed widespread popularity, favored by countless predecessors. However, as the martial arts system evolved and more defined and powerful techniques emerged, the primordial qi skill gradually fell out of favor with the times. Now, it merely exists as a relic lying dormant in the archives, serving as historical research material, with hardly anyone choosing it as their primary cultivation method. After hearing this explanation, Lin Xie felt no lingering hesitation. What others deemed to be a potent poison was, for him, the sweetest nectar. The supposed mediocrity and the challenging nuances of its subsequent mastery posed no obstacles in the face of his progress bar system. If he could cultivate the Hunyuan Yikigong to perfection, it might yield an astonishing surprise. Teacher, I choose this, Lin Xie declared resolutely, his tone imbued with undeniable determination. Are you certain? Lin Yuechan inquired, observing the firmness in Lin Xie's gaze, and she dismissed any final thoughts of persuasion. With a sigh, she felt a mix of regret and inexplicable anticipation. Perhaps this eccentric grassroots genius could indeed carve out a unique path with this forgotten cultivation technique. Very well, she conceded. Refraining from further discussion, she proceeded to operate her personal terminal. The Hunyuan Yikigong is a B-grade technique. The required credits amount to 100 points, which you currently lack for direct exchange. You can apply for a project called Ancient Text Research Support at the school, select the Hunyuan Yikigong within it, and pay a deposit of 100,000 credit points. The 100 credits will be assessed based on your insights submitted within 10 years, and the deposit will be refunded thereafter. The advisor can fill in my name. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xie responded without hesitation, promptly executing the necessary steps. With a successful transfer on the official website, a complete version of the Hunyuan Yikigong, along with official cultivation insights, annotations, and copyright proof, was transmitted to Lin Xie's personal terminal. Following this, a notification appeared, indicating that if he had genuine insights regarding the Hunyuan Yikigong, he could submit them, and the Empire would reward him with credits and other benefits based on the contribution of his insights. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. He suddenly sensed that the Ancient Text Research Support Project housed numerous ancient techniques, which might prove to be a treasure. All right, the technique has been received, Lin Yuechan said, closing her terminal, her demeanor returning to its initial coolness. This concludes tonight's tutoring session. I have said all I needed to. Please take care of yourself. Once again, thank you for your guidance, Teacher Yuechan, Lin Xie replied solemnly, bowing deeply. He recognized that regardless of her motivations, her guidance tonight had been sincere and thorough. As he departed the training room and walked back to his dormitory, Lin Xie's heart surged with unprecedented excitement. The Babao Gong, Longhu Gong, and Hunyuan Yikigong, 3 techniques, akin to 3 keys, now rested in his grasp. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return to his dormitory and commence his cultivation. He had even begun to anticipate the experience. Upon arriving at his dormitory on the 298th floor, he was greeted by a warm glow of light and a gentle figure. Bai Mushi was still awake, seated on the sofa in the small living room, engrossed in an e-book, though she appeared somewhat distracted. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately looked up, filled with concern. Darling, you're back. How was it? Was the teacher easy to get along with? Yes, I'm back, Lin Xie said as he sat beside her, naturally taking her cool hand in his. The tumult of emotions within him settled in the warmth of home. Teacher Lin is quite nice and offered me a lot of advice. That's good to hear, Bai Mushi sighed with relief, leaning closer and softly asking. What about the cultivation technique? Do you have a direction? Yes, Lin Xie smiled, pulling up the information on the Hunyuan Yikigong on his personal terminal to show her. I chose this technique. Bai Mushi examined the B-grade classification on the screen and the official annotations that described it as easy to learn but difficult to master, with average power and uncertain potential. Yet, her fair face revealed no doubt or confusion. She simply gazed earnestly into Lin Xie's eyes. "Darling, your choice must have a reason behind it," she said softly, her tone resolute. "I believe in your decision." A simple phrase. Yet it provided Lin Xie with strength greater than any grandiose declarations could offer. His heart warmed, and he pulled her into an embrace, resting his chin gently on her forehead. Indeed, after a moment of tenderness, Lin Xie urged, "It's getting late. You should rest." "All right, but you shouldn't stay up too late either," Bai Mushi replied obediently, nodding before heading into the bedroom. Once the lights in the bedroom dimmed, Lin Xie redirected his focus to his personal terminal. Taking a deep breath, he opened the complete text of the Hunyuan Yikigong. 3 hours later, Lin Xie's face radiated with excitement. Open the system. Host: Lin Xie. Genetic potential: 103. Physical ability: 103. Mental strength: 103. Spiritual energy: 53. Cultivation techniques: basic exercise set level 10, max, Babao Gong level 5, 3100. Hunyuan Yikigong entry unlocked. Partner: Bai Mushi, affection level 85. Offspring: 2, in gestation. Hunyuan Yikigong. I've unlocked it. Lin Xie looked at the word unlocked and felt a slight discomfort. Perhaps he should make another donation tomorrow? Chapter 67. Reunion with Yan Filong. The morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting golden beams of light that filled the entire room. Bai Mushi rubbed her drowsy eyes, awakened by the magnificent sea of clouds outside. She paused momentarily, then recalled that she was no longer in a hotel, but had moved into the student dormitory on the 298th floor of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. A new day was beginning at a new starting point. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and immediately spotted Lin Xie sitting cross-legged on the living room carpet. His eyes were gently closed, his expression focused, and his hands formed a peculiar seal in front of him, as if invisible spiritual energy was slowly gathering around him. Is this the Hunyuan Yikigong he just selected? Bai Mushi chose not to intrude, quietly observing him with a tender gaze. Soon, Lin Xie gradually concluded his practice, completing a full cycle of cultivation. He opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, which dissipated into a faint white mist in the air. His gaze was clear and bright, and he appeared invigorated. "How is it?" Bai Mushi approached with concern. Seeing her, Lin Xie beamed with a radiant smile and stood up. "I've unlocked it. Teacher Lin Yuechan was right. This Hunyuan Yikigong is indeed quite easy to start." He stretched his limbs, feeling the fresh and pure energy within him, and shook his head. "This B-grade technique feels quite similar to basic exercises. Perhaps this is what teacher Lin Yuechan meant by being unremarkable. However, after practicing this technique, I feel fantastic. I didn't need to sleep at all last night, and felt as though I had a full rest." Bai Mushi's eyes lit up at this revelation, and she exclaimed with delight, "Really? Is it because the spiritual energy here is abundant?" "Perhaps," Lin Xie nodded, pulling her hand and sitting her down on the sofa. "But the technique's inherent effectiveness surely plays a significant role. For now, it seems to be better than basic exercises because it requires little effort and allows for 24-hour cultivation without rest. Other than that, I haven't noticed significant differences." Bai Mushi smiled, saying, "Just the ability to cultivate continuously for 24 hours without rest is already impressive." Lin Xie chuckled, "Yes, in a couple of days. Once I cultivate the Babao Gong to perfection, I'll assist you." Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi immediately shook her head, saying earnestly, "Don't waste time on me. This is a crucial period for you. All your time should be dedicated to yourself. I can practice slowly. I'll reach the warrior realm soon enough." Observing her selfless demeanor, Lin Xie felt a warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. A husband teaching his wife is only natural." Bai Mushi had not anticipated Lin Xie's concern for her at that moment. An indescribable wave of emotion washed over her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. In the next instant, she lunged into Lin Xie's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his chest, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. "Husband." Lin Xie gently caressed her back, speaking softly, "We are married. What is mine is yours. Your cultivation is, of course, my utmost priority." Bai Mushi lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes shimmering with a profound love and gratitude. She rose on her toes, leaning in to kiss his lips. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Bai Mushi's cheeks were flushed like ripe apples. Even her ears were tinged with pink. She dared not meet the gaze of Lin Xie, which was filled with warmth, and bashfully murmured before darting into the bathroom. Once Bai Mushi had finished freshening up, the two tidied themselves briefly and then contacted Bai Jinfeng. Father-in-law, we are coming down for breakfast. Soon, the group gathered at the commercial street beneath the dormitory, casually selecting a clean and bright fast food restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Bai Jinfeng eagerly inquired about the tutoring session from the previous night. Xie, how did it go? Did that teacher Lin help you chart a course? All eyes turned to Lin Xie. After sipping his soy milk and setting down the cup, he had already composed his response in his mind. He did not completely conceal the truth, but skillfully altered his narrative. Yes, Teacher Lin is very professional and provided me with numerous suggestions, he replied calmly. Regarding the 8 treasures technique, the teacher mentioned that its advanced path is body refinement, which is incredibly potent but also exceedingly costly. However, I believe my innate understanding might compensate for some of the resource disparity, so I plan to give it a try myself. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Zhenyun exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowing. They were aware that body refinement was costly, far beyond what their social standing could afford. Nevertheless, since Lin Xie expressed his intent to try, they chose to trust him. Lin Xie continued, moreover, based on my personal needs, I hope to establish a solid and broad foundation in the early stages. Therefore, the teacher helped me identify a technique called the primordial unity technique as my major focus. Additionally, she provided me with 3 alternative paths for A-grade techniques. Upon hearing this, the Bai family collectively sighed in relief. It seemed that the expenditure of 10,000 credit points was indeed worthwhile, not only securing a primary technique, but also alternative options. Bai Muxi, intrigued, asked, brother-in-law, how is the primordial unity technique? It sounds impressive. After a moment's thought, Lin Xie replied. The most notable aspect of this technique is its lack of entry difficulty. What? No entry difficulty? Bai Muxi's eyes lit up instantly, excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed. That's wonderful. It suits me perfectly. When I get into university, I'll search our school's technique repository to see if it has a license. I want to cultivate this too. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Zhenyun lightly tapped him on the back of the head. Nonsense. Bai Zhenyun glared at him, admonishing. That was tailored to Lin Xie's unique circumstances and talents. Can it work for you? What rank is he, and what rank are you? Bai Muxi, holding his head, pouted in grievance. Observing this, Lin Xie chuckled and interjected to defuse the situation. Uncle, it's not quite like that. The functionality of this technique is rather weak. Its power modest. It was selected primarily for its simplicity, aligning with my need for a quick foundational build. If I were to highlight any particular advantage, he paused, adopting a somewhat resigned tone. Perhaps it allows one to go 24 hours without sleep, using cultivation in place of rest. What? The excitement and yearning on Bai Muxi's face instantly froze. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Xie. 24 hours without sleep? Cultivating all day? What joy is left in life? Seeing his horrified expression, the entire family could not help but burst into laughter. Half an hour later, having finished breakfast, the group exited the restaurant. The gentle morning sunlight enveloped them, providing a warm embrace. Yet, this tranquility was swiftly disrupted. A group of individuals approached, each exuding an extraordinary aura, their every gesture imbued with the unique confidence and pride of the martial elite. Lin Xie's gaze sharpened as he recognized them. The leading young men and women were precisely those members of the genius class he had encountered during the provincial private enrollment examination. At the center of the crowd, akin to stars surrounding the moon, were the cold-faced Lei Qianjun and the ethereal Su Qingying. Beside them stood Yan Feilong, the very individual Lin Xie had previously bested, now wearing a sullen expression. Qianjun, Qingying, you two have done well. One has entered the Galaxy Martial Arts Academy, and the other the Longting Martial Arts Academy. Both are the Empire's most prestigious institutions. We're left with no choice but to attend the Taurus Martial Arts University, which is still decent, right, Yan Feilong? At that moment, Yan Feilong's gaze fortuitously landed on Lin Xie, who had just exited the restaurant. In that instant, his expression darkened further. Who is that? A companion beside him followed his gaze, spotting Lin Xie and his group, revealing expressions of amusement. However, Lin Xie remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Yan Feilong's predatory glare, as he and the Bai family gracefully walked past them. Behind him, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Zhenyun sensed the atmosphere shift. Feilong, what's wrong? Do you know him? A young man nudged Yan Feilong with his elbow, amusement lacing his tone. Yan Feilong inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his rising fury, and emitted a cold scoff without responding. He understood that any words he might utter would only serve to humiliate himself further, in front of those so-called classmates. Any argument would only highlight his incompetence and absurdity. They were eagerly anticipating a public conflict between him and that fellow, relishing the spectacle. Strength. In this world, only strength confers true authority. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Just wait. 3 months from now, during the joint examination of the First Academy District, I will surely stand out among the new students of Taurus Martial Arts University, becoming a core candidate representing Taurus in battle. By then, you Lin Xie will likely find yourself merely a spectator, gazing up at my brilliance. You 1T even have the qualifications to compete. As the two groups brushed past one another, the typically silent and icy Su Qingying suddenly spoke in a voice as clear as spring water, inquiring of Lei Qianjun. Is that the candidate from the Grain District School? Lei Qianjun curled his lip in disdain. Merely someone who won by an unexpected fluke, relying on a lucky opportunity to gain a single victory. With such a shallow foundation, he will not advance far along the martial path. His words dripped with contempt and foreboding, as if he had already foreseen Lin Xie's future. The elite members of the genius class, upon hearing this, directed their gazes at Lin Xie's retreating figure, their expressions shifting from amusement to presumptuous disdain. In their eyes, Lei Qianjuan's assessment was the final verdict. Husband, are you all right? After they had walked a distance, Bai Mushi tugged at Lin Xie's sleeve with worry, softly asking. Lin Xie turned back, meeting her and the Bai family's concerned expressions, and couldn't help but chuckle. He gently squeezed Bai Mushi's hand and casually remarked, "It's nothing. Merely encountering a defeated opponent." Upon hearing Lin Xie's nonchalant statement and recalling the young man's dark and resentful gaze earlier, Bai Zhenfeng and Bai Zhenyun instantly grasped the situation. The student eliminated by Lin Xie in the examination seemed to be a second-generation heir from a distinguished family. Rather than expressing any concern, Bai Zhenfeng smiled with relief, clapping Lin Xie on the shoulder and solemnly stating, "The path of martial arts revolves around competition. You have done exceptionally well. Do not dwell on them. In the future at the Galaxy Martial Arts University, there will undoubtedly be more challenges to contend with. This is a good sign, indicating that you are progressing." Meanwhile, Bai Mujia, after processing this information, widened his eyes in astonishment, abruptly slapping his thigh and excitedly giving a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, that's impressive. I had no idea that Yin Feilong was the one you eliminated. Let me tell you, before the exam, everyone in the genius class was practically singing his praises, claiming he was a guaranteed top 2 seed. And yet, look what happened. He was knocked down by my brother-in-law with a single punch." He scoffed, gazing at Lin Xie with admiration. "What kind of seed player is he? My brother-in-law is the true dragon." Afterward, Bai Mushi accompanied her family for a stroll through the bustling city center. Tomorrow, they were to board the interstellar train back to Haiqing, so today served as their final farewell and exploration. Lin Xie, however, had his own important matters to attend to, namely, making another donation. He felt an unsettling urge until the Hunyuan Yikigong was unlocked. Following the map's navigation, he arrived at the Imperial Fertility Management Center, located at the edge of Scholars Forest within the First Academy District. As Lin Xie approached the entrance of the grand, technologically impressive white building, he was suddenly surrounded by a group of well-dressed, cheerful middle-aged men and women, each armed with a stack of QR code business cards, which they eagerly thrust into his hands. "Hey, handsome, care to learn more?" Accepting a business card comes with no strings attached. A middle-aged woman with curly hair pushed her way to the front, her face lined with smiles. "Whether you wish to provide fertility information or need high-quality fertility data, we can assist you with matching. Fair prices, attentive service." Another middle-aged man, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, followed closely, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Handsome, you must be here to donate fertility information, right? With your aura, it's clear you're a student from a top university. Avoid the lengthy official queues and meager subsidies. I have private channels that can connect you with wealthy families earnestly seeking children, and the price will undoubtedly satisfy you. Indeed, we can also conduct a genetic potential beautification assessment to make your data more appealing in the database, thereby increasing the chances of successful matches. Young man, we offer genuine first-hand resources, directly connecting you with buyers without middlemen profiting off the difference." Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected barrage, finding himself clutching several shimmering electronic business cards. Chapter 69, A Bountiful Harvest. Lin Xie looked at the overly enthusiastic agents, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. Such scenes were unheard of at the entrance of the Fertility Management Center in Haiqing. Is this what the capital of the planet is like? Without hesitation, he tossed the gaudy electronic cards into a nearby energy recycling bin. Uncertain of the trustworthiness of these agents, he sensed potential risks and traps lurking within. For him, The benefits of the official channels were never paramount. Safety, reliability, and efficiency were his priorities. He confidently entered the grand white building, approached the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire process flowed seamlessly without a hint of delay. Soon, he was guided by a poised nurse dressed in a crisp white coat and black stockings into a highly private room. Moments later, Lin Xie emerged feeling rejuvenated, a sense of lightness enveloping him. He did not linger outside but swiftly boarded the hover train back to Galaxy Martial Arts University. As he stepped through the dormitory entrance, the long-awaited electronic notification chimed consecutively in his mind. Ding! Host genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: randomly unlocks martial arts cultivation permission. Permission to cultivate Hunyuan Yikigong unlocked. In that instant, Lin Xie felt a wave of clarity wash over him. It was as though a tightly shut door had burst open, and all the cultivation methods, blood circulation pathways, and spiritual energy transformation techniques regarding Hunyuan Yikigong instantly coalesced, becoming as clear as innate instinct. He immediately focused his thoughts to check the system panel. Hunyuan Yikigong level 1, 0-100, success. However, before he could fully savor this joy, a second notification chimed in. Ding! Host genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: randomly unlocks martial arts cultivation permission. No unlocked martial arts available. Gained 1 permission point. Then came the third notification. Ding! Host genetic information has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward: randomly unlocks martial arts cultivation permission. No unlocked martial arts available. Gained 1 permission point. Lin Xie's face instantly lit up with uncontainable delight. To his astonishment, he had succeeded in 3 conceptions. Could it be that his enhancement as a martial artist had significantly improved that aspect as well? A bountiful harvest. An extraordinary bounty. Not only had he successfully unlocked Hunyuan Yikigong, but he had also unexpectedly gained 2 precious permission points. System, how can these permission points be utilized? Lin Xie promptly inquired in his mind. The system's cold, mechanical voice explained, permission points provide the host with additional pathways for martial arts unlocking. 1 permission point can be used to unlock martial arts that the host has practiced to the entry level but have not yet been unlocked by the system. In that moment, Lin Xie understood the immense power of these permission points. He simply needed to cultivate any 2 martial arts to the entry level, and he could use these 2 points to unlock them immediately, activating the progress bar mode. Instantly, the D-level martial art Longhu Gong surfaced in his thoughts. What would it be like if he could fully cultivate Longhu Gong and then fuse it with the perfected Babao Gong? However, this thought was fleeting. He quickly shook his head, gathering his scattered thoughts. One cannot be greedy. The pressing matter at hand was to diligently cultivate the recently unlocked Hunyuan Yikigong. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xie wasted no time and hastily returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor. Bai Mushi and her family were still out shopping, leaving the dormitory empty, creating an ideal environment for uninterrupted cultivation. He sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, taking a deep breath to clear his mind. It was time to begin his cultivation. As he commenced the practice, Lin Xie could distinctly feel the ubiquitous spiritual energy in the surrounding air being absorbed into his body in a gentle and prolonged manner. Through the transformation of the martial art, it became strands of the purest, most attribute-less Hunyuan Qi, gradually flowing into his Dantian's energy sea. The entire process resembled a gentle stream, nurturing without a sound, devoid of any sense of stagnation or force. Lin Xie was delighted to discover that the cultivation efficiency of Hunyuan Yikigong was beyond his imagination. As the technique circulated through a complete cycle, it felt effortless, with minimal consumption, while the progress bar's growth rate was quite remarkable. Approximately every 10 minutes, he could gain a point of progress. In the profound depths of focused cultivation, time slipped away rapidly as Lin Xie became wholly immersed in the exhilarating sensation of his burgeoning power, oblivious to the world around him. It was only when the progress bar finally reached 100100 that the system's prompt resonated once more. Ding! Mixed Yuan Qi technique level has increased. Current level, 20200. At that moment, Lin Xie felt a tremor coursing through his body, as if the mixed Yuan Qi within him had been refined, becoming more concentrated and expanding in quantity. His comprehension of this technique transcended its previous superficiality, ascending to a new pinnacle where many previously vague details became brilliantly clear. How enlightening, Lin Xie murmured, his eyes sparkling with surprise. The upgrade promised not merely a quantitative accumulation, but a qualitative leap. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the dawn breaking outside. The moon had set, and the sun was rising. Hearing the commotion outside, Bai Mushi emerged from her room, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him. He realized he hadn't even noticed when she had returned. "What time is it?" Lin Xie asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Bai Mushi, seeing that he had finally concluded his training, smiled gently. "Dear, I returned yesterday afternoon. I didn't want to disturb your focused practice." Feeling warmth in his heart, Lin Xie stood, stretching his somewhat stiff body, and pulled her into his embrace, apologizing. "You've worked hard. Have you eaten yet?" Bai Mushi nestled against him, tilting her head back with a crescent-shaped smile. "Dinner is being warmed up, waiting for you." As they ate, Lin Xie noticed a notification on the terminal from the official account of the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Notification to all new students. In order to comprehensively assess the strength level of this year's new students prior to their entrance, and to make more targeted teaching arrangements thereafter, our school has decided to hold a comprehensive entrance examination on October 1st, the first day of school. The specific rules for this examination will be announced 3 days prior to the exam. Please note, the results of this examination will not directly correlate with the monthly cultivation resources or dormitory allocations. However, to motivate students to strive for excellence, the school has established the following rewards. 1. The top 1,000 overall rankings will each receive a one-time reward of 100 credits. 2. The top 100 overall rankings will, in addition to the credit rewards, also gain an extra qualification to select from the A-level technique library, cost of technique copyright to be borne by the individual. 3. The top 10 overall rankings, in addition to the aforementioned rewards, will also receive a body refining elixir provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. We hope all students take this seriously, prepare diligently, and showcase the best spirit of the new students of Galaxy Martial Arts University. Office of Academic Affairs, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Imperial Calendar, Year 40918. September 5th, Lin Xie's eyes gleamed with excitement as he read the notice. An entrance examination? Although the results would not affect existing benefits, the rewards were remarkably enticing. 100 credits. Qualification for selecting from the A-level technique library, and the body refining elixir. These were monumental incentives for any new student. With over 20 days until October 1st, it was ample time for his strength to ascend to new heights. Chapter 70. Who says mastery is difficult? 5 days later, within his dormitory, Lin Xie sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. After 5 days of relentless cultivation, the progress bar of his mixed Yuan Qi technique surged forward at an astonishing pace. At this moment, the system panel clearly displayed Mixed Yuan Qi Technique, Level 4, 0400. As the level of the technique increased, so too did his control over the pure energy within him. Just moments ago, when the technique broke through to Level 4, it felt as though countless sparks of inspiration exploded in his mind. A thought, unbidden, surfaced. Slowly extending his right index finger, he concentrated, guiding a minuscule strand of mixed Yuan Qi to his fingertip. In the next instant, a small, orange flame ignited above his finger, dancing delicately and emitting a faint glow and warmth. As he gazed at the flickering flame, a radiant smile finally graced Lin Xie's face. He recalled the admonition given to him 5 days prior by Lin Yuechan. The second key was enlightenment. After cultivating the mixed Yuan Qi to an exceedingly profound level, one must perceive the essence of the universe, bestowing a unique attribute to this pure energy: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, it could embody any attribute. Yet, this step was infinitely more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Countless practitioners of the mixed Yuan Qi technique spent their entire lives ensnared at this juncture, ultimately fading into obscurity. Thus, it was deemed difficult to master. More challenging than ascending to the heavens? An insurmountable barrier for a lifetime? Lin Xie mused, observing the joyful flame dancing at his fingertip, his expression curious. What would Lin Yuechan's reaction be if she knew he had surpassed the so-called mastery barrier in merely 5 days, at level 4 of the technique? He found himself indulging in a wicked sense of amusement. With a mere thought, the flame extinguished, leaving no trace. Afterward, Lin Xie eagerly opened the system panel to assess the changes he had undergone over the past 5 days. Upon glimpsing the data on the panel, he was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting incredulity. Host: Lin Xie, genetic potential, 121, physical strength, 115, mental strength, 115, spiritual energy, 101. Techniques, set 128. Calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5100. Mixed Yuan Qi technique level 4, 0400. Partner, by Mushi, affection level 85. Offspring, 5, in gestation. Permission points, 2, after elevating the mixed Yuan Qi technique to level 4. Not only had his genetic potential surged dramatically by over 1, but he was also astonished to find that his spiritual energy had skyrocketed from the initial 50-plus points to over 100. Did this correspond to the ability I just manifested with fire? A tempest of thoughts surged through Lin Chia's mind. While he possessed only a rudimentary understanding of various theoretical aspects of cultivation, the striking increase in the values on the system panel vividly illustrated the astounding transformation he had undergone. As Lin Yuechan had stated, the mixed Yuan Qi technique was easy to begin but exceedingly challenging to master. This challenge was a daunting chasm that many martial artists could never cross in their lifetime. However, for Lin Xie, who possessed a system, this greatest disadvantage had become his unparalleled advantage. In just 5 days, the breakthrough to level 4 of the mixed Yuan Qi technique had yielded such immense surprises. He could scarcely imagine what further advancements in this technique might entail. It seemed that the 8 treasures technique and dragon tiger technique would have to be set aside for now. His primary focus must temporarily rest on the mixed Yuan Qi technique. With a resolute determination, he felt an urgent desire to test his current capabilities. Thus, he accessed the school's public facility reservation system, intending to verify his progress at the training hall. However, when he opened the reservation page for the public training hall, he was met with a schedule almost entirely bathed in red, indicating fully booked slots. The nearest available time slots were pushed back a full 7 days, and the few remaining opportunities were on the verge of being claimed. So sought after, Lin Xie, unwilling to be careless, swiftly secured an appointment for a free slot on the afternoon of the 7th day. After scheduling his time at the training hall, he fell into contemplation once more. Would the upcoming entrance examination include a practical combat segment? The answer was most likely affirmative. Although he now possessed a formidable cultivation technique and his spiritual energy was burgeoning, allowing even flames to dance at his fingertips, he lacked any substantial offensive martial skills. In the realm of genuine combat, this was a significant disadvantage. Much like during the previous recruitment test, where he found himself perpetually on the defensive, possessing strength yet struggling to translate it into a decisive advantage. With this thought lingering in his mind, Lin Xie hesitated no longer. He opened his terminal and sent a message to Lin Yuechan, sincerely inquiring whether she could recommend martial skills suitable for him. Even if it required a paid consultation, he deemed such an expenditure necessary. An hour later, Lin Yuechan replied, Lin Yuechan, I was in class earlier. Regarding martial skills, you can choose between online or offline options. Lin Yuechan, for online, you can directly pay through the link I provide to purchase my introductory video course on basic martial skills, which covers the 12 most mainstream foundational techniques of the empire. After mastering the basics, you may select a particular school to continue learning its foundational combinations. This introductory set should suffice for your needs over the next 6 months. Lin Yuechan, as for one-on-one offline tutoring, I will analyze your combat style and tailor the most suitable martial skill combinations for you, providing an initial explanation. The price remains at 10,000 credit points per hour. The first session may be completed within an hour, depending on your choice. Upon reading her messages, Lin Xie experienced little hesitation. He promptly replied, Teacher Lin, when would you be available? Though the online course was economical, it lacked the personalized approach that he desperately needed. What he yearned for most was a professional mentor to guide him in the right direction. Choosing the most suitable discipline was paramount. Moreover, the benefits he derived from Lin Yuechan's previous offline class on the Hunyuan Qigong had left a profound impact on him. He even contemplated whether he could request Lin Yuechan to introduce another martial skill akin to Hunyuan Qigong, one that was simple to grasp yet challenging to master, with a high ceiling for potential. Chapter 71. Encountering the second generation of Tiantai before long, Lin Yuechan's reply arrived, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuechan, my schedule for regular classes is fully booked for the next month. If you don't mind, I can free up an hour for you the day after tomorrow, from midnight to 1 o'clock. Lin Xie was taken aback, silently marveling at how popular this teacher was. He quickly responded, No problem. I'll be there promptly at midnight the day after tomorrow. Once the arrangements were finalized, Lin Xie felt a wave of emptiness in his stomach, a strong pang of hunger overtaking him. He stood up and called to Bai Mushi, who was engrossed in her reading, with a smile. Dear, let us go eat. Bai Mushi, with a charming smile, replied, The meal has long been prepared. I'll serve it right away. She guided Lin Xie to the dining table and went into the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, intensifying Lin Xie's hunger. Bai Mushi emerged, struggling to carry a massive alloy tray. Upon the tray lay half of a roasted whole cow, glistening with oil and perfectly crisp to a golden brown. The exterior was fragrant, while the interior remained tender, sprinkled with a secret blend of spices that tantalized the senses and sparked an appetite. Eat up, today. There's more than enough. Bai Mushi proclaimed as she placed the grand tray on the table. Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. Since he had begun practicing Hunyuan Qigong, his body had transformed into an insatiable abyss, with an ever-growing demand for energy and sustenance. Without hesitation, he seized his knife and fork and began to feast heartily, devouring the meal with fervor. Bai Mushi sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him with tenderness, occasionally serving him rice, handing him napkins and drinks, her eyes filled with happiness and contentment. Before long, the once magnificent half-cow was reduced to nothing but a bare skeleton. Bai Mushi stared at the clean bones, momentarily stunned. Then with concern, she asked, "Darling, are you full?" Lin Xie, sheepishly scratching his head, replied honestly, "I still feel a little hungry." Bai Mushi couldn't help but chuckle at his childlike demeanor, her eyes crinkling with delight. "You're amazing, there's more," she said, turning back to the kitchen to emerge once more with another identical massive tray, upon which rested the other half of the equally golden and juicy whole cow. Lin Xie's eyes widened, a warm feeling flooding his heart. His wife had anticipated his appetite and prepared accordingly. The feast was utterly gratifying. After savoring the last rib, Lin Xie finally patted his slightly distended belly, releasing a deep sigh of satisfaction. "I'm full. Thank you, my love," he said, his gaze brimming with gratitude and affection. Bai Mushi beamed, yet internally she calculated. Thankfully, Lin Xie had mentioned yesterday that he wasn't satiated by meals outside, prompting her to buy an entire cow at the market today. However, she hadn't expected that the quantity she prepared with such care would vanish in a single sitting. It seemed she would need to visit the market again shortly. Raising a husband who was a rapidly growing martial artist with an insatiable appetite was indeed a delightful, yet formidable task. Hand in hand, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi ventured to the market on the School South Commercial Street. The area was bustling with vibrant ingredients and lively crowds, filled with the essence of life. However, as they stepped into the market, they were abruptly confronted by a group of people. Lin Xie immediately recognized two of them, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, who had shone brightly during the recruitment examination. In the second phase, this duo had led the students from Tiantai No. 1 High School, completely overpowering those from Haiqing No. 1 High School's gifted class, showcasing their true genius. Even Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying had to yield in their presence. Beside them stood another pair of young individuals who also appeared somewhat familiar, likely fellow students. It seemed they had all successfully gained admission to the Galaxy Martial Arts University and would soon be classmates. Lin Xie merely cast a cursory glance before retracting his gaze. He was not a native of Tiantai City, had no acquaintance with these so-called martial arts second-generation elites, and felt no inclination to ingratiate himself with them. Thus he paid them little mind. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong sensed Lin Xie's gaze almost simultaneously. They curiously glanced towards him and Bai Mushi, but their expressions remained indifferent, quickly averting their eyes. "That guy seems familiar," remarked the tall, slender male companion of Lu Jinlong, furrowing his brow in thought. The long-haired girl beside him pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I believe I saw him during one of the segments of the recruitment exam. He looks a bit familiar, but I can't quite recall. He doesn't leave much of an impression." The tall, slender male chuckled, speaking with an air of superiority. "Chiyu, if you don't remember him, it means his profile wasn't even deemed worthy of collection and analysis. There's a 99 chance he's just a dark horse from some obscure 4th or 5th tier city, lucky to have emerged." Qin Chiyu nodded in agreement. "Yes. Then there's no need to pay him any mind. I can't comprehend why the school's recruitment policy allows a few of these bottom-tier dark horses in every year, taking up precious admission slots." She pursed her lips, her tone laced with disdain and contempt. "And what's the outcome? They reveal their true colors within a couple of years, not for the sake of resources, nor to sell oneself or bleed, but rather unable to withstand the pressures, leading to mental breakdowns, suicides. There are always 1 or 2 cases each year." They were speaking when they happened to see Lin Xie and Bai Mushi selecting fresh mutated whole cows at a stall, their mockery intensifying. "Huh. Still indulging in such primitive food, how truly backward." A boy beside Chuyu laughed. Judging by his genetic potential, which barely exceeded 10, he was still at a stage where he could supplement energy through food. Qin Xiaoxiao, who had been silent, cast another glance at Lin Xie's back, but quickly regained her composure. The tall, slender boy chimed in, "Chuyu is right. Once genetic potential surpasses 11, the body's demand for energy escalates exponentially. Relying solely on food for energy becomes inefficient and cannot keep pace with consumption. One must resort to high-concentration nutrient solutions to sustain themselves. However, coming from a lower class, how long can one afford such nutrient consumption? In their eyes, Lin Xie's future was already clear. He was destined to be ruthlessly eliminated in this prestigious academy that gathered the elite of the entire star system. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter at the tutoring class. Lin Xie was oblivious to the evaluations cast upon him by the few gifted students from Tiantai, one high school behind him. His attention was wholly devoted to the joy of selecting ingredients alongside Bai Mushi. Ultimately, they settled on a mutated whole cow that appeared to be the most succulent and tender, weighing several hundred pounds, and prepared to drag it home after payment. Just then, a middle-aged butcher, who looked honest and simple, wiped the oil from his hands and initiated a conversation. "Young man," the owner said, looking at Lin Xie with the tone of someone who had been through it all, "seeing your appetite, it's clear you've reached a critical period in your cultivation. However, I must emphasize that relying solely on food for energy is far too inefficient. Soon, you will find it cannot meet your consumption. At that point, you will have to switch to high-concentration nutrient solutions to sustain yourself." As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic business card from beneath the counter and offered it to Lin Xie. "I have channels to procure high-concentration nutrient solutions, guaranteed to be affordable and in large quantities, no deception involved. Would you care to give it a try? My regular customers have all spoken highly of it." Lin Xie accepted the card, smiling as he shook his head. "Thank you, but not for now. I'll contact you when I need it." "All right," the owner nodded, not pressing further, but his demeanor became even more welcoming. He turned to retrieve a tiny bottle, no larger than a thumb, containing a pale blue liquid from a nearby refrigerated cabinet, and handed it to Lin Xie. "Since fate has brought us together, here's a 10 milliliters trial size for you to take home and try. Don't let its small size fool you. This tiny bottle's absorption rate is equivalent to consuming 10 pounds of beef. If it works well for you, come back and find me." Having sold meat for 40 years, the owner had transformed from a young man harboring dreams of martial arts into a middle-aged man inheriting the family business of butchering. He had seen more students pass through this place than Lin Xie had consumed beef. Just by observing the aura and attire of this young couple, he could tell they were from a humble background. Such students likely had little experience with quality nutrient solutions and were still managing to get by on food. However, as long as they wished to continue on the martial path, they would soon encounter the bottleneck of energy replenishment through food. By establishing a good rapport now and giving away some samples, he might be able to cultivate a long-term business relationship in the future. Lin Xie, holding the trial size in his hand, sensed the owner's goodwill, expressed his gratitude once more, and left with Bai Mushi, dragging the massive whole cow behind them. Feeling quite content, 2 days later, at noon, the dormitory was enveloped in silence, save for Lin Xie's steady, prolonged breathing. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes snapped open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Ding! Mixed Yuan Qi Gong level increased. Current level, level 5, 0500. Genetic potential 1. Lin Xie took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, as if expelling all the impurities within his body. He immediately checked the system panel. Host: Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 131. Physical strength, 122. Mental strength, 122. Psychoenergy, 111. Cultivation techniques, 128. Set of broadcast calisthenics level 10. Max, 8 treasures Gong level 5, 5100. Mixed Yuan Qi Gong level 5, 0500. Partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 85. Offspring, 5, in gestation. Permission points, 2. His genetic potential had increased by a whole point, now reaching 131. The data on the system panel exhibited significant enhancements. It felt as though he was soaring at rocket speed. With a thought, a cluster of orange-red flames ignited once more at his fingertips. On the surface, the size and color of the flames seemed unchanged. Yet Lin Xie could distinctly feel that the temperature contained within was several degrees higher than before. As he extinguished the flames, a powerful hunger surged forth as anticipated. Just as Lin Xie sat down at the dining table, Bai Mushi emerged from the kitchen, carrying a massive tray. "Here we go." This time, the tray held a whole roasted lamb, perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, exuding an irresistible aroma. Since yesterday, in an effort to provide her husband with a change of taste, Bai Mushi had shifted her menu from whole cow to whole lamb. Soon, under Bai Mushi's adoring and satisfied gaze, Lin Xie devoured the entire roasted lamb with great enthusiasm. He patted his belly contentedly, stood up, and took Bai Mushi's hand. "Let us go, dear wife, to buy groceries. The two once again ventured to the market on the school's South Commercial Street. Along the way, Bai Mushi gently inquired, "Darling, what do you want to eat tonight?" Lin Xie pondered briefly before responding, "Let us get a whole cow. I feel that beef provides more energy." Bai Mushi nodded in agreement, and they returned to the familiar butcher shop. On the way, Bai Mushi, observing Lin Xie's spirited demeanor, couldn't help but voice her concerns. "Darling, can energy really be replenished sufficiently through food alone? Shouldn't we buy some nutrient solutions too? I read online that once genetic potential exceeds 10, one must begin using nutrient solutions, otherwise it could affect the progress of cultivation." Lin Xie shook his head, tightening his grip on her hand, and reassured her. "Not for now, dear. I feel like I'm absorbing quite well." After a moment's thought, he added, "I'm not sure what's going on, but it seems I'm a bit different from others. After finishing a whole lamb or cow, I feel warm and energized, with no discomfort at all." Bai Mushi sighed softly at his words, saying, "All right, just make sure to take care of yourself and let me know if anything feels off." In truth, Lin Xie was not lying. He was just as puzzled as she was. Was it the special effect of the new technique, mixed Yuan Qigong? Or was it the perfected form of broadcast calisthenics subtly transforming his body? Most likely, it was one of those two techniques. Or perhaps, his physique was inherently unique? Lin Xie shook his head, choosing not to dwell on these perplexing thoughts. After all, to fret over the incomprehensible was a folly he had always abhorred. Before long, they arrived at the familiar beef shop. "Boss, we are back." Upon seeing Lin Xie and Bai Mushi, the owner greeted them with enthusiasm. When he noticed Lin Xie once again selecting a massive whole cow without hesitation, his curiosity was finally piqued. As he packed the order, he couldn't help but ask, "Handsome, may I inquire, after so many days of feasting on whole cows and lambs, is your stomach truly able to digest all this? I have encountered numerous novice martial artists, yet few possess the appetite you do. I dare say, within 3 days, you would find yourself in the hospital's gastroenterology department, as your body simply cannot endure such excess." Lin Xie patted his abdomen, revealing a gleaming smile as he cheerfully replied, "I feel quite well, and my digestion is perfectly fine." With that, he settled the bill and effortlessly hoisted the hefty, packaged whole cow, weighing several hundred pounds, and sauntered away, his steps light and untroubled, as if he were merely carrying a sack of cotton. The proprietor gazed after Lin Xie's departing figure, instinctively rubbing his smooth scalp. A look of utter bewilderment upon his face as he muttered, "How peculiar, truly peculiar. What sort of obscure technique has he cultivated to fortify his digestion? Surely, to practice such a thing merely to save a few coins on nutritional supplements is to misplace one's priorities." His limited understanding rendered him incapable of comprehending the extraordinary phenomenon unfolding within Lin Xie. Upon returning home, Lin Xie seized every moment to continue his cultivation. After progressing the Hunyuan Qigong over 100 times, he reluctantly paused, glancing at the clock to find it nearing 11:30. He had arranged to meet Lin Yuechan at midnight. It was time to depart. Changing into the combat uniform provided at enrollment, he bid farewell to Bai Mushi and made his way alone to the 10th teaching building in the core area of the school. The campus at night was not as tranquil as one might envision. Along the path, he observed numerous students clad in various combat uniforms, bustling about. Their hurried demeanor and focused expressions suggested they had just emerged from the training hall, still glistening with perspiration and fatigue, or were en route to some classroom. Their eyes alight with a yearning for strength. At this hour, it seemed that all who roamed the campus were fellow newcomers, prompting Lin Xie to silently marvel at the rich atmosphere of cultivation present here. Arriving once again at the familiar door of room 2202, Lin Xie gently knocked. "Come in," echoed the crisp and cool voice. He pushed the door open, only to discover not only Lin Yuechan but another individual present. A tall girl with a strikingly short hairstyle was clad in a dark red, form-fitting combat uniform, accentuating her youthful and vibrant curves. She stood with her back to the door, consulting Lin Yuechan about something. Upon hearing the door creak, she turned alongside Lin Yuechan. Lin Xie's pupils constricted slightly. It was none other than Qin Xiaoxiao, whom he had encountered a few days prior. Chapter 73. Fundamentals of Martial Techniques. Upon seeing Lin Xie, a hint of surprise flickered across Qin Xiaoxiao's delicate face. "Do you know each other?" Lin Yuechan inquired with interest, curiosity etched across her features. To her, Qin Xiaoxiao was one of the most exceptional talents of the Qin family in Haiqing, hailing from a prestigious lineage with extraordinary gifts. Could it be that Lin Xie possessed some undisclosed background of his own? However, Qin Xiaoxiao merely cast a cursory glance at Lin Xie before averting her gaze, shaking her head at Lin Yuechan as she calmly stated, "No, I do not know him." With that, she slightly bowed to Lin Yuechan, courteously expressing her gratitude for the guidance received that evening, and then silently exited the training room. As Qin Xiaoxiao brushed past Lin Xie, a faint yet pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Yet her gaze lingered not, as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. Lin Xie shrugged, unperturbed by the encounter. Once the training room door clicked shut, Lin Yuechan's attention returned to him, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through to his very core. Indeed, quite remarkable, she appraised, her eyes scanning him up and down, nodding with satisfaction. In just a few short days, your progress has been significant. It appears you have taken my advice and begun practicing Liang Qigong? Lin Xie felt a twinge of embarrassment at her assumption, surprised she had misjudged him. However, noticing his silence, Lin Yuechan interpreted it as tacit agreement, her satisfaction deepening. Excellent. Your comprehension surpasses my expectations. It seems this technique suits you well. Following the commencement of classes, you may enroll in my course. At the Galaxy Martial Arts University, selecting a teacher's main course is tantamount to becoming a registered disciple of that instructor. Given your current situation, I would surmise your genetic potential has reached around 12 or 13, yes? As a 10-star extraordinary martial artist, her senses were remarkably acute, allowing her to distinctly perceive the nascent, albeit faint, yet exceptionally pure fire element energy within Lin Xie. This further solidified her confidence in her assessment. Now, to the matter at hand, Lin Yuechan continued, transitioning directly to the topic. Liang Qigong has several accompanying martial techniques. Please demonstrate the technique for me, so I may ascertain your present mastery over spiritual energy and subsequently select the most suitable martial skill for you. Lin Xie listened, his scalp prickling with unease. This misunderstanding had grown quite substantial. He steeled himself and began to explain, Lin Yuechan, the technique I am practicing is Hunyuan Qigong. Lin Yuechan raised an eyebrow, her smile instantly freezing as she looked at him in surprise. You say you are practicing Hunyuan Qigong? That cannot be. Have you already comprehended the fire element energy within? Lin Xie nodded, albeit reluctantly. In that moment, Lin Yuechan regarded him as one might marvel. What sort of comprehension was this? Within less than a week, he had reached a state of understanding in Hunyuan Qigong? Could it truly be that he was one of those rare individuals whose physique perfectly aligned with Hunyuan Qigong? Indeed, such a possibility seemed the only explanation. Demonstrate it for me, Lin Yuechan urged, her voice tinged with a tremor she herself was unaware of. Lin Xie complied, standing at the center of the training ground, gradually executing the fourth level of Hunyuan Qigong. He consciously tempered his performance, aiming to avoid overwhelming Lin Yuechan with astonishment. However, as he progressed, Lin Yuechan's eyes widened, her gasps of awe escaping her lips. The fluidity of his movements, the flawless operation of spiritual energy, when Lin Xie concluded his practice and stood still. Lin Yuechan's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. A prodigy, truly a prodigy, she murmured. Yet soon, the astonishment in her gaze was supplanted by a more intricate and cautious scrutiny. Indeed, Lin Xie is a martial arts genius. However, within this institution, which congregates the elite of the entire galaxy, such talents are not uncommon. In the era of exploration 3 to 4 centuries ago, comprehension was the most crucial factor determining a martial artist's limits. Yet in the present 0755 galaxy, martial arts has long since entered an industrialized phase. As the saying goes, if understanding is lacking, resources can compensate. While comprehension is undoubtedly vital, the significance of resources, especially during the martial artist stage, often surpasses that of understanding. Not to mention, geniuses frequently accompany various flaws. The Lin Xie before her had an almost obsessive habit of selecting techniques that were simple to master. In her view, this was nearly tantamount to a display of a weak martial will. Such individuals may advance swiftly in the early stages due to their innate gifts. Yet when faced with the inevitable bottlenecks requiring resilient willpower to overcome, particularly during the critical phase of martial intent and martial techniques, they may find themselves ensnared in significant difficulties, potentially leading to stagnation. Since Lin Xie had chosen the path of Hunyuan Qigong and exhibited such remarkable adaptability, she felt no further need to issue warnings. The youth of today increasingly possess their own opinions. Unlike in my time, when we obediently followed the arrangements made by our families and teachers. Reflecting on this, Lin Yuechan reined in her excess emotions and ceased to dwell on the matter of martial arts techniques. Regaining her composure, she redirected the conversation. All right, let us discuss martial skills. Do you have any prior foundation in martial arts? Lin Xie honestly shook his head. No, I have only practiced radio calisthenics and 8 treasure skill, and have not learned any offensive martial techniques. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan could only shake her head in resignation and sighed. Is it true that today as high schools teach nothing? Not even the most basic introduction to martial arts? Being a blank slate like you is perhaps a blessing, as it spares me the trouble of correcting bad habits. With a serious demeanor, she began to explain the fundamentals of martial skills to Lin Xie. Martial arts are the pathways to harnessing one's inner strength. Countless techniques may vary greatly, yet all stem from the fundamental principles of power generation. Though weapons such as swords, spears, staffs, and clubs appear diverse, they fundamentally adhere to the same principles. A weapon is merely an extension of your arm, a sharpening of your fist. Mastery of the fist allows for various strikes, slashes, thrusts, and hooks, while refined footwork enables movement and agility, empowering one's weapon to reach its target with precision. Thus, the foundations of all martial skills must commence with fist and foot techniques. The fist is an extension of attack, while the foot is the foundation of strength. Without a stable foundation, everything is but an illusion. Before her words had fully settled, Lin Yuechan moved. With seemingly casual footfalls, she glided several meters like a weightless leaf. Then, she sank her waist and delivered a straight punch. There was no earth-shattering force or dazzling spectacle. It was simply a single punch, yet it resonated with an indescribable rhythm. Each movement seemed to have undergone countless refinements, perfectly channeling her entire being's strength. The combination of fist and footwork flowed seamlessly, executed in one breath. When she concluded her punch and stood still, an invisible sharpness gradually dissipated. Did you see clearly? This is the basic fist technique and basic foot technique, Lin Yuechan stated, gazing at Lin Xie. These are the universally acknowledged foundational martial skills endorsed by the Empire, the very essence of all martial arts. Do not be deceived by their simplicity. They are far more significant than the radio calisthenics you practiced, except for a few ancient families that have passed down secret martial arts from a young age. The majority of martial artists in the Empire begin by mastering these two foundational skills before choosing their subsequent martial arts paths based on their individual characteristics. I will demonstrate once more. Please observe closely. Afterward, you may try it yourself. Perhaps, with your aptitude, you could grasp it swiftly. Experiencing it firsthand is certainly an order of magnitude better than virtual reality, far superior to watching digital videos. Lin Xie thought to himself, Teacher Yuechan, you hold me in too high regard. An hour swiftly passed, and Lin Yuechan observed Lin Xie's clumsy attempts with a furrowed brow. She was taken aback by his performance, which ranked among the poorest she had ever encountered. It was entirely contrary to her expectations. His movements were stiff, his footwork chaotic, and his punches lacked any semblance of power, failing to even execute the most basic principles of force generation. After an hour, one would expect at least the form to be present, yet Lin Xie's performance was unexpectedly disappointing. Shaking her head, Lin Yuechan could not conceal her disappointment as she remarked, It appears your talent in martial arts is quite lacking, indeed very poor. You may need to consider whether pursuing a theoretical path in martial arts academia might be more suitable for you. She did not mince words, believing it better to be blunt now than to let him stray down the wrong path, wasting his potential. Lin Xie scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he asked, Is it really that serious? Serious? Lin Yuechan's tone grew even more severe. Let me put it this way. The girl you just saw, she's learning the A-class martial technique Crimson Serpent Blade technique from me. In her first hour, she has already managed to execute the form, albeit in a rudimentary manner. Meanwhile, you, who are only learning the most basic fist and foot techniques, cannot even stand steadily after an hour. Nor can you generate any force. What do you think? Lin Xie could only shake his head in resignation, offering no rebuttal. To Lin Yuechan, his demeanor signified an acceptance of his inadequacy, further deepening her disappointment. However, within Lin Xie's heart, he was quietly musing, All right. I admit I may be a tad slow to start. Poor talent. Just wait until I illuminate these two foundational techniques in the system. Then we shall see how quickly I progress. Seeing Lin Xie's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Yuechan's frustration dissipated somewhat. She shook her head, realizing that further discussion would be futile. Alas, the path of martial arts also relies on fate. It cannot be forced. Calming her emotions, she stated matter-of-factly, The techniques I demonstrated today will be automatically captured and recorded by the training room's intelligence system. Within 24 hours, an exclusive VR teaching video will be generated, which you can purchase and use to learn from my movements. This immersive teaching method is certainly far superior to those outdated digital videos. She paused, a hint of pride in her voice, which quickly turned earnest. Of course, my demonstration also contained my own martial will. You may review the VR video repeatedly, which will aid your comprehension of the fist and foot principles. However, my martial intent pales in comparison to that of the martial god Ling Zhan. Ultimately, the choice of how to learn is yours to make. Martial god Ling Zhan. What does that mean? Lin Xie asked, confusion evident on his face. Lin Yuechan hesitated for a moment, realizing she had instinctively regarded him as one of the aristocratic youths. She quickly clarified. The official teaching videos for the basic fist technique and basic foot technique come from the Taurus Prime Star, recorded by martial god Ling Zhan himself, one of the first pioneers of Taurus. This is common knowledge among most martial families. The first pioneers of Taurus. Martial god Ling Zhan. Lin Xie's eyes widened in astonishment. A tempest brewing within him. The pioneers of Taurus. They were on an entirely different level compared to the pioneers of the 0755 star system. While the pioneers of the 0755 star system operated within a stable territory of the Galactic Empire, boldly conquering surrounding star regions with advanced starships and matured techniques. The first pioneers of Taurus carved out a bloody path for the Empire amidst the unknowns of the Taurus star region, establishing a foundation for the Prime Star with nothing but their bare bodies and rudimentary vessels. They were true legends, their names etched at the pinnacle of Taurus's historical monuments. And the martial god was a myth among myths. It could be said that the existence of the first pioneers paved the way for the subsequent pioneers of various star systems, like the 0755 star system. Lin Yuechan gazed into Lin Xie's eyes, which were brimming with uncontainable shock and yearning, and continued. What you have seen is merely a digital video recorded with the most primitive technology. The visuals are coarse and far from the immersive experience provided by contemporary VR holographic tutorials. For an average individual, VR may indeed be superior. However, for a prodigy like yourself, who possesses exceptional comprehension of martial arts, observing the original version from the official source might provide a slender opportunity to grasp the boundless martial will of the martial god. Her voice unconsciously took on a note of reverence as she spoke of martial god Ling Zhan, whose demonstrations in the video encapsulated his unparalleled martial will. Even the oldest footage retains a remnant of that spirit. If you can glean even a fragment of it, the benefits for your martial journey ahead could be immeasurable. Currently, the top student in our Galactic Martial Arts University has integrated a hint of the martial goddess will into his own, rendering him invincible among his peers. After saying this, Lin Yuechan observed Lin Xie's somewhat bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. What was she doing? Given his earlier clumsy, uncoordinated movements. Struggling even with the fundamentals, the prospect of grasping that elusive, almost insurmountable martial will seemed far-fetched. Offering him hope might only lead him to strive for unattainable heights, resulting in a harsher fall. Chapter 75, Basic Fist Techniques, Skill Points. However, Lin Yuechan shifted her tone, turning her gaze back to Lin Xie. The set of punches I just demonstrated also carries my martial intent. Compared to martial god Ling Zhan, it is but a firefly next to the bright moon. Hardly worth mentioning. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that my martial intent is more accessible for a novice like you to perceive and comprehend. As for those so-called training programs that promise to teach basic fist techniques in a day or explosive punches in 3 days, they are nothing but sensationalistic rubbish. Utterly useless, mere clickbait designed to lure in unsuspecting students. Seeing his contemplative demeanor, Lin Yuechan felt a pang of compassion and kindly suggested, I personally recommend that you begin with my VR instructional videos. They are far more suited to your current stage. All right, thank you, teacher, Lin Xie nodded solemnly. Exiting the training room, the cool night breeze brushed against his face, sharpening his muddled thoughts. Standing in the corridor, he reflected on the past hour's experience, finding it somewhat amusing. He had spent 10,000 credit points, seemingly learning nothing of value. Had he known he would only be taught the basic fist techniques and basic footwork, he would have refrained from wasting that money. Yet, as Lin Xie reconsidered, the slight frustration dissipated. If not for Lin Yuechan's insights, he wouldn't have acquired such valuable information. In this light, the expenditure of 10,000 credit points seemed entirely justified. Upon returning to his dormitory on the 298th floor, the warm glow of the lights dispelled the chill of the night. Bai Mushi was still awake, sitting on the sofa awaiting his return. Upon seeing Lin Xie, she hurried over, her expression filled with concern. Darling, how did it go? Have you chosen your martial techniques? Lin Xie changed his shoes and sat beside her, recounting the evening's lessons in detail. When Bai Mushi learned that Lin Yuechan had taught him only the basic fist techniques and basic footwork, her lovely face revealed surprise. So even the Galactic Martial Arts University operates this way? I had thought only the third-rate martial schools I applied to would require students to master the basic fist techniques and basic footwork before choosing advanced martial styles based on their individual circumstances. I didn't expect that even a prestigious place like the Galactic Martial Arts University follows the same path. Lin Xia nodded, then shared the story of martial god Ling Zhan and the concept of martial will with by Mushi. However, she merely shook her head gently after hearing it, a hint of understanding in her eyes. Our instructor has never mentioned this to us, she said softly. What we use are also VR teaching videos recorded by our instructor. Perhaps she thinks that, given our level of comprehension, sharing such information would be futile. Or perhaps our instructor has not grasped that so-called martial will either. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In the common area of the dormitory, Lin Xia repeatedly replayed Lin Yuechan's VR instructional videos. Every movement and detail of power application was dissected, analyzed, and imitated. During these 5 days, he hardly slept, dedicating all his energy to mastering these two fundamental martial techniques. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and set his body in motion. No longer stiff and clumsy, his footwork, though still unsteady, exhibited a semblance of structure. His punches, though still lacking force, began to find a rhythm. After awkwardly completing the entire set of basic fist techniques and basic footwork, he immediately focused his mind and looked at his system panel. Skill, basic fist techniques, unlock pending. Basic footwork, unlock pending. I've made it in, he exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Finally, a deep sigh of relief escaped Lin Xia, and he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, this mental release invited the fatigue accumulated over 5 days to crash upon him like a tidal wave. His head felt heavy, as if filled with a tangled mass. Weighed down and drowsy. Instinctively, he activated the primordial unity technique, allowing a stream of pure energy to circulate within him, alleviating some physical exhaustion. Yet the drowsiness stemming from his spirit persisted unabated. I can't hold on any longer, he thought, his eyelids feeling heavy as lead. Stumbling towards his bedroom, he nearly collapsed onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber, even emitting faint snores. Bai Mushi quietly emerged. Gazing at his peaceful sleeping face, her eyes filled with tenderness. She gently covered Lin Xia with a thin blanket, then sat at the edge of the bed, tenderly reaching out to caress her still flat abdomen. Daddy is working so hard. He is setting a good example for our baby. ISNT? Time slipped by. And when Lin Xia finally stirred awake, the sky outside was already bright again. He sprang from the bed without hesitation. His first instinct to calm his mind and open the system panel. Skill, basic fist techniques, unlock pending. Basic footwork, unlock pending. A spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. System, use permission points to unlock basic fist techniques and basic footwork. Beep. Consumed 1 permission point. Basic fist techniques, unlocked. Beep. Consumed 1 permission point. Basic footwork, unlocked. As the system notifications chimed, Lin Xia felt a thunderous resonance in his mind, as if 2 tightly shut doors had been flung wide open. All the techniques for power application, footwork variations, and key moves associated with the basic fist techniques and basic footwork coalesced in an instant, embedding themselves in his consciousness as if they were innate instincts. Basic fist techniques, level 1, 0-10. Basic footwork, level 1, 0-10. Gazing at the clear progress bars on the system panel, a wave of ecstasy surged within Lin Xia. Indeed, just like the initial calisthenics, as the most fundamental techniques, advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires only 10 points of progress. Level 10 is the maximum, the pinnacle. Chapter 76, Made? Having just embarked on this journey, the thought of grasping any martial will seem futile, likely yielding no results as before. It would be wiser to focus on leveling up the basic martial techniques first. 5 days ago, when Lin Xia began practicing the basic fist techniques, he first observed that ancient footage of the martial god. However, after 2 days, he found himself utterly bewildered, gaining no insights whatsoever. He felt as though, by fixating on the blurry numerical video, he had lost track of time and was oblivious to when he might grasp the fundamentals. Perhaps it would take a month? 2 months? Such a timeline was a luxury he could not afford. In light of this, he decisively pivoted his focus toward the VR instructional videos recorded by Lin Yuechan. While watching Lin Yuechan's VR content, he similarly failed to perceive the martial intent she spoke of. Yet, he had to concede that her VR videos were significantly more sophisticated than the archaic digital ones, with every detail of movement rendered distinctly clear. The difficulty of learning was rendered almost 100-fold easier. It was under these circumstances that Lin Xia successfully mastered the basic fist technique and basic footwork over the next 3 days and nights. With this thought, Lin Xie could hardly contain his excitement as he leapt from his bed. He made his way to the center of the living room, assumed his stance, and began. He commenced practicing the basic fist technique. From this moment forth, he no longer needed to deliberate over the correctness of his movements or become entangled in the intricacies of force application. He merely had to execute the complete set of techniques. That alone would count as a session of training. His movements were so swift that they seemed to leave afterimages, with the sound of his punches slicing through the air. One set, another set. Basic fist technique. Level 1, 110. Basic fist technique. Level 1, 210. Merely an hour later. As he completed his 10th repetition, the familiar system notification chimed in due course. Ding. Basic fist technique level up. Current level, 2020. At that moment, Lin Xie felt a profound jolt within his mind. It was as if a miniature version of himself, identical in every way, was tirelessly practicing the basic fist technique within his mental realm. Each movement of this little figure was impeccably precise, each exertion of force flawlessly executed. His comprehension of the basic fist technique deepened tenfold in an instant. So that was how to apply force. This move could connect in that manner. Countless previously obscure barriers were suddenly illuminated. A radiant smile broke upon Lin Xie's face. He hastened his punching speed, transforming into a tireless whirlwind, continuously practicing in the living room. Completing one set counted as one session. It was that simple, brutal, and efficient. Bai Mushi sat quietly to the side, gazing at him with gentle eyes. She could never fathom how her husband had transformed into his current state. In just a month, he had evolved from someone barely qualified as a martial artist to a true practitioner. Just days prior, his movements had been so clumsy that he struggled to maintain even the basic stance. Yet now, although his technique appeared somewhat chaotic, it felt entirely different from yesterday, as if he had become a different person altogether. Though his speed was absurdly fast, giving the impression of haphazard flailing. Bai Mushi sensed that her husband had indeed made remarkable progress in his martial arts within just the past hour. The elusive sense of rhythm, the coordination of power, though still faint, was visibly becoming smoother and more natural. Could this be the mark of genius? Even erratic movements could yield improvement? Having spent so much time beside Lin Xie, Bai Mushi felt her entire worldview was on the verge of distortion. She recalled the days spent in school, laboring for days to master a technique of force application, only to find herself at a loss. Then she looked at the man before her, who seemed to be operating on a completely different level. Bai Mushi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh in her heart. Sometimes, one truly cannot compare oneself to a genius, lest it lead to utter frustration. 5 hours later. Ding. Basic fist technique level up. Current level, 4040. With each ascension in level, Lin Xie distinctly felt subtle, yet profound changes occurring within his body. His muscles had grown more resilient, his bones denser. With every punch, the transmission of force was now smoother and more efficient than before. He immediately checked his system panel, and indeed, his physical and mental attributes had shown significant enhancement. Post. Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 134. Physical strength, 127. Mental strength, 127. Spiritual energy, 114. Techniques, 128. Set of calisthenics level 10. Max, 8 treasures skill level 5, 5100. Primordial chi skill level 5, 0500. Basic fist technique level 4, 040. Basic footwork, 010. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 85. Offspring, 5, in gestation. His genetic potential had also improved. Previously, he had believed that techniques were merely a means to enhance genetic potential, while martial skills simply utilized force. Yet now, it seemed the matter was far more intricate. Martial skills could, in turn, deeply transform and optimize a warrior's physical body, adjusting every muscle and sinew to the ideal state for exertion, thereby unlocking hidden potentials. Simultaneously, the miniature figure in his mind executed the techniques in a manner utterly distinct from before. Each move was steady and powerful, subtly imbued with a fierce punch's wind, no longer embodying the initial feeble form. As he concluded his training, a wave of intense weakness and hunger surged through him, more potent than any prior experience. How ravenous! He hastened to the dining table, whereby Mushi had already prepared a fragrant roasted whole lamb. Lin Xie picked up his knife and fork and began to devour the meal with fervor. However, upon finishing the entire roasted lamb, he discovered that his hunger had only slightly abated. His stomach remained empty. He recalled the bottle of nutritional fluid gifted by the butcher and retrieved it. Consuming it without hesitation, a surge of pure energy spread within him, yet for his current body, akin to a black hole. It was like a light drizzle falling into a parched lake, creating but a ripple before vanishing. "Darling," Mushi said, watching him with concern as he displayed an unsatisfied expression. "Perhaps we should buy more nutritional fluid? If you continue like this, your body won't be able to handle it." Lin Xie shook his head, grasping her hand and reassuring her. "It's all right, my dear. I feel I can still digest. I haven't reached the point of needing the nutritional fluid yet." He assessed his bodily condition and mused. "One lamb won't suffice. Perhaps we should add a cow." The energy expenditure from training is far greater than that of internal cultivation, necessitating more sustenance. Just as Lin Xie and Mushi stepped out of the apartment to procure supplies, a coincidence occurred. The door of the adjacent room, mere feet away, swung open almost simultaneously. A rotund figure emerged from within. It was a young man of similar age, portly in stature, with a friendly smile that belied a glimmer of shrewdness in his small eyes. He glanced at Lin Xie and then shifted his gaze to the gentle and pleasing Mushi, his eyes revealing unabashed envy as he gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. "Bro, impressive. You've got quite the connection to bring a maid into your home." Chapter 77. Qian Kuan's confusion. Lin Xie and Mushi froze momentarily in place. "Maid?" Lin Xie looked down at his tender and caring wife, who managed everything for him, and recalled how she prepared whole lambs and cows for him daily. For a fleeting moment, he felt a tinge of validity in the stranger's words. Of course, this thought was but a fleeting whim. He gazed at the overly familiar chubby man, unsure of how to respond. As Mushi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the color spread from her face to her delicate earlobes. She felt so embarrassed that she wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Instinctively retreating behind Lin Xie and gently tugging at his sleeve. "She is my wife," Lin Xie corrected, clearing his throat. "What?" The smile on the chubby boy's face instantly froze, his small eyes widening in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. He scrutinized Lin Xie and Mushi from head to toe, his expression shifting rapidly from envy to a complex mixture of shock, horror, and reverence. "Wife." In a place like the 298th floor, there are mostly newcomers. It's improbable for any old students to remain. Even the least among them should be around the 200th floor. Marrying at such a young age, aside from political unions among prominent families, I can't fathom another possibility. So, it isn't just about connections. It's beyond anything I could imagine. This fellow must be the heir of some clandestine affluent family, here to experience life at school, perhaps? With this realization, the chubby boy's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his previous familiarity replaced by humility. "So, she is your sister-in-law. My apologies. I failed to recognize your significance. Sister-in-law? Please forgive my ignorance." Then, with a beaming smile, he turned to Lin Xie and enthusiastically extended his hand. "Hello, esteemed one. I am Qian Kuan. I look forward to your guidance. Should you require any errands, do not hesitate to command me." Observing Qian Kuan's rapid change in attitude, Lin Xie shook his hand. Introducing himself, "Hello, I am Lin Xie." Qian Kuan promptly activated his personal terminal and eagerly handed over his electronic business card. "Brother Lin, let us add each other as friends for future contact." After Lin Xie accepted the friend request, the trio proceeded toward the elevator. As they walked, Qian Kuan chattered animatedly about himself. "Brother Lin, my family deals in Jianbao Li nutritional supplements. I am the provincial distributor. If you and your sister-in-law ever need nutritional products, feel free to reach out. I assure you, you'll receive them at cost. I'm not looking to profit. I simply wish to befriend you, as I will surely rely on your support at school." At that moment, a figure emerged from the elevator. It was a girl clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit. Tall, and with a sleek bob haircut. Her countenance was stern, exuding an aura that made her seem unapproachable. Upon noticing Lin Xie, Mushi, and Qian Kuan, her attractive brows furrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Without uttering a word, she walked past them, her gaze unwavering. Qian Kuan glanced back at the girl's retreating figure and scoffed dismissively. "That's the girl next door, the local ice queen. You know her?" Lin Xie inquired, intrigued by how this chubby boy had already gathered such details about the neighbors despite their recent arrival. Qian Kuan snorted, his tone dripping with contempt. "These local ice queens think they're above us outsiders. Did you see her look just now? It was as if she regarded us as refuse, wishing we would keep our distance to avoid sullying her space." Lin Xie merely smiled at this, choosing not to comment further. He was no stranger to such regional prejudice. It seemed inescapable across any world or era. Noticing Lin Xie's indifference, Qian Kuan continued, unable to restrain himself. "What does it matter if she's a local? She's still living next to us. But you, Brother Lin, must be different. Residing on the 298th floor, you must be here incognito to experience life. Lin Xie found this amusing but refrained from elaborating. As the three exited the elevator, Qian Kuan cheerfully bid farewell. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm off to the training hall. See you later. Watching Qian Kuan depart, Bai Mushi quietly remarked to Lin Xie, darling, that Qian Kuan seems excessively enthusiastic. Lin Xie nodded, softly responding. Qian Kuan may indeed hail from a wealthy family, quick-witted and not as simple as he appears. Perhaps he is just habitually probing and networking. He paused before adding, regardless. As long as he harbors no ill intentions toward us, it's fine. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan, walking alone, was immersed in thought. Lin Xie is intriguing. The surname Lin is quite common. Which city's Lin family could he belong to? Marrying at such a young age is typically a hallmark of political unions among the elite. For others, marrying during this prime age of cultivation is simply impractical. Yet, from Lin Xie and Bai Mushi, he saw no signs of the sophistication one would expect from scions of distinguished families. They appeared more like ordinary individuals. Perhaps they are merely discreet, deliberately concealing their identities. While my status is too low to perceive their true nature. Shaking his head, Qian Kuan decided not to dwell on it further. Born into affluence, he had long internalized his father's teachings. Never offend anyone who remains enigmatic. Their family creed was to cultivate many friendships while minimizing enemies. It was always advantageous to become familiar with people. Soon enough, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi returned to the dormitory, dragging 3 thoroughly processed mutated sheep and cattle. Just as they entered the hall, an elevator door began to close. Quick! Lin Xie hastened his steps, pulling the heavy ingredients behind him. After all, missing one elevator meant waiting for a while, and catching it immediately was ideal. He noticed only one girl standing before the elevator. As the elevator arrived at the first floor and opened, she stepped in first, turning back to meet Lin Xie's gaze. It was Su Qingying. Chapter 78. Su Qingying's scorn upon seeing Lin Xie and Bai Mushi enter. Su Qingying's delicate face momentarily registered surprise. After they stepped inside, the elevator doors began to close and rose silently. Lin Xie pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying cast a fleeting glance at the illuminated number before withdrawing her gaze, returning to her icy silence, as though she were the sole occupant of the elevator. Yet, internally, she couldn't help but think, the 298th floor is so weak. So weak, and they are a married couple. Aren't they supposed to be cultivating diligently? Truly pathetic. The elevator ascended rapidly in silence, creating an awkward atmosphere. Soon, it stopped at the 275th floor, and without a word, Su Qingying exited, never glancing back at them. Once the doors closed again, Bai Mushi sighed in relief and quietly remarked to Lin Xie, darling, that girl was Su Qingying from the genius class at Haiqing No. 1 high school, right? Lin Xie looked at her in surprise. You know her? Bai Mushi nodded. Explaining softly, Mu Jie told me. She is known as the Ice Queen of their school. Lin Xie merely smiled at this. The Ice Queen? What relevance did that have to him? He could distinctly sense a hint of unease and jealousy emanating from Bai Mushi. Lin Xie struggled to comprehend the female psyche, but he knew how to respond. Wrapping his arm around Bai Mushi, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, what Ice Queen? To me, they are merely future beauties destined to be beneath my feet. My goddess, there has always been but one. Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing like a startled deer, yet she feigned ignorance and murmured softly, who is it? Lin Xie did not respond. Instead, he embraced her tighter, lowering his head to capture her soft lips in a kiss. The elevator ascended steadily, and in the confined space, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Ding! The elevator stopped at the 298th floor, and the doors opened slowly. Even after stepping out, Bai Mushi's legs felt slightly weak, her cheeks so red they seemed to bleed. She shot Lin Xie an exasperated glare and, in a voice barely audible, scolded, there are cameras in the elevator. Back in their room. While waiting for Bai Mushi to prepare dinner, Lin Xie remained industrious. Before replenishing his physical energy, he decided to pause his rigorous training in martial arts. At that moment, he recalled Lin Yuechan's words about the will of martial arts. Now, he had elevated the basic fist technique to level 4, and his comprehension of this martial skill had vastly improved. A thought struck him, and he reopened the ancient martial god video, eager to see if his current realm would unveil new insights. On the screen, the figure of the martial god Ling Zhan reappeared. The image remained grainy, and the techniques were still unembellished. Lin Xie fixated on it, fully immersing his spirit in the practice. However, an hour later, the kitchen wafted with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted beef, followed by Bai Mushi's cheerful voice. Darling, dinner is ready. Lin Xie shook his groggy head and sighed deeply. Blankness engulfed him, He felt utterly unfulfilled. He muttered to himself, could it be that level 4 of the basic fist technique is still too low? Perhaps I should reach level 10 before reassessing? Or is it that my basic footwork level hasn't kept pace, causing a dissonance in my techniques, thus hindering my understanding? He pondered silently, convinced that, given his current training speed, attaining level 10 for both foundational martial skills would not take long. He resolved to focus on leveling up first. With that thought, Lin Chia ceased his internal conflict, shut off the martial god video, and headed to the dining table. He would fill his stomach first, and then resume training. After finishing the roast beef, Lin Chia finally felt his hunger satisfied, and his energy surged once more. Without delay, he dove into a new round of training, alternating between the basic fist technique and basic footwork. In the living room, his figure shifted between that of a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, fists roaring like the wind, and that of a nimble cat stalking its prey, each movement graceful. Although he was still fervently grinding through the progress bar, with his level rising, his actions had become increasingly fluid and coordinated. Time flew by in dedicated practice. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi, inspired by Lin Chia's diligence, began her own training in the 8 treasures skill, contemplating when she might break through her genetic potential of 10. 5 days later. Ding. Basic fist technique level upgraded. Current level, 10 max. Ding. Basic footwork level upgraded. Current level, 10 max. When the final system notification resonated in his mind, Lin Chia abruptly halted his punches. A cacophony of cracks echoed through his bones, a surge of unprecedented power emanating from his limbs. He could distinctly feel that his body had undergone a transformative change in just a few days. Host. Lin Chia. Genetic potential, 149. Physical ability, 140. Mental strength, 140. Spiritual energy, 120. Skills, 128. Set of calisthenics level 10 max. 8 treasures skill level 5, 5100. Hunyuan Qigong level 5, 0500. Basic fist technique level 10 max. Basic footwork level 10 max. His genetic potential had skyrocketed to 149. Both physical ability and mental strength had surpassed 140. The speed of this enhancement was astonishing. He slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, a miniature version of himself began practicing the fist and foot techniques once more. This time, the movements of the little figure had reached perfection. Each punch contained the most refined techniques. Each step resonated with the most profound rhythm. The fist and foot had merged into one, inseparable. Is this the realm of perfection? Lin Chia mused. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor had transformed. If he was once an unrefined gem, now that gem had begun to shine. Without testing his newfound strength immediately, he reopened the martial god Ling Zhan's instructional video. This time, when the figure of the martial god appeared on the screen, Lin Chia's perception of the world had shifted dramatically. What once was a mere indistinct image, a simple repetition of actions, now revealed itself through the lens of his 2 perfected foundational martial skills. He could finally grasp the essence of the martial god's techniques. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that behind each seemingly mundane action lay an unfathomable depth, vast as the starry sea. That sensation was enigmatic, akin to a child from the plains standing atop a high plateau for the first time. Through layers of mist, he glimpsed the outline of a colossal mountain shrouded in mystery. He understood that it was a mountain, a tangible presence, magnificent and imposing. He could feel the invisible pressure it exerted, envisioning its towering form piercing the clouds, surveying the earth. Yet, the distance to that mountain was insurmountable. The path to its base was obscured by impenetrable fog, leaving him directionless, unsure even of the first step to take. He fixated on the video, pouring his spirit, intent, and perception unreservedly into it. Like a greedy sponge, he attempted to capture even the faintest wave from that vast ocean of meaning. He endeavored to imitate not just the shapes of the movements, but also the intangible essence behind them. He envisioned himself as the martial god from the video, imagining that each strike of his held the power to suppress galaxies and forge the heavens. However, this endeavor exacted a tremendous toll on his mental state. The will of martial arts was too grand, too pure, too exalted. His current mental capacity resembled a small teacup attempting to contain an entire ocean. Each attempt left him feeling as if his mental world was on the verge of collapse, threatening to burst and shatter under the weight of that overwhelming will. Time slipped away unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Lin Chia suddenly shuddered, as if struck by lightning, his face paling instantly, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He frowned, forcibly extracting himself from the brink of that near-collapse state of observation. His head throbbed violently, buzzing as if it might split open. and he even saw double vision before his eyes. This was a clear sign of severe mental exhaustion. He immediately sat cross-legged, activating the primordial chi technique. As pure spiritual energy gradually flowed through him, nurturing his weary spirit, alleviating the excruciating pain that had tormented him. No, this is absolutely impossible. Lin Xie murmured with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He quickly focused his mind and examined the system, and indeed, at the very bottom of the technique list, a new entry appeared, martial will? Entry not yet achieved. Upon seeing this line of text, Lin Xie felt no discouragement. Instead, a peculiar glimmer shone in his eyes. Though the name was merely a string of question marks, the system had acknowledged its existence, proving that this path was indeed real and traversable. However, given his current state, attempting to grasp the martial will of a martial god was tantamount to chasing a dream, an exercise in futility. The mountain of the martial god loomed too high, obscuring even its base from sight, rendering it temporarily insurmountable. Lin Xie muttered to himself, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his gaze. If that were the case, perhaps he should first seek a smaller hill to test the waters? Instantly, the image of Lin Yuechan, clad in a black combat suit, her stature tall and her gaze sharp, emerged in his mind. Although Lin Yuechan herself had stated that her martial intent was but a flickering firefly compared to the bright moon of the martial god, it was precisely this disparity that made it easier to perceive, comprehend, and connect with. The martial will of an extraordinary warrior, no matter how weak, was genuine martial will. It had transcended the constraints of form, stepping into the realm of intent. For him, the colossal mountain of the martial god was too distant, too ethereal. Conversely, Lin Yuechan represented a small hill. Though not particularly high, it was visible, tangible, and offered the first hopeful step he could aspire to climb. Having arrived at this conclusion, Lin Xie felt no hesitation. Without delay, he opened Lin Yuechan's VR video. As darkness enveloped him, the environment transformed from the cozy dormitory to the familiar room 2202 of teaching building number 10. In the vivid and clear imagery, Lin Yuechan stood quietly at the center of the training ground. As the video played, she moved. This time, every move she made appeared unprecedentedly clear to Lin Xie. With his mastery of two foundational martial techniques at perfection, he could easily discern the trajectory of her every action and grasp the core secrets of her movements. More importantly, he distinctly felt that with each punch Lin Yuechan threw, a searing and swift energy accompanied it, as if it could ignite the surrounding air in an instant, causing an explosion. This energy was imbued with aggression, explosive power, and a sense of devastation. Though in the grand scheme of things, it could not compare to the encompassing and suppressive aura of the martial god's will. It was far more concentrated, direct, and accessible. If the martial god's will was an unfathomable universe, then Lin Yuechan's will was a volcano on the verge of eruption. The universe inspired awe and bewilderment, while the volcano allowed one to viscerally feel its heat and ferocity. Lin Xie cautiously extended his spiritual energy. This time, he no longer felt the sensation of being crushed or overwhelmed. His spiritual energy acted as a probe, brushing against that searing intent. Boom! A torrent of fiery, explosive information surged into his mind in an instant. He envisioned a blazing inferno erupting in the endless darkness, obliterating all obstacles in its path with unmatched speed. Swift, accurate, ruthless, explosive. This encapsulated the essence of Lin Yuechan's martial will. Lin Xie greedily absorbed this information, his spiritual realm igniting with fervor and intensity. The figure within his mind, practicing the martial forms, underwent an unconscious transformation. No longer was it the previously serene and perfect stance. Now it bore an aggressive dominance akin to a raging wildfire. An hour later, Lin Xie, flushed and drenched in sweat, exited the VR mode, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Although he had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, the sensation felt entirely different this time. It was not the passive exhaustion of endurance, but the exhilarating satisfaction of taking the initiative. He promptly checked the system again. Martial will, raging flames, entry not yet achieved, success. Gazing at this clear text, Lin Xie felt no discouragement. Instead, a brilliant smile spread across his face. Martial will, raging flames, entry not yet achieved, was far more informative than the previous martial will. Entry not yet achieved. One was an unknown with no clear objective, while the other had clarified the direction and illuminated the path ahead. This also indirectly validated that his chosen route was indeed correct. Starting from Lin Yuechan offered a greater opportunity. Entry achieved. Lin Xie's eyes burned with fierce determination. Moreover, a bolder, more thrilling thoughts surged uncontrollably in his mind. Was there a possibility that Lin Yuechan's martial will, raging flames, being at a relatively low initial level, resulted in its performance being far inferior to that of the martial god's martial will? However, as long as he could successfully enter this realm, as long as the familiar progress bar appeared on the system panel, he could cultivate this martial will's level just like any other technique. What if he could elevate martial will, raging flames, to level 10, achieving perfection? Would the perfected martial will still be that mere flickering firefly? Would it not transform into the resplendent brilliance of the martial god? Once this thought ignited, it blazed like a star, illuminating his entire spiritual world, causing his blood to boil with excitement. If this conjecture held true, it would signify that he had discovered an extraordinary shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. He could bypass the unapproachable mountain of the martial god, commencing his ascent from the accessible small hill before him, ultimately reaching the exalted heights above the clouds. With clenched fists, Lin Xie's eyes ignited with unprecedented fervor. He felt no hint of hesitation or doubt, regardless of the circumstances. The previous 2 authority points had already been spent unlocking basic fist technique and basic footwork. Now his authority points were depleted. This meant that even if he could cultivate martial will, raging flames, to the entry level, he would not be able to immediately unlock and initiate the progress bar mode. Thus, the urgent task at hand was to visit the Reproductive Management Center once more. When Lin Xie mentioned his intention to go to the center, Bai Mushi's delicate face flushed instantly. She shyly took his hand and softly advised, "Darling, let's not pursue this trivial sum of money, shall we? I've heard that a warrior's genetic data is exceedingly important and even needs to be kept confidential. I'm just worried that if it gets out, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives." Lin Xie pondered for a moment and reassured her, surely, an official institution wouldn't engage in such practices. Besides, every endeavor carries its risks. At least, from what I see now, the potential gains from this matter far outweigh the risks. He understood well that without the efficient matchmaking services provided by the Reproductive Management Center, which had unlocked his techniques and initiated the progress bars, he would never have attained his current strength in such a short span of time. However, Bai Mushi was unaware of his internal calculations. She only assumed Lin Xie was either motivated by the meager reproductive benefits or simply unable to resist the temptation. Upon realizing this, her cheeks flushed even more, and her voice became as delicate as a whisper. "Darling, I am nearly 5 months along, and the doctor said it is safe for us to be intimate again. It's all right." As she spoke, she attempted to pull Lin Xie towards the bedroom. "No, wait." Lin Xie quickly stopped her, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could only muster the most reasonable excuse. "The baby is important. I genuinely fear for the child's well-being." Observing Bai Mupin's slightly furrowed brow and the fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes, Lin Xie felt a pang of sympathy, reluctant to hurt her. He was acutely aware that his actions, driven by the desire for a large family through the Fertility Management Center, could not remain a secret from Bai Mushi forever. Moreover, as his own strength grew, he would inevitably attract more attention. This matter would eventually become an unavoidable topic. Rather than skirting around it, it would be better to express it differently. Lin Xie sat beside Bai Mushi, gently embracing her and gazing into her eyes, half jokingly, half seriously saying, "My dear, in truth, I desire to have children, many of them. Ideally, I'd like my bloodline to spread across the entire galaxy." Bai Mushi was momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's bold declaration. She lifted her head, scrutinizing his earnest face, and could not help but recall their first meeting when he had uttered similar sentiments. At that time, she had dismissed it as the unrealistic dreams of a young man, something she had forgotten soon after. But now, hearing those same words from a man whose power was rapidly expanding felt entirely different. Did he wish to turn his initial fantasy into reality? Bai Mushi's cheeks involuntarily flushed again. "All right, you may go," she finally conceded, her voice a mere whisper. Lin Xie kissed her forehead softly, murmuring, "Wait for my return," before turning to leave. As the door clicked shut behind him, Bai Mushi slowly made her way to the sofa, raising a hand to touch her still warm cheeks. Moments ago, her heart had been filled with inner turmoil. A ludicrous and frightening thought had crossed her mind. Should she propose that Lin Xie find another woman? The words nearly slipped from her lips. Chapter 81. A Charity Gala for Reproduction? The Empire's marriage laws bind those ordinary men and women who cannot cultivate, ensuring a stable population base. However, for martial artists, particularly prodigies like Lin Xie, the constraints of the law are negligible. Martial artists enjoy privileges, permitted to have multiple partners, and even establish extensive family bloodlines, all in the name of the Empire's prosperity and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Xie, now a martial artist and a promising genius, was destined for a path of increasing freedom and opportunity. The powerful possess everything. This is an unchanging truth. Initially, Bai Muxi had agreed to marry Lin Xie not only due to practical considerations, but also because she harbored similar thoughts. She considered that as long as she fulfilled her reproductive duties and successfully advanced as a martial artist, she could escape the constraints of marriage law and embrace a broader horizon. Yet, fate had other plans. Now, it was Lin Xie who could easily break free from the shackles of marriage, not her. Reflecting on this, Bai Muxi chastised herself internally. Bai Muxi, how foolish you are to even consider suggesting he find another woman. Primitive women would never be so magnanimous. Yet, reason reminded her that as the gap between her and Lin Xie's abilities widened, such a situation might be something she would eventually have to confront. Would it not be better to take the initiative to appear virtuous, allowing him to see her dignity, rather than waiting for a day when Lin Xie would have to spare her dignity? Throughout their time together, Bai Muxi perceived that Lin Xie was not a cold-hearted man. If she could actively consider his needs, perhaps he would come to appreciate her more. With this thought, she sighed softly, leaning back on the sofa, her gaze growing distant. When did I become a woman who needs to rely on a man? Deciphering his thoughts, she had always imagined herself as a respected female martial artist, seizing her fate through her own efforts. Yet, the reality was that she had become the woman standing in the shadow of a genius, quietly admiring his brilliance. The more radiant his light, the more it accentuated her own ordinariness. This feeling filled her with both pride and an inexplicable sense of loss. She shook her head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. What good would it do to dwell on them? For now, her focus should be on caring for him, nurturing the child within her, and diligently cultivating her skills, striving to keep pace with him. As for the future, it was best left to unfold in its own time. Bai Muxi stood up, took a deep breath, and returned to the kitchen. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to ensure that when he returned, he would have a warm meal awaiting him. Meanwhile, Lin Xie smoothly made his way back to the fertility management center. The same excessively enthusiastic agents greeted him, and the familiar official procedures ensued. Moments later, Lin Xie emerged feeling refreshed, ready to depart. Just then, a tall staff member in a gray business suit with elegant stockings approached briskly, wearing a professional and respectful smile. Mr. Lin, greetings. Hello, Lin Xie nodded in acknowledgement. It is this way, Mr. Lin, the staff member continued with a smile. In light of your enthusiastic support for the Empire's reproductive initiatives, we cordially invite you to attend a charity gala for reproduction held the night after tomorrow at the Galaxy Tower in Terra City. May I ask if you are interested? A charity gala for reproduction? Lin Xie inquired, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. The staff member nodded, explaining, yes. In the last quarter, any martial artist with more than 2 donation records will receive our invitation. This serves as both a token of gratitude for your contributions and a high-end networking platform. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's interest waned. Such charity galas sounded grand, yet what relevance did they hold for him? He would rather spend that time honing his skills in his dormitory. The staff member, noticing Lin Xie's lack of enthusiasm, pressed on with her official duties. As it was her job, the theme of this gala is the public welfare of the Empire's bloodline revival, and the format is quite special. During the event, families or individuals in urgent need of bloodline optimization will publicly bid for high-quality martial artist reproductive data. Of course, in addition to the direct demand for genetic data, there will also be auctions for rare dual cultivation techniques and resources that can enhance the potential of future offspring. At this, Lin Xie's previously languid expression sharpened instantly. Families or individuals in urgent need of bloodline optimization. This implied that those seeking genetic data must possess quality themselves, right? A collaboration of strengths would surely lead to offspring with higher starting points. This was entirely beneficial to his multi-child system and dual cultivation techniques. These were topics of great interest to him, yet he had struggled to find a way to access them. Both aspects struck precisely at the heart of his concerns. Is this gala open to anyone? Lin Xie immediately pressed for clarification. The staff member noticed that he finally showed interest and smiled slightly, promptly responding. Due to the unique nature of the gala, to ensure privacy and security, we can only invite designated donors and specific family representatives. All right, I will participate. Lin Xie agreed without hesitation. Excellent, Mr. Lin. The staff member immediately operated his terminal, and a beautifully designed electronic invitation, shimmering with a faint golden glow, was sent to Lin Xie's personal terminal. This is your invitation. The gala will be held the day after tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Galaxy building. We look forward to your presence. Lin Xie carefully stored the electronic invitation and turned to leave the reproductive management center. His mood was now entirely different from when he arrived. What initially seemed like a mere formality to obtain permission points unexpectedly turned into a delightful surprise. This reproductive charity gala was, to him, akin to receiving a pillow when one had just fallen asleep. On his way back to the dormitory, he awaited the long-anticipated system notification, which arrived as expected. Ding! Host genetic information has been successfully matched, and conception is complete. Reward: randomly unlocked cultivation method. No unlocked methods available. Received 1 permission point. Ding! Host genetic information has been successfully matched, and conception is complete. Reward: randomly unlocked cultivation method. No unlocked methods available. Received 1 permission point. Another 2 successes. 2 permission points acquired. Lin Xie felt a rush of exhilaration, eager to commence his initiation into martial will. He could hardly wait to return to his dormitory. While still aboard the hovering transit vehicle back to school, he activated the VR, fully immersing his consciousness in Lin Yuechan's instructional video. The vibrant lights and shadows around him faded. The bustling carriage vanished, replaced by the familiar training room, 2202. Lin Yuechan's figure reappeared. Lin Xie focused intently, channeling his mental energy as he repeatedly sought to feel and emulate that fiery, rapid martial will. He sensed that within his spiritual realm, a small flame seemed to ignite. Though feeble and flickering, it existed authentically, striving to replicate that volcanic intensity of will, attempting to burn brighter and fiercer. Outside the window, the cityscape rushed by. Yet within the carriage, Lin Xie felt as if he had transcended to another dimension, completely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to everything else. Chapter 82: Fiery Rapidness. The alert signaling the arrival of the hovering transit vehicle jolted Lin Xie from his reverie. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just moments ago, he felt he had drawn closer to the threshold known as initiation. He had a premonition that with just a bit more time, he could truly push open that door. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bai Mushi had prepared a lavish meal. Lin Xie devoured the food with gusto, quickly replenishing his energy before diving back into his training. This time, he refrained from watching the VR video. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, closed his eyes, and continuously replayed and practiced that fiery, rapid will in his mind. His spiritual realm transformed into his training ground. That small flame, urged by his intention, repeatedly attempted to unleash its most rapid power. Failure, restart. More failures, more restarts. He immersed himself in this mental honing, losing track of time. Eventually, after countless attempts and failures, that tiny spiritual flame finally managed to simulate a hint of the explosive essence inherent in Lin Yuechan's martial will. Boom. Lin Xie felt a tremendous sound reverberate in his mind, as if something had been utterly shattered. The figure, which had merely mechanically practiced perfect punches and steps, underwent a profound transformation. It continued performing the basic fist technique, yet each movement now exuded a scorching, rapid, and unyielding dominance. Every punch seemed to carry a blazing inferno, brimming with explosive beauty. He quickly calmed his mind and accessed the system panel. At the bottom of the list of techniques, a line of text had changed. Martial will, fiery rapidness, initiated, unlocked, system, unlock using permission points. Lin Xie commanded without hesitation. Ding. Consumed 1 permission point. Martial will, fiery rapidness, unlocked. In an instant, a more magnificent and pure essence of fiery rapidness surged from the depths of his soul, perfectly merging with his spirit, blood energy, and every cell. He no longer needed to consciously summon it. It naturally accompanied his every movement, radiating that scorching and domineering aura. Martial will, fiery rapidness, level 1, 01000. Observing the familiar progress bar, Lin Xie smiled. Level 1 required 1,000 points. This figure simultaneously attested to the formidable and extraordinary nature of this martial will. It was worth noting that the B-grade Hunyuan Qigong only required 100 points for level 1. This martial will, rooted in extraordinary warriors, far surpassed the potential and difficulty of Hunyuan Qigong. Lin Xie concentrated, directing his attention to his system panel. Host: Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 159. Physical strength, 140. Mental strength, 140. Spiritual energy, 120. Techniques. Set 128. Radio gymnastics level 10, max. Hunyuan Qigong level 5, 0500. 8 treasures skill level 5, 5100. Basic fist technique level 10 max. Basic step technique level 10, max. Martial Will, Fiery Rapidness Level 1, 01000. Partner, by Mushi, Affinity 85, Offspring, 7, in development. Permission points, 1. Lin Xie's eyes widened suddenly. Genetic Potential 1. Genetic Potential, 159, when did this happen? He recalled carefully, noting that from the moment he unlocked Martial Will, Fiery Rapidness, to now, he had done nothing. Though uncertain which specific moment triggered it, whether it was during initiation or unlocking, it was undeniable that the enhancement of genetic potential was substantial. No wonder he felt that his senses had sharpened significantly, and even his mental state underwent a remarkable transformation. This discovery filled Lin Xie with even greater joy. Seeing the uncontrollable smile on Lin Xie's face, Bai Mushi approached with concern, asking, "Darling, how did it go?" Lin Xie opened his eyes, and within them flickered two fleeting flames. He nodded with a smile. "I learned it." "Really?" Bai Mushi's face lit up with uncontainable joy. She genuinely exclaimed, "Darling, you are truly a genius." In her heart, she mused that although Lin Xie used the term learned rather than comprehended, the meaning was quite similar. To grasp the elusive martial will was, in itself, an extraordinary feat. Lin Xie gazed at her genuine happiness, warmth flooding his heart. He joyfully extended his arms, pulling Bai Mushi into an embrace. Their eyes met, and in that profound moment, he leaned down to kiss her. In recent days, the subtle unease and trepidation within Bai Mushi, stemming from the disparity in strength, were gradually assuaged by a tender kiss brimming with affection. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Leaning against Lin Xie's embrace, her legs felt weak, her cheeks flushed, and her voice carried a playful reproach. I need to prepare dinner." Lin Xie chuckled softly, gently caressing her hair. "We just finished eating not long ago, there's no rush. Let's rest for a while." "Nonsense," Bai Mushi exclaimed, breaking free from his hold, determination igniting in her eyes. "I must practice. I cannot fall too far behind you. Moreover, proper training is beneficial for the baby." Seeing her adorable yet resolute demeanor, Lin Xie nodded with a smile. He ceased his own training and began to delve deeply into the intricacies of the newly unlocked martial will, Fiery Surge. How should one cultivate this? Should it be rehearsed repeatedly in the mind like the basic fist technique? He attempted to sit cross-legged, envisioning the essence of the Fiery Surge. Yet the progress bar remained immobile. Rising to his feet, he executed a set of basic fist techniques. The progress bar moved. Lin Xie's heart stirred, prompting him to immediately channel the primordial chi technique. The progress bar moved again. After an afternoon of persistent experimentation and study, Lin Xie arrived at a conclusion that filled him with elation. Whether cultivating martial skills or techniques, as long as one consciously or unconsciously infused and employed this martial will during practice, the progress of the martial will could simultaneously increase. The martial will functioned akin to a passive skill. Thus, his training efficiency surged to unprecedented heights. He could devote all his energy to enhancing the levels of his techniques and martial skills, while the level of his martial will would naturally rise alongside the improvement of other techniques. Currently, both basic fist technique and basic footwork had reached perfection. To continue repeating these techniques solely for the meager advancement of the martial will would be a tremendous waste. Before him lay two paths, either to learn more advanced martial skills and unlock new progress bars, or to fully cultivate the remaining primordial chi technique and 8 treasures technique. After thoughtful consideration, Lin Xie swiftly resolved to first master the 8 treasures technique. He intended to perfect it, and once school resumed, he would purchase the rights to the Dragon Tiger technique and cultivate that to completion as well. This would provide an opportunity to test whether these 2 D-class techniques, upon reaching perfection, could indeed transcend bottlenecks and merge seamlessly. Moreover, it was paramount that the 8 treasures technique was also the technique Bai Mushi was practicing. Witnessing his wife diligently train daily, yet being hindered by her innate limitations at the threshold of mastery, weighed heavily on his heart. Although his understanding of the 8 treasures technique currently only reached proficiency, and in some nuances he fell short of Bai Mushi, he held firm confidence that he would soon bring this technique to completion, enabling him to guide his wife. Resolved, Lin Xie commenced practicing the 8 treasures technique. Observing him once again engaged in this technique, Bai Mushi furrowed her brow and approached with concern. "Darling, haven't you nearly perfected your foundational martial skills? Perhaps you should consult teacher Lin Yuechan for a more advanced technique. There's no need to revert to practicing the 8 treasures technique." Lin Xie refrained from disclosing to Bai Mushi that he had indeed mastered the foundational skills. Instead, he smiled and indicated that they were sufficiently refined. From Bai Mushi's perspective, Lin Xie's assertion of mastery could only imply a level of competence, which she deemed the utmost limit of what she could envision. She recognized Lin Xie's genius. Yet, even for such a talent, achieving proficiency in 2 foundational techniques within mere days was astonishing enough. Perfection? That was beyond her imagination. I plan to first bring the 8 treasures technique to proficiency as well, and then I shall assist you, Lin Xie confidently asserted. Bai Muxi, hearing this, could only chuckle in disbelief. She had been stalled at the threshold of mastery for 2 long years. Lin Xie's current comprehension of the 8 treasures technique was evidently inferior to her own. How could he possibly mentor her? Yet, seeing his unwavering confidence, she refrained from deflating his spirits and instead smiled. All right, I'll await your guidance. However, do take the time to consult teacher Lin Yuechan. Don't let important matters be delayed. Lin Xie smiled. No rush, we can talk about it in a few days. Bai Muxi, puzzled, inquired, is there something else happening in the next couple of days? After a moment's reflection, Lin Xie deemed it unnecessary to conceal the matter from her and replied, the night after tomorrow, I am to attend an official charity gala for fertility. A fertility charity gala? An official one? What is that about? Bai Muxi's curiosity deepened. Lin Xie nodded and opened his personal terminal, displaying a beautifully crafted electronic invitation. Bai Muxi leaned in for a closer look, noting the Imperial Fertility Management Center's official emblem prominently featured, along with a stipulation that attendance was strictly limited to invitees only. Upon finishing, she raised her gaze to Lin Xie, her expression morphing into one of bewilderment. Why do you look at me like that? Lin Xie asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Bai Muxi suppressed a laugh, her tone laced with incredulity. What's the situation? Is the official intent on using you as a model stallion for publicity? Lin Xie nearly choked, a wave of dread washing over him. Surely not. The officials wouldn't be so outrageous, would they? They only invited me. They wouldn't do anything peculiar in public. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Bai Muxi finally burst into laughter. Her mirth contagious. As long as you don't drag me along, I have no desire to attend. It sounds utterly embarrassing. You still laugh. Lin Xie, unable to contain his irritation, suddenly scooped up the giggling Bai Muxi in his arms. Imp, prepare to face my wrath. Startled by his abrupt action, Bai Muxi let out a short gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Upon meeting Lin Xie's mischievous gaze, she instantly grasped his intentions. No, it's daytime, she protested, her face reddening as she playfully struggled in his embrace, her voice soft as cotton candy. Lin Xie, undeterred, strode purposefully into the bedroom, cradling her. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, sealing the enchanting springtime ambience within. In the aftermath of an intimate encounter, Bai Muxi languidly reclined in Lin Xie's embrace. The blush on her cheeks still lingering, her eyes and brows radiating a beguiling satisfaction. Lin Xie gently caressed her smooth back, his heart enveloped in tranquility and contentment. He suddenly realized that a judicious dose of relaxation seemed to bestow a remarkable balance upon his mental state, surpassing the relentless pursuit of arduous training. After a moment of tender warmth, Lin Xie returned to his diligent practice of the 8 treasures technique, while Bai Muxi, having regained a modicum of energy, quietly joined him in his endeavors. She was determined to believe that her husband could not possibly outpace her in mastery. 2 days later, as night descended, the heart of Tyra City sparkled like a jewel, with streams of hovering vehicles weaving through the bustling metropolis, a vivid tableau of a prosperous future. Towering above was the Star River Tower, a landmark of Tyra City, piercing the heavens like a sword. That evening, the banquet hall on the top floor was ablaze with light and fervor. Following the instructions on his invitation, Lin Xie took the exclusive elevator to arrive at this venue. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a spacious and opulent lounge area, where the strains of classical music flowed through the air. Impeccably dressed servers glided among the guests, who were either wealthy or influential. Clusters of attendees engaged in hushed conversation, each movement exuding an air of confidence and poise born of their long-standing affluence. Lin Xie surveyed the room, noting that many among them were composed warriors, with several whose depths he could not fathom. His presence elicited little attention, for those in attendance were either the heads of prominent families or gifted martial arts elites, dressed in the standard combat attire of the Galactic Martial Arts University. Lin Xie felt somewhat out of place amidst this assembly of affluence. However, he remained unconcerned, finding a quiet corner to sit and partake in the buffet. At 7:30, the gala commenced. A poised female host, resplendent in a white mermaid gown, graced the stage. With a sweet and infectious tone, she announced the opening of the event, passionately articulating the grand mission of the Imperial Bloodline Revival Charity. aimed at ensuring a prosperous future for the empire and the flourishing of stellar heritage. Following her impassioned introduction, the event swiftly transitioned into the public tender for genetic data. The first to take the stage was a slender middle-aged man, whose personal information and family aspirations were immediately displayed on a vast holographic screen behind him. The Zhou family, a modestly renowned commercial dynasty in Tyra City, specialized in traditional mining enterprises and held mining rights on several resource-rich planets. Their family assets were appraised at over 100 million credits, a sum that would be considered substantial by ordinary standards. Yet, the next line of their profile revealed the family's facade of prosperity, disclosing a grave crisis in their martial lineage. No legitimate warrior had emerged in the past 3 generations, with the family's strongest member merely a quasi-warrior. The host elaborated that, due to tradition, the Zhou family was averse to accepting male heirs through marriage. Thus, they sought, with an initial offer of 500,000 credits, genetic data from a warrior with a potential not less than 12 to ensure the continuation of their bloodline and the birth of offspring endowed with martial talent. After the Zhou representative concluded, he returned to his seat, yet Lin Xia sensed a lack of fervor in response. The expressions of the surrounding warriors were notably placid. Perhaps the sum was deemed insufficient. 500,000 credits might be mere pocket change in the heart of Tyra City. However, for Lin Xia, it represented a significant resolution to his immediate needs. Bai Mushi's family had exhausted their savings, barely amounting to 500,000. Now, he only needed to provide some reproductive data. Given Lin Xia's desire for progeny and the prospect of financial gain, he thought it prudent to register. The subsequent families that presented were similarly situated. Most were once illustrious, but had gradually fallen into decline. They shared a common trait, substantial wealth. Yet their descendants had failed to produce any notable warriors, with even male heirs precariously positioned. Lin Xia began to understand the plight of these declining families. In an empire where warriors constituted the ruling elite, wealth devoid of martial protection was but an ephemeral construct, susceptible to the whims of fate. The most pressing issue was that the eligible women within these families were now in their 30s and 40s, having missed their prime reproductive years. Furthermore, many possessed ordinary qualities yet harbored lofty aspirations, dismissing ordinary warriors. Conversely, those exceptionally gifted warriors looked down upon them and their fallen families. This disconnect ultimately jeopardized the continuation of their bloodline. Faced with such dire circumstances, these families were compelled to humble themselves and spend lavishly in hopes of securing their lineage. After all, a few 100,000 credits paled in comparison to the future of their families. Even then, this could only attract grassroots warriors like Lin Xia. As he observed the proceedings, Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with anticipation. For him, this sum was indeed significant, and it conveniently aligned with his desire for progeny. He resolved to enroll in all available opportunities. Just then, a young woman clad in a deep blue combat suit strode confidently onto the stage, introduced by the host. She was tall, her short hair accentuating her striking presence, and her exquisite features bore an innate haughtiness. "I am Yi Qinghan, representing Xinka Biological Group." Her voice was cool yet clear, radiating an undeniable authority. Lin Xia lifted his gaze, recognition dawning upon him as he beheld the familiar figure on stage. Could it be the local girl from next door? He was taken aback to discover she was the representative of Xinka Biological Group. In that instant, as Yi Qinghan scanned the audience with her piercing gaze, she caught sight of Lin Xia in the corner. Her brow furrowed momentarily, and her gaze lingered on him for a fraction of a second before swiftly averting. Was this individual here to barter his reproductive data? She felt sullied by the very notion. Why was he accepted into Silver University? Why did he reside next door? In that moment, a wave of disdain washed over Yi Qinghan. Chapter 85. Charity Auction. Yi Qinghan sighed, realizing she could no longer endure life in the dormitory. The atmosphere there had become tainted. Her parents had always advised her to learn adaptability, but she found it impossible to acclimate to those she deemed inferior. A flash of intense contempt flickered in her mind. Yet, her upbringing and professional decorum quickly reigned in her outward emotions. As if she merely regarded Lin Xia as an inconsequential backdrop, clearing her throat, she continued with her pre-prepared address. At Xinka Biological Group, we are committed to pioneering research in genetic optimization agents and compatibility of martial techniques. Her voice resonated throughout the banquet hall, imbued with an unassailable confidence. Thus, we are here today with a singular purpose, to seek reproductive data from high-quality warriors with a genetic potential of no less than 14. The moment this figure was announced, a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. To understand, a genetic potential of 14 firmly crosses the threshold of genius. Among the freshmen at various martial arts universities, it stands proudly at the forefront. Previously, those minor families dared to demand no more than 12, and their bids hovered around 500,000. However, the Shinka Biological Group boldly set the bar at 14, suggesting a remarkable commitment. Yet, her keen gaze swept across the room as she pronounced, word by word, "We assure you, all samples will solely be utilized for internal development of gene-based medications, modeling of martial arts data, and other related lawful and compliant research projects. To avert any potential ethical or legal disputes." She paused, delivering her final decree in a resolute tone. "We, Shinka Biological, absolutely, unequivocally will not use any sample for reproductive purposes. For every martial artist meeting our criteria, as long as they are willing to collaborate with Shinka Biological Group, we shall offer a one-time payment of 300,000 credit points as remuneration." What? Merely for scientific research? Not for reproduction? How disappointing. Lin Xie instantly lost interest in the woman on stage and the Shinka Biological Group she represented. However, after a brief silence in the banquet hall, the atmosphere grew fervent. Lin Xie soon grasped the situation. Although the 30,000 credit points offered as compensation were significantly lower than the 500,000 proposed by the previously mentioned declining families, most of the proud young martial artists present likely did not wish to see their esteemed bloodlines scattered in such a transactional manner, forming an unbreakable connection with a family they held no affection for, and perhaps even looked down upon, implied unknown consequences, potential troubles, and possibly one or more offspring they might never acknowledge. In contrast, the proposal from Shinka Group perfectly struck at their pain points. No risk of bloodline dispersal, no future disputes over illegitimate children, and no moral or ethical burdens to bear. Simply providing a sample for scientific research could yield as much as 300,000 credit points. This was precisely what the majority of the young martial artists truly desired. In an instant, many who had been hesitant began to display eager expressions. However, this fervor in the room did not in the slightest affect Lin Xie, who remained indifferent in the corner. For the vast majority of martial artists present, this was an impeccable deal. Yet for Lin Xie, it was entirely the opposite. No reproduction? What use was that? After all this, it turned out they were merely collecting raw materials, not seeking individuals to carry on their legacy. The subsequent companies presented conditions remarkably similar to that of Shinka Biological. Some were large pharmaceutical groups needing high-quality gene samples to test the universality and side effects of new medications. Others were top-tier martial arts equipment manufacturers requiring extensive genetic data to optimize the ergonomic design and neural connection efficiency of combat suits. Their terms were invariably, for research purposes only, absolutely no reproduction, with compensation hovering around 20 to 30,000 credit points. The atmosphere within the venue grew increasingly animated. For the majority of young martial artists present, this was akin to a windfall from the heavens. They could easily earn a substantial sum without worrying about bloodline dispersal or any ensuing troubles. Only Lin Xie remained listlessly seated in the corner, casually indulging in exquisite refreshments while secretly scoffing. The bustling excitement around him was of no concern. An hour later, the genetic bidding segment concluded amidst a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. The elegant female host returned to the stage, her smile brighter than before. "We sincerely thank all our guests for their generous support of the Empire's Bloodline Revival Initiative. Next, we shall proceed to the most exhilarating segment of the evening, the charity auction. All exhibits for this auction have been graciously provided without charge by the esteemed guests, families, and enterprises present. The entirety of the auction proceeds will be donated to our Empire's Reproductive Management Center, aimed at supporting families with outstanding genetic potential but limited means, ensuring that the future of our empire is graced with even more brilliant stars." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie could not help but think, how eloquently stated. But isn't this merely a veiled entry fee? Every faction present must contribute, cloaked in the guise of charity, while truly showcasing their strength and resources within this elite circle. Soon, the first auction item was respectfully presented by a beautiful attendant in a cheapao, who approached with a tray. It was an unremarkable, even somewhat antiquated, silver memory chip. The host introduced, "Dear guests, our first auction item is provided by the Zhou family of Terra City. This memory chip contains a remarkably precious video recording of the training techniques for the Zhang Haiheng Lu sword technique, personally recorded by the late extraordinary martial artist, Zhou Tianheng, the first head of the Zhou family and one of the initial pioneers of our 0755 star system, 150 years ago. It is widely known that Zhou Tianheng's Zhang Haiheng Lu sword technique is unparalleled, having achieved remarkable feats in the exploration of the 0755 star system. This video serves as a treasured legacy left by Zhou Tianheng to aid future generations in mastering the sword technique and comprehending martial intent. The starting bid is 10,000 credit points. Lin Qiye, listening to this introduction, thought to himself, isn't this akin to the VR instructional videos he previously purchased from teacher Lin Yuechan? However, 150 years ago, the 0755 star system lacked the technological advancements to create immersive VR videos, resorting instead to this archaic digital format for documentation. This item likely holds far more commemorative significance than practical training value. Yet, just as Lin Qiye's thoughts settled, the reality unfolded contrarily. 15,000. Before the host finished speaking, a young martial artist at a nearby table, seemingly of similar age and dressed in ordinary combat attire, raised his hand without hesitation, calling out the bid. This ignited a chain reaction. 20,000. 25,000. The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into lively bidding. The martial artists at Lin Qiye's adjacent table began to whisper excitedly among themselves. I can't believe the Zhou family is actually putting this up. Expert-level insights on the Zhang Lu sword technique start at a minimum of 100,000 in the market. Though this video is digital, it was recorded by a pioneer for his descendants, containing an immeasurable depth of martial intent. Zhou Tianheng likely had no reservations. He could never have anticipated the decline of his descendants to this extent. Indeed, those instructors nowadays often hold back in their VR tutorials. These discussions reached Lin Qiye's ears without omission. Why did it feel as though the costs of these martial artist training were not on the same plane as his own? Lin Qiye recalled that he had only sought Lin Yuechan's help twice, spending merely 20,000 credit points. Yet, the various training tutorials and videos these martial artists spoke of seemed to start at 80 or even 100,000. Could it be that due to his status, Lin Yuechan had offered him a significant discount? Lin Qiye was uncertain whether his speculation was accurate. In any case, he held little interest in the Zhang Lu sword technique training video. 90,000. A voice called out. 100,000. Another voice quickly followed. Ultimately, this historically significant memory chip was auctioned off for 110,000 credit points. Lin Qiye turned to see that the bidder was someone seated at the Zhou family's table. It seems that the Zhou family was initially reluctant to allow this video to circulate. The funds involved appear to be a mere transfer from one hand to another, conveniently completing a charitable donation process. At this moment, the host's voice rose again, capturing the attention of the entire audience. Esteemed guests, what follows will be the highlight of this evening. It is particularly unique, for it is not an auction item. The lights in the hall dimmed slightly, leaving a single beam illuminating the center of the stage. On the enormous holographic screen behind the host, all images faded away, revealing 4 ancient and enigmatic characters. Xian Su Heart Sutra. With a confident and charming smile, the host proclaimed, tonight's grand finale is not for bidding. Rather, it is a limited-time sale for all esteemed guests present. Each guest may place an order within the next 72 hours through the terminal. Her voice paused, seemingly allowing everyone ample time to digest the information. Xian Su Heart Sutra. Those who understand, understand. Please refrain from mentioning any related cultivation techniques. The final price is set at 1 million credit points. No additional conditions are required. Moreover, the Empire offers a 3 to 10-year interest-free installment payment plan. Lin Qiye's eyes instantly brightened upon hearing the announcement. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath caught in his throat. The characteristics of the technique struck a chord deep within him. Just 1 million credit points. He recalled that when he exchanged for the B-level Hunyuan Yikigong, he only had to pay a deposit of 100,000 credit points. Yet, this B-level Xian Su Heart Sutra was priced at 10 times that amount. However, as he glanced around, he noticed that the expressions of the guests in the banquet hall were largely calm, even somewhat nonchalant. There was no shock, no uproar. Lin Qiye quickly understood. It appeared that this so-called grand finale was no secret to the vast majority of those present. Although he was deeply tempted, the price of 1 million credit points remained a substantial sum for him. He glanced at his balance of less than 100,000, and the impulse within him was extinguished by reason. Fortunately, he had 72 hours to contemplate. There was no need to rush. This matter would be better discussed upon returning home. As the evening drew to a close, the atmosphere lightened, and guests began to mingle freely. Just as he prepared to rise and blend into the crowd, a staff member in a gray professional skirt suit approached him briskly, wearing a polite, yet slightly surprised smile. Mr. Lin, please hold on. Lin Qiye halted, looking at her with curiosity. Hello, is there something you need? The staff member's gaze held a hint of inquiry, yet her tone remained respectful. It is this. We received your application regarding the 12 projects seeking martial artist genetic data to continue your family lineage. You submitted applications for all of them, correct? Yes, is there a problem? Lin Xie nodded calmly. The staff member quickly clarified, there is no problem. The situation is just rather unique. All 12 families you applied to have unanimously agreed to collaborate with you after reviewing your information. All 12 have agreed. Lin Xie was taken aback. Yes, all of them, the staff member affirmed. This means we need to arrange 12 sessions for you. This has never occurred in previous events. Therefore, I need to confirm with you that you are fully aware of the project details you signed up for and are certain you wish to proceed with all 12 projects. Additionally, we need to establish an order for them. In an instant, Lin Xie comprehended the significance. This was not a troublesome confirmation. It was, in fact, a tremendous opportunity. 12 projects. This meant he would soon have 12 chances to acquire authority points. This was far more efficient than sporadically visiting the Fertility Management Center. A broad smile spread across his face as he decisively replied, I am certain I will accept all 12 projects. As for the order, I have no objections. Seeing his resolute determination, the staff member's eyes glimmered with appreciation. She swiftly recorded his decision on her terminal, smiling as she said, Very well, Mr. Lin. Your decision has been noted. Our representatives will contact you through your personal terminal to arrange the specific timings. Thank you very much for your cooperation. At that moment, a calm, yet somewhat eager male voice resonated behind Lin Xie. Excuse me, is this Lin Xie? Lin Xie turned to find a well-dressed middle-aged man with a refined appearance smiling at him. It was none other than Zhou Tianheng's descendant, the head of the Zhou family, who had previously introduced the event. Beside the head of the Zhou family stood two elegant women in exquisite evening gowns, sharing a striking resemblance and appearing to be in their mid-30s. The head of the Zhou family extended his hand warmly, saying, I am Zhou Wenyuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin. These two are my beloved daughters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing. Lin Xie politely nodded and shook his hand. Zhou Wenyuan scrutinized Lin Xie with open admiration in his eyes. He got straight to the point, saying, Mr. Lin, we have reviewed your profile and would like to know if you are interested in becoming a son-in-law of the Zhou family and joining us.